Boom. Last strike, explode for me. With a furious shout, Ye Wenxuan swung the blade of infinity, unleashing a heaven-shaking blow that triggered an astonishing damage number. The ultimate boss, the world-ending chaos beast, whose health bar had been left with only a sliver, suddenly dropped to zero. A desperate roar echoed out. The boss howled in unwilling fury. "Damnable ant, I will never let you go." In truth, it was merely a routine final line scripted by the game system for the ultimate boss. Yet the moment Ye Wenxuan heard it, irritation surged. He raised his middle finger in disdain at the ultimate boss and snapped. "You're already dead, so stop running your mouth. Be quick about it. Drop a world-ending set for your big bro. At the very least, give me an ultimate artifact." However, after several seconds passed, there was nothing on the ground but the collapsed world-ending chaos beast. No items, no equipment, not even a single coin had dropped. "You've got to be kidding me." Ye Wenxuan felt his heart turn cold, a bad premonition rising within him. Could it be that absolutely nothing had dropped? Another 10+ seconds crawled by, and still nothing appeared. He checked his inventory again and again. No new items, and not even a single extra coin. The ultimate boss, the world-ending chaos beast, was hailed as the most invincible solo boss in the #1 online game, Hundun. Even more difficult to defeat than the highest-level world boss. Across the galaxy in the 23rd century, countless Shuden men and women had sacrificed countless sleepless nights, endured endless brainstorming sessions, all in the hope of defeating this highest difficulty ultimate boss. Yet not a single person had ever managed to conquer the world-ending chaos beast. Even the official team behind Hundun had once declared, the world-ending chaos beast is the culmination of over 50 years of devoted research by hundreds of thousands of developers at Xuanxiji Corporation. It is designed to be nearly impossible to overcome. Hundun was renowned throughout the 23rd century galaxy as the top online game, not only for its playability, but also for its accessibility, allowing ordinary players to rise up against the wealthy elite. A work praised throughout the industry as truly considerate to its players. In Hundun, challenging a solo boss was the ultimate test of one's personal combat capability. If one's personal combat power was insufficient, then even pouring billions of assets into acquiring god-tier infinite sets would be useless, for the solo boss's strength would adjust in real time according to the challenger's combat power. Ye Wenxuan was a quintessential technically skilled Shuden. From childhood, he had been obsessed with Hundun. The supposedly invincible world-ending chaos beast had been challenged by him countless times, yet he had been defeated again and again, pouring away innumerable years of his youth. Yet today he had finally triumphed over this undefeated legend, becoming the first person in the entire galaxy to vanquish the world-ending chaos beast and inscribing his own legend. However, Ye Wenxuan was not the least bit happy. In fact, he was furious. This so-called ultimate boss had dropped absolutely nothing, not even living up to the standards of an ordinary minor monster. "You like this? Dare call yourself an ultimate boss?" Ye Wenxuan pointed at the corpse of the world-ending chaos beast and cursed, "You don't even drop a single coin. What kind of boss are you supposed to be? Oh, you're not even as good as a common mob." A clear chime sounded. At that instant, a single gold coin burst forth from the chaos beast's corpse, gleaming brilliantly. Only one coin, nothing more. Ye Wenxuan was utterly speechless, overwhelmed with anger. "Say you'll give me one coin, and you literally give just one coin. Where's the god-tier set? Where's the heaven-defying item? Damn it, not even a single piece of gear. What kind of boss is this?" Though seething with rage, his miserly nature still prevailed, and he dutifully bent down to pick up the lone coin that had dropped. A chime sounded. System notification: "Congratulations, player, you have obtained one chaos coin." As Ye Wenxuan picked up the coin, the game system's prompt echoed in his ears. Chaos coin. Not just an ordinary coin. What was this chaos coin, and what use did it have? Ye Wenxuan was filled with perplexity, yet the system offered no further explanation. Since it had dropped from the ultimate boss, its value shouldn't be too low, right? Having received nothing else, Ye Wenxuan could only console himself with that thought. Seriously, only one measly coin. Just how poor are you? As the most unapproachable, most twisted, most overpowered ultimate boss in Hundun, the world-ending chaos beast, you only drop one coin. You're this broke. If I were you, I'd find a piece of tofu and bash my head on it to end it all. You trash so weak it's laughable, and you still dare call yourself an ultimate boss. He had already cursed it a few times earlier, and it had dropped the chaos coin of unclear purpose. If he kept cursing, would it continue to drop more? Would it drop some heaven-defying item? Would it drop a world-ending divine set? Delighted by the possibilities, Ye Wenxuan's mind raced while his mouth continued to spew endless profanity, every insult aimed squarely at the world-ending chaos beast. Perhaps his tirade truly had an effect. The supposedly dead world-ending chaos beast suddenly erupted with a torrent of blinding golden light, radiating an incomparably terrifying aura. Could it really be about to explode with loot? Ye Wenxuan was secretly thrilled, yet also somewhat tense. The scene before him was overwhelming. The corpse of the world-ending chaos beast was expanding larger and larger, its golden radiance growing ever more blinding, and the oppressive pressure surging without end. The Chaos Beast's corpse, originally only about the size of a small house, grew in the blink of an eye into a small mountain, then into a great mountain, and then a towering colossus thousands of meters high, radiant with golden light, stood upright before Ye Wenxuan. Huh. The world-ending Chaos Beast suddenly opened its eyes, returning from death to life. Its eyes, larger than houses, emitted two frigid beams that shot straight toward Ye Wenxuan. Ye Wenxuan felt a chill pierce his very soul. Locked beneath its gaze, he suddenly had the sensation of a gun pressed to his forehead, an overwhelming sense of mortal danger surging through him. It was an exceedingly dreadful feeling, as though the next instant his life would be utterly extinguished. Ye Wenxuan had played Hundun for nearly 20 years, experiencing countless deaths, yet never once had any of them felt as viscerally real as this moment. Never before had he felt death approach so tangibly. He found his own intuition absurd. This was only a game world. The body he inhabited here was nothing more than a projection of his consciousness, not his true physical body. No matter how many times he died here, his real self in the physical world would never perish. Yet this time his intuition screamed that if this consciousness projection were slain by the world-ending Chaos Beast, he would die completely. His real-world self would die as well. The Chaos Beast roared. Not only had it fully revived, its health bar had refilled entirely. Ye Wenxuan checked its combat power. What the system displayed was a string of endless question marks. Its combat power was so high that the system could not even display it. At least a 20-digit figure, if not higher. No wonder it was the ultimate boss. Its health bar could hit 0 and still revive, and its combat strength had soared to an unimaginably terrifying level. Lowly human, thou hast infringed upon my majesty. I bestow upon thee death. The Chaos Beast opened its enormous jaws, within which a gigantic black vortex formed, releasing a devastating suction force. Ye Wenxuan watched as the surroundings changed: soil and stones, flowing rivers, towering mountains, flowers and trees, clear skies and white clouds, houses and buildings. Everything dissolved into streams of data being sucked into the Chaos Beast's maw. The earth, the sky, the mountains and rivers. Everything was vanishing at incredible speed. So this was the true ultimate boss. Ye Wenxuan swallowed hard, his throat unbearably dry, feeling an immense crisis pressing down upon him. A colossal force locked his entire body in place. He could not move at all, let alone resist. Staring at that pitch-black whirlpool within the giant maw, Ye Wenxuan felt as though death itself were beckoning to him. Am I truly going to die? His hair stood on end, terror flooding through him. It was far too bizarre. The data of the entire game world was draining away, and the world itself was collapsing before his eyes. Could a boss within a game truly destroy the world? Could it actually kill players in reality? The very thought made the situation seem unimaginably horrifying. As Ye Wenxuan's consciousness body was drawn ever closer to the black vortex, he suddenly heard piercing system alarm sounds. The wailing alarms blared. The system is undergoing massive damage. The alarms continued to shriek. The system is collapsing. The system is activating self-protection protocols. High above, countless streams of data converged, forming a white brain-shaped cloud mass that then transformed into a white current rushing toward Ye Wenxuan, wrapping around his consciousness body and continuously pouring into him. A thunderous boom resounded. In the high heavens, a vast section suddenly collapsed, and a small black hole appeared out of nowhere. The white current spiraled around Ye Wenxuan's consciousness body, becoming a tornado that shot into the tiny black hole and vanished in an instant. Don't even think of escaping. The black hole vortex within the world-ending Chaos Beast's colossal maw suddenly vanished, and a gigantic beam of light erupted from it, shooting straight into the smaller black hole. At this moment, Ye Wenxuan was already stricken with unspeakable terror. What had transpired in the span of a few heartbeats shattered his understanding, and he had never imagined that a few casual curses would trigger such a horrifying consequence. Even the system's warning had flared, even the system itself had begun to collapse, even the system was forced to initiate self-preservation. How monstrously powerful must this so-called ultimate boss be? And he had actually been foolish enough to provoke it. Was that not the very definition of courting death? After being swept into the small black hole by the system, he felt himself plunge into a vast expanse. It was boundless and desolate, resembling a starry sky, yet no starlight glimmered, no celestial bodies could be seen, an eerily abnormal space. Though he had slipped beyond the Chaos Beast's line of sight, he did not feel the slightest sense of safety. On the contrary, the sensation of danger only intensified, as though his life might be snuffed out in the very next second. System notification crisis is rapidly approaching. System notification crisis is closing in. Forcing fusion with player Yu Xuan. Forcing fusion with player Yu Xuan. Yu Xuan was the character name Ye Wenxuan used in the online game Chaos. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. Fusion complete. Crisis approaching. Autonomously initiating cosmic jump program. Automatically searching for the nearest cosmic world. Ding. Cosmic world discovered. Linking to and infiltrating that world's system. Another chime rang. Infiltration successful. Decoding information. Decoding complete. Cosmic jump program ready. Player, please create a game character. A screen materialized out of thin air before Ye Wenxuan, displaying a finely wrought image. One half of the painting showed ethereal immortal mountains shrouded in mist. The other half depicted a demonic sea of abyssal depths billowing with malevolent miasma. CNMO world. For bold characters stretched across the top of the image. Please select a faction, immortal, demon, or neutral. The voice of the game system echoed once more in Ye Wenxuan's mind. Only then did Ye Wenxuan notice that the immortal mountain realm on the left had a confirmation button, and the demonic sea abyss on the right had one as well. Between them, upon a sky-piercing tower, there was yet another confirmation button. With his wealth of online gaming experience, Ye Wenxuan immediately understood that this was the Preligion faction selection for creating his character. He also quickly grasped that the immortal mountain realm represented the immortal faction, the demonic sea abyss represented the demon faction, and the central screeching pillar most likely stood for the neutral faction. System notification: select a disadvantaged faction to receive a novice gift pack from the system. The novice gift pack will greatly accelerate your early leveling and growth. Current disadvantaged faction: neutral faction. Would you like to choose neutral? Yes. Ye Wenxuan made his choice without the slightest hesitation. He could already sense a colossal beam of light surging after him from behind, carrying a devastating power that seemed capable of annihilating all things. At such a moment, even a delay of 0.00001 seconds might doom him to be obliterated by that beam of light. He had no idea what method the system intended to use, but right now he and the system were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. His only option was to place his trust in it. Besides choosing a disadvantaged faction, even came with a novice gift pack. Neutral faction selected successfully. Please choose your character group. Given that the player's male, available character groups are tall, rich, handsome, or loser. The screen flickered, shifting to two character portraits. One a luxuriously dressed young noble, the other a poor youth in tattered clothing. Tall, rich, handsome, or loser? Of course one should pick tall, rich, handsome. Tall and rich are unquestionably better. So Ye Wenxuan thought inwardly. Yet, just as his finger was about to tap the tall, rich, handsome confirmation, the system's chime rang out again. Select the disadvantaged group, the loser group. And upon entering the game, you will receive 1 God-grade cultivation art and 1 God-grade skill from the system. God-grade. A God-grade cultivation art and a God-grade skill. Nothing could possibly surpass those. Loser. Ye Wenxuan chose without the slightest hesitation. So be it a loser he would be, he would overturn his fate and rise above the tall, rich, handsome. Selecting the tall, rich, handsome group would have granted 100 million spirit stones, the universal currency of CNMO world. He almost spat blood. 100 million spirit stones for choosing tall, rich, handsome. System, why did you not say so earlier? Why wait until after he had chosen loser? Was it not digging a pit for its own player? 100 million spirit stones. Though Ye Wenxuan did not yet understand the currency system of CNMO world, a figure that large was clearly immense by any standard. 100 million spirit stones must surely constitute a formidable fortune. God-grade cultivation arts and skills were enticing, yet they could not compare to the impact of such a vast sum on a character's early development. God-grade arts and skills were indeed mighty, but only once cultivated to consummation could they unleash world-shattering power. Yet to train them to perfection was easier said than done. Who knew how many levels 100 million spirit stones could help him ascend? What a pity. This system was a supreme swindler. Why had it not mentioned the benefits of tall, rich, handsome sooner? This was swindling taken to the extreme. And now it was too late to say anything, for he saw the system interface flicker and jumped to yet another screen. Infuriatingly, this new screen had no return or back option. In other words, once a character faction or group was chosen, there was no room for regret. Please select a character role type. A whole host of figures popped up on the system interface, each representing a beggar, monk, butcher, woodcutter, farmer, fisherman, stable hand, waiter, miner, porter, prison guard, prisoner, bandit, underling. Even a latrine cleaner was listed. Ye Wenxuan's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he dragged the interface downward, scanning through hundreds of role types without finding a single one he liked. A glance at the scroll bar on the right showed that he had not even reached 1/20th of the list. All told, the loser role types numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Given the player's difficulty in choosing, the system will autonomously select a character role type. No, anything but that. If the system randomly chose something like latrine cleaner, what would he do? But the system ignored Ye Wenxuan's pleas entirely, the screen jumping straight to a new interface. On it stood only a single figure, a teenage beggar in ragged clothes, hair in disarray, filthy from head to toe. Clearly the system had autonomously chosen the very first role type, beggar. Fortunately, it was not latrine cleaner. Ye Wenxuan consoled himself. Please enter a character name. Beneath the beggar youth was an input box for the character's name. Ye Wenxuan quickly typed in the two characters, Yu Xuan, his usual alias in online games. Then he clicked the Enter Game button below the input box. Entering game. Even if he were slow-witted, Ye Wenxuan now understood the system's intent. It meant to use the Enter Game function to transmit him into CNMO world, thereby helping him escape the pursuing beam of light behind. He could feel a mysterious power enveloping him. an all too familiar sensation signaling that he was about to be transmitted into the game. Glancing back at the pursuing beam of light, he saw it was still some distance away. Unable to resist, Ye Wenxuan raised his middle finger once more, casting a vicious silent insult toward the distant, unseen world-ending chaos beast. Yet that single gesture triggered an unimaginably dreadful consequence. Behind the pursuing beam, another terrifying light surged forth at incredible speed. How could its terror be described? Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to oblivion. Nothing could impede it, even for 0.00001 seconds. Neither time nor space, neither darkness nor light. Its speed had reached the very limit, as though it transcended time and space themselves. Endless darkness and light were annihilated into nothingness. In less than an instant and far less than a tenth of a second, it overtook the first beam and left it far behind. To overtake Ye Wenxuan's consciousness, or rather his soul, would take it but a single instant. In the very next heartbeat, Ye Wenxuan would die. Ye Wenxuan had a clear sense that the vortex formed by the giant mouth of the world-destroying chaos beast did not instantly reduce his consciousness to data, because the chaos beast had summoned all his soul energy into his consciousness. The purpose was to completely annihilate Ye Wenxuan, this insignificant ant. In other words, this game consciousness of Ye Wenxuan was essentially his soul body containing his soul. World-destroying chaos light. Relying on the system, Ye Wenxuan saw the name of this world-destroying technique appear on the system interface the moment the light was emitted. World-destroying chaos light. A terrifying beam that could return all things in the world to chaos, possessing the might to annihilate worlds. By the heavens, how terrifying could this be? The world-destroying chaos beast truly deserved to be the ultimate boss of chaos. It could indeed annihilate worlds without a hint of exaggeration. My goodness, if time could flow backward, even with 1,000 lives, I would not dare provoke it. In the next instant, should he be struck by the world-destroying chaos light, he had no doubt that Ye Wenxuan would surely die. System, hurry up. If you don't hurry, we are both doomed. Ye Wenxuan urged silently in his heart, filled with anxiety. The teleportation had a loading time, and he was utterly helpless. Perhaps Ye Wenxuan's urging had some effect, or perhaps the system had realized the deadly crisis. The remaining loading time instantly filled up. Entry successful. Whoa. Ye Wenxuan's figure vanished in an instant, just like the instant transmission of Son Goku from the classic 21st century anime Dragon Ball disappearing from this space. In the distance, the figure of the world-destroying chaos beast suddenly appeared in this space, gazing at the place where Ye Wenxuan had vanished, its enormous pupils reflecting a glimmer of wisdom. Well, at least it was a person with some fate. Annihilating him like this would truly be a waste. After saying this, the figure of the world-destroying chaos beast gradually became ethereal, and then vanished like a wisp of smoke, as if its massive body was not a solid entity, but a void. February 22, 2222. This day became known as the Day of Chaos Destruction. For the vast majority of Chaos players, this day was no different from the Day of Annihilation. Because on this day, the Chaos system was suddenly invaded by an unknown virus, and the entire game world suffered destruction, forcing billions of online players to log off. Initially, it was thought that the Chaos system would be repaired in a few days, but unexpectedly, a whole month passed without any response from Genesis Company. A whole month without logging in was more unbearable for the vast Chaos enthusiasts than a prisoner being confined in a cell for 100 years. What broke the hearts of many Chaos enthusiasts was the constant flow of news that the Chaos system had been severely damaged, with core system data lost. To fully repair it, given the current technological level of human civilization, it would take decades. For the vast Chaos players, such news was akin to a bolt from the blue, akin to the light of annihilation. February 22, 2222. On the same day, in the human ancestral star Earth, a gaming otaku discovered his roommate had suddenly died in their apartment while collecting rent. This otaku, named Ye Wenxuan, was an incorrigible Chaos enthusiast. After graduating from university, he did nothing all day, immersed in chaos, living off exchanging game currency for galactic currency, with a life filled with ups and downs. The passing of classmate Ye Wenxuan has value, at least he has shown us with facts. Being addicted to games harm. Amen. The old priest said during Ye Wenxuan's burial. What the priest said is true. On Ye's father's face, besides sadness, there was more shame, as his son had become a negative example in many textbooks, a strong argument for educators urging minors not to become addicted to online games. As Ye Wenxuan's father, how could he not feel ashamed? February 22, 2232, once again the annual Day of Chaos Destruction anniversary, the nearly bankrupt Genesis Company suddenly announced that the Chaos system had been repaired to a large extent and could resume operation. Genesis Company rose from the ashes once more. With the repair of some fragmented data combined with the relentless efforts and explorations of Genesis Company, the truth behind the Chaos Destruction incident gradually came to light. It turned out that it was not a virus that invaded the Chaos system, but a game character named Yu Xuan challenged the ultimate boss, the world-destroying Chaos Beast, and succeeded in the challenge, triggering the system's inexplicable collapse. Ultimate boss challenge successful. Completing the dreams of countless players, Yu Xuan occupied the first place in the Chaos Personal Boss Challenge leaderboard, the first and only in the Ultimate Boss Challenge leaderboard. Yu Xuan. Yu Xuan. The Chaos players occupied at least half of the total human population in the galaxy, and all Chaos players cheered for this name Yu Xuan. He was a hero, he was a warrior, he accomplished a feat that no one in the galaxy could achieve. However, when the real name of Yu Xuan was revealed to the world by Genesis Company, many teenagers and educators fell silent. Ye Wenxuan, this name was familiar to them as it was printed in their textbooks. In an old house watching the galactic news broadcast on TV, Ye's father was filled with shame, silent and speechless, while Ye's mother sobbed uncontrollably, muttering, "I knew it, you wronged my son. My son is a good person. Even in death, he is still mocking the world. Classmate Ye Wenxuan, your death is of no value." The old priest stood before Ye Wenxuan's grave, filled with sorrow. "Men. Whoa, brother Xian, please don't die. Gentlemen, I beg you, please save my brother Xian." A ragged little beggar knelt by the street, crying out, desperately pleading for passersby's help. Behind him lay another beggar boy, also dressed in rags and looking disheveled. The beggar boy lying there showed no signs of life, and it was unclear whether he was dead. Passersby came and went, yet not a single person was willing to pay attention to the pleas of the little beggar, with many showing expressions of disgust and disdain. "This big brother, please save my brother Xian." The kneeling little beggar suddenly grabbed the corner of a wealthy young man's clothing, pleading, "Get lost, you filthy vermin." The wealthy young man, furious that his clothes had been dirtied by the little beggar's filthy hands, raised a leg and kicked the little beggar far away. The frail little beggar could not withstand the force of the wealthy young man's kick, spitting out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Beside the little beggar lay the beggar boy, whose name was Yu Xuan. Sigh. Ye Wenxuan let out a faint sigh, observing the plight of the frail beggar. His soul was currently within the body of the sleeping beggar boy. The beggar boy was also named Yu Xuan, the same as Ye Wenxuan's character name. Yet at this moment, he was a dead man, having passed away for nearly 3 hours. From the dissipating remnants of the beggar, Yu Xuan's soul energy, the system deciphered fragments of his memories. These memories were now being projected like a film in Ye Wenxuan's mind. From these intermittent scenes, Ye Wenxuan learned that when the beggar Yu Xuan was 7 years old, he and an old servant were expelled from a large family. Afterward, young Yu Xuan relied on the old servant, wandering the world. When he turned 10, the old servant fell victim to a strange illness and passed away, leaving Yu Xuan to live a life of begging. At the age of 13, he met a fellow beggar named Xiao Wei, who was only 10 at the time. They felt mutual sympathy and became brothers, wandering the world together. The two brothers had been wandering the world for 3 or 4 years, having experienced all sorts of storms and tribulations. However, perhaps they had neglected to consult the almanac before setting out this morning, inadvertently colliding with the carriage of the city lord's daughter. It was not a major issue. The brothers had encountered similar situations many times before and immediately apologized to the city lord's young princess. However, it was unclear what had triggered the young princess' reaction. Upon seeing the beggar brothers begging for mercy in such a degrading manner, she felt disgusted and furious, and in a fit of rage struck Yu Xuan with a whip. The whip was infused with immense internal energy, injuring Yu Xuan internally, without any external signs. Having never learned martial arts and being physically weak, he was struck down, his heart and lungs shattered, and fainted. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the worse, the young princess fled with her entourage. Had she sent Yu Xuan to a doctor for timely treatment, she might have saved his life. But by fleeing, she left Yu Xuan to die due to a lack of immediate medical attention. After Yu Xuan's death, his soul energy gradually dissipated. Nearly an hour after his death, most of his soul energy had vanished, and even the legendary physician Hua Tuo could not have revived him. At this moment, the system transported Ye Wenxuan's soul into this realm of immortals and demons, and into Yu Xuan's body. With most of Yu Xuan's soul energy dissipated, Ye Wenxuan's soul entering his body saved him from a fierce battle for possession. Ding! Merge with the physical body completed. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded, and Ye Wenxuan's soul fully integrated with Yu Xuan's body. Since this physical body was not Ye Wenxuan's own, and was not a perfect match, it took 2 full hours for the system to completely fuse his soul with Yu Xuan's body, achieving a perfect compatibility of 100%. Congratulations, player, for successfully entering the realm of immortals and demons. The player's current level is 1-0, and the character attribute panel and backpack functions have been unlocked. Given that the player chose a disadvantaged faction, a beginner's gift package has been granted. It has been placed in the player's backpack. Please check it yourself. A translucent system interface appeared before Ye Wenxuan, visible only to him and not to others. In the lower right corner of the system interface were the options character and backpack. Without hesitation, Ye Wenxuan clicked on the backpack option, and a backpack frame popped up, which could store 10 items. Of the 10 slots, only the first contained a package, while the other 9 were empty. Undoubtedly, this package was the beginner's gift. The beginner's gift package could be used 10 times. The first use required level 1, the second level 10, the third level 20, and so on, with the 10th use requiring level 90. With nothing to hesitate about, Ye Wenxuan eagerly clicked to use the beginner's gift package. His level was 1A, just enough for the first use. Ding. Congratulations player, you have received 1 beginner's gift package, 10 50 bottles of basic life potion, 1 tattered shirt, 1 pair of tattered trousers, 1 charred fire stick, and 1 broken bowl. Seeing the items in the beginner's gift package, Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood, completely furious. A tattered shirt, tattered trousers, a fire stick, and a broken bowl. A complete set for begging after 20 years. Damn, does he really think him a beggar? Although he found the system quite unreliable, Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but check the properties of these pieces of equipment. Tattered shirt, defense 5, health 50. Tattered trousers, evasion 5, health 50. Charred fire stick, attack 10, armor penetration 10, piercing 5. Broken bowl, luck 5. System prompt: equipping all 4 pieces of the beggar set grants the favor and compassion of the goddess of luck, increasing the chance of triggering fortuitous events by 10 and increasing the drop rate of exceptional equipment and items by 30. What the hell, this is forcing me to wear it. A 10 increase in the chance of triggering fortuitous events and a 30 increase in the drop rate of exceptional equipment and items. Even the best sets in the divine tier might not possess such outrageous attributes. A 30 drop rate for many exceptional items and divine gear, which is less than 5 by itself, increasing the drop rate by 30 essentially means a 1/3 chance of dropping. As for fortuitous events, that goes without saying. In any online game, fortuitous encounters are an important way to get rich and overturn one's fate. Damn it, so what if it's a bit ugly? I'll wear it. I'm not a superficial person. Ooh, I want attributes, I want performance, I want. Congratulations player for equipping the tattered shirt, gaining powerful attributes. Congratulations player for equipping the tattered trousers, gaining powerful attributes. Congratulations player for equipping the charred fire stick, gaining powerful attributes. Congratulations player for equipping the broken bowl, gaining powerful attributes. The system's prompt rang out continuously, leaving Ye Wenxuan with a dark expression. Powerful attributes. What the hell? If it weren't for the set attributes, who would willingly equip this? Of course, another important reason Ye Wenxuan was willing to equip this beggar set was that he was already wearing a set of beggar clothes, which didn't look much better than the beggar set. After donning the beggar set, Ye Wenxuan's appearance did not change much. He simply had a broken bowl in his left hand and a charred fire stick in his right. Sigh, why isn't my fire stick the same as Zhang Xiaofan's? Ye Wenxuan fantasized. System prompt: player's health is critically low, please replenish health in time. Player's health is declining, and there is a risk of death, please replenish health promptly. Wow, I almost forgot. Ye Wenxuan suddenly remembered that the internal organs of this body were damaged, and the internal injuries had not healed, causing his health to drop drastically. Checking his health bar, the maximum value was only 755 points. Due to the internal injuries, he had already lost nearly half of his health, remaining at 401 points, and it was still decreasing at a rate of 5 points per second. In less than 2 minutes, he would be out of health. He opened the backpack, clicked to use it, and a bottle of basic life potion appeared in his hand. After taking it orally, a cool sensation permeated his body, and Ye Wenxuan felt a wave of comfort. Checking his health bar, it had recovered to 696 points. A bottle of basic life potion can instantly restore 300 health points, but it has no healing effect. He had lost another 5 health points in that second, leaving him with only 696 points. With internal injuries, Ye Wenxuan's health was still decreasing by 5 points per second. He had no doubt that once his health reached 0, he would be dead. Even a basic life potion would be useless because there was a cooldown time for using it. After taking a life potion, using another one within 2 minutes would be ineffective. System prompt: given that the player has chosen a disadvantaged group, the beggar group, to enter the game, the system will grant 1 divine level martial art and 1 divine level skill. Wow, I almost forgot about that. There are divine level martial arts and skills. Ye Wenxuan was instantly elated. Based on the player's character role type, the system will automatically select and grant a divine level martial art. Divine level skill will be randomly granted. Ding. The divine level martial art and skill have been placed in the player's backpack. Please check. Wow. Ye Wenxuan could no longer contain himself, disregarding the system's arbitrary decisions, and immediately clicked on the backpack, discovering 2 new books inside. Dragon Subduing Divine Art, a martial art created by Master Dao Ji. After cultivation, one will possess the power to subdue dragons, tame tigers, and exorcise demons. Wow, why is the introduction so brief? Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but complain, but upon remembering that this martial art was created by Master Dao Ji, he couldn't help but feel excited. Who is Master Dao Ji? Ji Gong, the great master. How bad could his martial arts be? Looking at the divine level skill he received, Ye Wenxuan's breath caught, and he trembled with excitement. Acupoint Strike Divine ignores the target's immune status, striking acupoints to immobilize, stun, or paralyze them. Different acupoints have different control effects. Wow, ignores immunity. That's incredible. How about a boss? They can still be immobilized. What about they can still be stunned? Truly a divine skill. A divine level weapon for controlling bosses. Ye Wenxuan suppressed his excitement and clicked on the Acupoint Strike Technique Divine in his backpack to learn it. Ye Wenxuan immediately opened the skill panel to check and found that he had only learned the Acupoint Strike Technique Divine skill. After acquiring this skill, he could now view its complete information. Acupoint Strike Technique Divine Level 1. Ignores the target's immunity status, striking their acupoints to immobilize, stun, or paralyze them for a duration of 5 seconds, with different acupoints providing different control effects. Attack range of 5 meters can be increased by upgrading the skill. Cooldown time of 300 seconds can be reduced by upgrading the skill. Locked skill cannot be dodged. Each use consumes 500 points of internal energy. Skill upgrade requirement 1 Divine Skill Upgrade Scroll. Locked skill. Cannot be dodged. Doesn't that mean a 100 hit rate? Wow, can it be any more impressive? A Divine Skill Upgrade Scroll. It seems that upgrading skills is not something to consider, and if divine skills were so easy to upgrade they wouldn't be called. Next he clicked on Dragon Subduing Divine Art to learn it. Dragon Subduing Divine Art Level 1 Strength 500 Constitution 500 Agility Health 30,000 Internal Energy 10,000 Attack 600 Defense 300 Dodge 150 Hit 150 Critical 100 Health Regeneration Rate 50 point second Internal Energy Regeneration Rate 20 point second. Total Combat Power increased 10,000. Note, cultivating the technique to higher levels will grant technique effects. The higher the technique level, the stronger the effect attributes. Upgrade requirement 100,000 points of cultivation. WoW is expected of a divine technique. Just at level 1 it adds 30,000 health, not to mention the 500 points from constitution. To put it into perspective, Ye Wenxuan had equipped items that increased his health by 100 points, and his total health was only around 755 points. In other words, an ordinary person's health is merely a few hundred points. 30,000 health, that's dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Attack 600, a mere firewood stick, adds only 10 points. The most important aspect is the health regeneration rate of 50 points per second. This attribute of health regeneration is very rare and difficult to enhance, even many divine sets might not. Not only does it regenerate health, but it also regenerates internal energy at a rate of 20 points per second. Regenerating health and energy, perhaps this is the true might of a divine technique. Even if my organs are damaged and I lose 5 health per second, how can that compare to my regeneration? Haha, my life is guaranteed now. Player has learned Dragon Subduing Divine Art. Would you like to activate it? Yes. Ye Wenxuan replied without hesitation. With such powerful attributes, how could he not cultivate it? As he thought about the powerful combat strength he had just gained upon entering the game, Ye Wenxuan felt an overwhelming excitement, having long forgotten his initial regret about choosing the Silk Group. Roar. Ye Wenxuan felt a tremor throughout his body, as if a giant dragon was roaring within him, his blood surging, a powerful force coursing through him. Strength, Constitution, and Agility each instantly increased by 500 points. An ordinary adult only has about 20 or 30 points in Strength or Constitution. Ye Wenxuan felt as if he had transformed from a sickly youth into a superhuman, possessing a robust sense of power, feeling capable of shattering a solid boulder with a single punch. His energy was at its peak, easily capable of conquering 10 women in one night. He felt light as a feather, as if he could leap into the sky and overlook all the mountains. Then ding. Due to the player's low level, you can only activate 1/10 of the properties of Dragon Subduing Divine Art Level 1. When the player's level reaches 2, 1/20th of the properties of Dragon Subduing Divine Art Level 1 can be activated. Each level increase allows for the activation of 1/10 and above level 10, all properties of Dragon Subduing Divine Art Level 1 can be fully activated. Please work hard to level up and strive to activate all combat attributes soon. Ye Wenxuan felt a surge of frustration, wanting to curse. What a scam! It's such a scam. I knew it. How could the system be so generous to me all at once, giving me so much combat power? It turns out the powerful force suddenly drained away. Ye Wenxuan felt that he could at most leave a fist imprint on a solid boulder. To shatter a solid boulder. Thinking about it, it might still be possible. Luckily, 1/10 of the attribute increase is still quite impressive. Strength, Constitution, and Agility each increased by 50 points. Health 3,000, Internal Energy 1,000, Attack 60, Defense 30, Dodge 15, Hit 15, Critical 10, Health Regeneration Rate 5 point second, Internal Energy Regeneration Rate 2 point second. Total Combat Power increased 1,000 points. The health regeneration of 5 point second perfectly offsets the health loss due to the injuries to his organs, so he need not worry about a life-threatening situation for now. Ye Wenxuan opened the Character Attribute panel to check his attributes. Character Yu Xuan, Health 41804255, Internal Energy 10001000, Attack 205, Defense 125, Dodge 65, Hit 60, Critical 55, Resilience 5, Break, Defense 10, Pierce 5, Health Regeneration Rate 6 point second, Internal Energy Regeneration Rate 2 point second, Strength 65, Constitution 60, Agility 55, Spirit 10, Luck 5, Combat Power 1150. Health Regeneration of 6 point second is a natural ability of the body, similar to how an ordinary person heals from a cut. Health regeneration exceeds the health loss slightly. Ye Wenxuan felt that his injured organs were recovering, and he believed he would be healed in a few days. A combat power of 1150 is already quite high for a level 1 Ye Wenxuan. An ordinary butcher wielding a cleaver might only have a combat power of around 100. At this moment, Ye Wenxuan's combat power is 10 times that of an ordinary person, which cannot be considered low. Moreover, after practicing the dragon subduing divine art, his strength, constitution, and agility have all significantly improved, and his physical fitness has transformed, completely surpassing that of an ordinary person, enabling him to easily take down a robust old ox. And this is just at level 1. He has just entered the game. So strong. So powerful. Hey brother Xin, you're awake. A voice of surprise came from beside Ye Wenxuan. Clearly Yu Wei had regained consciousness from his fainting state. Yes, I'm awake. Xiao Wei, you seem to be injured. Did that little lady hit you too? Ye Wenxuan asked knowingly. He asked this to divert Yu Wei's attention, preventing him from suspecting that he was not the original Yu Xian. No, not her. Yu Wei exclaimed in panic, fearing to deepen brother Xian's hatred towards that little princess of the city lord's residence, which could lead to some irreparable foolish act. Brother Xian, I'm hungry. Let's go find something to eat. First we can talk about other matters after we eat. Obviously Yu Wei was also skilled in the art of distraction. Ye Wenxuan was happy to oblige, and immediately replied, sure, let's go find something to eat. Speaking of food, Ye Wenxuan realized that he was also extremely hungry at this moment, not knowing how long the previous owner had gone without eating. Ding! Congratulations. The residual soul energy within the player has completely dissipated, granting full control over the physical body, and mental attributes have been increased by 10 points. What the hell? It turns out that occupying this body still has its dangers. Ye Wenxuan thought to himself, drenched in cold sweat. Undoubtedly that residual soul energy must belong to the deceased Yu Xian. Perhaps it was due to unfulfilled wishes, worried that his little brother Yu Wei would be left alone in the world without care, that a trace of his soul clung to the body, unwilling to depart. Let's go brother, let's have a feast. Ye Wenxuan was in high spirits. Although the increase in combat power was minimal, the benefits to him were immense. Mental attributes affect a person's perception and reaction capabilities, indirectly influencing evasion and accuracy. A feast. Yu Wei was lost in thought, drooling uncontrollably. However, when he realized that Xian Gu was taking him to the Lang restaurant, he suddenly felt an extreme dryness in his throat, unable to produce even a drop of saliva. Lang restaurant, a property of the city lord of Lecheng, was established by the city lord's eldest son Luing. Besides accumulating wealth, it served as a gathering place for past heroes and a spot for noble youths to engage in lofty discussions, and for past heroes to exchange tales of valor. Yet at this moment Ye Wenxuan was actually bringing Yu Wei, both of them beggars, to dine there. Yu Wei was filled with dread. What would those noble youths think if two filthy beggars suddenly appeared at their dining table? They would be disgusted to the point of losing their appetite. The consequences of affecting their meal would definitely be terrifying. No way. Xian Gu has no money. How could he take me to such a place to eat? Even if he had money, he wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the nobles there, would he? However, when the two arrived at the entrance of Lang restaurant, Yu Wei's face turned pale. Xian Gu, you don't mean we're really going inside for that feast, do you? Of course. There are so many delicious dishes inside, why not go in? Ye Wenxuan replied, as if it were a matter of course. But do you have any money? I don't have any, but others do. Huh. Yu Wei was left dumbfounded. He wanted to ask more, trying to dissuade Xian Gu from this terrifying idea, but he found that Ye Wenxuan had already strode into Lang restaurant. Lang restaurant is a dining establishment that welcomes heroes from all over the world, so naturally it doesn't have guards to keep watch to avoid offending strong individuals. Without guards, it made it easy for Ye Wenxuan to swagger into Lang restaurant dirty and ragged, carrying a firewood stick and an old rice bowl. Such a striking figure swaggering in with a firewood stick immediately drew countless gazes, with several people spitting out the drinks they had just consumed, and one person accidentally spraying half-chewed food onto the table across from them. Yu Wei felt his scalp tingle, his head ready to explode, experiencing an overwhelming headache. Gritting his teeth, Yu Wei silently followed Ye Wenxuan into Lang restaurant. Seeing his resolute expression, it was as if he was bravely marching to his doom. It was just entering a restaurant. What could be the worst that could happen? Having wandered the world as a beggar for so many years, what hardships had he not faced? How many times had he been on the brink of starvation, nearly beaten to death, or lingered at death's door? After experiencing so many life-and-death situations, what was there to fear? However, upon witnessing Xian Gu's actions, Yu Wei's heart trembled again, and his eyelids trembled uncontrollably. He was utterly horrified. He saw Xian Gu walk up to a noble youth's table and grab a chicken leg from the table with his dirty paw and bring it to his mouth. As if that wasn't enough, he also dumped several plates of leftovers into his own old bowl. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. Especially the noble youth who had just raised his cup to drink, completely unaware of when this beggar had approached his table. Beside the noble youth sat a wealthy young lady who was just toasting with the noble youth, so she also didn't notice Ye Wenxuan sneaking up to the table. She frowned, put down her cup, and tossed her chopsticks aside, completely losing her appetite. Yet as she discarded her chopsticks, Ye Wenxuan snatched them up, even taking her rice bowl and shoveling food into his mouth in a reckless manner, cleaning up more than half of the food on the table in just 3 seconds. It was evident that Yu Xian's body was simply starving. This is it, it's over. This time it's really over. Yu Wei's heart sank, unable to think clearly, as Xian Ge's actions left him utterly baffled. At this moment he recognized that noble youth. He was the one who had kicked him not long ago. He speculated that perhaps Xian Ge was aware of what had happened back then, so his current behavior was completely understandable. It was revenge for that kick from the noble youth. Yu Wei was filled with emotion. Xian Ge, you are too good to me. Where did this wild dog come from? The noble youth was furious, slamming his palm on the table with such force that it cracked ominously. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Wenxuan kicked the edge of the table from below, causing the table on his side to tilt up, while the noble youth's side tilted downward. Clatter. Leftover food and drinks splashed all over the noble youth. Oh, I will kill you. The noble youth screamed, smashing the table into pieces with a punch, then kicked at Ye Wenxuan's lower regions. Hiss. The noble youth gasped in pain, instinctively retracting his kicked foot, overwhelmed by the agony, his face turning pale and cold sweat pouring down. How could it not hurt? The firewood stick in Ye Wenxuan's hand had a piercing value of 5, causing damage that ignored defenses. Real damage. Moreover, he struck the knee, which easily produces pain. 43. 5. 2 bright red numbers flashed before Ye Wenxuan's eyes, indicating the damage his strike dealt to the noble youth, with 5 being the piercing damage. What the hell, this damage? Just a very ordinary strike using only about 20 of his strength resulted in such damage. If he used his full strength, wouldn't that deal over 200 damage? And the knee isn't even a vital spot. Checking through the system, Ye Wenxuan saw that the noble youth had over 170 health points. With a full attack hitting its mark, it would only take about 8 or 9 hits to take his life. To be able to bully others at level 1 in the game, this feeling is exhilarating. Oh, isn't this Lu Xiaojie? What's wrong? Turned into a drenched chicken. At this moment, a mocking voice came from upstairs. Yu Xian looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a suave young man standing by the railing on the second floor, holding a wine glass in one hand and embracing a beauty in the other, watching the spectacle between Ye Wenxuan and Lu Xiaojie. Hua Wuyin, don't gloat too much. After I deal with this beggar, you will see how I handle you. Lu Xiaojie gritted his teeth, speaking slowly. Hee. Hua Wuyin chuckled, saying no more, adopting a posture of watching the battle from the building, as if he didn't take Lu Xiaojie's threat seriously. Lu Xiaojie snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction with Hua Wuyin's nonchalant demeanor, then drew his sword, pointing its tip at Ye Wenxuan, and coldly said, "Dirty dog, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might leave you with a whole corpse." Yu Wei, seeing Lu Xiaojie draw his sword, turned pale with fright, hurriedly stepped in front of Yu Xian, trembling, as he said to Lu Xiaojie, "I'm sorry, we were wrong, please spare us." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. Ye Wenxuan suddenly grabbed the back of his collar, pulling him behind, while pointing the fire stick at Lu Xiaojie, cursing, "Who do you think you are, daring to make your father kneel before you?" Lu Xiaojie rarely cursed at others. Unaware of the hidden meaning in Yu Xian's words, he arrogantly declared, "This young master is the 3rd young master of the Lu family, one of the 3 prominent families in Leking. If you dare to offend me, you are making an enemy of the entire Lu family. You should be very clear about the consequences of opposing the Lu family." Yu Xian smiled, saying, "As for the consequences, I am unsure. But I am very clear that you are born of me and your mother." Ha ha ha, you've killed me, with laughter. Hua Wuyin upstairs couldn't stop laughing. The 3rd young master of the Lu family actually acknowledges a beggar as his father. Ha ha ha, truly hilarious. Lu Xiaojie's face changed drastically as he realized the gravity of the situation, his gaze toward Ye Wenxuan turning icy. "Kid, you had a chance to beg for mercy, but since you don't know how to seize it, don't blame me. I will tear you into pieces." Upon hearing this, Ye Wenxuan suddenly sat down on the ground. Just when everyone thought he was about to kneel and beg for mercy, he was merely taking off his shoes and began scratching his feet. He is actually scratching his feet. Is it a sign of disdain towards Lu Xiaojie? Or is he disregarding the power of— The crowd's eyes widened several times, especially the beautiful woman dining with Lu Xiaojie, her face full of disgust, as Ye Wenxuan's filthy soles were directly facing her. Is scratching my feet an insult towards me? The beauty was both angry and furious. However, for Ye Wenxuan, scratching his feet was not targeted at Lu Xiaojie, nor at the Lu family, and certainly not at this beautiful woman. He merely had an itch. It was very itchy. He didn't know how many years Yu Xian's body had gone without a bath. It was unbearably itchy. At first he only felt an itch on the soles of his feet, but after scratching for a while he realized his whole body was itchy. He really hadn't bathed for many years. Ah, this is infuriating. Lu Xiaojie's anger was at its peak. If he didn't explode soon, he would burst. He swung his sword, creating a gust of wind, and the sword light dazzled the eyes. Gale sword technique. To deal with a mere beggar, 3rd young master Lu actually used the Gale sword technique. This little beggar must be crazy, daring to provoke 3rd young master Lu. Indeed, truly reckless. The onlookers exclaimed one after another, all doubting Ye Wenxuan's chances, believing he could not survive under Lu Xiaojie's Gale sword technique. If it came to a direct confrontation, Ye Wenxuan didn't have much faith in himself either, as apart from the skill pointing technique divine, he had no other skills. He did have ordinary attack skills, but using basic attacks against someone else's attacking techniques. Even if Ye Wenxuan believed his combat power was twice that of his opponent's, he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Not daring to take it heating, Ye Wenxuan kept retreating to dodge. Lu Shaoji's sword speed was too fast. Even with Ye Wenxuan's good eyesight, he couldn't fully see the direction of the sword attacks. Gale Fury Slash. Suddenly Lu Shaoji's aura changed, and he seemed to transform into a gust of wind. The wind howled as the sword's speed reached its peak. Swish! Swish! Ye Wenxuan's body was marked with several bloodstains. A large gash was cut into his waist, blood gushing out uncontrollably. To others, Ye Wenxuan appeared to be in a dire situation, seemingly on the brink of losing his life. But in Ye Wenxuan's heart, there was only disdain. The damage was too low. How could it possibly take my life? The several cuts only dealt him 20 or 30 points of damage each, and even the large gash on his waist only took a bit over 100 points. After being injured so many times, Ye Wenxuan had only lost a little over 200 points of health. It wasn't even enough for a bottle of basic health potion. Swish! Ye Wenxuan's chest received another cut, yet he remained unfazed. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. 15 consecutive slashes. The Gale Sword technique was indeed formidable. The Gale Fury Slash, a 15-hit ultimate move. If it were someone else, they would have already collapsed. Even with Ye Wenxuan's decent dodging ability, he was hit 9 times. However, 15 hits should be the limit, right? Ye Wenxuan thought to himself. Indeed, after Lu Shaoji's 15th strike, he suddenly withdrew his sword, his breath stalling, as he clearly showed signs of fatigue, his stance wobbling. Now was the moment to expose his weaknesses. However, he covered it up well. The average person wouldn't notice his disordered breath or this flaw. But Ye Wenxuan was not an average person. He was a seasoned player immersed in online games for many years. After the last hit of a 15-hit ultimate move, there would generally be a brief delay before the next attack. The reason was simple: fatigue. Even with the stamina of an ox, attacking rapidly 15 times in succession would indeed become tiring. Taking advantage of your weakness to take your life. Having used the 15-hit ultimate, it was evident that Lu Shaoji's intent to kill Ye Wenxuan was determined. Since you are so ruthless, I also have no need to show mercy. Pointing technique. Be immobilized. Whoosh! A mysterious light shot from Ye Wenxuan's fire stick, aiming for a pressure point on Lu Shaoji's chest. Lu Shaoji thought it was some kind of hidden weapon and instinctively dodged, but that mysterious light seemed to have a mind of its own, curving around and instantly entering his chest. Huh, not painful or itchy. It seems there's even a refreshing feeling. Bang! At that moment, Ye Wenxuan struck Lu Shaoji's face with a violent blow, causing his head to twist, his hair to become disheveled, leaving a red mark on his face. 386. 5. Nearly 400 damage. Critical hit damage. Indeed, hitting the head easily results in critical hits. I can't move. Lu Shaoji was horrified, not only unable to move, but aside from his brain being able to think, the rest of his organs seemed to have ceased functioning. He couldn't even speak, nor could his eyes move. That light from earlier. Lu Shaoji was not foolish. He quickly deduced that it was the mysterious light that was responsible. Bang! 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 Taking advantage of Lu Shaoji's immobilization, Ye Wenxuan struck, continuously hitting him 5 times in total, targeting Lu Shaoji's limbs and waist, each strike dealing nearly 200 points of damage. Puff! After 5 seconds, the pointing technique was lifted and Lu Shaoji spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. He had 187 points of health left. With the 5-second immobilization, Ye Wenxuan's attack speed was average, allowing him only 6 strikes. With the divine pointing technique in hand, he would need to work hard to increase his attack speed. However, although he hadn't killed Lu Shaoji, Ye Wenxuan could easily end Lu Shaoji's life with just one more shot. Yet Ye Wenxuan hesitated. This was not the game world, but the real world. Killing someone meant truly getting blood on his hands. Aside from having killed in games, Ye Wenxuan had never killed anyone in real life. Out of humanitarian compassion, he couldn't bring himself to kill indiscriminately. Most importantly, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Lu Shaoji. Ye Wenxuan merely wanted to regain face after being kicked by Lu Shaoji and intended to teach him a lesson not to take his life. However, Lu Shaoji had already been thoroughly offended by him. Even if he did not kill Lu Shaoji would not let him go, nor would the power of the Lu family. Thus Ye Wenxuan hesitated. If he didn't kill, he would suffer. If he did, he would feel somewhat guilty, having never taken a— Ha ha ha! You dare not kill me. Sensing Ye Wenxuan's hesitation, Lu Shaoji burst into laughter, his gaze fixed on Ye Wenxuan, filled with contempt, as if to say, even if you are stronger than me, so what? You are nothing but a lowly beggar. Without the backing of a powerful faction, you are still no match for me. His eyes were naked with disdain and contempt. Ye Wenxuan remained silent, surveying his surroundings. Most of the people gathered here were nobles and wealthy individuals, with only a few being wealthy travelers from afar. In their eyes, Ye Wenxuan saw the same expression as Lu Shaoji's: disdain, disgust, and contempt. Especially the beautiful woman dining with Lu Shaoji, whose face was etched with scorn. Although Ye Wenxuan did not know her name, he speculated that her surname was Yue, and she was from the city lord's manor. She bore a striking resemblance to the little princess of the city lord's manor who had killed the former Yu Xuan, and he suspected she was closely related to that young princess. It was precisely because of this suspicion that from the moment he entered the Wielding tower and laid eyes on her, he had not given her a single pleasant look. She showed no kindness to Ye Wenxuan, and he returned the favor in kind. Filthy beggar trash. If you've got the guts, come and kill me. Come on, kill me, and you won't escape lecking. The more Lu Xiaojie convinced himself that Ye Wenxuan dared not kill him, the more arrogant and provocative he became. Was there actually someone begging to be killed? Ye Wenxuan was taken aback. Was this man an idiot? Since the third young master of the Lu family was so eager to die, there were naturally those who were pleased to see it. A voice filled with indignation rang out from upstairs. Brother, this Lu Xiaojie has always bullied men and violated women. Countless innocent girls have been ruined by him. He even defiled the 3-year-old girl from Old Wang's family. And he didn't spare the 80-year-old grandmother from Old Song's family either. A man like this must not be allowed to live. A man like this deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Brother, he is a demon. Leaving him alive is a scourge on this world. Get rid of him now. The one daring to provoke and mock Lu Xiaojie so openly was undoubtedly Hua Wuyin, the young master of the Hua family in Lecking. Ye Wenxuan glanced at Hua Wuyin, who was openly embracing a beautiful woman in public, completely unbridled. The one you accuse of bullying men and violating women is not Lu Xiaojie. It is you yourself. Nevertheless, Ye Wenxuan paid no heed to whether his words were true or false, and walked straight toward Lu Xiaojie. In the eyes of others, it seemed he believed Hua Wuyin's words, and was going to deal with the wicked young master who bullied men and violated women. Hua Wuyin, don't fabricate lies and stir up trouble. If anything happens to me with so many eyes watching, you won't get off easy either. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Xiaojie panicked. Seeing Ye Wenxuan approaching step by step, he was utterly terrified. He had been so arrogant earlier because he believed Ye Wenxuan feared the Lu family's power and dared not kill him. But he worried that some lowly commoners were often overflowing with a sense of justice, and for the sake of righteousness would dare to kill even the grandson of the Emperor of Heaven. Some people, the more wretched their lives, the more they possessed the spirit of a desperado. When they did foolish things, they acted recklessly, thinking my life is already cheap enough, trading it for a noble one is worth it. Lu Xiaojie was truly panicked, fearing that this beggar brother before him would be overwhelmed by a sense of justice and kill in a fit of rage. I have never done such things as bullying men and violating women. It's all Hua Wuyin's lies. He holds a grudge against me, and only he is capable of such deeds. Look at the beauty in his arms named Insue. He forcibly took her from the Drunken Red Pavilion. The Drunken Red Pavilion. Just hearing the name, one knew it was a place where men often went for pleasure and entertainment. Ye Wenxuan remained unmoved. With a thick blackened fire poker on his shoulder, he walked coldly step by step toward Lu Xiaojie. His stern, soot-blackened face resembled a door god exuding the fierce might of a demon. Please, brother beggar. I am an honest man. Since birth I have never done anything wrong. I wouldn't even dare to step. Lord beggar, I am naturally timid and have never had the courage to do wrong. Hearing Lu Xiaojie's pleas for mercy, the beautiful woman dining with him suddenly laughed, as if she found his words utterly ridiculous. Lu Xiaojie's face instantly darkened, whether from being laughed at by the beauty or from having his lies exposed. The beauty laughed heartily, but when Ye Wenxuan glanced at her, she immediately put on a sour face, refusing to give him any pleasant expression. Brother beggar, Lu Xiaojie has committed countless heinous crimes in his life, including murder and arson. 3 years ago, he was eating at a restaurant. Just because the food didn't suit his taste, he killed the owner, the owner's wife, and all the staff. A villain so utterly evil deserves death. Hua Wuyin continued to fan the flames from the side. Moi. Ye Wenxuan's expression turned icy, and his gaze at Lu Xiaojie gleamed with chilling light. No, it's not true. Hua Wuyin is slandering me. Seeing the cold light in Ye Wenxuan's eyes, Lu Xiaojie's courage completely failed him. It seemed this beggar brother truly would not let him off. Why had he been so foolish as to beg him to kill him earlier? Hua Wuyin, if anything happens to me, you won't survive either. The beggar brother was already at his doorstep. Lu Xiaojie was in complete panic. With severe injuries to his limbs and a weak waist, he had no strength to escape. No, don't kill me. I have elderly parents and young children. Get out of my way. Just as everyone expected Ye Wenxuan to commit violence, he instead kicked Lu Xiaojie away and then picked up the shoes on the floor and slowly put them on. These were the shoes he had thrown on the ground while scratching his feet earlier. Lu Xiaojie paid no attention to being kicked and rolling several times. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. My God, he was just putting on his shoes. He scared me half to death. Since Ye Wenxuan did not kill Lu Xiaojie, many of the onlookers lost interest and returned to their tables to eat. TCH. The beautiful woman dining with Lu Xiaojie sneered. I thought you had some real skill, but in the end you're still afraid of the Lu family, aren't you? Hep. Ye Wenxuan chuckled softly, his face expressionless as he walked up to the beauty. You? The beauty panicked. If even Lu Xiaojie couldn't defeat this beggar, she certainly couldn't. Nothing much. With that, Ye Wenxuan reached out his dirty, greasy claws, and before the beauty could react, pinched her cheek. Oh, what a pretty face. Then his filthy hands rubbed, pinched, kneaded, and wiped all over her face. In just a short while the bowtie's face turned black and greasy. A beautiful face had become that of a beggar. Yu Xiangling let out a scream sharper and more piercing than a rooster's crow. But Ye Wenxuan felt it wasn't enough. His hands were still dirty, so he continued wiping them on her hair. After wiping several times, he still felt they weren't clean, so he rubbed his two blackened claws on her clothes again and again. Yu Xiangling was on the verge of madness. Her face was filthy, her hair disheveled, her clothes soiled. The lofty young lady had been reduced to the likeness of a beggar. In all of Licheng no one had ever dared to defile her so. And now a mere beggar had done this. What made Yu Xiangling most despairing was that in broad daylight, and before so many eyes, she had been defiled by a lowly, filthy man. How could she ever show her face again? Who was she? The fourth young lady of the Licheng city, Lord's Manor, a renowned beauty of Licheng. A classic example of a wealthy, powerful, and beautiful woman. Such a beauty was coveted by countless men in Licheng. But today this beautiful flower had been sullied by a pile of course some harbored wicked thoughts. Yu Xiangling, always so aloof and proud like a princess, never deigning to look at any man. After today's incident, would she lower her standards? Would her requirements for a spouse decrease? Did that mean they might have a chance? They'll kill you. Yu Xiangling struck a palm at Ye Wenxuan, but he easily dodged with a light leap. The two exchanged a palm strike. Ye Wenxuan stood his ground without retreating a single step, but Yu Xiangling stumbled back 4 or 5 paces, blood trickling from her mouth. She had clearly suffered internal injuries, though the extent was unknown. You're dead. I am the daughter of the city lord of Lu City. You have defiled me. The city lord's mansion will never let you off. Knowing her own limits, Yu Xiangling did not pursue, but instead threatened. If you kneel down now and kill yourself in atonement, I might consider sparing your younger brother. Indeed, from the city lord's mansion. Ye Wenxuan snorted coldly. Rest assured, even if your city lord's mansion is willing to let me go, I will not easily let your city lord's mansion off. I still have a score to settle with the young miss of your city lord's mansion. What? He actually intended to trouble the city lord's mansion. The crowd was utterly shocked. A mere beggar. What backing did he have to contend with the foremost power of Lu City? Lu Shaoji's heart pounded with terror. This man's audacity was extraordinary. If he dared to provoke the city lord's mansion, killing him, a mere third young master of the Lu family, was nothing he wouldn't dare. Do you know why I struck you? Ye Wenxuan ignored Yu Xiangling and instead looked at Lu Shaojia, asking calmly. Yaist. Lu Shaojia glanced at Yu Wei. It had been less than half an hour since he kicked Yu Wei. Oh, how could he forget? He simply hadn't expected that the beggar he had kicked, another beggar lying beside him, would actually be a master. I apologize for the kick earlier, Lu Shaojia said to Yu Wei with a feigned apologetic look, though his true thoughts remained unknown. Yu Wei stammered, unsure how to respond. Xiaowei, let's go. Ye Wenxuan did not need a reply. He took Yu Wei and left. Having offended 2 major powers, this was their territory, and they could not linger. No one stopped them. Just as the two were about to step out of Lang Tower. Brother, if you worry about trouble from the Lu family and the city lord's mansion, you can choose to join a celestial sect. The day after tomorrow, the imperial envoy will select outstanding youths in Lu City. Brother can go and compete. Those who succeed can proceed to the imperial capital for further selection, earning a chance to join a celestial sect. Hua Wuin's voice rang out. Lu Shaojia and Lu Zhangling's expressions darkened. Their gazes at Hua Wuin were displeased and hostile, as if blaming him for meddling. Thank you for the information. Ye Wenxuan cupped his hands indifferently and was about to leave with Yu Wei. However, at that moment, ding! Congratulations, player. You have triggered the main quest, seeking the Dao, joining a sect. Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the quest system. You can view or abandon quests through the quest panel. He had triggered a quest, and a main quest at that. Ye Wenxuan immediately opened the quest panel to check. Quest 1, seeking the Dao, joining a sect. Join a high-ranking sect and become a disciple at the entry level or above. Quest completion reward 50 million experience points, 500 spirit stones. Special reward, several special items. 50 million experience points. With so much experience, how many levels could he gain? Xiaowei, there's still some food in the bowl. Go ahead and eat. Ye Wenxuan handed his broken bowl to Yu Wei with a smile. The food in the bowl was all taken from Lu Shaoji's table. Brother Xin, you're so good to me. Yu Wei took the broken bowl, his face filled with emotion. Silly boy, you're the only brother I have in this world. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Let's eat. As we walk, we need to leave the city quickly, Ye Wenxuan instructed. Okay. Yu Wei understood the situation. Having offended the 2 major powers of Lu City, staying was no longer an option. Since both were accustomed to wandering, he felt no attachment to leaving Lu City. Where are we going now? Are there any mountain ranges nearby with many demon beasts? Ye Wenxuan asked. Such a question would undoubtedly reveal that he was not the original Yu Xian, but he didn't care. He knew very little about Yu Xian's memories, and since he would be spending a long time with Yu Wei, exposure was inevitable sooner or later. After all, it wasn't he who had harmed Yu Xian. Even if exposed, he had a clear conscience. However, Yu Wei seemed utterly guileless, answering without hesitation. To the south of Lu City lies the Qilin mountain range, home to many first and second rank demon beasts, and even third rank ones sometimes appear. Many warriors in the city like to go there to hunt demon beasts. Brother Xian, are you planning to go there to escape the pursuit of the two major powers? The Qilin mountain range had treacherous terrain and numerous demon beasts. The two powers would have to tread carefully if they wanted to pursue someone there. It wasn't surprising that Yue thought this way, but he didn't know that Ye Wenxuan's main intention was not to evade pursuit, but to level up by killing monsters. Currently his combat power was largely derived from the divine dragon art. If he could reach level 2 and activate 20 of the art's attributes, he would be nearly twice as powerful as now. If he could reach level 10, he might even unlock the art's special effects. What were the traits of a divine grade art? He didn't know. He was looking forward to it. Sort of. Come on, take me to the Qilin mountain range. Brother Xian, do we really have to go in? There are so many demon beasts in there. Standing before the Qilin mountain range, Yue grew timid. It wasn't that he was a coward, but the place was too eerie, so silent that even the chirping of insects and birds was absent, and aside from the two of them, there wasn't a single soul in sight. The entire mountain range stretched like an endless undulating sea of trees, a primeval jungle. The most ordinary trees were as thick as 2 men could embrace, and the largest ones required 7 or 8 people to encircle, with branches thicker than a man's waist, large enough to build a house upon. The jungle was dense with foliage. Who knew how many green snakes lurked among the branches? Those thick branches could easily conceal a tiger. Once inside, one had to be wary of ambushes by demon beasts at every turn. Didn't you say many warriors come here to adventure? Why is there no sign of activity? Ye Wenxuan asked in confusion. I'm not too sure either. Maybe there aren't that many true warriors. Yue was embarrassed. He knew very little about the actual situation. Brother Xian, maybe we shouldn't go in. The people from the city lord's mansion and the Liu family will surely find out we're heading toward the Qilin mountain range. If we don't go in, they might think we did. The world is vast. If we go far away, finding us would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. No, we're going in. Ye Wenxuan said firmly. Don't worry, he'll protect you. All right. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No sooner had they stepped into the Qilin mountain range than Ye Wenxuan heard a series of rustling sounds coming from all directions. These sounds were extremely faint. Ordinary people might not hear them. But Ye Wenxuan's spiritual power had grown, sharpening his hearing, so he detected some activity. Whooshed. Just as they passed by a patch of grass, several streams of black liquid shot out from it, striking. Ye Wenxuan, already on high alert, grabbed Yue and dodged aside. Sizzle. The black liquid hit the ground, corroding a large patch of soil and emitting wisps of black smoke, a testament to its potent toxicity. Croak, croak, croak. From the grass leaped 5 toads, each the size of 2 palms. With sharp sounds, streams of black liquid shot from their mouths. Ding. Level 3 Furied Toad, a first-rank low-level demon beast, a social creature. It can spit venom to injure or extend its tongue to ensnare. Combat Power 250. Level 3 Furied Toad. Combat Power 255. Level 3 Furied Toad. Combat Power 247. When the 5 toads appeared, a system interface emerged before Ye Wenxuan, with each toad having a brief description above its head. Unexpectedly, the system also had the ability to identify monsters. Ye Wenxuan felt a surge of joy. All 5 toads were level 3 monsters with average combat power, each around 250 points, likely weaker than Liu Xiaojia, so dodging their attacks was not difficult for Ye Wenxuan. Shall we be careful and hide behind that tree? I will handle these 5 beasts, Ye Wenxuan instructed, pointing at a large tree ahead. All right, Brother Xian, be careful. Once Yue had hidden, Ye Wenxuan leaped left and right, evading several waves of attacks from the 5 toads, and approached within 5 meters of one toad. Acupoint Sealing Technique, freeze for me. A mysterious light shot out and struck the toad. Hoo. The toad promptly fell asleep as the acupoint sealing technique triggered a state of unconsciousness. Ye Wenxuan was not well versed in human acupoints and knew nothing about the acupoints of beasts, so he did not know what effect would be triggered by the god-level acupoint sealing technique hitting any specific part. However, he did not need to know. Regardless of the effect triggered, it was a highly controlling effect: immobilization, unconsciousness, paralysis. Any of these would leave the target passively taking hits. Smack, smack, smack. Taking advantage of the situation, while the toad was unconscious, Ye Wenxuan struck it 3 times with all his might, each blow dealing around 180 damage. With the toad's total health being just over 400, its health instantly plummeted. To quickly kill this toad, Ye Wenxuan reduced his dodging movements and suffered a poison attack. Fortunately, his health was robust, exceeding 4,000, and this poison attack only dealt a little over 300 damage, posing no life-threatening crisis. Although he would be poisoned for another 5 seconds, it was not a major concern. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has slain a level 3 Furied Toad and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has received a long tongue whip. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has received a bottle of toad saliva poison. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has gained 10 gold coins. Haha, jackpot. Indeed, it yielded rewards, experience, equipment, and money. Ye Wenxuan was overjoyed and immediately checked his inventory, discovering a long whip and a bottle of poison in his bag. However, while he received these 2 items, he did not see the 10 gold coins. After a while, he realized that his bag had a new function, currency bank. He immediately opened the currency bank to check, finding it was merely a data statistics panel with just 2 entries: coins 10 pieces, chaos coins 1 piece. The 10 coins were undoubtedly from the recent kill of the furried toad. The 1 chaos coin was obtained from Yu Xuan's challenge against the ultimate boss, the world-destroying chaos beast. What could this 1 chaos coin possibly do? Forget it, he would know when the time came. For now, he would just hold on to it. Continuing to check the currency bank panel, he found several function options at the bottom: automatic deposit, withdraw currency, deposit currency, exchange, etc. Automatic deposit is akin to an auto pickup feature. The gold coins dropped from slain monsters would automatically store in the currency bank, which is why Ye Wenxuan had not found the 10 gold coins and 1 chaos coin in his inventory immediately. Currency exchange allows for the exchange of various currencies: RMB, galaxy coins, gold coins, spirit stones, immortal stones, divine stones, etc. Currency exchange is a powerful feature, but Ye Wenxuan had no mood to study it right now. He needed to continue battling. Most importantly, he was broke and had no money. Currency investment and exchange were definitely out of his league. Just while he was checking his inventory, Ye Wenxuan was hit by another poison attack, and another toad seized the opportunity to ensnare his right foot with its long tongue. Taking advantage of the situation, Ye Wenxuan rolled over to the front of this toad, pressing his body down tightly on its sticky, poison-covered tongue, then raised the fire stick high and swung down. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits, 5 hits. Due to deepening poison, Ye Wenxuan fell into a weakened state and could not exert all his strength. It took him 5 hits to finally slay this toad. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has slain a level 3 furry toad and gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has received a bottle of toad gastric juice, highly toxic. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has received a bottle of toad bile antidote. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has gained 10 gold coins. Ye Wenxuan thought this was the end, but the system notification continued. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has received the favor of the goddess of luck, obtaining a gift from the goddess of luck. What? Favor of the goddess of luck. Did the beggar set effect trigger? The drop rate for premium equipment and items increased by 30, indeed powerful. He triggered the set effect just after killing the second monster. What would be the first premium item he would receive? Could it be a super experience pill? Could it be a 10-fold experience pill? Ye Wenxuan was filled with anticipation and immediately opened the gift package labeled Gift from the Goddess of Luck in his inventory. Gift from the Goddess of Luck. Upon use, randomly obtain a special item or object with a very high chance of receiving a premium item. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has received a premium outfit. 1 pair of black-framed glasses. What? A pair of black-framed glasses? Do you think I'm nearsighted? Damn! What use is an outfit? It doesn't enhance combat power. Though extremely dissatisfied, Ye Wenxuan still opened his inventory to check the black-framed glasses he had obtained. Black-framed glasses costume, a pair of glasses processed with special techniques. Wearing them will double visual ability. Double the visual range. Without hesitation, Ye Wenxuan immediately took them from his inventory and put them on. Now he could see much farther. His vision had doubled. He could see much clearer. He could even see how many ants were on the ground. When Ye Wenxuan looked at the remaining 3 toads, he could even see the trajectories of the saliva they spat out. The flying speed of the saliva seemed to have slowed down by half, allowing Yu Xuan to clearly see their trajectories. Capturing their movement paths made evading their attacks a piece of cake. Powerful. So powerful. Although these black-framed glasses did not directly enhance combat power, their impact on battle was tremendous. With doubled vision, it undoubtedly allowed for more effective observation of opponents' attacks during combat, enabling correct evasions and better insight into opponents' weaknesses for delivering fatal strikes. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has activated the costume system. He actually unlocked the Once he collected a full set of outfits, he could completely replace the ugly appearance of the beggar suit with a stylish. At that time, he would wear a suit, pursue rich beauties, and rise against the wealthy and handsome. The system does not deceive me. Ye Wenxuan laughed heartily, looking at the remaining 3 furry toads with disdain. Level 3 monsters no longer posed a threat to him. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of poison shot towards Ye Wenxuan, who merely sidestepped slightly, easily avoiding the attacks, and steadily advanced towards the remaining 3 furry toads. Die! Ye Wenxuan swung the fire stick forcefully towards one of the furry toads. By now the 5-second duration of his poison had ended, the weakened state lifted, and he was able to attack with full strength once more. Crack! 178. 5. 368. 5. Critical damage plus 5 points of piercing injury. The furried toad was slammed to the ground by Ye Wenxuan, its health reduced to a mere thread, then mercilessly stomped on by Ye Wenxuan, finishing it off. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for killing a level 3 furried toad, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a vial of toad saliva venom. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a vial of toad bile antidote. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for receiving 10 gold coins. This time the favor of the goddess of luck did not activate, but Ye Wenxuan paid it no mind to a 30 drop rate, is not 100 after all. If it didn't trigger, then keep killing. Crack, crack, ding. Having slain another furied toad, the system notification sounded once more. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for killing a level 3 furied toad, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a vial of toad gastric juice, highly poisonous. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a vial of toad bile antidote. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for receiving 10 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan on leveling up to level 2. Player Yu Xuan has unlocked 10 backpack slots. Player Yu Xuan has gained 30 potential points for distribution. Player Yu Xuan's main cultivation technique, Xianglong Divine Skill, has activated 20 of its attributes. Leveled up. Ye Wenxuan was overjoyed. With 10 additional backpack slots, he could store more items. The 30 potential points could be allocated to attributes like strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, greatly enhancing his physical constitution. Without hesitation, Ye Wenxuan allocated all potential points to his spirit attribute, as it was severely lacking and seriously affecting the balance of his body. Moreover, upon reaching level 2, Xianglong Divine Skill activated 20 of its attributes, granting an additional 50 points each to strength, constitution, and agility, while spirit remained severely behind. Xianglong Divine Skill activated 20 of its attributes, increasing Ye Wenxuan's strength, constitution, and agility by 50 points each. HP 3000, internal power 1000, attack 60, defense 30, evasion 15, accuracy 15, critical rate 10, HP regeneration 5 per second, internal power regeneration 2 per second. Combat power increased by 1000 points. Instantly nearly doubled in strength. Combat power reached over 2200. HP regeneration rate at 11 points per second. Due to the level up, his HP instantly refilled to a staggering 7300. Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. And he's only level 2. Ye Wenxuan was ecstatic. This immense strength was largely thanks to Xianglong Divine Skill, a divine level cultivation technique truly worthy of its might. After his excitement, Ye Wenxuan turned his gaze to the last furied toad. Swish! Ye Wenxuan's speed was nearly doubled compared to before, instantly reaching the furied toad and swinging his club to strike. Crack! 432. 5. A single blow inflicted over 400 damage, instantly draining the furied toad's health to 0. A one-hit kill. This was a normal attack without any skill-enhanced damage. Of course, Ye Wenxuan had not yet learned any damage skills and could only rely on basic attacks. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for killing a level 3 furied toad, earning 400 experience points. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a vial of toad gastric juice, highly poisonous. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a vial of toad bile antidote. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for receiving 10 gold coins. Leveling up reduced the experience gained, which was expected by Ye Wenxuan. However, this was not the end. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for receiving the favor of the goddess of luck, obtaining a gift from the goddess. Without hesitation, Yu Xuan immediately opened his backpack and used the gift. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a secret manual of Du Chan Gong. What? A cultivation technique dropped. Unbelievable. Even low-level monsters can drop cultivation techniques. How formidable. If cultivation techniques can drop, then skills should be able to drop as well. Exhilarating. Ashwanga saved me. Just as Ye Wenxuan was about to open his backpack to examine the Du Chan Gong manual, a cry for help came from nearby behind him. Startled, Ye Wenxuan turned to see a 1-meter-long flying snake with golden wings hanging from a treetop above Yu Wei's head, flicking its tongue and biting toward Yu Wei's neck. Level 9 golden-winged flying snake, first rank, high-level demon beast. Suicidal. Furious, Ye Wenxuan had no time to examine the flying snake's info or combat power. He charged to Yu Wei's side and swung his firewood stick at the flying snake. Clack! The golden-winged flying snake was struck and flung far away, collapsing weakly on the ground, unable to. Ye Wenxuan looked at Yu Wei, who was barely breathing, lips turning purple, with 2 deep bloody wounds on his neck, evidently bitten and poisoned by the flying snake. Enraged, Ye Wenxuan approached the golden-winged flying snake and stomped on it hard several times until it was utterly dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for killing a level 9 golden-winged flying snake, earning 2000 experience points. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a vial of snake blood. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a piece of snake skin. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a pound of snake meat. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a snake gallbladder. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for receiving 100 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for receiving the goddess favor, obtaining 2 gifts from the goddess. Upon use. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining the golden snake set, 1 golden snake sword, 1 golden snake robe, 1 pair of golden snake pants, and 1 pair of golden snake boots. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining the golden snake sword technique manual. This was a level 9 elite monster dropping plentiful treasures. However, Ye Wenxuan had no mood to inspect his loot, and walked to Yue, producing a vial of basic life potion to pour into Yu's mouth. After being poisoned by the snake venom, Yu's health was rapidly depleting. Whether due to the venom's potency or his weak constitution, he was losing 25 HP per second. With only about 400 to 500 HP, he would bleed out in merely 20 seconds. The snake venom entered Yu's bloodstream through his neck, circulating throughout his body. If not completely eradicated, it would linger long-term and cause damage. After drinking the basic life potion, Yu's HP instantly refilled, but he remained in a bleeding state. As the venom damaged his organs, the blood loss rate increased. Ye Wenxuan dared not hesitate, and quickly gave Yue a vial of toad bile. "Shall we drink this? It can detoxify." Yue seemed to trust Yu Xuan completely, and swallowed the bitter bile without complaint. After drinking it, his complexion improved somewhat. The antidote was effective. After a while, Ye Wenxuan noticed Yu's HP was still dropping at 10 points per second. Clearly the snake venom was not fully neutralized. Ye Wenxuan immediately took out the snake gallbladder obtained from the golden-winged flying snake. Examining its effects, the snake bile could detoxify, and was especially effective against snake venom. Overjoyed, Ye Wenxuan crushed the snake gallbladder and forced the entire bile into Yu's mouth. The detoxification effect was rapid. Within moments, Yu's complexion became much rosier. 1 minute later, Yu's HP stopped dropping. The snake venom was completely eradicated. Ye Wenxuan then fed him another vial of basic life potion to fully restore his health. "Shuanga, thank you." Yue expressed his gratitude. "No need for thanks. If you were gone from this world, I would feel utterly lonely. Here, take these items. This is a sword technique manual. Try practicing it, and see if you can learn it." Ye Wenxuan took out the golden snake set and the golden snake sword technique manual, handing them to Yue. These items are too precious. You should keep them yourself, Shuanga." Yue was secretly astounded by Xuanzhe's ability to summon such treasures from thin air. Ever since Xuanzhe's resurrection, he had changed drastically, not only becoming incredibly powerful, but also adopting a different style of doing things to the point he no longer knew the location of the Qilin Mountains. It was as if he had become a completely different person. "I have no use for these things, so take them," Ye Wenxuan instructed. "Xiangu is now very powerful. He cannot hold Xiangu back. He must become strong as well." Yue donned the golden serpent robe, golden serpent pants, and golden serpent boots. These 3 pieces of equipment could automatically adjust in size to fit Yue, who was only 13 or 14 years old. This is fun. Seeing that these 3 items could change size on their own, Yu's innocent joy surged, and he loved them dearly. Dressed in this new outfit, he still looked shabby in his original beggar's clothes with a dirty face and messy hair. Although the golden serpent outfit appeared slightly luxurious in a pale gold hue, it clashed entirely with his image like a beggar wearing royal attire. "Xiangu, I can't wear these things." Looking at how refined Xiangu appeared while he looked so extravagant, Yue felt a sudden pang of guilt and firmly refused to wear the golden serpent outfit. Ye Wenxuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. In terms of appearance, he didn't like the beggar outfit either. However, without the beggar clothes, who knows how long it would take for Yue to get the golden serpent outfit. These 3 items possess extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Combined with the golden serpent sword in your hand, they can make you even stronger. As you have seen in the Qilin Mountain range, danger lurks everywhere. You cannot afford to be without defensive and offensive. The golden serpent outfit is indeed powerful and practical. I checked its attributes before giving it to you. Golden serpent robe, defense 100, poison resistance 50, fire resistance 50. Golden serpent pants, defense 100, evasion 100. Golden serpent boots, movement speed 100. Golden serpent sword, attack 150, break, defense 30, piercing 30. Set attributes, attack inflicts 10 points second of serpent poison damage for 10 seconds, stackable infinitely. Indeed, it is a top-tier set, especially with its set attribute, which allows poison damage to stack infinitely. If the attack speed is fast enough, it can certainly inflict tons of damage in a short time. This set in terms of combat power surpasses the beggar outfit Yu Xuan wears by an unknown measure. Nonetheless, Ye Wenxuan unhesitatingly gifted it to Yue, enabling him to have the means to protect himself. "Wow, I truly feel like I have become much stronger," Yue exclaimed in delight. Particularly the 100 movement speed boost from the golden serpent boots gave him a feeling of lightness, making him feel incredibly swift while walking. Yue, agile as a monkey, easily leaped onto a large tree, showcasing the effects of the speed boost. Swish! With a single stroke, he severed a branch thicker than his thigh. The golden serpent sword was exceptionally sharp, making him reluctant to part with it. After playing for a while, he finally jumped down from the tree, feeling satisfied. Even if Xiangu asked him to take off the equipment, he would probably be unwilling. Then he looked at the last item. Xiangu had given him a swordsmanship manual. Golden Serpent Swordsmanship, created by the Golden Serpent Master. It comprises 6 styles: Golden Light, Serpent Shadow, Tenfold Golden, Serpent Frenzy, Dance, Spiritual, Serpent Lightning, Flash, Serpent Trapped, in Sorrow City, and Golden Serpent Transforming into a Dragon. Xiangu, I can't understand this. You know I can't read. Yue flipped through the Golden Serpent Swordsmanship manual, finding most of it was text entirely incomprehensible to him. Although there were illustrations, he was equally clueless about those. Can't read. Ye Wenxuan suddenly realized a beggar could recognize very few characters. What should be done? Oh! Yu Wei exclaimed in surprise, suddenly sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and entering a meditative state. After several seconds, Yu Wei opened his eyes, an astonishing aura surging from his body, with two sharp, sword lights flashing in his gaze. Swish! Suddenly Yu Wei moved his entire being, transforming into a flash of lightning leaping before a large tree. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Yu Wei's figure spiraled around the tree, soaring like a dragon, with sharp sword energy erupting from the golden serpent sword in his hand, slashing against the tree before him. In just 3 seconds, the entire tree was chopped into segments, leaving a pile of splintered wood on the ground. Landing on the ground, Yu Wei's figure trembled slightly, and the fierce aura around him dissipated without a trace, his steps unsteady, as if he were about to topple. Clearly, the sudden burst of power had exhausted Yu Wei greatly, leaving him in an extremely weak state. Did I do that? Yu Wei's eyes widened in shock at his own achievements. Just moments ago, he had been unable to understand the text in the Golden Serpent Swordsmanship Manual. However, when he carefully examined the illustrations, the humanoid figures seemed to come to life, merging into a small person imprinted into his mind. This small figure held a sword, demonstrating one move after another, totaling 6 moves. Although there were only 6 moves, they possessed endless variations, and the combinations between different moves could produce different effects. Yu Wei was captivated, unable to resist mimicking the small figure's movements, not realizing this would result in the astonishing effect of chopping a tree into dozens of pieces, creating a pile of splintered wood. Oh, where did that manual go? Yu Wei exclaimed in surprise, only to discover the Golden Serpent Swordsmanship Manual had vanished at some point. That manual can only be understood by one person. Once someone comprehends it, it will disappear. The skills and techniques provided by the system are one-time items. Once understood by someone, they will vanish. Yu Wei was unaware of this, but Ye Wenxuan was fully aware. The techniques he had previously obtained, such as the dragon subduing art and the acupoint sealing technique, were also one. Yu Wei's ability to comprehend made Ye Wenxuan very happy. Now his little brother could be considered a skilled fighter, at least in the perilous Qilin mountain range. He wouldn't need to constantly protect him. Then Xiangu, don't you have no chance to learn this Golden Serpent Swordsmanship? Yu Wei said regretfully, since he had consumed the manual. Xiangu naturally could not learn it. He knew very well that Xiangu had not learned the Golden Serpent Swordsmanship. If he had, he would have used it in the previous battle. It's okay, I will get even better martial arts techniques in the future, and then you will have the chance to learn even greater skills. Ye Wenxuan said with a calm smile, confident due to the system by his side. Is that so? Well then, Yu Wei said with some regret. You seem to have expended a lot of energy. Are you okay? Ye Wenxuan asked with concern. I'm fine, Xiangu. Yu Wei smiled, and then said with slight regret, the Golden Serpent Swordsmanship is too powerful. My physical constitution is weak, so I might not be able to fully utilize its techniques. Otherwise, I would face excessive physical consumption, leading to extreme weakness like now. Hearing this made Ye Wenxuan's heart stir. He promptly took out the Poison Toad Art manual from his backpack. The Poison Toad Art describes the cultivation methods from the 1st to 36th level. What made Ye Wenxuan's teeth ache was that the Poison Toad Art manual only contained a simple description like this. He had not learned this technique, so he couldn't view its combat attributes. This is a martial arts manual. See if you can comprehend and practice it. Ye Wenxuan handed the manual to Yu Wei. Practicing martial arts can greatly enhance a person's physical qualities, which might compensate for Yu Wei's weak constitution. This Xiangu, you haven't learned this either, so you should learn it instead. Yu Wei refused. Take it, I have already learned a more powerful technique. This Poison Toad Art is just for you to practice. In the future, Xiangu will find even more powerful techniques for you. After learning this manual, your physical qualities will significantly improve, and you should be able to execute the Golden Serpent Swordsmanship without issue. Hearing this, Yu Wei stopped refusing. If he couldn't unleash the Golden Serpent Swordsmanship to its full potential, he would only become a burden to Xiangu in the perilous Qilin mountain range. Upon receiving the manual for the Poison Toad technique, Yu Wei opened it to find a small figure in a meditative posture depicted on every page, totaling 36 pages corresponding to the 36 levels of the technique. The figure was marked with numerous red dots and several red lines that interconnected these dots. After flipping through all 36 pages, the entire manual dissipated into mist, and one small figure after another imprinted themselves in his mind, etching deep into his memory. As before, Yu Wei closed his eyes suddenly after reading the manual and sat cross-legged on the ground. This time he sat for a long while, about half an hour later. Oh! Yu Wei suddenly stood up, letting out a howl towards the sky, seeming to rise a few inches, radiating, Brother Xianai, I feel like I've become several times stronger, at least 20 or 30 times. Yu Wei exclaimed, clenching his fists and reveling in the sensation. No way, 20 or 30 times stronger. Ye Wenxuan exclaimed in shock. When Ye Wenxuan activated 10 of his attributes by cultivating the dragon's subduing divine art, at level 1 he had only become about 10 times stronger. If all attributes were activated, he could achieve 100-fold combat power. I've only cultivated the Poison Toad technique to level 10, Yu Wei replied awkwardly. Perhaps my aptitude is too poor to fully comprehend the technique. You've reached level 10 just after starting cultivation. Ye Wenxuan was astonished but quickly realized that the dragon's subduing divine art was too powerful, belonging to the divine tier of techniques. So even with the system's assistance, it was impossible to reach higher levels abruptly, only managing to cultivate to level 1. Besides, there might be other factors such as personal talent. Very well, you've reached level 10. Ye Wenxuan praised, then asked, do you know if your cultivated technique has any special effects or characteristics? In fact, he wanted to ask if the poison toad technique activated any special effects upon reaching level 10. Yue pondered for a moment, then said, I feel that my attacks can inflict toad poison damage, and the targets I hit will suffer intensified poison damage for a short time. It can even impose a vulnerability status. Ye Wenxuan was secretly amazed. Poison-based vulnerability combined with Yu's toad poison and the golden serpent set snake poison created a perfect synergy. A perfect combination for explosive damage. He already anticipated that Yue would become his main damage dealer for future boss fights. When facing bosses, unless it was a personal boss, Ye Wenxuan had never considered tackling one alone. When fighting, it's about teamwork. He wanted a strong, dedicated party consisting of healers, tanks, damage dealers, and various supports. Besides these two characteristics, I feel like I've become immensely stronger. Yue said excitedly, now even if I encounter Lu Xiaojia, I feel I could take him down, just like you, Brother Xian. Then with a face full of gratitude, he added, Brother Xian, thank you for giving me such a wonderful gift. How many times have I said it? You are my brother, and there's no need for formality between brothers. If you continue to be so polite, I won't give you any of my good stuff in the future. Okay, then I won't be polite with you anymore. Although I don't know what changes you've undergone since you were still as good to me as before, you will always be my brother Xian. Yue thought to himself. Ding. Yu's affinity with the player has greatly increased. Ding. Yu's affinity with the player has reached 100 points. Ding. The player has acquired 100 points of affinity for the first time. Oh, would you like to activate the friend function? Friend function. Ye Wenxuan speculated privately that the friend function here was definitely similar to the one in the online games he previously played, where friends could be added in the game. But now it seemed he was the only player with the system. Forget it, he'd find out once he activated it. Activate. Ding. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for activating the friend function. Ye Wenxuan immediately opened the friend function interface in the system, where the rules of the friend function were introduced. Players can add targets with 100 points of affinity as friends. While grinding monsters in the same map with friends, players can receive experience bonuses from monsters killed by their friends. The higher the affinity, the richer the experience gained. When friends kill monsters, players enjoy the right to loot currency. The higher the affinity, the more currency drops. When friends kill elite monsters and bosses, players enjoy the right to loot equipment and items. The higher the affinity, the higher the value of dropped equipment and items. While this is similar to a team function, moreover, it seems there's no limit to the number of friends, which means one could develop friends indefinitely. If he develops a bunch of friends in the future, couldn't they all grind monsters together in a monster-rich area? Wouldn't that mean leveling up faster than a rocket? Without hesitation, Ye Wenxuan immediately added Yue as a friend. There's a small stream ahead, let's go wash up there. Ye Wenxuan instructed. Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. With so many monsters on the ground, won't it be even more dangerous in the water? Ye Wenxuan chuckled. You've just said you've become many times stronger. Why are you still so timid? It seems I need to push you into dangerous situations more often for your courage to grow. Without caring whether he agreed or not, Ye Wenxuan dragged him toward the stream. The stream was narrow and shallow, not resembling the deep pool where monsters might lurk. The two jumped into the water and washed for a while. Even after they finished washing, not a single monster had appeared. After getting out and sitting on a large rock, they began to dress. Brother Xian, what's that hanging on your nose? Yue pointed at the glasses Ye Wenxuan was wearing and asked. He had wanted to ask this for a long time, but had momentarily forgotten due to his excitement from practicing techniques and swordplay. This is called glasses. They can enhance a person's vision, allowing one to see more clearly. That's great. If I want one, you want one. There's only this one in the world. Just kidding, this is a fashion item. How does one make fashion items look good? They have to be cool, stylish, and unique. If I'm the only one in this world with glasses, then these glasses are limited edition fashion. Moreover, they are a unique limited edition. In the past, when playing online games, wealthy players would often complain to Ye Wenxuan that after buying certain new outfits, they would become common within 2 or 3 months, easily obtainable even by casual players. Scarcity makes things valuable. They spent a fortune on their outfits only for them to become commonplace in just 2 or 3 months, which left them feeling extremely unbalanced. Now Ye Wenxuan learned from their lesson that his fashion must be unique to reflect its value. Still, I'll craft even finer things for you in the future. Seeing Yue's dejected expression, Ye Wenxuan softened his tone to console him. Rest a while first, we'll press deeper shortly. We must go deeper again. Yue grumbled. Now that we've grown far stronger, even if members of those 2 powerful factions dare pursue us, we're fully capable of confronting them. Surely there's no need to venture further. Besides, we've been inside this place for quite some time, and not a single soul has crossed our path. Perhaps the Chengzhu Fu and the Lu family simply lack the courage to follow us in at all. Ye Wenxuan's eyes flashed with sharp authority. Enough excuses. No discussion. Your timidity must be tempered. Where danger lies, there we shall go. After resting for a considerable time, the two finally rose. They bathed, then donned the golden serpent armor once more. Yu Wei now appeared radiant and refreshed. Only his slightly disheveled hair and sun-darkened skin remained as traces of his former beggar's guise. Yet Ye Wenxuan studied Yu Wei closely, sensing something oddly amiss about his attire. Only after a long moment did he realize the issue, and retrieve the long-tongue whip from his pack, a weapon forged from the tongue of the first furried toad he had slain. Long-tongue whip, a supple whip crafted from the elongated tongue of a furried toad, grants 20 attack, 10 poison damage, and inflicts 5 points of toad venom damage per second for 5 seconds upon impact, stackable up to 10 layers. A formidable artifact indeed. Ye Wenxuan coiled the whip once around Yu Wei's waist and secured it with a slipknot, transforming it into an elegant belt. The effect was immediate, and striking the ungainly bulk vanished, replaced by an aura of vitality and poise. Bathed in the golden serpent armor's faint golden radiance, Yu Wei resembled a celestial golden child, youthful, radiant, and irresistibly handsome. Yu Wei dashed to the stream's edge and gazed at his reflection, stunned speechless by his own transformed visage. Is this truly me? When he finally regained his composure, he noticed Ye Wenxuan still wore his original beggar's garb. Though freshly bathed and no longer grimy, the outfit remained coarse and unrefined. Worn and tattered, how could it possibly be appealing? Brother Xian, now that we possess real power, let's slay more monstrous beasts and sell their remains in town. With the coin we'll buy you fine new robes. Yu Wei declared, no longer considering surrendering the golden serpent armor to Ye Wenxuan. Such a magnificent, dashing ensemble. He would part with it over his own life. Ye Wenxuan fell silent, wordless yet deeply understanding. Having tasted its subtle comforts, he too would never relinquish his beggar's attire. Let's hunt monstrous beasts. Yes. Yu Wei rejoiced inwardly, determined to slay beasts, relentlessly secure high-value carcasses, and earn enough to clothe Brother Xian in splendor. He remained utterly unaware that Brother Xian, though yearning for elegance, held his shabby robes sacred and would never trade them away. 2 hours later. Brother Xian, this tiger is outrageously arrogant. Perched atop a towering tree, Ye Wenxuan and Yu Wei watched from the treetop as a crimson tiger with 3 flowing tails strode confidently toward them, unaware, or so it seemed, of their presence. Yet through his spectacles, Ye Wenxuan discerned the glint of cunning deep within the tiger's eyes, of feigned ignorance. Its deliberate approach betrayed intent to close the distance, then strike with lethal surprise. Ye Wenxuan felt a quiet thrill. The beast was walking straight into oblivion. Even more exhilarating, a cerulean halo shimmered beneath its paws. An elite monster. Level 15 three-tailed crimson tiger. Tier 2 mid-rank monstrous beast. Elite variant, with combat strength of 3500. Yet Ye Wenxuan dismissed its strength without concern. At level 5, his dragon-subduing divine art had activated 50% of its latent attributes. His combat strength surged near 6,000, overwhelming in sheer magnitude. Prepare to coordinate your strike with mine. Yes. After 2 hours of relentless skirmishes, Yu Wei had mastered seamless cooperation with Brother Xian. Closer, ever closer. Ye Wenxuan tracked the tiger's stride with unwavering focus. 10 meters. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Divine level acupoint sealing technique. Now, a streak of arcane light pierced the air toward the tiger. Then both Ye Wenxuan and Yu Wei launched themselves from the branch, hurtling downward like falling stars. Roar. At that instant, the tiger reared upward, poised to lunge, when the arcane light struck true. A wave of crushing paralysis flooded its body, freezing it motionless. Paralyzed. Its eyes bulged wide, bewildered, stunned. Spirit serpent lightning flash. Yu Wei became a blur of lightning, materializing before the tiger in an eye blink. The golden serpent sword slashed twice, swift as thunderclaps. Golden light serpent shadow. 2 more blinding strikes followed, each landing with devastating force. Golden serpent transforms into dragon. Yu Wei circled the immobilized beast, unleashing 9 consecutive slashes, the pinnacle of his sword art. Meanwhile, Ye Wenxuan closed in and swung his fire-tending rod with brutal force. Thwack! A resounding blow landed squarely on the tiger's hindquarters, eliciting violent convulsions, excruciating agony, yet not a single sound escaped its throat. Absolute paralysis. Its vocal cords locked, its throat rigid. Thwack! 888. 5. Another strike cracked across its flank, inflicting nearly 900 points of damage. Had this been the less resilient Lu Xiaojia instead of the tiger's naturally high re-art defense, the blow might well have breached 1,000. Thwack! 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 3 more blows followed, each delivering over 800 points of damage. By then the 5-second paralysis had expired. Roar! The tiger unleashed a cataclysmic roar, finally claiming its moment of fury. Oh roar! Its bellow shook the mountains, reverberating like the sovereign's decree, shaking the very earth thrice. Then, In the next breath, there was no then. Thud. The three-tailed crimson tiger collapsed, lifeless. Poison damage. Within those 5 seconds, Yue had struck it 18 times. Its body bore triple-layered toxicity vulnerability to venom amplified by the golden serpent armor's 18 stacked serpent venom layers, and 18 additional layers of toad venom from the toad venom art. Each layer inflicted 40 points of damage per second. 18 layers amounted to 720 points per second. That was merely the 6th second. By the 10th toxin stacking would easily reach 30 layers, delivering no less than 1,200 points of damage per second. And this accounted solely for poison damage, not a single point from Yu Wei's golden serpent sword art's direct strikes. Truly monstrous. Utterly terrifyingly monstrous. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have slain the level 15 three-tailed crimson tiger and earned 800 experience points. No wonder. An elite monster yielded exceptional rewards. Moreover, Ye Wenxuan stood only at level 5-10 levels below the tiger. Defeating a superior foe granted substantial experience bonuses. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 tiger's whip. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 tiger hide. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 10 gene of tiger meat. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 tiger heart. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 tiger gallbladder. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 tiger bone. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 bottle of tiger blood. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 2 tiger fangs. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 bone-slicing knife. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 pair of crimson tiger boots. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 vial of basic vitality elixir. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 1 vial of basic chi elixir. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have acquired 500 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan has leveled up to level 6. Though he had reached level 6 and acquired numerous drops, Ye Wenxuan felt no joy, for the loot was utterly worthless. Where were the legendary equipment and rare items? Where was the favor of Lady Luck? This was an elite monster, 10 levels higher than him. He could forgive one such failure, but it had been 2 whole hours since Lady Luck last smiled upon him. In those 2 hours he had slain at least 30 or 40 monsters, yet not once had Lady Luck's favor been triggered. A 30 chance, and not a single activation. What was going on? Ding. Your backpack is full. The smelting function has been unlocked. You may place items from your backpack into the furnace to smelt and recycle them, earning cultivation points. Cultivation points. The moment he heard that term, Ye Wenxuan's face lit up with excitement. Cultivation points were crucial. The dragon subduing divine art depended on them for advancement. 100,000 cultivation points. Many aspects of his journey would likely consume this resource. The smelting function was in essence a recycling feature for useless items. Ye Wenxuan immediately opened the system interface and noticed a new smelting function beside the backpack icon, a tripod-round cauldron. He tapped the icon, and the smelting interface appeared, displaying 20 slots. He could place items from his backpack into these slots, then click the smelt button below to recycle them and obtain cultivation points. Without hesitation, Ye Wenxuan tossed dozens of materials: toad saliva, toad gastric juice, snake blood, snake skin, tiger penis, tiger skin, tiger heart, tiger gall, tiger blood, tiger bone, tiger fangs, into the furnace and clicked smelt. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have gained 89 cultivation points. Ye Wenxuan was utterly exasperated. After dumping a pile of items, he only got 89 points. That meant each item was worth a mere 1 or 2 points. Those materials, if sold, could fetch at least 300 to 400 gold coins. Especially the tiger penis. That came from a second-order elite demonic beast. Countless men would covet it. Selling it would surely bring a handsome price. But cultivation points were too vital to him. His current strength relied heavily on the dragon subduing divine art. Even if the points were meager, he would choose to smelt everything, striving to reach 100,000 points as quickly as possible and upgrade the art to level 2. Only true power mattered. Brother Xian, why did that tiger's corpse disappear? Yue suddenly asked. He had long wondered why the demonic beasts they killed vanished without a trace. I'm not entirely sure either. Though Ye Wenxuan didn't know the exact reason, he was certain the system was responsible. But he couldn't explain the system. Without further explanation, Ye Wenxuan took out the newly acquired crimson tiger boots and put them on. Fortunately, the beggar set had no shoes, so he didn't need to remove any piece to wear them. Yue had grown accustomed to Ye Wenxuan's ability to conjure items from thin air. Since Brother Xian had changed so dramatically and gained immense power, Yue didn't press for answers, not wanting to strain their brotherhood. Though the crimson tiger boots dropped from an elite monster, they were not a product of Lady Luck's favor. Just an ordinary piece of equipment. Aside from adding 20 defense and 10 movement speed, they had no other remarkable attributes. After donning the boots, Ye Wenxuan produced a dagger, the newly acquired boning knife, and handed it to Yue. Take it. You'll find it useful. Brother Xian, I already have a weapon. You don't even have a good one yourself. You should keep it. Ah, here you go again. I have plenty of good stuff, the truly valuable ones ID never part with. Ye Wenxuan said, pointing at his glasses. Well, alright, I'll take this knife. Yue accepted the boning knife, toyed with it for a moment, then tucked it into his belt. Let's go deeper. Huh. We have to go deeper, Yue said weakly. We've killed so many beasts and gotten nothing from their corpses. There's no point in continuing this slaughter. Besides, we're encountering more and more second-order beasts. Soon we might run into third-order ones. We might not be able to handle those. You're full of excuses. Let's go. I've told you before. The more afraid and unwilling you are, the more we must press forward. Alas, such is my miserable fate. 3 hours later, deep within Qilan Mountains, Ye Wenxuan and Yue were now lying in ambush on a large tree over 100 meters from a deep pool. Brother Xian, that beast is at least a third-order high-level demonic beast. Do we really have to fight it? Yue stared at the pool ahead and asked. Of course, Ye Wenxuan replied matter-of-factly. That beast looks enormous. I feel our chances are slim. If we go heat in, our odds are indeed low, because that beast is a boss. A boss? What kind of beast is that? It's an extremely powerful and difficult to deal with beast. Or possibly a person, Ye Wenxuan added silently. Since it's so powerful and hard to handle, maybe we should steer clear. If you see a boss and don't fight it, what's the point of hunting? Might as well go farm. Brother Xian, we have no farm. Exactly, so we must fight the boss. Defeating it can make us rich. Alright, but why did you dirty yourself so much? You even rolled in the mud several times. Ye Wenxuan was now covered in mud from head to toe, filthier than before he had bathed. Why did he make himself so? Because it had been 5 full hours since Lady Luck last favored him. Without her blessing, after 4 or 5 hours of grinding, he had gotten nothing worthwhile. This couldn't go on. He was now level 8. Once he reached level 10, the dragon's subduing divine arts attributes would fully activate. Without good drops, leveling alone wouldn't boost his strength fast enough. So in the 3 hours since slaying the 3-tailed crimson tiger, he had been pondering why Lady Luck's favor had ceased for so long. Drawing on his extensive online gaming experience, he reached 2 conclusions. Either Lady Luck's favor had a daily usage limit, or after bathing, he had washed away the beggar's aura, losing her sympathy, and thus her favor. He increasingly believed the second theory was correct, as the beggar set didn't specify any limit on triggering Lady. Convinced of this, he didn't hesitate to cover himself in filth, even rolling in the mud 4 or 5 times, all to regain Lady Luck's favor. What was a little sacrifice for power? I do this solely to become stronger, Ye Wenxuan said helplessly, the bitterness in his heart, known only to himself. Getting so dirty. Can it make you stronger? Yue asked, bewildered. If so, why did you stop me when I wanted to roll in the mud earlier? Your development path is different from mine. Ye Wenxuan explained patiently. I have no choice but to dirty myself. You have no need to. Forget it, I won't explain further. You wouldn't understand anyway. Just know that for now you must focus on increasing your attack speed to maximize your damage output. With equipment and inner arts that could stack poison damage infinitely only by boosting attack speed, could the poison layers accumulate high enough. I will forge a top-tier poison master. Ye Wenxuan shouted in his heart. Brother Xian, but I don't know how to increase attack speed. Cough. Strike fast, fierce, and accurate. That not only boosts attack speed, but also enhances your offensive power. Okay, I understand. Xian, how are we going to deal with that boss? Yue asked curiously. He'll provoke it when we get there, drawing it to the surface. Then he'll find a way to hold it off, and you can attack from the side, or remember, once it attacks you, run quickly and get behind me. Also, when you attack, try to unleash as many attacks as possible in the shortest time. Use the golden snake transforming dragon if you can. This technique allows you to strike multiple times in a short span. You don't need to inflict much damage, just make sure to attack it. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Xian, this tactic of yours isn't new to me. How could I not understand it? Yue laughed. That's good. Just remember, don't be reckless. Just aim to scratch it and get your hits in. Alright, when do we start? Yue seemed a bit excited. Take these bottles. If you get hurt, drink from the red bottle. If you feel your inner strength is depleted and can't continue casting spells, drink from the blue bottle. After saying this, Ye Wenxuan took out several bottles of low-level life potions and low-level inner strength potions and handed them to Yue. For 3 full hours, Ye Wenxuan killed numerous monsters above level 10. Although he didn't find much good loot, he did collect several bottles of low-level life potions and low-level inner strength potions. Once everything was prepared, Ye Wenxuan arrived at the deep pool and took out a bottle of beast blood, pouring it into the water. This was blood from a pig demon acquired after he slain a second-tier pig demon. He poured it into the pool to attract the attention of the beast, within hoping to lure it to the shore. He surmised that beasts are often bloodthirsty creatures, and this beast blood would likely draw the boss lurking in the water. Currently, he lacked the ability to fight in the water, so he had to find a way to draw it to land. After pouring the beast blood into the water, Ye Wenxuan quickly retreated to a distance of over 100 meters and drenched himself with the remaining beast blood. After more than 10 seconds, the surface of the deep pool suddenly stirred, forming a vortex that grew larger. Splash! A gigantic shadow leaped out of the water, soaring high into the air, its powerful aura sweeping in all directions. Level 29 9 Infant Young Beast, a third-tier high-level demon beast offspring of a wyvern and a hydra possessing a trace of dragon blood and hydra blood capable of spitting water and fire. Overall combat power 25000. 25,000 combat power. Ye Wenxuan had reached level 8, activating the 8th layer of the 9 Dragon Divine Art. Including his level and equipment strength, his combat power was only around 8800. The 9 Infant Young Beast, perhaps due to having 9 heads, had an extremely powerful vitality, boasting 1000 health points. Currently, Ye Wenxuan had barely close to 3000 health points. 2500 combat power. 1000 health points. Ye Wenxuan felt his body trembling with excitement. This was a real challenge. The previous small monsters and elite monsters were just too boring to kill. What is a boss? If it lacks challenge, even if it's a boss, it won't drop anything good. Wow, wow, wow. The 9 Infant, true to its name, had 9 heads, all fixated on Ye Wenxuan, their eyes glimmering with greed, as they regarded him as food, emitting cries akin to that of infants' drool hanging from their mouths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 Infant flapped its wings, flying towards Ye Wenxuan. Its flying speed was not fast, akin to a chicken or duck that struggles to soar. The 9 Infant similarly had difficulty flying, stopping after only 70 or 80 meters, still 50 or 60 meters away from Ye Wenxuan. Recognizing the 9 Infant's lack of flying ability, Ye Wenxuan smiled. A boss with weaknesses is easier to target. Without fear, he shouldered a fire stick and leisurely approached the 9 Infant Young Beast, appearing as if it were insignificant. Wow, wow, wow. The 9 Infant Young Beast seemed enraged, roaring at Ye Wenxuan with 3 heads on each side, unleashing jets of water, while the 3 heads in the middle spewed forth fire, all aimed at Ye Wenxuan. Damn, starting with the big moves right away. Ye Wenxuan cursed. With both fire and water being used, if that wasn't a big move, then this 9 Infant was far too abnormal. Using a big move right at the start is a major taboo for bosses. Based on Ye Wenxuan's experience, bosses usually save their big moves for the end. Generally, bosses only unleash their big moves when their health is nearly depleted. Many teams fail to defeat bosses because they can't survive the big moves when the boss is on the brink of death, leading to a total wipe and eventual failure. Perhaps the 9 Infant Young Beast was too young, lacking combat skills. Ye Wenxuan thought to himself. All 9 heads launched an attack simultaneously, and since they were all area attacks, Ye Wenxuan did not dare to be careless. He quickly jumped onto a large tree, avoiding the 3 jets of water. However, even before he could remain on the tree for 2 seconds, 2 jets of fire struck the tree, the astonishing heat, making him feel unbearably hot. Ye Wenxuan's fire resistance was not strong, and he dared not take it heat in, quickly leaping to another branch of a different tree. Looking back at the previous tree, he found that most of its branches and leaves had been charred black. This tree had ample moisture in its branches and leaves. Ordinary flames couldn't char them in just 2 seconds, indicating the ferocity of the fire emitted by the 9 Infant. Ye Wenxuan was alarmed, wondering how much health he would lose if he were burned by that fire. Whoosh! A gust of hot wind blew from the side, and Ye Wenxuan knew that the 9 Infant's fire attack was coming again, quickly jumping to another tree. After repeating this several times, Ye Wenxuan gradually concluded. This 9 Infant had no combat experience, as it did not understand how to anticipate attacks. It merely targeted wherever Ye Wenxuan jumped. 9 heads. It did not know how to coordinate or block Ye Wenxuan's escape routes, nor did it understand how to encircle and attack. The 9 Infant truly lived up to its name. It was essentially a little brat with 9 heads. After a little reasoning, Ye Wenxuan speculated why it was like this. Since the Qilan Mountain Range is a territory for Tier 1 to 3 demon beasts, and this 9 Infant is a 3rd-tier high-level boss-class demon beast, it naturally held the status of a tyrant in this region. Other demon beasts generally kept their distance from it, daring not to provoke it, resulting in it experiencing very few battles, thus leading to its lack of combat experience. Moreover, the system indicated that this was a young beast. Being a juvenile, its intelligence and experience would naturally not be very high. Swish! Jumping again to a tree, Ye Wenxuan was now only 7 or 8 meters away from the 9 Infant Young Beast. With his current physical prowess activated to 80 from the first level of the 9 Dragon Divine Art, he could easily leap to one of its heads with a gentle jump. However, even if this 9 Infant Young Beast was mindless, Ye Wenxuan would not easily jump onto its head. That would be suicidal. Thus, he jumped onto a large tree not far from the left head, and then jumped again, landing on the ground to the left of the 9 Infant Young Beast. It's my turn to attack. Smack! Ye Wenxuan fully activated the dragon-subduing divine art, and struck the 9-headed beastling's waist with his fire-tending staff. 1,585. 5. A single blow, inflicting nearly 1,600 points of damage. And it was not a critical strike. Ye Wenxuan's current attack power barely exceeded 1,800. The 9-headed beastling possessed extraordinary defense, yet this ordinary non-critical strike dealt over 1,500 damage. His offensive might stemmed almost entirely from the dragon-subduing divine art. There could be no doubt. The art itself had wrought this extraordinary effect. Dragon-subduing. It bore its purpose in its very name, mastery over draconic beings. Perhaps the dragon-subduing divine art conferred immense armor-piercing bonuses against dragonkind. And indeed, the nine-headed beastling carried a trace of Wyrm blood within its veins. Walla walla. Struck once, all 9 heads of the beastling shrieked in unison, a cry of searing agony. Each head swiveled toward its wounded waist, eager to unleash torrents of fire and water, only to find the accursed human standing perilously close. To exhale flame would scorch itself. Though it wielded fire, it was not wholly immune to flame. Thus it chose water instead. Having dwelled for ages in deep still pools, its resistance to hydraulic assault far surpassed its tolerance for fire. Torrents of water lanced forth. Ye Wenxuan dodged nimbly. As the beastling prepared to unleash another barrage, it found its target vanished. Ye Wenxuan had already slipped behind its massive back. Though endowed with 9 heads, all were mounted upon its front. Moreover, inheriting Wyrm blood, its neck lacked the serpentine length of a 9-headed serpent. Its heads could not pivot instantly from front to rear. It had no choice but to turn its entire body, slowly, obediently. Yet the moment it completed its rotation, Ye Wenxuan delivered a thunderous blow to its exposed rear with his fire-tending staff, inflicting massive damage, and riding the momentum of its turn, circled once more behind it, striking again. This was a time-honored tactic among countless online gamers facing colossal bosses, attacking from behind, also known as strafing strikes. Most bosses loomed vast and unwieldy when frontal combat proved futile. Circling behind them to deliver strafing strikes was not merely clever, it was essential. Yet strafing demanded finesse, lightning reflexes, uncanny anticipation. Without these, sustaining such relentless repositioning remained impossible. Ye Wenxuan, however, had honed this art across countless virtual realms. Among Earth's denizens he stood peerless, across the entire Milky Way perhaps unmatched. Had his mastery of strafing been less formidable, how could he have become the sole human ever to vanquish the apocalyptic chaos beast? Walla walla. The beastling roared in fury, yet could do nothing. Whichever way it turned, Ye Wenxuan seemed to divine its intent, always slipping behind before it could react. Brother Xian is truly extraordinary, such precise evasion under extreme pressure. Yue whispered in awe, concealed 50 meters away. Each time he slips behind this demonic boss to strike, not even a single hair of his is grazed. The boss is utterly humiliated, powerless against Brother Xian. 9 heads, terrifying. Only Brother Xian dares confront it. I'd never dare step forward. Brother Xian hasn't signaled me yet. Surely my intervention isn't needed. Yet even as he murmured inwardly, Ye Wenxuan began deliberately guiding the 9-headed beastling, step by step, toward Yue's hiding place. Now strike. When the beastling drew near Yue's position, Ye Wenxuan barked the command without warning. Simultaneously, he leapt boldly before the beastling raised his fire-tending staff high and brought it crashing down upon its throat, engaging it head-on. Walla walla. All 9 heads lunged at Ye Wenxuan. Exhausted, they could no longer exhale flame or water. Now they relied solely on monstrous jaws, crashing, biting. Ye Wenxuan swung his staff in rapid succession, parrying several gaping maws, but failed to block a 9th head that slammed into him, sending him hurtling backward. Pooh! The 9-headed beast lived up to its name. The impact was titanic. Ye Wenxuan spat a gout of crimson blood. Still, the blow inflicted little true harm, merely over 1,000 points of damage. Against his near 30,000 health pool, it was negligible. Yet seeing his blood, the beastling's eyes gleamed with savage delight. At last this wretched human is gravely wounded. How much longer can he possibly endure? It did not know, had Ye Wenxuan not deliberately eased his guard, that blow would not have brushed even a single hair on his. He had feigned vulnerability, to draw every ounce of the beastling's focus onto himself, to render Yue invisible, allowing him to strike freely from behind unimpeded. Shua! Yue sprang into action, leaping behind the beastling, his golden serpent sword flashing as he unleashed relentless slashes. The beastling mistook him for some supreme master, only to realize the attacker's strength was pitifully weak. Were it not for the sword in his hand, he could not even breach its hide. So it ignored him, fixating instead on the infuriating, ever-darting human who posed real danger. Thus all 9 heads charged as one, hurling themselves at Ye Wenxuan. I will crush you, vile human. Pooh! Ye Wenxuan flew backward once more, spitting blood as he crashed against the trunk of a massive tree. Walla walla. Again infantile wails, but Ye Wenxuan heard laughter beneath them. Laughter. Wait, soon you'll weep. Ye Wenxuan smirked inwardly. As the beastling's colossal maw surged forward once more, he deftly slipped behind the tree's broad trunk. Simultaneously, he uncorked and drank a vial of basic life elixir. Though his natural regeneration reached 41 points per second, a remarkable rate, he had lost too much blood, and since he intended to continue deceiving the beastling, maintaining full vitality was paramount. No risk could be tolerated. Each vial restored 300 health points with a 2-minute cooldown, insignificant against his towering health pool. Yet this was a boss encounter, against a foe vastly superior in raw power, where mortal peril lurked at every second. Even 1 point of health could mean survival in extremis, let alone 300. 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. For 10 full seconds, Ye Wenxuan fought, retreated, and evaded, pursued relentlessly by the beastling, while Yue followed closely behind, slashing ceaselessly. 35 strikes. Within 10 seconds, Yue landed 35 hits, stacking poison layers to 35. Each layer lasted precisely 10 seconds. This was his absolute peak accumulation. 550. In the next instant, Ye Wenxuan clearly observed the beastling's poison damage tick down. This fell far short of his expectations. Against the three-tailed crimson tiger, only 18 poison layers had yielded 720 damage per second. Yet here 35 layers yielded merely 550 per second. The reason was obvious: resistance. The nine-headed beastling's toxin resistance dwarfed that of the three-tailed crimson tiger, neutralizing most of the venom's potency. Still, 550 damage per second was formidable. Over 5,510 seconds, 33,000 per minute. More than 3 times its own health pool. The beastling possessed only 100,000 health. 35 poison layers sustained for 3 minutes would surely slay it. Such was the terrifying power of a venom master. Of course, with Ye Wenxuan's current output, confronting the beastling heat-in for 3 minutes would suffice to destroy it, provided he could survive those 3 minutes intact. 40 seconds later, the beastling's health plummeted steadily, now reduced to just over 20,000. Ye Wenxuan had dealt over 40,000 damage. Yue contributed over 30,000. Golden Serpent ascends to dragon. Yue unleashed his ultimate technique. 9 consecutive strikes. 231. 221. 227. 230. 9 strikes, each exceeding 220 damage, totaling over 2,000 points. This accounted only for the skills-based damage. After the Golden Serpent ascended to dragon, Yue attempted another sword technique, but felt sudden resistance, as if his energy had nowhere to flow. His inner energy was depleted. Colloquially speaking, his mana was exhausted. Taking out a bottle of basic inner strength potion from his pocket, Yue immediately drank it down, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body, feeling as if all his meridians were exceptionally unblocked, and he could easily execute any technique. With a swift motion, Yue transformed into a flash of lightning, jumping to the left side of the Nine Infants beast, the Golden Serpent sword striking quickly to pierce through the beast's wing. A critical hit damage of 1532. The Nine Infants beast roared in fury, its injured wing severely affecting its balance and flying ability. Initially, he did not take the small fly behind him seriously, but now this fly was truly intolerable. Roar! The Nine Infants beast turned around, its largest head suddenly letting out a dragon-like roar, the sound transforming into waves of dragon-shaped sound waves that surged towards Yue. Dragon's Roar. A Dragon Clan skill. It emits dragon-shaped sound waves forward, causing damage and intimidating enemies. Those with weak resistance will be stunned. This skill can only be used by the central head of the Nine Infants beast, and after using it, that head will fall into a state of extreme weakness. Under normal circumstances, the Nine Infants beast would not use Dragon's Roar unless absolutely necessary, because the central head is where its main brain resides. If that head is destroyed, the Nine Infants beast will die. If only the other 8 heads are destroyed, the Nine Infants beast may not necessarily die. This move was originally meant for Ye Wenxuan, but Ye Wenxuan was too agile. After chasing him for so long, apart from being knocked away a few times, it had gained no advantage. Though still young and not very intelligent, it possessed strong survival instincts and crisis awareness. Initially, it did not regard Yue as a threat, but as the battle progressed, it increasingly sensed the potential threat Yue posed. Pooh! Yue spat out a mouthful of blood, an invisible sound wave ravaging his internal organs, leaving him weak, his head pounding, and he fell into a state of dizziness. At this moment, falling into unconsciousness was undoubtedly suicidal, as the Nine Infants beast was watching him with hungry eyes. Wah 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 wah. The other 8 heads of the Nine Infants beast moved in unison, eagerly biting towards Yue. Seeing this situation, Ye Wenxuan was only worried about Yue's injuries, but he did not panic. He had long suspected that the Nine Infants beast would have some lethal move, so he was prepared. God-level acupoint strike. Ye Wenxuan launched an attack swiftly, a mystical light shooting out from his fire stick towards the abdomen of the nine-headed serpent. Through multiple applications of the acupoint strike, Ye Wenxuan had grasped the effects of the technique. Striking the abdomen, chest, or waist could immobilize it, while hitting the back or limbs could paralyze it, and targeting the head could cause dizziness. The Nine Infants beast had 9 heads, and Ye Wenxuan was unsure if hitting one head would also stun the others, so he chose to hit the abdomen to immobilize it. Wow! One of the Nine Infants beast's mouths was only 10 centimeters away from Yue, just a little more, and it could swallow this tiny human whole. But it suddenly realized it could not move. It was completely immobilized. Swish! Ye Wenxuan leaped and landed on the central head of the Nine Infants beast, swinging his fire stick to strike. 1,603, 1,655, 3,112, 3,603, 3,655, 3,712, 6 consecutive hits, nearly 18,000 damage, an outrageous amount of damage, especially the last 4 strikes, each one a critical hit. Indeed, attacking the head is very likely to result in a critical hit. It's a headshot. As for the subsequent damage increasing with each strike, Ye Wenxuan speculated it might be due to the head being in a weakened state, with its defensive capabilities decreasing as he attacked. Ye Wenxuan was half right. He was unaware that this head was the main brain of the 9 infants beast. Attacking the other heads was like attacking a person's limbs, which wouldn't pose a lethal threat, but attacking the head, where the main brain resided, was undoubtedly attacking a person's mind. 5 seconds passed, and the strong immobilization effect faded. All 9 heads of the 9 infants beast let out painful roars, the sharp cries piercingly unpleasant, and the sound waves were extremely distressing. Ye Wenxuan gritted his teeth, enduring the astonishing sound wave attack, and dealt another blow to the main brain head of the 9 infants beast. 6,435. A fatal strike. Ye Wenxuan's fire stick actually shattered the skull of the main brain head, penetrating into its brain, resulting in a critical hit. Wow! The main brain head let out a reluctant wail, but there was nothing it could do to change its doom. Its main brain suffered a fatal attack, its consciousness rapidly dissipating, life force gradually withering. Mom, I shouldn't have come out. The light in its eyes gradually faded, and it regretted sneaking out of its home shortly. Humans are indeed terrifying. Their bodies are like ants, yet they can shake me, an elephant. Then its 9 heads drooped, and its massive body fell down. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for killing the level 29 9 infants beast, earning 0 experience points. Truly a boss, the experience points are just so high. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a 9 infants heart. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a barrel of 9 infants blood, 500 bottles. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a 9 infants skin. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a 9 infants tendon. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a 9 infants claw. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 10 9 infants fangs. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a 9 infants bone. What the hell? Why does it keep dropping this blood meat and stuff? I want divine gear. Divine gear. I want skills. I want techniques. Experience potions would be fine too. The system's notification sound kept ringing, as this time the loot was too plentiful. Finally, ding. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining the skill book Dragon's Roar. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 1 pound of 9 infants fine meat. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a drop of 9 infants fine blood. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining a 9 infants fine soul. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 20 intermediate cultivation pills, 500 points. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 5 advanced cultivation pills, 5,000 points. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 50 intermediate life potions. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 50 intermediate inner strength potions. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 10 basic healing pills. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for obtaining 500 gold coins. The loot was truly abundant. The skill book Dragon's Roar goes without saying. Ye Wenxuan was too short on skills, only having the Acupoint Strike God skill, and it had a 5-minute cooldown, which was too long, leaving him no choice but to rely on basic attacks in every battle. As for the 9 infants fine meat, 9 infants fine blood, and 9 infants fine soul, he was unclear about their uses, but having played countless online games, his rich experience told him that these 3 items were no ordinary treasures. What delighted Ye Wenxuan even more was the drop of cultivation pills. 20 intermediate cultivation pills worth 500 points each. 5 advanced cultivation pills worth 5,000 points each. Cultivation is extremely important to Ye Wenxuan, as it is the upgrade condition for dragon subduing divine skill. However, Ye Wenxuan's surprise wasn't over yet, as the system's notification continued to ring. Ding. Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for leveling up. You are now level 13. From level 8 to level 13, he had leveled up a full 5 levels. Ding. Player level reached 10. Meditation cultivation function activated. Ding. Player level reached 10. Equipment enhancement function activated. Ding. Player level reached 10. Realm advancement function activated. 3 functions unlocked consecutively. Exhilarating beyond measure. Especially the meditation cultivation function. Not only does it rapidly heal wounds and restore vitality, but it also cultivates cultivation base, accelerating the advancement of the dragon subduing divine art. Yet the surprises had not yet ended. Ding. Congratulations. Player Yu Xuan has slain a boss for the first time, earning a randomized item reward from the Celestial Bazaar. Ding. Congratulations. Player Yu Xuan has randomly obtained 50 Supreme Spirit Beast pills. The marvels still continued. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn the favor of the Goddess of Fortune and received 3 divine gifts from her. Ha ha ha. Just as expected. Ye Wenxuan secretly rejoiced, evidently having bathed earlier had washed away the aura of destitution clinging to his body. Thus the Goddess of Fortune no longer pitted him nor bestowed her grace. Fortunately, Ye Wenxuan had realized this early enough. He rolled himself through mud several times until he was thoroughly soiled, and at last the goddess of fortune arrived. After consuming the 3 divine gifts. Ding. Congratulations. Player Yu Xuan has acquired the divine artifact, Greed Hydra. Ding. Congratulations. Player Yu Xuan has acquired the technique manual, 3 heads 6 arms. Ding. Congratulations. Player Yu Xuan has acquired the technique manual, 9 blade style. This is simply too exhilarating. Goddess of Fortune, I adore you. Greed Hydra. A legendary artifact from a classic 21st century arena MMORPG, favored by warrior-class heroes for its unparalleled combat prowess. 3 heads 6 arms. The signature divine ability of Neza from ancient Chinese mythology. 9 blade style. The ultimate technique of Zoro from the epic saga One Piece. Ding. Player has obtained the 9 infant soul essence. Confirm usage. Confirm. Ding. Player has consumed the 9 infant soul essence. Beast soul function activated. Another new function unlocked. Ding. Before Ye Wenxuan could even inspect this new function, the system's chime rang once more. Player has acquired Greed Hydra. Confirm usage. Confirm. Greed Hydra. What hesitation could possibly remain? Ding. Player has equipped Greed Hydra. Divine artifact function activated. Divine artifact function. Ye Wenxuan could hardly wait to open the interface. Yet, just then, poof, from afar, came Yu Wei's gurgling cough as blood spurted from his mouth. Only then did Ye Wenxuan recall Yu Wei had been struck by the infant 9 infant's ultimate technique, Dragon Roar Across Heaven, and his injuries remained unknown. Xiao Wei, how are you faring? Ye Wenxuan hurried to Yu Wei's side and gently supported him, voice thick with concern. Pooh. No sooner had Yu Wei begun to speak than his face flushed crimson, and another torrent of blood erupted from his lips, staining the ground before him crimson. Though no physician, Ye Wenxuan had lived over 2 decades in the scientifically advanced Milky Way galaxy. Medical fundamentals were well within his grasp. Yu Wei's violent hemorrhaging clearly indicated severe internal damage inflicted by the sonic assault of Dragon Roar Across Heaven. Ye Wenxuan hastily withdrew a vial of mid-tier vitality elixir and administered it to Yu Wei. Each dose restored 1500 points of vitality. Yu Wei's total vitality exceeded 5000, but Dragon Roar Across Heaven had already drained over 3000. Worse, due to grave internal trauma, his vitality continued to deplete at over 100 points per second. After drinking the elixir, Yu Wei's vitality remained half restored, and the depletion persisted. Moreover, the mid-tier vitality elixir carried a 2-minute cooldown. The elixir replenished vitality alone. It could not mend internal wounds, and its cooldown rendered it insufficient to save Yu Wei's life. A thought flashed across Ye Wenxuan's mind, his newly acquired basic healing pill. He immediately opened his inventory. Basic healing pill, oral administration, provides elementary healing effects. Any healing effect was better than none. Ye Wenxuan promptly retrieved a pill and placed it into Yu Wei's mouth, guiding him to swallow. As Yu Wei swallowed the pill, his pallor softened and his breathing gradually steadied. Yet just as Ye Wenxuan believed recovery imminent, Yu Wei coughed again, though no blood followed. Clearly the basic healing pill's efficacy fell short of full recovery. The internal damage remained profound. Ye Wenxuan swiftly scanned his inventory for anything usable among the recently looted items, and soon fixed upon several. 9 infant heart, the heart of the 9 infant brimming with formidable life force. Upon consumption grants 1 million reserve vitality points, absorbing all damage until depleted. 9 infant blood, the blood of the 9 infant rich in vital essence. Restores 1/0 vitality points upon ingestion, a 1-second cooldown, compatible with vitality elixirs and healing pills. 9 infant lifeblood, condensed essence of the 9 infant's life force. Upon absorption, increases maximum vitality by 5/0 points and boosts vitality regeneration rate by 50 points per second. 9 infant flesh, concentrated essence of the 9 infant's corporeal vitality. Upon absorption, enhances strength and constitution attributes by 1/0 points each. Note: raw consumption yields optimal effect. By the heavens, these artifacts possess staggering power. 9 infant heart grants 1 million reserve vitality, equivalent to absorbing 1 million points of damage. 9 infant blood restores 1000 vitality points, with only a 1-second cooldown. Compared to it, the mid-tier vitality elixir pales into insignificance. 9 infant lifeblood grants 5000 vitality and 50 regeneration, utterly even the fully awakened level 1 attributes of the dragon subduing divine art grant merely 3/0 vitality and 50 regeneration. 9 infant flesh boosts strength and constitution by 1/0 each, surpassing even the max stat level 1 dragon subduing divine art. After a surge of exhilaration, Ye Wenxuan immediately withdrew a vial of 9 infant blood and offered it to Yu Wei. Yu Wei trusted Ye Wenxuan implicitly and never refused his commands. Yet upon seeing the vivid crimson liquid, his face turned deathly pale. Brother Xian, this is blood. I cannot drink it. Only legendary vampires consume fresh human blood. I refuse to become a reviled monster hunted by all. Ye Wenxuan made no demand. only spoke calmly. This is the beast blood of that slain boss, potent beyond measure in vital energy. Countless would beg, even kneel for such a treasure. Very well. If you decline, I shall keep it for myself. Ah, beast blood, not human blood. I'll take it. I'll take it, brother Xian, give it to me. Yu Wei had heard tales of beast blood, priceless, unattainable. Even seasoned adventurers knelt in supplication before daring an expedition. He never imagined such a coveted treasure would appear so effortlessly in Ye Wenxuan's hand. Moreover, Yu Wei harbored no doubt if Ye Wenxuan offered it so casually, he must possess ample reserves. So without hesitation, he claimed the vial of 9 infant blood. Here, you may have it. Yu Wei accepted the vial and drank deeply. A metallic coppery tang filled his mouth. Unpleasant, yet profoundly efficacious. A torrent of vital energy surged through his limbs. His feeble, blood-drained body surged with vigor, transforming him from a bedridden invalid back to robust health. It felt as though his frailty had vanished entirely. Of course, this was mere illusion. His illness remained unresolved, and his shattered internal organs had yet to mend. You should drink this too. As he spoke, Ye Wenxuan took out a small vial containing the blood of the 9 infants, handing it to Yu Wei with a pained expression. The blood of the 9 infants was something Ye Wenxuan would be reluctant to share with anyone else if Yu Wei were not a brother he recognized. How could one play games without brothers? Seeing the pained and reluctant expression on his face, Yu Wei immediately understood that this so-called blood of the 9 infants was indeed extremely precious. If even Xiangu was so reluctant, it must be invaluable. Yu Wei quickly snatched the vial from Ye Wenxuan's hand and swallowed the contents without hesitation. He was already accustomed to taking Ye Wenxuan's things, so he was no longer polite. After swallowing the blood of the 9 infants, Yu Wei felt a powerful essence of life coursing through his body, giving him an overwhelming sensation of strength. He felt more vigorous than a robust bull ready to conquer 10 women in a night. Most importantly, he felt his injuries quickly healing. His recovery ability had increased tremendously. He had the illusion that even if someone stabbed him in the chest, he could fully recover in less than half an hour. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Yu Wei laughed heartily, imitating Ye Wenxuan, filled with excitement. How does it feel? Ye Wenxuan asked with concern. Never felt better. Yu Wei replied excitedly, then added gratefully, thank you, Xiangu. As long as you're fine, let's find a place to roast some meat. Soon the two arrived by the deep pool, where Yu Wei gathered roots and branches to set up a wooden frame. Then Ye Wenxuan took out the flesh of the 9 infants and handed it to Yu Wei. Although it was best eaten raw, Ye Wenxuan had no habit of eating it that way, and Yu Wei probably disliked it too. Yu Wei washed the flesh of the 9 infants, then placed it on the wooden frame, gathering some firewood to put underneath, and took out a fire starter to light it. His series of actions were extremely proficient. Evidently, he had been begging and scraping by alongside Ye Wenxuan for many years, making these survival skills second nature. After a short while, as the fire burned, the two began to smell the enticing aroma of the meat. Yu Wei swallowed hard, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked, Xiangu, what kind of delicious meat is this? What kind of meat is this that smells even better than roasted chicken? How could it not smell good? This is the essence of the 9 infants. Ye Wenxuan laughed. This is the concentrated essence of the meat from that boss beast we fought just now. Of course, it's fragrant. Don't underestimate this meat, though it weighs only a pound. Its nutritional value is 100 times greater than that of 100 bulls. Wow, then isn't it equivalent to 10,000 bulls? Yu Wei exclaimed. Though he didn't quite understand what nutritional value meant, he grasped the general idea of Ye Wenxuan's words. Exactly. Hiss. Staring at the flesh of the 9 infants, Yu Wei's mouth watered, filled with admiration for Xiangu, who could obtain such marvelous things. At this moment, Yu Wei's admiration for Xiangu flowed like an unending river. The roasting continued while Ye Wenxuan seized this moment to eagerly check his system for the rewards he had just received. What he anticipated most was 3 skill books. Dragon Roar of the World, a Dragon Clan skill that releases a dragon-shaped sound wave in one direction, shaking enemies within its range and causing widespread damage. 3 heads and 6 arms, a divine skill that transforms the user into a 3-headed 6-armed form, allowing the simultaneous execution of various skills or attacks. 9 Blade Flow, during battle accumulate killing intent, and when sufficient unleash it, condensing the killing intent into the manifestation of 3 heads and 6 arms, greatly enhancing combat capability. Due to not having learned the skills, Ye Wenxuan could only see a brief introduction of the skills. Complete information would only be available after learning them. Ye Wenxuan clicked on the Dragon Roar of the World skill book without hesitation, and soon he found detailed information about it in the skill function interface. Dragon Roar of the World, Level 1, emits a dragon-shaped sound wave in a rectangular range of 50 meters ahead, sweeping away enemies within the range, causing area damage, and can intimidate enemies of lower realm than oneself, leaving them fatigued or dizzy. Skill cooldown time none. Skill consumption 50 energy points second. Upgrade conditions 5,000 cultivation points. Note: the higher the level of the dragon bloodline contained within, the greater the skill damage, and the wider the damage range. After reviewing the skill introduction, Ye Wenxuan was speechless. It was a skill that consumed energy points, and it used up 50 points every second. The average human only has about 100 energy points, and Ye Wenxuan was no exception, having only 100 points. Although the dragon's subduing divine skill enhanced many combat attributes, it did not increase energy points. In other words, Ye Wenxuan could only use Dragon Roar of the World for 2 seconds, or twice in a short period. Naturally, Ye Wenxuan couldn't afford to exhaust all his energy points at once. If he did, he would fall into a weak state, and his reaction speed would drop dramatically, preventing him from jumping higher or leaping further. In simple terms, he wouldn't be able to use lightness skills. This would be dangerous in a fight against a strong opponent. Although he hadn't learned lightness skills, yet he would eventually learn them. Ye Wenxuan somewhat understood why Dragon Roar of the World consumed energy points. It is said that the breath of a dragon is incredibly powerful, and the breath is closely related to energy points. Naturally, the energy points of the Dragon Clan are formidable, who knows how many times stronger than those of humans. 50 energy points might seem like a lot for humans, but for a powerful Dragon Clan it might just be a drop in the bucket. Dragon Roar of the World may not be perfect, but at least it is an area attack skill, and a relatively weak crowd control skill, which is better than having none. Ye Wenxuan thought to himself. At this moment he felt the skill was lackluster, not realizing that in the future, when he roamed the world as a beggar, this seemingly insignificant skill would help him defeat countless strong foes and grant him trillions of experience points. But let's not dwell on that for now. Ye Wenxuan learned Dragon Roar of the World, then turned his attention to 3 heads and 6 arms and 9-blade flow. After pondering for a moment, he clicked on 3 heads and 6 arms to learn it. As for 9-blade flow, he decided to leave it for Yu Wei. He never held back on what he should give to his brothers. 3 heads and 6 arms first level transforms into a 3-headed 6-armed form lasting for 60 seconds. Cooldown time 12 hours. Upgrade conditions: consume 1,000 cultivation points, or 1 scroll for upgrading divine skills. Upgrading requires 1 million cultivation points. Ye Wenxuan increasingly felt the importance of cultivation points. They were needed for upgrading techniques and skills. This is an incredibly powerful sword technique manual. Take it and comprehend it. Ye Wenxuan handed the 9-blade flow to Yu Wei with a pained expression. It was Zoro's ultimate move. How he wished to learn it. However, Yu Wei's self-preservation ability was too weak to keep up with him, so he chose to pass it on to Yu Wei to learn. Yu Wei excitedly took it, increasingly wanting to see the reluctant expression on Xiange's face, because such a situation basically meant he had received something good, a treasure. After receiving the sword technique manual, Yu Wei, having gained experience, looked it over in his hands. After flipping through it a few times, the manual dissipated, transforming into a subtle stream of data that imprinted itself into Yu Wei's mind. Boom. Yu Wei immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and fell into a state of A cinematic scene appeared in his mind. A man wearing a black scarf, wielding a long knife in each hand and biting down on a blade, was fighting against a powerful deer man. At first the black-scarfed man was at a disadvantage, but as the battle progressed his momentum suddenly shifted, and he transformed into a 3-headed 6-armed form, with each head wielding a knife, and each arm holding a knife, a total of 9 blades. The 9-blade flow attacked. 9 blades struck simultaneously. The speed of the attacks was so fast that one couldn't even see the knife shadows. In an instant that deer man was obliterated. Watching Yu Wei enter a state of comprehension, Ye Wenxuan stood guard nearby, keeping an eye on the fire while continuing to assess today's gains. As soon as Ye Wenxuan clicked on the divine armor feature, a new interface popped up. In the center of the interface were 6 large, empty slots. To the left were dozens of small slots that could be scrolled down. The first small slot at the top contained the greedy 9-headed serpent that Ye Wenxuan had just acquired. On the right were descriptions of the features and battle power attributes. The 6 large slots in the center indicated the number of divine armors that could be equipped, while the small slots on the left stored unequipped divine armors, with a maximum of 6 divine armors that could be equipped at once. Ye Wenxuan immediately equipped the greedy 9-headed serpent into the central large slot, and he felt significantly stronger at once. The right side displayed the data of the greedy 9-headed serpent. Greedy 9-headed serpent, tier 1, attack power 750, a life recovery rate 15.2. Passive life steal 12. Unique passive: your attacks deal damage to units around the target with damage values up to 60 of your attack power. The closer an enemy is to the edge of the range, the less damage they receive, down to 20 of your attack power. Unique active new moon: your attacks will deal damage to surrounding units with damage values up to 100 of your. The closer an enemy is to the edge of the range, the less damage they receive, down to 60 of your attack power. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Advancement condition: player level reaches 50. Ding. Due to the player's current level, only 1 divine armor can be equipped at this time. Ha ha ha, how satisfying. My attack power is 9 times stronger than the original version. Moreover, there's a life recovery rate. Most importantly, there's life steal. Essential for tanking bosses. The 2 unique features are crucial, a must-have artifact for farming monsters. And it can be advanced. It's already so powerful without advancement, or just imagine how amazing it would be after advancing. After the introduction of the divine armor feature, Ye Wenxuan understood its significance. He could collect various divine armors, but he could equip a maximum of 6 divine armors at once to gain their attribute bonus. These divine armors, like the equipment he wore, not only provide powerful combat capabilities, but also come with effects such as attack, defense, and healing. This rhythm is just too exhilarating. If I could also get the bloodthirsty sword and phantom dance, wouldn't I be able to take on countless bosses single-handedly? If I could also get the berserker armor, I wouldn't even need potions. What injury could withstand my recovery ability? If I could also get the thorn armor, the reflected damage would be insane. After a moment of excitement, Ye Wenxuan continued to explore the other new features. This time he was looking at the beast. When he opened the beast soul interface, he was greeted by a vast space that nearly startled Ye Wenxuan, making him think he had traversed dimensions again. However, when he looked closely, he realized that this space resembled a prison with rows of enormous cages, most of which were empty except for the one closest to Ye Wenxuan, which held a half-transparent small beast with 9 heads. Jiaoying. This small beast clearly resembled a shrunken version of Jiaoying. Wow, wow, wow. Upon seeing Ye Wenxuan, the small beast became extremely agitated, as if it were facing a sworn enemy continually roaring at him. Damn human, where is this place? Let me out. Ye Wenxuan was secretly shocked because he could clearly understand the beast language of the small Jiaoying. He realized that this small beast was the essence of the Jiaoying creature he had slain, and this space was called the Beast Soul Space, a place to imprison the souls of beast spirits. The reason he could understand the small Jiaoying's words was not due to any special ability, but because the system had translated it for him. He understood all this because a semi-transparent interface had appeared before him containing text that introduced the Beast Soul feature. The basic rule was that the souls of the beasts used or refined by players would be imprisoned in this Beast Soul space. Furthermore, each beast soul would retain its consciousness from before death, and players would need to find ways to subdue them, making them submit to the player for their own use. The basic rule was that the souls of the beasts used or refined by players would be imprisoned in this Beast Soul space. Once a beast soul is successfully subdued, players could summon the beast soul to fight alongside them, or merge with the beast soul. After merging, players could possess or utilize some of the talents or skills that beast soul has. Players can merge with multiple beast souls. The stronger the player's physique, the more types or quantities of beast souls they can merge with. Multiple beast souls can be merged. So in the future, every time I kill a beast boss, I can collect their souls, subdue them, and merge their abilities into myself. Wouldn't that mean I could combine the abilities of countless bosses? Ha ha ha, this is too overpowered. When I think of the abilities of bosses, the first one that comes to mind is the world-destroying chaotic beast. The power of the world-destroying chaotic beast is unquestionable, and what Ye Wenxuan craved the most was its skill, the world-destroying chaotic light. A light that can annihilate everything. Hey, good friend. Ye Wenxuan smiled broadly, greeting the small Jiaoying in the cage. His face was full of smiles, but inside he felt bitter, how difficult it was to make someone he had slain submit to him. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to try for the sake of power. The small Jiaoying was startled. It actually understood the human's words. Although Ye Wenxuan spoke in Chinese, and then in English, the system used its powerful translation ability to convey his message into the small Jiaoying's mind. Bad human, why have you locked me up here? The voice translated by the system sounded like that of a young boy. Oh well, I can let you go, but you must submit to me, Ye Wenxuan said amiably. As a descendant of the pterosaur and the 9-headed serpent, Jiaoying had a noble bloodline, and was incredibly proud, unwilling to be easily subdued. Ye Wenxuan felt that he had no confidence at the moment, so he straightforwardly stated, if you don't want to submit, then I'll keep you locked up. Sure enough, upon hearing that Ye Wenxuan wanted to subdue it, the small Jiaoying became extremely furious. Bad human, you want me to submit? No way. Then it turned its head away, acting like a proud rooster. Fine, you can stay here, I'm leaving. Seeing Ye Wenxuan leave in disgrace, the small Jiaoying looked disdainful, thinking, how could a humble little human think of subduing me? Am I that easy to subdue? Just as Ye Wenxuan was about to step out of the beast soul space, he suddenly turned back. The small Jiaoying looked even more disdainful, thinking that this pathetic human was truly hopeless. No matter what methods you use, I will never submit to you. Ye Wenxuan silently walked to the cage of the small Jiaoying and asked with concern, are you hungry? Do you want me to get you something to eat? You think you can threaten me with food? No way. I'm just a soul, I don't need to eat. The small Jiaoying coldly huffed, displaying a demeanor that was aloof, proud, and unapproachable. No, you must be hungry. Who doesn't get hungry? Of course I'm not hungry, the small Jiaoying asserted. Oh, throwing a childish tantrum. Ye Wenxuan smiled faintly, saying no more as a glistening golden pill materialized in his hand. You must be truly hungry. Try this and see if it can satisfy your hunger. With that, Ye Wenxuan tossed the pill into the cage. Hiss. The moment Ye Wenxuan produced the pill, the young Jiaoying was already drooling with desire. Seeing the pill thrown over, it quickly caught it with the mouth of its central head. Gulp. It swallowed the pill in one go, still looking as if it craved more. Moments later, its body suddenly erupted with boundless golden light, growing thicker, larger, and longer. Its translucent soul form became increasingly solid, as if about to materialize into a physical entity. It had advanced. So incredible. Just one spirit beast pill, and it advanced. Yet this was a supreme-grade spirit beast pill. Ye Wenxuan muttered to himself. The pill he had just taken out was a supreme-grade spirit beast pill, a reward obtained from his first kill of the Jiuing cub boss. This pill could advance spirit beasts, a thing that drove them wild with desire. But Ye Wenxuan hadn't expected the supreme-grade spirit beast pill to have such a profound effect on the beast, or just one pill had caused the young Jiuing to advance. Whoosh! The young Jiuing's advancement ended. Its sole body had grown much larger, and the central head among its 9 had transformed into the face of a human child. A single tender human child's head alongside 8 dragon-like, yet serpentine heads all growing from the same torso presented a sight both comical and grotesquely terrifying. Ahem, I am indeed a bit hungry. Alas, I thought a soul body wouldn't feel hunger, but it turns out it does. The young Jiuing said pitifully. I'm still very hungry. Do you have any more of those pills from before? Yes, I have plenty more. Ye Wenxuan pulled out a handful of spirit beast pills, waving them in front of the young Jiuing's greedy gaze, saying disdainfully, these pills are nothing but trash to me. I can get a huge pile with a snap of my fingers. I have 500 pills on me right now. Ye Wenxuan boasted grandly, but the naive young Jiuing believed him. If he could casually pull out a handful, having 500 pills seemed perfectly normal. 500 spirit beast pills. That amount would be enough to let him advance to adulthood in no time. Even reaching his mother's level wasn't impossible. The young Jiuing was secretly delighted. Once he reached adulthood, his 9 heads could merge into one, allowing him to take human form and walk the world. Once an adult, his main brain could freely transfer among the 9 heads, making him nearly impossible to kill unless all 9 heads were destroyed simultaneously. Once an adult, his dragon breath would become far more powerful, and all 9 heads could unleash dragons roar across the world at once. 9 waves of dragon breath attacks. How many could withstand them? Ahem, since those pills are useless to you, why not give? The young Jiuing said with eager eyes. Even if they're useless to me, I can sell them for money. 500 such pills could fetch at least 1 gold coin, right? What? Sell for gold coins? Such a precious thing, and you'd sell it for gold coins. Such a waste. And for just 1 gold coin. Ahem, since you want to sell them to me. Alright, how many gold coins do you have? Name your price. If it's reasonable, I can sell you all 500 pills. All to me. It's a sale. Find a sale. Sell them all to me. Okay, pay up first. I have no money on me. No money, and you want my pills. I may have no money, but my mother is a powerful 9th-tier beast of our serpent clan. Whatever you want, I can have her give it to you. My dad's a civil servant too, damn it. Ye Wenxuan suddenly cursed, startling the young Jiuing. Why add his tone? If you want my spirit beast pill, fine. Trade me your life. Huh, he actually knew it was a spirit beast pill. The young Jiuing muttered to itself, realizing that in their exchange, not only had it been trying to fool the human, but the human had also been fooling it. Don't think I don't know this is a spirit beast pill. This thing is priceless, no amount of gold coins can buy it. Your mother is so formidable, you say. I dare say if she saw a spirit beast pill, she'd be begging on her knees too. Damn it, I hate people who drag their parents into things. The young Jiuing grew anxious. Now there was no way to get his spirit beast pills. What could be done? My offer stands. Submit to me, become my spirit beast, and you'll have an endless supply of spirit beast pills. If not, then sorry, you'll stay in this cage. Using the spirit beast pill was a spuro-themin idea for Ye Wenxuan. This item held a fatal allure for spirit beasts. Yet he still had little confidence in taming the Jiuing cub, given their mortal enmity. However, events unfolded beyond Ye Wenxuan's expectations. That's all. If I become your spirit beast, you'll let me eat the spirit beast pills. The young Jiuing asked, its face full of excitement and uncertainty. What's going on? Ye Wenxuan was taken aback. The Jiuing cub seemed more than willing to be tamed. Wasn't it so proud just now? Why this attitude now? I'm willing to be your spirit beast, but you must give me 5 pills a day. No 10. No 50. You must give me 50 spirit beast pills every day, and only then will I willingly become your spirit beast. The young Jiuing kept raising its terms, unaware that it was actually lowering them as it had handed the initiative to the other. Haha. A faint sly smile curled at the corner of Ye Wenxuan's mouth. He had seized the initiative and was confident in taming the young Jiuing. I can give you at most 1 spirit beast pill per month. Ye Wenxuan stated his terms, putting on a pained expression. Spirit beast pills aren't cabbages. 1 a month is already too generous. 1. That's too little. At least 50 a month. The young Jiuing complained, but inwardly, it was overjoyed. 1 spirit beast pill had allowed it to advance from the 3rd tier high to the 4th tier initial. To reach the 5th tier initial, perhaps fewer than 10 pills would be needed. That meant by waiting just a year or so, it could advance again. After all, beast advancement was extremely difficult. Advancing from the 4th to the 5th tier took most beasts hundreds of years of cultivation. Ye Wenxuan, unaware of the beast advancement process, couldn't fathom the young Jiuing's thoughts. But he clearly understood that the young Jiuing was far from a skilled negotiator. He promptly said, your appetite is too big, I can't afford to keep you. Stay locked up here. I'm leaving. With that, he turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. Hey, don't go. The young Jiuing panicked. I can ask for less. 20 a month. Even 10 a month is fine. But seeing Ye Wenxuan still intent on leaving it changed its tune again. 5 a month. No, 3 a month. That's acceptable, right? As soon as it said this, Ye Wenxuan, who had been walking away, finally stopped and said briskly, fine, 3 a month. To him, how many pills he gave each month didn't matter. The key was taming the Jiuing cub. Once tamed, he could decide how much to cut back and when. Let me make this clear, Ye Wenxuan said sternly. If you don't please me, those 3 pills a month could drop to 0 at any time. No way. The young Jiuing was stunned. It had been hoping to freeload only to find it would have to work hard. But if you behave and perform well, wanting 10 or even 50 pills a month is no big deal. Hiss. At the mention of getting more spirit beast pills, the young Jiuing perked up. 50 pills a month. Master Little Nine will serve you diligently. The young Jiuing immediately pledged loyalty. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu Xuan, for successfully taming the Jiuing beast soul. The system's prompt echoed in Ye Wenxuan's mind, confirming that Little Nine had truly submitted willingly. Taming it so easily felt somewhat surreal to Ye Wenxuan. But Ye Wenxuan didn't dwell on it. He said directly, don't call me master. From now on, call me brother Xian. Yes, master. Ye Wenxuan. Minutes later, watching his master disappear from the beast soul space, Little Nine's expression grew complex. This master was his killer, yet he had now acknowledged his enemy as his master. But it's all worth it. Becoming a human spirit beast makes it easier to blend into the human world, easier to find my father. To find his father, he had run away from home. Yet as a beast, everywhere he went, people shouted and tried to capture him. He had once envied those spirit beasts tamed by humans, swaggering behind cultivators without fear of being hunted. Now he too had become a cultivator's spirit beast. In the human world, he was no longer a hunted rat. Having tamed the young 9-headed beast, Xiao Jiu, Ye Wenxuan felt elated as he exited the beast soul space, ready to explore other new features. Meditation function. By entering a meditative state, the recovery rates of life and internal energy are accelerated while continuously gaining cultivation points. Warm reminder: during meditation, there is a very small chance of gaining enlightenment, allowing one to comprehend skills break through cultivation levels and obtain a large amount of cultivation points. Equipment strengthening function, consuming gold coins to enhance equipment, thereby boosting its attributes. Realm function: after a player reaches a certain level in their cultivation, they obtain the corresponding realm. Ye Wenxuan checked the realm function, noting that realms are divided into several levels: transcendence, body refinement, chi refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great transcendence, and true immortal. He discovered that his realm was the first level of transcendence, possessing 500 points of combat power, while upgrading required the consumption of cultivation points. To upgrade to the second level of transcendence, he needed to consume 500 cultivation points. He immediately took out a high-grade cultivation pill and swallowed it, instantly gaining 5,000 cultivation points. Then he clicked on Realm Upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for leveling up. Your current realm is the second level of Transcendence. 500 cultivation points consumed. One realm upgraded, and simultaneously attributes such as Strength and Constitution were enhanced, increasing combat power by 500 points. Level up again. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for leveling up. Your current realm is the third level of Transcendence. Another 500 cultivation points were consumed, upgrading one realm and adding 500 combat power. Level up again. Level up again. Level up again. Ding! Ding! The system notification rang continuously until the 5,000 cultivation points just gained were exhausted, and the realm reached the perfect 10th level of Transcendence, after which Ye Wenxuan finally stopped. At this time, the realm function had added a total of 5,000 combat power. However, he wasn't in a hurry to advance to the body refinement realm. He intended to save the remaining cultivation pills and points for upgrading the dragon subduing divine art. Xiangu, the meat is ready. The 9-headed beast meat was finally cooked, yet Ye Wenxuan felt somewhat awkward as Xiao Jiu had become his spiritual beast, and now he was about to eat its meat. Xiao Jiu was now his companion, a member of his battle team. Eating its meat felt inherently wrong, especially since they would need to get along and build a bond in the future. "Sai, I have no appetite. Xiao Wei, you can eat it all," Ye Wenxuan said with a bitter expression, as he really wanted to eat such delicious meat. However, since Xiao Jiu had become his spiritual beast, it was akin to having a pet flower at home. He wouldn't eat the flower's meat just as he wouldn't eat Xiao Jiu's meat. Then I'll have some. Yue was already incredibly tempted. The meat smelled so delicious that he couldn't resist taking it. Hiss! So delicious. So tasty. Yue exclaimed between bites. "Xinge, don't you want to gulp?" Ye Wenxuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was indeed very fragrant. In the galaxy, he had eaten countless types of meat, but none compared to the deliciousness of the 9-headed beast meat. Forget it, you eat it yourself. The 9-headed beast meat is best eaten raw. After being roasted for so long, its essence and energy must have diminished significantly. If he shared some with Yue, it would diminish Yue's enhancement. "Xiangu, isn't this unfair? You haven't eaten any. This thing won't do much for me unless I eat the whole piece. Only then can it significantly enhance my abilities. Since you're offering it to me, just give me the whole piece. Never mind, I'll eat it alone." Since it doesn't do much for you, it's better for you not to eat it. After saying that, Yue took another big bite of the 9-headed meat. Before he could chew it and swallow, he felt a powerful force erupting in his abdomen, spreading through his meridians. This force was extremely powerful. It erupted within him without causing any harm, strong, yet gentle, continuously assimilating into his meridians, being absorbed by his bones and flesh, and he felt his physical strength increasing. He suddenly understood that Xian Guest's description of this piece of meat being worth 1,000 strong bulls was not an exaggeration. Eating 1,000 bulls worth of meat might not significantly change one's strength, but this piece could bestow infinite power. Realizing the benefits of the exquisite meat in his hand, he devoured it, eagerly finishing the entire pound of exquisite meat in no time, showing no guilt in front of Ye Wenxuan. He now understood that Xian Gu was allowing him to eat alone, clearly believing his strength was too weak, and wanting to enhance his abilities as much as possible, so he could quickly grow stronger and keep up with Xian Gu while being able to protect himself. Xian Gu, I will not disappoint you. In the future, whatever good things you give me, I will use them without hesitation to become stronger and travel the world with you. Yue silently vowed. Seeing Yue eat with such delight, Ye Wenxuan was already feeling displeased, so he went to the edge of the deep pool to catch a fat fish and roasted it to eat. Although the fish meat was not as fragrant as the 9-headed beast meat, Ye Wenxuan's skills were not bad, and he roasted it quite well, enjoying it immensely. After finishing the meal, the sun began to set, and the sky had already darkened. As darkness fell, Ye Wenxuan learned from Xiao Jiu that there was a small cave nearby which had been excavated by previous adventurers and could be used for shelter. Let's go find a place to stay for the night. After saying this, Ye Wenxuan led Yue to the small cave. Leaning against the earthen wall of the cave, he gazed at the starry sky outside and felt a wave of emotion. So much had happened that day, it was truly overwhelming. Before this, he was just an inconspicuous gamer, spending his days playing chaos, completing daily tasks, challenging dungeons, battling bosses, and competing on the PK leaderboard. This day was just like any other, repeating his daily routine. What delighted him was that he had finally succeeded in challenging the supposedly invincible Extinction Chaos Beast, yet inexplicably encountered the attack of the resurrected Extinction Chaos Beast. The chaos system was damaged by the Extinction Chaos Beast, and in order to protect itself, the system used Ye Wenxuan's soul as a medium to transport him to this world. This is a world filled with legends of immortals and demons. The immortal demon world. Dad, Mom, Xiao Xian is not dead, as Xiao Xian is still alive. Do you? No. Tears silently streamed down Ye Wenxuan's face as his soul traversed into this world with his original body, most likely dead. Did Mom and Dad cry themselves unconscious? Can I go back? While Ye Wenxuan gazed at the starry sky, missing his family in the endless depths of that sky, an old beggar lay sleeping. He was ragged, disheveled, reeking of alcohol, with a jug in his left hand and a fan in his right, lying in the vast starry sky, pouring himself a drink while fanning himself, looking utterly content. Whoa! Just then a mysterious light suddenly appeared in front of the old beggar, shining into his eyes and slowly waking him up. Junior brother, what time is it now? How can you still be in the mood to sleep here? A round light curtain appeared in front of the old beggar, showing a white-haired old Taoist who looked furious, scolding the old beggar. Moi. The old beggar slowly opened his sleepy eyes, and seeing his senior brother's anxious expression, he couldn't help but chuckle, asking, "What's the matter that makes you so anxious? Is the sky collapsing? Or are the people from the Immortal Court attacking our Tongtian Alliance headquarters? Or is the demon army about to invade us?" The old Taoist's face twitched, glaring at the old beggar for a while, before sorrowfully saying, "You really hit the nail on the head. Although the people from the Immortal Court and Demon Abyss did not attack, the sky is indeed about to collapse." The sky is collapsing. How badly is it collapsing? The old beggar remained utterly indifferent and unmoved, as if even the heavens falling could not stir him to alarm. Have you not noticed? The old Taoist's face was solemn. The power of the heavenly Tao has weakened, greatly weakened. The very realm we inhabit has transformed. Hearing this, the old beggar was startled, as if a thought had struck him. Then overjoyed, he exclaimed, "I knew it. No wonder my cultivation felt so smooth today. It's because the heavenly Taoist power has diminished." Seeing his delight, the old Taoist shook his head and said with worry, "As the heavenly Tao weakens, its constraints upon us also loosen. Naturally, our cultivation becomes smoother. But this matter is far graver than you imagine. As the power of the heavenly Tao fades, the ancient demons once bound or imprisoned by it are stirring. Before long, they will break through the earth one by one, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Take our Tongtian Alliance, for instance. The celestial shackles on the old monsters beneath the Tongtian Tower have loosened. Though we have exhausted every means to reinforce the seals, we have achieved little. Perhaps soon those ancient fiends will shatter their prison and wreak havoc upon the world again." No way. Is it really that serious? The old beggar finally grew solemn, grasping the severity of the situation. As one of the 12 great immortal lords of the Tongtian Alliance, he knew full well what was imprisoned beneath the Tongtian Tower. If those ancient monsters were truly allowed to escape, they would shatter the balance of the entire immortal and demonic realms, and could even bring unimaginable catastrophe to the mortal world. There is something even more dire. The old Taoist sighed, his tone grave. The weakening of the heavenly Tao is secondary. What is most troubling is that the laws of heaven have been damaged for reasons unknown, and we do not yet know the extent of the harm. With that, the old Taoist pointed to two distant planets behind the old beggar and continued, "Look at those two stars. Based on their current trajectories, junior brother, calculate for me what is the probability of them colliding within 100 years. And what are the odds within 1,000 years?" The old beggar followed his instruction and began to calculate on his fingers. Barely a moment had passed before his face turned ashen. He exclaimed in shock, "The chance of collision within 100 years is less than 1 in 10,000, but within 1,000 years it is 3 in 10. This is impossible. How can this be?" At this moment the old beggar's face was pale and filled with terror, as if he had encountered the most dreadful thing in the world. Not a trace of his earlier ease remained. Exactly. The stellar orbits have undergone a massive shift, severely deviating from their original paths. Watching the old beggar's horrified expression, the old Taoist spoke with profound gravity. A single glimpse reveals the whole picture. The trajectories of the two planets the old Taoist casually pointed to had shifted drastically. Throughout the entire cosmos, no one knows how many planets have strayed from their courses, nor how many will collide in 100 years or even millennia. What is most alarming is that perhaps countless living beings dwell on those potentially colliding planets. It would be a scene of utter devastation. If it were merely planetary orbits that had shifted, we could employ the art of cosmic relocation to guide them back to their original paths, said the old Taoist with a sigh. But it is not just the planets. Even the courses of entire star rivers have undergone tremendous change. Across our entire universe, the trajectories of countless star rivers have deviated from their original paths. When the orbits of star rivers change, even an immortal venerable with unparalleled power is helpless. Bloody hell. Even the star river orbits have changed. This is a monumental mess. This. The old beggar was utterly stunned, his composure shattered. The reek of alcohol evaporated instantly, and every trace of drowsiness vanished without a trace. A star river represents a vast star domain. If the orbit of a star river has shifted, then in tens of thousands of years, or even millions, terrifying collisions or mergers of star domains could occur. Each star domain contains countless planets, stars, black holes, neutron stars, and more. If two domains were to collide, the consequences would be unimaginable, and who knows how many planets would be destroyed. It could even set off a chain reaction, causing countless celestial bodies across the universe to shift from their orbits. If countless trajectories were thrown into chaos, the entire cosmos would descend into turmoil. "Senior brother, what has happened? How did this come to be?" the old beggar asked in alarm. The Yuan venerable has already calculated it. Even he could not discern the cause. He merely said that the laws of heaven have been assailed by a mysterious force, leaving the heavenly Tao weakened, and thus its restraints have grown feeble. Consequently, the laws of heaven have fallen into a state of chaos, leading to the shifting of stellar orbits. What kind of force is this? Even the Yuan venerable cannot deduce it, the old beggar exclaimed. "It is a mysterious external force," the old Taoist said with a wistful sigh. "External force. Could the immortal court or the abyss of demons be behind this?" "Junior brother, are you still not awake? Do you still not understand what we are about to face?" I truly do not know. I beg you, senior brother, enlighten me." The old beggar looked embarrassed. "This sleep of mine must have lasted 40 or 50 years, a bit too long. It's only natural that I'm out of touch." "Very well, let me show you something." With that, the old Taoist waved his hand. A beam of light shot out from the screen before them, forming another display in front of the old beggar. On the screen, like a film of video played, the scene depicted a bustling mortal city. With a thunderous roar, the void suddenly split open, revealing a slender black fissure. Two enormous black hands reached out from within the crack. Whoa! As if pushing open a door, the black crack was pried apart by the giant black hands, forming a massive elliptical black portal. Roar! A deafening bellow erupted as a colossal black humanoid monster crawled out from the portal. This humanoid creature was entirely jet black save for its face, which was white. Yet that white face did not seem real. Stiff and expressionless, it was clearly a mask. Boom, boom, boom. The humanoid monster was so enormous that wherever it passed, buildings crumbled and houses were reduced to dust in an instant. Countless innocent lives were snuffed out in mere moments. What is happening? Wah! Papa, where are you? Endless screams and wails filled the air. Yet the people seemed unable to see the giant black humanoid monster. They fled aimlessly, some even running right under its feet without realizing it. Hua hua hua. Several more black fissures appeared in the void. They were pulled open to form dark elliptical portals from which emerged monsters of various sizes, humanoid or bestial, all wearing white masks. These white-masked monsters not only wrought destruction everywhere, but also devoured humans. They were utterly sick. "What kind of monsters are these?" the old beggar exclaimed. "I don't know." The old Taoist replied solemnly, "Not even the Yuan Zun can deduce their exact origins. Yu Xuan, a supreme expert of the Tongtian Alliance, is an extremely ancient, immortal master knowledgeable of both the past and present. Yet even he cannot discern the origins of these white-masked monsters a few in the world can know. No way even Yu Xuan doesn't know. Could they be ghosts? Why can't ordinary people see their existence? The old beggar asked again. They are special soul bodies. Their exact origins are beyond even Yu Xuan's comprehension. This record is an excerpt from the memory fragment of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This Foundation Establishment cultivator was born with a pair of spiritual eyes capable of seeing many things that others cannot. If it were an ordinary low-level cultivator, they might not be able to see these monsters. With that, the old Taoist waved his hand again, and another light screen appeared. The light screen displayed another video, a battle video. A group of blue-robed cultivators surrounded a giant white-masked humanoid monster. Some unleashed flying swords chopping and slashing, while others used fire talismans to burn, water talismans to strike, and called upon divine thunder to strike. Yet no matter the attack, the effects on the humanoid giant were minimal. Whether a large wound was cut into its body or a significant area was burned by thunder and fire, it healed quickly. These monsters possess a strong immunity to ordinary physical and magical attacks. The old Taoist sighed. However, the old beggar was unconvinced and laughed. The strongest among these monsters is merely at the nascent soul level. When faced with an immortal level opponent, even if their immunity were 10 times stronger, it would still be insufficient. Why should senior brother worry? Junior brother, you still don't understand. The old Taoist shook his head and said gravely, these monsters. They come from the dark realm and are very likely not creatures of our world. Not creatures of our world. Could there really be other worlds out there? The old beggar asked in shock. The old Taoist shot a glance at the old beggar. Are there other worlds? That's a question for great figures like Yu Xuan to discuss. How would I know if you ask me? The dark realm is vast and boundless. Countless immortal masters have spent their lives exploring it, but have never crossed it to reach other worlds, nor have they encountered other beings within the dark realm. These monsters come from the dark realm. Are they beings of the dark realm or from other worlds? The appearance of these monsters involves the existence of another world. Yu Xuan and the others must be very concerned about these monsters. Indeed, Yu Xuan and the others place great importance on the origins of these monsters. The old Taoist said the immortal masters represent the pinnacle of our world. Yu Xuan and the others have been trapped at this peak for millions of years. If there are indeed other worlds, perhaps they could find a way to break through this peak there. The emergence of these unidentified monsters has opened a glimmer of hope for Yu Xuan and the others. So Yu Xuan wants to obtain more information about these monsters. Exactly. So my arduous tasks are coming again. The old beggar said weakly. The old Taoist said with a smile, oh dear, why not make use of the supreme and miraculous methods of Yu Xuan instead of always forcing this old bone of mine to work? Although Yu Xuan possesses supreme abilities, they are not as convenient as your dream world divine ability. The old Taoist chuckled. Yu Xuan could simply search the souls of these monsters. Why must they burden me? The old beggar still seemed to shy away from heavy responsibilities. If soul searching were effective, would this matter fall to you? The old Taoist said dismissively. Not just Yu Xuan, even I have used soul searching, but it hasn't been very effective. These are merely small monsters. We cannot extract useful memories from them. Moreover, their memory fragments are filled with despair, fear, hatred, greed, and other negative elements. We can't conduct soul searching for too long, or we might be infected by their negative emotions. No way. Are they immune to soul attacks? The old beggar asked in shock. No. On the contrary, they have almost no immunity to soul attacks. The old Taoist shook his head and said when we searched their souls before, we could extract much useful information. Perhaps they couldn't withstand the impact of their own negative emotions, or maybe their bodies were restrained. In any case, soul searching is unlikely to yield useful information. I see. The old beggar nodded and said, I understand now. Senior brother came here to instruct me to investigate the origins of these monsters personally. Exactly. However, there are some matters worth noting. The old Taoist instructed, we know nothing about the origins of these monsters. We don't know if there are immortal level experts behind them, nor do we know if these monsters are the vanguard of an invasion from another world. So junior brother, while investigating, be sure to be cautious and not take things lightly to avoid falling into a trap. Relax. As your junior brother, you can rest assured. I know what to do. The old beggar waved his hand, and the light screen before him vanished along with the old Taoist's image. The old Taoist's last expression was filled with helplessness, and he had yet to voice a heartfelt remark. It is precisely because you are doing the task that I am 100% uneasy. After driving away the old Taoist, the old beggar did not act immediately. He continued to lie back in the starry sky, pouring wine with one hand and fanning himself with the other, and soon fell asleep. The sky has not collapsed yet, let me sleep a little longer. His muttering drifted slowly in the starry sky. If the old Taoist heard this, who knows how furious he would become. The way the old beggar slept was quite particular, conforming to the laws of the heavenly way, transforming himself into a planet drifting in the starry sky in harmony with the celestial orbits. With such a sleep, even if he slept for millions of years, he would not collide with other celestial bodies. However, he forgot before sleeping that the laws of the heavenly way had changed and the orbits of celestial bodies and rivers had undergone significant shifts. Thus his previous method of sleeping was no longer applicable. Whether it was bad luck or the heavens conspiring against him, just as he lay down and barely entered a dream, he felt a sudden thump in his brow, sensing a portent of calamity. The old beggar instantly opened his eyes, but what he saw made his heart race in shock. He was a peerless expert at the immortal monarch level, and even in the entire world, he could be considered a top-tier master. Aside from immortal emperors and immortal masters, nothing in the universe could threaten him. However, at this moment, he was genuinely trembling with fear. Before him, a gigantic black hole appeared in the star. If it were an ordinary black hole, the old beggar wouldn't have cared at all, but this particular black hole was one he had to avoid like venomous snakes and scorpions. An unlawful place, the old beggar shouted. While ordinary cultivators might not discern what lay within the black hole, the old beggar with his profound cultivation immediately saw that inside the black hole lay a place that even immortal masters feared. An unlawful place, a realm where laws are shattered. Even a supreme expert at the immortal master level would be suppressed here, unable to employ any of their Dao techniques. What astonished the old beggar was that the black hole exerted a powerful suction force on him, a gravitational pull so strong that even an immortal monarch would find it hard to escape. At the same time, a chilling, mysterious aura surged towards him, making him feel as if his cultivation were regressing. This was the aura of an unlawful place. Even before entering, he was already influenced by it, which made the old beggar's hair stand on end and his heart race in panic. Suddenly, the suction force of the black hole intensified, and the old beggar felt as though the entire world was pressing down on him, making him extremely uncomfortable, unable to unleash even a shred of his Dao techniques. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan, for killing a level 1 red ant. You have gained 10 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained 5 gold coins. Upon waking up the moment Ye Wenxuan stepped out of the stone cave, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind, catching him utterly by surprise. Yet his astonishment was far from over. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan. You have been blessed by the goddess of fortune and received 2 gifts from her. What on earth is happening? Ye Wenxuan was completely dumbfounded. He had just woken up and barely taken a step outside when a windfall. It took him a moment to regain his composure. He lifted his foot and glanced down, discovering several tiny red ants lying on the ground. Among them, one was slightly larger, and all were now lifeless, crushed under his foot. Ye Wenxuan was stunned. He had actually encountered such a stroke of luck, stepping out at dawn and triggering the favor of the goddess of fortune. This was 1,000 times more blissful than being hit by a fragrant meat pie. Immediately, Ye Wenxuan tapped to use the 2 gifts. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained a set of Ant-Man battle suit. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained a Broodmother transformation card. An Ant-Man battle suit. This item was extraordinary. When worn, it allowed one to shrink down to the size of an ant. As for the advantages of shrinking, they were immense. In battle, one could evade attacks by reducing in size, and in special circumstances infiltrate enemy lines to steal intelligence. As for the Broodmother transformation card, Ye Wenxuan examined it, and found it to be an image of the hero from Dota, Broodmother, also known as the Spiderling. Ding! Using a transformation card for the first time will activate the hero transformation feature. Ding! Do you wish to use the transformation card to activate the hero transformation feature? The system's prompt echoed in Ye Wenxuan's mind. Hero transformation. At the mere mention of it, Ye Wenxuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Having played online games for over 2 decades, he had countless times imagined himself as various heroic characters within those virtual worlds. Now possessing this very possibility, how could he not be thrilled? Ye Wenxuan made his choice without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan, for activating the hero transformation feature. Thus, Ye Wenxuan noticed that among the numerous function options, a new one had appeared, hero transformation. Upon clicking it, a window popped up before his eyes, filled with countless images. The first image was none other than the Broodmother he had just obtained, and used, now glowing brightly, indicating it was in an activated state. Aside from this ant-like image, there were countless others, all in a dim, unactivated state, densely arrayed before Ye Wenxuan's eyes, too numerous to count. Xian Zhao, Garen, Ari, Xylian. Holy cow, not just DOEA, but even the heroes from LOL are here. Chao Chao, Zhuge Liang, Di Renjia, Zhu Yuanzhong, Bao Si. My heavens, even heroes of the 3 kingdoms has shown up. Spider-Man, Superman, The Flash, Wolverine. Damn, this is reaching for the skies. Even Marvel heroes are here. Monkey D, Luffy, Scion Kakarot. Hell, even Saitama. I must collect Saitama's transformation card. I want to obliterate all bosses with a single punch. Brother Xian, where are we headed now? Just then Yue also emerged from the stone cave and asked Ye Wenxuan. Ye Wenxuan surveyed their surroundings. A profound silence hung in the air. He mused, this entire mountain range is devoid of human presence. How peculiar. Could it be that there is great peril here, deterring outsiders from entering? Or perhaps aside from Xiaojiu there are other formidable demonic beasts lurking within, including an even more ferocious overlord. Brother Xian, since this place is so dangerous we should leave immediately. Leave? How could they leave so soon? Having just acquired an Ant-Man battlesuit and a Broodmother transformation card, he was eager to put them to good use. Why would he leave now? There must be a colossal boss lurking here. Let's go find it. Ye Wenxuan commanded. Alas, such a hard fate. Yu Wei grumbled, knowing full well that once Brother Xian had made up his mind, there was no stopping this stubborn mule from charging ahead. Brother Xian, tomorrow is the city selection day. Should we participate? Yu Wei asked again. Now that both he and Brother Xian had grown in strength and were capable of competing in the city selection, he couldn't help but feel a stirring of ambition. Which mortal would not covet the chance to seek immortality and the Tao? At the same time, Yu Wei hoped to remind Brother Xian that the city selection was tomorrow and they needed to leave the Qilin mountain range immediately to prepare. The city selection. I am determined to succeed, and you must give it your all to secure a qualifying spot. Ye Wenxuan laughed. Fortunately, we still have a day to prepare. Today, we continue hunting monsters. Still hunting. Yu Wei couldn't help but complain. Monster hunting was no easy task. It was a gamble with one's life. After half a day of hunting yesterday, Yu Wei had faced over a dozen life-or-death crises. If not for Brother Xian's presence, he would have perished countless times. Although the Qilin mountain range was merely a low-level beast mountain, its dangers were exceedingly terrifying for a mortal like Yu Wei, who had not even reached the body refinement stage. Only Ye Wenxuan, an anomaly blessed with a system and a seasoned gamer with rich monster-slaying experience, could disregard the myriad low-grade beasts and roam the Qilin mountain range freely. At this moment, Yu Wei was filled with 100-fold admiration for Ye Wenxuan, skilled and powerful enough to defy the perils of the Qilin mountain range. What impressed him most was that last night Brother Xian had lain down and slept soundly until dawn, while he himself had been unable to sleep a wink, spending the entire night trembling at the eerie howls outside the small stone cave. Monster hunting is secondary. Today's mission is to find the Overlord boss and eliminate it, Ye Wenxuan declared. An Overlord boss? One even fiercer than yesterday's boss. Yu Wei shuddered, silently praying that they would not encounter that Overlord. Yesterday's boss had nearly cost him his life, facing an even stronger, more ferocious one would surely mean the end of his life. Rest assured, this time I am fully prepared. I won't let you die. As if reading Yu Wei's thoughts, Ye Wenxuan said calmly, as long as I am by your side, I will do my utmost to protect you. With that, he retrieved the Ant-Man battlesuit from his backpack. What's that? A suit of armor? Yu Wei asked, curiously eyeing the suit in Ye Wenxuan's hands. Yu Wei had long grown accustomed to Brother Xian's ability to conjure objects from thin air, but he was even more intrigued by the treasure Xian had just produced. Yesterday, he had already received several miraculous treasures from Brother Xian, and this one was bound to be equally extraordinary. That's right, it's a set of armor. With that, Ye Wenxuan immediately donned the Ant-Man suit. This was a red Ant-Man suit styled similarly to that worn by the protagonist Scott Lang in the movie Ant-Man, completely covering his body, without leaving a single gap. Is this armor very strong in defense? Yu Wei asked curiously. Not only is the defense formidable, but it also has very special functions. Ye Wenxuan smiled mysteriously, saying, watch closely, a miracle is about to unfold. Do not blink. Hearing Ye Wenxuan's words, Yu Wei gulped, nervously staring intently at him, without daring to blink, eagerly anticipating the miracle. Invisibility. Ye Wenxuan suddenly shouted, and then his figure abruptly vanished, disappearing without a trace before Yu Wei's eyes. Brother Xian, are you still there? Yu Wei exclaimed in shock, quickly looking around, but finding no trace of him. It seemed that Brother Xian really had become invisible. He reached out to where Ye Wenxuan had just stood, but there was nothing but air. Whoosh. Yu Wei's eyes lit up as Ye Wenxuan suddenly reappeared before him, still clad in the armor. How's that? This ability is pretty good, right? Ye Wenxuan smiled mysteriously. This armor can make someone invisible, Yu Wei exclaimed. Ahem. Well, whether it can make you invisible, you'll just have to try it to find out, Ye Wenxuan chuckled. It's not true invisibility, it merely shrinks the body to the size of an ant, making it undetectable. Ye Wenxuan had just playfully tricked Yu Wei into thinking he was invisible. Try it. Yu Wei's face lit up with delight. Brother Xian, are you going to let me try it on? That's right, I'll let you try it on. If you can master the knack for using it, I might consider lending it to you for a day or two. Brother Xian, why not just give it to me? Yu Wei was so accustomed to asking Ye Wenxuan for things that he wasn't the slightest bit embarrassed to do so again. Ye Wenxuan shot Yu Wei a sideways glance. It's not impossible, as long as you follow me to hunt monsters and don't back down. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might reward you. Rest assured, Brother Xian, next time we hunt monsters, I will definitely charge at the forefront. Yu Wei vowed earnestly. He took the Ant-Man suit that Ye Wenxuan had removed and immediately put it on. To become invisible, press this button on your left hand, and to deactivate invisibility, press this button on your right hand. Ye Wenxuan pointed to the two buttons on the Ant-Man suit. Invisible on the left hand, deactivate on the right hand. Yu Wei followed Ye Wenxuan's instructions and pressed the button on his left hand. Whoosh. Yu Wei suddenly vanished, but Ye Wenxuan knew he hadn't disappeared, he had just shrunk to the size of an ant. Whoosh. After more than 10 seconds, Yu Wei's figure reappeared, having returned to his normal size. Phew, that almost made me fall to my death. Yu Wei looked frustrated, saying, Brother Xian, this is really unfair. This armor doesn't have any real invisibility capability, it just makes a person tiny like an ant. Just now after he put on the Ant-Man suit and shrunk, he had instantly become as small as an ant, and then fell from a height. Although it was only from a height of 1 meter, he felt as if he had fallen from a great height. This feeling was extreme. Fortunately, when a human body shrinks, the muscles and bones are also condensed countless times, greatly enhancing their ability to withstand impacts. Thus, even though it felt like falling from a great height, he did not suffer any significant injuries. Xiao Wei, remember the abilities of this Ant-Man suit must never be spoken aloud. Just understand it, especially when facing enemies. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. If you know the opponent's details, but they do not know yours, you can utilize this Ant-Man suit for a surprise attack. Ye Wenxuan advised. Okay, I understand. Yu Wei replied obediently. Though the Ant-Man suit didn't have true invisibility, its shrinking function still filled Yu Wei with delight and curiosity, and he refused to take it off after trying it for a long time. Ye Wenxuan felt helpless. He had only worn the Ant-Man suit for a few seconds himself, and hadn't had enough fun yet. However, since Xiao Wei wanted to wear it, he decided to let him enjoy it for now. 2 hours later. Brother Xian, we've been searching for so long, but haven't seen a single powerful beast. As for the so-called big boss you mentioned, at this rate, we don't know when we'll find it. It had been a full 2 hours, and Ye Wenxuan and his companion hadn't encountered a single second-tier or higher demon beast. As for the big boss Ye Wenxuan speculated about, there was not a single clue. Brother Xian, let's retreat from the Qilin mountain range. The longer the so-called big boss didn't show up, the stronger Yu Wei's sense of unease and crisis became. In what was supposed to be a perilous Qilin mountain range, the absence of any fearsome beasts was exceedingly strange. How odd, where have all the demon beasts gone? Ye Wenxuan muttered in confusion. Brother Xian, we should hurry and get out. I have a bad feeling. Stop. Ye Wenxuan waved his hand, fixing his gaze ahead with a serious expression. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Perhaps the big boss is nearby. Yu Wei followed Ye Wenxuan's gaze and saw several desiccated corpses lying several hundred meters ahead. The corpses have begun to decay. They must have been dead for several days. As the two approached the corpses, Yu Wei remarked, No, Xiao Wei, you're mistaken. Ye Wenxuan replied calmly, They must have died last night, and very likely they are the ones sent by the Lord's mansion to hunt us down. Though they are wrapped in black clothes on the outside, there's no way to tell they are from the Lord's mansion, but from the insignia on their weapons, it's apparent they should be city guards. But their corpses have already begun to decay. This indicates they have been dead for several days. Even if they are city guards from the Lord's mansion, they shouldn't be here to hunt us down, right? Yu Wei questioned in confusion. Xiao Wei, you're wrong. Their corpses aren't decayed. They are withered. Look at their necks. Each one has 2 red blood holes. They must have died from having their essence or vital energy. Wow, Brother Xian, are you saying they were drained of blood? Yu Wei said, looking terrified. After a moment, he suddenly appeared enlightened. Oh, I just remembered, I heard people in the city talk about zombies in the Qilin mountain range. No way are there really zombies. Ye Wenxuan seemed slightly unsettled, a hint of fear appearing on his face. Although Ye Wenxuan often acted fearless, there were indeed many things he was afraid of. Zombies, vampires, werewolves, ghoul, corpse brothers, and zombies. These things he had only seen in movies, animations, and novels. Although they were frightening, he had never truly feared them, as he had never encountered them in real life. In Ye Wenxuan's and nearly all of the galactic humans' view, these things did not exist. However, now it was uncertain, especially in this world where even immortals existed. The presence of zombies couldn't be hard to understand. Yes, there are indeed zombies. I heard the people of Wielding talking about it half a month ago, saying that many who entered the Qilin mountain range were attacked by zombies. Yu Wei recalled, but he did not pay close attention at the time, so he could not remember much now. Xiangu, there are zombies here. We should hurry and leave, Yu Wei said tremblingly. At this moment, he deeply regretted not considering the zombie situation in the Qilin mountain range before coming in. Ye Wenxuan was also extremely frustrated at this moment. He had thought the big boss was about to appear, but unexpectedly this so-called big boss was very likely the legendary zombie king. Moreover, it was highly probable that the zombie king was guarded by numerous zombie minions. If he really encountered the zombie king protected by many minions, Ye Wenxuan clearly understood that he was completely outmatched at this moment. Despite having over 10,000 combat power, which was dozens to nearly 100 times higher than that of ordinary people, the crucial point was that he was not an expert in exorcism. He knew nothing about subduing zombies. Ye Wenxuan gritted his teeth and after a long while finally made up his mind. Let's continue deeper. It shouldn't be zombies. It could be demon beasts, and many of them also suck blood. Ye Wenxuan harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that what the people of Wielding mentioned might not be zombies, but perhaps some kind of blood-sucking demon beast instead. Alright, let's continue, Yu Wei said helplessly. He sincerely admired Xian Guest's courage, not fearing even such terrifying creatures as zombies. I just remembered. I heard that the zombies in the Qilin mountain range are social creatures, and there is a very, very powerful zombie king among them. As Yu Wei spoke, he said, No, it seems there is more than one zombie king. He did not know that at the moment he uttered this, the Xiangu he admired almost stumbled and fell. After half an hour, Ye Wenxuan and the others arrived at a flat, open valley. This was a beautiful valley filled with blooming sunflowers, rows of watermelons, corn, and peas. Yue suddenly felt a sense of relief. Behind them was a forest fraught with danger, ancient trees towering high, and it was impossible to predict when a venomous snake or spider would suddenly attack from the trees, leading to instant death. In front of them was a lush, green, agricultural valley. Once they crossed this valley, they might reach a farm. We finally made it out, Yue said joyfully. However, Ye Wenxuan had a ghostly expression, pulling Yue back and heading in the opposite direction without the slightest hesitation, showing no intent to linger. Ye Wenxuan, wearing black-rimmed glasses, could see farther and more clearly than Yue. At the end of that row of plants, it was not a farm, but something terrifying. Oh my, it's plants versus zombies. I actually have the fortune to witness such a legendary bizarre lineup, Ye Wenxuan thought to himself. Indeed, at the end of the row of plants stood rows of zombies. Do we have to go in? Yue asked with a gloomy, we are going back the way we came back to Leking, Ye Wenxuan said. Back to Leking? Well, that's fine. Xiangu, even if we are going back, do we really need to run so fast? Of course we need to run faster. We need to hurry and take a bath. I feel all dirty. Haha, I thought Xiangu didn't care about his appearance at all. Who wouldn't care? After bathing, we need to rush back to Leking to gather information about tomorrow's city selection. In the Beast Soul space, Little Nine, did you know that there are zombies in the Qilin mountain range? Ye Wenxuan asked. Zombies? What are zombies? Are they good-looking? Are they tasty? Little Nine asked with a curious expression, constantly inquiring. Can you be any more ignorant? Ye Wenxuan said, exasperated. A boss, I've only been in the human world for less than a year, so it's understandable that I don't know many things. You mean you haven't been here for even a year? That's right. A year ago, Little Nine had a hard time coming from the demon realm to the human realm. After some conversation, Ye Wenxuan learned that Little Nine was from the demon realm and his mother was a very powerful demon king, but he had never seen his biological father. From what he understood, his father had been captured by a powerful human cultivation sect and turned into a spiritual pet. Thus, in order to find and rescue his father, he secretly came to the human realm from the demon realm without telling his mother. He was like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. The world was so vast that Little Nine had no idea which sect had captured his father, nor did he know where he was taken, not even knowing what his father looked like. Little Nine, don't worry. As long as you follow me well, I will do my utmost to help you with your father's matter. Boss, Little Nine said, moved. Of course. I am a very good person. I am generally willing to help those in need, especially those around me. Little Nine said firmly. That's for sure. Ye Wenxuan replied with a hint of pride. Since that's the case, boss, please reward me with a spirit beast pill like the last one. I'm so hungry. Little Nine said pitifully. Little Nine. Here. Didn't I already give you the spirit beast pill for this month? Oh, well, it seems I didn't get it. Little Nine has a poor memory and doesn't remember. Little Nine said, twirling his finger. Your memory is poor, but boss, my memory is excellent. Ye Wenxuan said, lightly smirking. I remember I gave you this month's spirit beast pill yesterday and even advanced you 10 months worth. No way. You only gave me one. Little Nine muttered. Oh, but you still remember. You remember that I gave you a spirit beast pill yesterday. Dare to deceive the boss, next month's spirit beast pill is confiscated. What? Little Nine's face changed to a bitter expression, pleading, boss, please don't. Little Nine would never dare again. From now on, he would definitely serve the boss wholeheartedly and do his best to assist him without any deception. He only hoped the boss would not confiscate his monthly spirit beast pill rations. Cough cough, I'm not a heartless person. Considering it's your first offense, I'll let you go this time. Thank you, boss. Little Nine said with excitement before asking, Bossum, I would like to advance next month's spirit beast pill. Can you give it to me now? Advance. Ye Wenxuan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment, then said, advancing isn't impossible, but I need to set a rule. As the saying goes, without rules nothing can be accomplished. If there are no rules established, how could my spirit beast pills be taken freely? Set rules. What kind of rules? Little Nine asked eagerly. My rules are as follows. First, the advance limit is 6 months. Based on your current salary, you can advance up to 6 pills each time you request an advance. Second, for each month advanced, an additional month's ration will be deducted to repay. This means that if you advance this month's ration for next month, then for the next 2 months, you will have no rations. If you advance 6 months worth this month, then for the next 12 months, you will have no rations. Third, you cannot request a second advance until the advanced rations are repaid. For example, if you advance 6 months worth now, then you cannot make a second advance within the next 12 months. Fourth, I haven't thought of that yet. Boss, this is too harsh, Xiao Jiu said discontentedly. Isn't it supposed to be that whatever you advance you pay back the same amount? It's like borrowing money from humans. You borrow how much, you return how much, right? Have you ever heard of a loan? Ye Wenxuan laughed. Loan? I haven't heard of it. Xiao Jiu shook his head. A loan is a repayment condition set to prevent the other party from borrowing indefinitely when lending something to them. You see, if the borrowing and repayment were equal, then naturally everyone would borrow the maximum amount possible. That would not be good for the lender. Therefore, to prevent some people from borrowing excessively, a loaning system was established. Simply put, a loan means when you borrow money, you have to pay back more than what you borrowed. For me in business, if I lend you money, it's only double the amount. But if it's someone else, especially some unscrupulous merchants, they wouldn't be so lenient. Their loans would require at least 10 times the amount. I still don't understand what you mean by loan, boss. Xiaojie shook his head, appearing dazed. Fine, I guess I wasted my breath. Ye Wenxuan said with a frustrated tone, showing slight displeasure. Since you don't want to advance the spirit beast pills, then forget it. After saying that, he made to leave. Don't, boss. Xiaojie panicked, falling into Ye Wenxuan's trap. I want to advance. Great, how much do you want to advance? Ye Wenxuan said with a smile, but I must warn you in advance, my interest is 100. So if you advance for a month, you will have to repay 2 months. If you advance for 6 months, then you must repay 12 months. I want to advance for 6 months. You need to give me 6 spirit beast pills right now. Here's 6 spirit beast pills. Ye Wenxuan immediately handed Xiaojie 6 top-quality spirit beast pills without hesitation. Haha, I saved 6 top-quality spirit beast pills. Ye Wenxuan thought to himself. The top-quality spirit beast pills were gifted by the system, and he was unsure when he could obtain them easily again, so he aimed to save them while he could. At Wielding Tower, Ye Wenxuan returned here once more. This time he was not here to cause trouble, but to gather information, seeking news about the city selection, and particularly the occurrences in the Qilan mountain range, especially regarding the zombies. Welcome, please head upstairs. Unlike yesterday when no one paid him any mind upon entering Wielding Tower, this time, as soon as Ye Wenxuan stepped in, a servant immediately led him to the second floor. The second floor was generally reserved for individuals of status or importance. Undoubtedly, the servant regarded Ye Wenxuan as a wealthy patron. At this moment, Ye Wenxuan indeed was a wealthy patron. His currency bank contained nearly 100,000 gold coins. Gold coins were the common currency among mortals, and having 100,000 gold coins made him somewhat of a small millionaire. Of course, the servant at Wielding Tower was unaware of Ye Wenxuan's substantial wealth. He simply perceived Ye Wenxuan's appearance as noble, and thus warmly guided him. Ye Wenxuan was currently dressed in a golden serpent outfit, radiating a dazzling golden light, exuding an aura of wealth. The serpent-shaped sword on his back constantly emitted a chilling light resembling a venomous snake flicking its tongue, making it clear that this young man was not ordinary, emanating a sense of danger. Looking at his hair, it was so short. It probably only grew to the length of a finger. Is he from the Western region? It is said that many monks from the Western region are secular disciples who practice with their hair intact, and their hair seems to only grow to the length of a finger. The servant of Wielding Tower mused. However, the servant did not know that Ye Wenxuan's short hair was a result of him using the golden serpent sword to cut it that way. He felt that men with long hair were too unconventional, so he had it trimmed. At that time, when he cut his hair, Yue strongly opposed it, saying something like, the body hair and skin are received from one's parents, urging him not to cut it short. Ye Wenxuan paid no heed. As a forward-thinking youth from the galactic realm, how could he care about such futile concepts? Not only did he cut his own hair short, but he also knocked Yue unconscious and cut his long hair short as well. Yue, who had his flowing hair cut, was extremely heartbroken at this moment, currently dressed in an Ant-Man battle suit, shrunk down, and hiding behind Ye Wenxuan's ears, silently crying. Dear guest, what would you like? After leading Ye Wenxuan to a secluded spot on the second floor, the servant asked. Your signature dishes, just bring me 2 or 3 portions, and a good wine. Ye Wenxuan casually replied. All right, coming right up. Hey, have you heard? This city selection is different from previous ones. As soon as Ye Wenxuan sat down, he overheard someone discussing the topic of the city selection. With the selection approaching and its implications for entering the realm of cultivation, it was indeed the hottest topic in the city lately. Oh, how is it different? Tell me. The moment someone mentioned the topic of the city selection, others immediately showed interest and inquired without Ye Wenxuan needing to ask. In previous selections, only the top 10 were accepted, but this time the admission quotas have changed. The person talking was a young man in green, who like Ye Wenxuan was seated on the second floor. Judging by his lavish attire, he clearly came from a good family. Brother Ding, don't keep us in suspense. Everyone knows you are the brother-in-law of the city lord. If the rules of the city selection really change, you would surely be the first to know. Brother Ding, please tell us about the changes in this city's selection rules. Someone urged impatiently. I can assure you that if you go to Tianxiang Tower next time, I will cover your expenses. So please do share the changes in this. I can assure you that if you go to Tianxiang Tower next time, I will cover your expenses. So please do share the changes in this city's selection rules with us. Haha, Brother Su is quite generous. Ding Yong praised. Then I will share it with everyone. It turned out he was a lecher trying to use insider information to earn some favors. Ye Wenxuan silently cursed. Pervert, just say what you mean already. Stop beating around the bush and talking like an old man. Is it really that interesting? Cough regarding the admission quotas. Ding Yong paused, savoring the eager gazes surrounding him before he finally said, the number of admission quotas has increased. It has increased. By a lot. In that instant, many in the tavern sighed in relief, feeling a sense of liberation from suffering. Ye Wenxuan immediately understood that the increase or decrease of these quotas seemed to relate to many people's lives and deaths. In the midst of a brief silence, someone couldn't help but ask how many spots have been increased. In previous city selections, only the top 10 were chosen, but this time the selection will include the top 500. You mean how many have been added? Ding Yong replied lightly. 500. No way. That many. You're kidding. How could it suddenly increase to 50 times? Exactly. Every session only has about 1,000 participants. If the spots increase to 500, doesn't that mean half of the participants have a chance to qualify? Even Ye Wenxuan, who knew nothing about the city selection, found this matter unbelievable. In the past, only the top 10 were selected with thousands of talented youths competing in the city, but now that the spots have increased to 500, doesn't that mean nearly half of the participants have a chance to qualify? Isn't the threshold for the city selection a bit too low? Cough. Since you all don't believe it, then there's no need for me to say more, Ding Yong said indifferently. Seeing him maintain such a calm demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying. You perhaps there was some truth to it. Brother Ding, it's not that we don't trust you, but we think this is truly unbelievable. A man with the surname Su chuckled awkwardly. Could you please explain to us in detail why the spots have suddenly increased to 500? I believe that unless there is a major change, the number of spots for the city selection would not suddenly increase this much. There must be some shocking inside story. Do I wonder if Brother Ding knows the details? Brother Su truly has an eye for detail. Ding Yong smiled. In truth, it had nothing to do with insight. Oh, anyone with half a brain could tell there was a significant inside story. Clink. 2 gold coins were thrown onto Ding Yong's table. Brother Ding, this meal is on me. Please share all the details regarding this city selection. The man who tossed the coins, dressed in yellow, said. As long as I know, I will share everything. While Ding Yong collected the 2 gold coins, he chuckled greedily, revealing his avaricious nature, but he didn't care at all. The brother next to Ye Wenxuan disdainfully remarked, how can the brother-in-law of the city lord cherish just 2 gold coins so much? It's truly pathetic. Ye Wenxuan happened to hear this. Ding Yong is notorious for being greedy and lecherous. Don't mention 2 gold coins, even a single silver coin, he would cherish. Someone chuckled. Cough. This change in the city selection, with the number of spots greatly increasing, was ordered by the Imperial. Not only has our city selection's number of spots greatly increased, but neighboring cities like Yin City and Li City have also experienced similar increases. Ding Yong said with a smile. Could it be that this year the Imperial City selection spots have also significantly increased? Someone exclaimed. That's right. Ding Yong replied with a calm smile. Then do you know why the Imperial City suddenly increased the selection spots so much? Someone asked. Do I even need to say? Just think about who the Imperial City serves, and for whom they select talents. Ding Yong responded indifferently. Wenxuan Academy. Someone exclaimed. Could it be that this year Wenxuan Academy is going to recruit a large number of disciples? Another person asked. Cough. That's right, a Wenxuan Academy is indeed going to recruit a large number of disciples. Ding Yong smiled. Wenxuan Academy is our Fenglin Kingdom's only immortality sect. Throughout the entire Fenglin Kingdom, one can only imagine how many people are eager to join. Someone sighed. Joining an immortal sect, what a magnificent thing it is. Not only can it bring glory to one's ancestors, but it also grants the opportunity to learn the secret arts of longevity, as well as the ability to perform extraordinary feats like flying and moving mountains. Someone lamented. Brother Wu, don't even think about joining an immortal sect. The most basic requirement for Wenxuan Academy is that the age of candidates must not exceed 18. Brother Wu, don't even think about joining an immortal sect. The most basic requirement for Wenxuan Academy is that the age of candidates must not. Brother Wu replied, dissatisfied. Sure, why not? Dreaming by day is no problem. I just want to say you have no hope of joining the immortal sect at all. The one who teased him sneered. Your words are quite mistaken. Ding Yong chuckled, paused, and continued. If it were in the past, I would have thought like you that Brother Wu had no chance of entering the immortal sect. But now I no longer think that way. Oh, could it be that there is a change in this city selection? Mr. Su asked. Upon hearing this question, the others, especially Brother Wu, all held their breath, waiting for Ding Yong's next words. You guessed correctly, Brother Su. This city selection not only has a greatly increased number of spots, but the age limit has also been relaxed significantly. Ding Yong said. The age limit has been relaxed. By how much? In the past, Wenxuan Academy only selected youths aged 18 or younger, but this time is different. The upper age limit is now 30. As long as you are below 30, you can participate in this city selection. Ding Yong laughed. No way, 30 years old. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. I heard that cultivation places great emphasis on personal talent, so when the immortal sect recruits disciples, they pay the most attention to age. Why has this time the age restriction been relaxed so much? Someone asked in confusion. 30 years old. Doesn't that mean nearly half of the city can participate? If you say nearly half of the city can participate, that's not wrong. However, I'm afraid that by then countless people won't even pass the first round of assessments. Ding Yong sneered. So Brother Ding, do you even know the content of the assessments? Mr. Su asked. As for the content of the assessments, I do know a little bit, but not much. If everyone wants to know the detailed assessment matters, you can check the announcement that will be released this afternoon. Ding Yong smiled. It will be announced this afternoon. Everyone exchanged glances, initially thinking it was some secret, but it turned out there would be an announcement. At the same time, they realized that if it were truly confidential information, even with Ding Yong's courage, he wouldn't dare to openly leak the secrets of the city lord's mansion. So is it true that the age limit has really been relaxed to 30? Brother Wu asked excitedly. Not only was he excited, but most of those present were individuals aged 18 to 30, all of whom were filled with excitement, looking at Ding Yong, eagerly awaiting his answer. Ding Yong opened his mouth to continue boasting, but Ye Wenxuan's attention was drawn away by a commotion from downstairs. Smelly beggar, if you keep bothering me, do you believe I'll chop you into 8 pieces? The voice of the speaker sounded somewhat familiar. Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but look downstairs, and lo and behold, it was Lu Xiaojie, the young master of the Lu family with whom he had a past conflict. Young master, I observe that you have extraordinary potential and must be a rare talent in the pursuit of the Tao. If you are willing to spare a meal for this old beggar, I would be glad to guide you step by step into the path of cultivation. The one saying this was a ragged old beggar. Upon seeing this old beggar, Ye Wenxuan nearly sprayed out the wine he had just drunk. Jigong! Ye Wenxuan nearly exclaimed. It is no wonder that Ye Wenxuan was astonished. The old beggar's appearance was strikingly similar to that of Jigong, with a worn-out hat, ragged clothes, a wine jug in one hand, and a tattered fan in the other, all on a skeletal frame. However, what shocked Ye Wenxuan the most was the large golden shimmering title above the old beggar's head. The 10 immortal lords of the heavenly realm. This was the first NPC Ye Wenxuan had encountered in this world who had a title above his head. Get lost, don't block my way. The thing I despise most in my life is you lowly beggars. Lu Xiaojie said angrily, slapping the old beggar down to the ground. After being defeated by Ye Wenxuan, he had lost all face. Within less than 2 days, Lu Xiaojie's name had spread throughout the entire city, and the incident of him being bullied by a little beggar had become a laughing stock among the people of the city. But that was not the worst of it. What troubled him the most was that because of being bullied by the little beggar, his status at home had plummeted. His father, who used to dote on him, was now indifferent, especially when he asked his father to send someone to hunt down the little beggar. His father merely cast him a cold glance, saying nothing. As a result, he had no reinforcements to rely on, and seeking revenge on that little beggar had become a lost cause. What extraordinary talent, what a rare genius in cultivation. I am nothing but a complete waste. Lu Xiaojie said resentfully, then kicked the old beggar. At that moment, Lu Xiaojie was filled with resentment, so he held nothing back in his attack. However, after enduring his blows, the old beggar showed no signs of injury. He got up again, pulled out a book, and handed it to Lu Xiaojie, grinning with a mouth full of rotten teeth, saying, since young master is unwilling to cultivate, why not learn martial arts with this old man? I observe that young master has extraordinary talent. Not only is he suitable for cultivation, but he is also suited for martial arts. Young master is a rare martial arts genius who appears once in 100 years. I see that young master has a robust and extraordinary physique. This book, The 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing, must be perfect for young master to practice. Nanny. The 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing. Ye Wenxuan almost spat out his food upon seeing this scene. If Lu Xiaojie has a physique that can be called robust, then what about my physique? Watching the commotion between Lu Xiaojie and the old beggar, a tall man couldn't help but interject with a laugh. Lu Xiaojie was not robust at all. He was only 1.7 meters tall and slightly slender. The old beggar's words were clearly insincere. Get lost, don't disturb my meal. What nonsense, the 18 Palms of the Dragon Subduing. How can such a shabby book be called a technique? Lu Xiaojie said angrily, once again kicking the old beggar away, then shouted at a waiter from Luing Tower. Hey, don't you manage the place? Do you let any random people come and go? Why don't you chase out filthy beggars like this? Young master Lu, you know our rules at Luing Tower. We only provide food and drink to our guests, and do not concern ourselves with their backgrounds. As long as a customer can pay, even a beggar will be treated equally, and served with care, the waiter replied with a bitter smile. Does he look like someone who can afford a meal? Lu Xiaojie pointed at the old beggar with disdain. Well, okay. The waiter hesitated for a long time before saying apologetically to the old beggar, Sir, if you cannot pay for your meal, please leave. The waiter's tone was very polite, but not because he was a kind person, or rather it was because yesterday an incident had occurred at Luing Tower where a beggar bullied a rich young man. This incident made the waiters deeply understand one principle: one cannot judge a book by its cover. That rich young man was Lu Xiaojie, who was not as weak as he appeared. His swordsmanship was quite impressive, and his martial arts were not bad either, but he had been brought to his knees and begged for mercy by an unknown beggar, completely humiliated. Even the esteemed third young master of the Lu family could be defeated, so the waiter, merely a poor worker, was not much better off than the beggar. Therefore he treated every customer politely, not daring to act rudely, lest he provoke a powerful figure one day. Though the waiter's tone was very courteous, the old beggar was displeased, and coldly huffed at the waiter, saying, What? Do you look down on this old man? Are you afraid I'll dine and dash? Don't worry, whatever I eat today this young master will pay for me, because he will soon become my disciple. It is only right for a disciple to pay for his master. Damn, how many times do I have to tell you? I've said I won't become your disciple. Lu Xiaojie cursed angrily. With tricks like yours to cheat for food and drink, I don't know how many times I've seen through it. I will not be fooled. This old man has a secret technique for longevity. Oh, don't you want to learn it? The old beggar continued. What good is longevity? Can one truly live forever? Lu Xiaojie said disdainfully, clearly not trusting the old beggar's words. No one can live forever. Even the supreme beings at the level of immortals cannot achieve that. The old beggar sighed, appearing quite serious. Lu Xiaojie remained skeptical, pushing the old beggar away without a word. He intended to find an empty table on the first floor, but discovered there were no available seats due to the large crowd at Luing Tower today. With no other choice, he had to go upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he found that there were also very few empty seats. After scanning the area, Lu Xiaojie quickly locked onto a spot and walked over. Excuse me, brother, do you mind if I sit here? Not at all. Ye Wenxuan replied with an odd expression. Indeed, the table Lu Xiaojie chose was the very table where Ye Wenxuan was seated. Although Ye Wenxuan's table was somewhat secluded, it was right by the railing, allowing one to enjoy the view of the scenery below. This was why Lu Xiaojie had chosen this table. Thank you, brother. Lu Xiaojie sat across from Ye Wenxuan with a grateful face, not realizing that Ye Wenxuan was the beggar who had beaten him the day before. Ye Wenxuan's appearance had changed dramatically, showing no trace of his former self. Although Ye Wenxuan's outer appearance had changed greatly, his voice remained the same. So when Lu Xiaojie heard his voice, he felt it was very familiar, yet he was misled by Ye Wenxuan's grand and elegant appearance, failing to recall which noble young master this familiar voice belonged to. Young master, since you do not wish to learn the secret of longevity, how about learning some immortal arts instead, Just as Lu Xiaojie had just sat down and was still getting settled, the old beggar suddenly appeared beside him, flashing a grin with yellowed teeth, and continued to entice Lu Xiaojie, saying, "This old man has stealth techniques. Oh, once young master learns that you can sneak into the bathhouse of your desired lady. Peeking at a lady bathing is not the act of a gentleman. I disdain such behavior. This old man also has the earth escape technique, which allows one to travel 1,000 miles in a day, essential for long journeys. I have a severe case of cleanliness obsession and dislike burrowing into the ground." Lu Xiaojie refused again. This old man also has a dust clearing technique that can remove all dirt from one's body better than bathing and much more convenient. Lu Xiaojie looked the old beggar up and down for a moment and chuckled. If your dust clearing technique is truly that effective, you wouldn't be in such a pitiful state covered in dust and grime, would you? Even though he was countered, so the old beggar did not give up and continued to tempt him, saying, "I possess supreme skills, the Dream Sutra created by the ancient god of dreams. I also have supreme divine abilities, the Dream World Divine Technique, which allows one to wander through the vast world and gain insight into the various states of life, and can also—" Stop. Lu Xiaojie interrupted, saying, "What is this Dream Sutra? I see it as just a crazy dream. What is this Dream World Divine Technique? I see it more like a crazy dream, someone with a mental disorder daydreaming all day. Daydreaming is of no interest to me. Don't want to learn this, don't want to learn that. Are you really not interested in the path of immortality?" With no other option, the old beggar straightforwardly posed the question. Lu Xiaojie replied indifferently, "Who wouldn't care about seeking immortality? It's just that I have no interest in you, old beggar. Your disheveled appearance troubles me, let alone becoming your disciple and spending every day with you. Young man, do not judge a person solely by their appearance. That will lead you to misfortune." The old beggar spoke earnestly. "There are some high beings you cannot afford to offend. They may appear as mere street vendors, or like me, but their true strength is formidable. If one day you encounter such a person, you will surely suffer greatly. They might not be as easygoing as I am, and could very well kill you over a trivial disagreement." The old beggar's words were meant to advise Lu Xiaojie, but inadvertently touched on Lu Xiaojie's own painful experience. Lu Xiaojie fell silent. Defeated by an unknown beggar was something he had always been brooding over, harboring deep resentment towards that nameless beggar. However, the old beggar's words prompted him to reflect on himself. The reason he was bullied by that beggar was partly his own fault. He had knocked out the beggar's younger brother, nearly killing him. Secondly, it was due to his inferior skills, which he could only blame on his lack of diligence and training. Thinking this way, he suddenly felt that he had been overly arrogant and dismissive in the past. As a result, his resentment towards the beggar diminished significantly. The old beggar was an unparalleled figure of immortal rank. When he truly sought to teach someone, especially a mere mortal like Lu Xiaojie, with no cultivation, his every word could have a profound, enlightening effect. Thus, Lu Xiaojie's change in attitude towards being bullied by the beggar was not due to a change of heart, but rather the influence of the old beggar's words that allowed him to recognize his own faults. "Ahem, old man, since he doesn't want to take you as a master, how about considering me instead?" Ye Wenxuan smiled at, "Just look at the title of 10 great immortal lords of the heavenly domain. This old beggar is an unparalleled immortal. It wouldn't be a mistake to take him as a master." The old beggar scrutinized Ye Wenxuan for a moment before shaking his head and firmly rejecting him. "Your innate talent is too poor. You're not suited for cultivation." Ye Wenxuan was instantly left speechless. Being rejected so suddenly, Ye Wenxuan didn't get discouraged and said again, I'll treat you to lunch. I don't ask to become your disciple. I only wish for you to teach me one technique, be it the invisibility technique or the earth escape technique. Your 18 dragon subduing palms is also quite good. Young man, immortals value fate. You have no fate with me. I do not wish to entangle in karmic relations with someone I have no connection with. I will not grant you any immortal arts or divine abilities. Not even an ordinary martial arts manual will I bestow. Don't think that treating me to 1 meal, or even 10 meals, or 100 meals will earn you any immortal fate. The old beggar again rejected him. Ye Wenxuan's face turned a shade of blue and then black. He sought the old beggar's immortal fate, yet the old beggar refused to give it while the old beggar was kneeling in front of Lu Xiaojie begging to give him the immortal fate, which Lu Xiaojie turned down. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Ye Wenxuan remained silent, but with each word exchanged Lu Xiaojie increasingly felt that this person's words were strikingly familiar. It was as if he were separated by a thin veil, yet he couldn't recall when he had met this person before. Oh, there are quite a few people today. Just then another person arrived on the second floor. Ye Wenxuan recognized him as Hua Wuyin, the young master of the Hua family. Hua Wuyin glanced around and quickly locked onto Ye Wenxuan's table. He closed his folding fan and walked. Brother beggar, we meet again. Hua Wuyin greeted Ye Wenxuan with a cupped fist salute, his face beaming with a smile full of the warmth of spring. His keen eyesight astonishingly recognized Ye Wenxuan at once. Oh, Lu Xiao, you're here too. Hua Wuyin seemed to just notice Lu Xiaojie looking at Ye Wenxuan, and then back at Lu Xiaojie exclaiming, you two are sharing a table. Could it be that you and brother beggar have made peace? Lu Xiaojie's face turned a dark shade of purple, awakened from his dream by Hua Wuyin's words. He finally understood why the voice of the brother opposite him sounded so familiar. He was actually the beggar who had bullied him yesterday. It's you. Lu Xiaojie slammed the table, his face darkening to the extreme. Haha, of course it's me. What's wrong? Didn't I beat you enough yesterday? Do you want to be beaten again? Ye Wenxuan smiled nonchalantly, completely unconcerned about Lu Xiaojie's anger, and certainly not caring about his status as the third young master of the Lu family. Huff. Lu Xiaojie exhaled heavily, ultimately saying nothing, and sat down, swallowing his anger. He felt utterly helpless. After all, how could he defeat the other person? Suddenly he glanced at the old beggar sitting nearby, and said, didn't you want to take me as your disciple? If you can beat him up, I'll immediately become your disciple. What the heck? No way. Ye Wenxuan immediately felt a chill run down his spine, asking an immortal to beat him up. What should he do now? What to do? The old beggar glanced at Ye Wenxuan, twirled his fingers in circles, and awkwardly said to Lu Xiaojie, I'm afraid I can't do that. Don't you have immortal arts? Don't you have divine powers? With those you wouldn't struggle against a mere mortal beggar, would you? Lu Xiaojie sneered. Ahem, if it were before yesterday, even against a true immortal, I would have confidence in beating him up. But now I cannot. The old beggar said innocently, last night while I was drunk and lost in the stars, I accidentally encountered a forbidden place. I had to exhaust all my divine abilities to escape the forbidden place and survive. Although I was lucky to escape from the forbidden place, the scent of the rules of that place has marked me. My cultivation is now shackled and will only be unsealed after 999 days. And today is merely the first day after my cultivation was sealed. I haven't even unsealed 1/1,000,000th of my... Currently, I am actually no different from an ordinary person. Don't say I have lost my cultivation. Even if I still had it, I wouldn't bully the weak or interfere in the disputes of the younger generation. The old beggar declared with righteous spirit. His words were reasonable, but aside from Ye Wenxuan, no one else would believe him. They would not believe he was an immortal with extraordinary powers. Get out. Could you be any more shameless? Lu Xiaojie said disdainfully. He firmly believed this old beggar was just a freeloader. Only a fool would believe he was a profound immortal. All right, perhaps you and I have no fate as master and disciple. Since you do not wish to take me as your master, I will not insist. The old beggar sighed and shook his head. However, even though I do not plan to take you as a disciple, I still hope you can treat me to lunch as a gesture of goodwill. I've never seen such a shameless beggar. Lu Xiaojie scoffed, mimicking the tone of the old beggar, shaking his head and sighing. Fine, it's just 1 meal. I can afford it. All I ask is that you don't cling to me anymore, and it would be best if you never appeared in front of me again. Seeing that Lu Xiaojie spoke so firmly, Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but sigh, supporting his forehead. Such a great opportunity was being tossed aside. If one day he finds out that the old beggar is actually a beggar sage, I wonder what his reaction will be. Old man, don't be too quick to give up. A rare talent like Lu Sanxiao is hard to come by. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. It's hard to say if it's pity or a sense of justice, but Ye Wenxuan decided to help Lu Xiaojie. Of course, Ye Wenxuan had his own plans. Since the beggar sage was unwilling to form a connection with him, he could use Lu Xiaojie to establish ties with the beggar sage. As for the minor grudges between him and Lu Xiaojie, they were neither a grudge of parricide nor a hatred of stealing a wife. There was no deep-seated animosity between them. Just as the old beggar said, it was merely a clash of pride between the two. Reconciling would not be difficult. Of course, the statement that Lu Xiaojie is a rare talent in cultivation was merely Ye Wenxuan's conjecture. How could someone of such caliber be overlooked by a dignified sage who insisted on taking him as a disciple? Sure enough, when the old beggar heard Ye Wenxuan's words, a pained expression appeared on his face as he gazed at Lu Xiaojie with eyes full of longing. Alas, what a pity. The old man wishes to take a disciple, but he refuses to accept me, the old beggar sighed. He looks down on this old beggar's shabby appearance. You think it's a marriage? Of course he wouldn't look at you. Ye Wenxuan thought to himself. Don't worry, old man, I'm confident that I can make him accept you as his master. Hey, are you two in cahoots? Lu Xiaojie suddenly asked. It was no wonder he asked this. Just yesterday Ye Wenxuan had appeared as a down-and-out beggar, and today he had transformed into the image of a wealthy young master, making Lu Xiaojie seriously suspect that these two beggars were scheming against him. Your imagination is truly rich. Ye Wenxuan scoffed. Only a wasteful son like you would be so. The old man asked for a meal not just to fill his belly, but for a cause. The old man just mentioned that the immortals value fate. What is fate? It is cause and effect. Where there is a cause there must be an effect. Where there is an effect there must be a cause. The old man taking you as a disciple is the effect. Asking you for a meal is the cause. Ye Wenxuan spoke grandly, though he was utterly clueless about the concept of cause and effect. He had simply heard similar phrases often enough from dramas to string a few words together. However, upon hearing this, the old beggar was astonished, exclaiming to Ye Wenxuan, I didn't expect this young master to have such insight. With such insight, if he could step onto the path of immortality, even if his talent were lacking, he might still have a chance to become an immortal. What are you all discussing? Is it about cultivation? Hua Wuyin had already taken a seat at the remaining empty spot, looking confused. He had just arrived and had not witnessed the old beggar's desperate plea for Lu Xiaojie to become his disciple, so he was unaware of the content of Ye Wenxuan's conversation with the other two. Hey, race the thing, this immortal wishes to take Lu Sanshao as his disciple, but Lu Sanshao, being overly self-important, believes that a supreme figure like the immortal is unworthy to be his master, thus repeatedly rejecting the old man's goodwill. And I, unable to bear watching Lu Sanshao miss out on such a good fate, wish to persuade him to change his mind and accept the old man as his master, Ye Wenxuan explained. Hua Wuyin felt curious. Wasn't this beggar at odds with Lu Xiaojie? Now he was not only sitting at the same table as Lu Xiaojie, but also appearing amicable. What astonished Hua Wuyin even more was that this beggar was calling Lu Xiaojie Sanshao, which seemed to be a way to In contrast to Hua Wuyin's curiosity, the old beggar was shocked. Ye Wenxuan was merely a mortal at the threshold of cultivation, yet he had accurately stated the strength of the sage, which was truly astonishing. Even though the old beggar's cultivation was completely sealed, and he could not use any magical techniques, he still had keen eyesight, instantly recognizing Ye Wenxuan's peak mortal realm. The mortal realm was merely the realm of low-level cultivators who had just stepped into the path of cultivation, self-proclaiming their extraordinary status. Without achieving the true form of an immortal, even those at the virtual immortal level still belonged to the realm of mortals. To the old beggar, Ye Wenxuan at the peak of the mortal realm was just a slightly stronger mortal. Yet this seemingly ordinary mortal could articulate the sage's strength. This truly amazed him. Was it a coincidence, or did this young man have an extraordinary background? For someone like Ye Wenxuan, a mere mortal with one foot in the realm of cultivation, to possess the insight to see through his strength indicated that this young man was not simple. The old beggar's eyes sparkled as he meticulously scrutinized Ye Wenxuan, seemingly trying to peer through every inch of his skin. However, even with his sage's perspective, he could not uncover even a hint of Ye Wenxuan's background. He saw only a somewhat strong mortal. The old beggar was secretly astonished. Could it be that there was a mortal in this world that he could not see through? The old beggar was indignant. Who was the dream sage? How could he not see through the background of a mere mortal like you? He closed his eyes, instantly entering a dream state, actually engaging in a dream projection, using the dream to deduce reality and calculate Ye Wenxuan's past. The technique of dream projection was not a magical technique, but a subsidiary technique derived from the supreme divine ability, dream world divine art. It was a divine ability who, although still affected by the aura of unlawful places on his body, it could still be performed in dreams. Whoa! In a world filled with mist, the old beggar suddenly appeared here. This misty place was the old beggar's dream world. The figure appearing in this dream world was not the old beggar's true self, but his dream soul. Although it was filled with mist, one could vaguely discern that the scene here was the second floor of Lang Tower. Disperse! The old beggar shouted, and the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. As the mist cleared, the scene of Lang Tower became increasingly vivid, with the roof, stairs, tables, chairs, and other objects realistically manifesting in this dream world. Soon figures began to appear one after another. Ding Yong, who was discussing loudly, the crowd listening intently, the staff running up and down, and the shopkeeper intently calculating on an abacus. Lu Xiaojie and Hua Wuyin also appeared. Even the old beggar's own figure was present. The old beggar's dream soul, however, was like an invisible observer. None of the manifesting figures noticed the existence of the old beggar's dream soul. Finally, Ye Wenxuan's figure began to materialize, rising from his feet to his head. However, just as Ye Wenxuan's head was about to take shape, his entire body suddenly disintegrated like a broken mirror, transforming into a series of data. What? Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Looking at the sudden change before him, the old beggar's dream soul was utterly stunned. Such a situation was unprecedented. Looking at the countless strings of Arabic numbers formed from the shattered dream body of Ye Wenxuan, the old beggar's dream soul was utterly bewildered. Even though he possessed astonishing cultivation and exceptional insight, he could not comprehend these mysterious symbols. He did not know what Arabic numbers were. What race's script were they? From which era did this writing originate? What did these symbols convey? Were they techniques or divine arts? Were they the true meaning of the Tao? Were they the precepts of the laws? The old beggar was filled with questions for the Arabic numbers that even a 3-year-old child in the Milky Way would recognize were completely foreign to him. He regarded the Arabic numbers as incomprehensible symbols composed of 10 basic characters, which were incredibly simple to write, yet outlined the most enigmatic chapters of the world. If he were to realize that the 10 mysterious symbols he imagined merely represented the numbers 0 to 9, one could only wonder what he would feel. With a rustle, as the old beggar's mind was muddled, the strings of Arabic data generated from Ye Wenxuan's shattered dream body, which were originally entangled, like a genetic chain, suddenly scattered, like a broken stone, decomposing into countless basic Arabic digits from 0 to 9. Countless basic Arabic numbers scattered throughout this dream world like dandelion seeds, and then like bubbles they burst, suddenly turning into twinkling starlight that dissolved into the air. These countless numbers vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. As a dignified immortal monarch, one of the 12 immortal monarchs of the Heavenly Alliance, how could he not deduce the origins of an ordinary human boy? Where could he hide his old face? Conceal. The old beggar chanted, pointing his broken fan toward the position where Ye Wenxuan sat, and a swirl of celestial light surrounded him, gradually revealing another dream body of Ye Wenxuan from feet to head. Stop! Just as the head of Ye Wenxuan's dream body was about to appear, the old beggar shouted, causing Ye Wenxuan's dream body to halt its manifestation, presenting an image of Ye Wenxuan missing its head. Previously, when Ye Wenxuan's head had just appeared, it suddenly disintegrated, transforming into innumerable. This time the old beggar had learned well. He prevented Ye Wenxuan's head from manifesting. If Ye Wenxuan's dream body was incomplete, it should not disintegrate as it had before. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Ye Wenxuan's dream body showed no signs of disintegration. It remained motionless in a seated position, which relieved the old beggar. Rewind. The old beggar shouted again, and instantly the entire still dream world began to move, all things flowing backward, all actions retreating. At this moment, time in the dream world flowed backward. This dream world reflected the real world, and events that had occurred in reality could be vividly presented here. As the master of this dream world, the old beggar could control everything here, including time. No matter what Ye Wenxuan's background was, he could use the time reversal of the dream world to explore his past and uncover his origins. Rewind, 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 rewind. The old beggar lightly waved his broken fan, and the entire dream world continually retreated and spun, the speed of the rewind increasing. Ye Wenxuan's dream body also began to move backward. He started to stand up. Actually, the action of him sitting down was flowing back, and he began to walk backward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Even if you have a great background, you cannot hide from the old man's dream transformation, divine art. The old beggar said with a confident smile. However, soon the smile on his face froze. Ye Wenxuan's headless dream body walked backward. Before it could take 10 steps, it crashed apart once again, transforming into countless intertwining and swirling data chains, which further decomposed into the most basic numbers from 0 to 9, bursting and dissolving like bubbles. What on earth is happening? The old beggar was once again bewildered. So that's how it is. This is interesting. One wishes to take a disciple, while the other does not wish to be a disciple, and then the beggar brother wishes to act as a bridge to facilitate this master-disciple relationship. Hua Wuyin slowly waved the folding fan in his hand, chuckling lightly. A dispute over apprenticeship was framed as a romantic affair. If I said I will not take this old beggar as my master. Lu Xiaojie snorted coldly. Whether it was Ye Wenxuan or Hua Wuyin, he would not give them a good face. He harbored significant resentment towards Ye Wenxuan, and even more so towards Hua Wuyin, because yesterday Hua Wuyin actually encouraged Ye Wenxuan to kill him. In Lu Xiaojie's view, Hua Wuyan's actions were undoubtedly an attempt to eliminate him, one of the heirs of the Lu family. As he was betrothed to Lu Xiangling of the Lu family in the city lord's mansion, a marriage between the Lu and Lu families would undoubtedly spell trouble for the Hua family, which was one of the 3 major families. In truth, Hua Wuyan's encouragement of Ye Wenxuan was merely a result of his nature, not due to any deep machinations to eliminate Lu Xiaojie. Beggar brother, the other party, is unwilling to take a beggar as their master. What can you do to make this stubborn donkey change its mind? Hua Wuyin looked at Ye Wenxuan and smiled slightly. It must be said that Hua Wuyin was extremely handsome, almost unnaturally so, with an impressive physique. When he smiled, he could enchant countless young girls. Regarding this beautiful man, Lu Xiaojie felt an instinctive envy and jealousy. However, Ye Wenxuan's perspective was vastly different from Lu Xiaojie's. From the viewpoint of a homebody from the Milky Way's Earth, Hua Wuyin was simply a pretty boy. Every action of Hua Wuyin exuded an air of elegance, but to Ye Wenxuan, this was merely a sign of being a... Ye Wenxuan had always disliked pretty boys, so no matter how polite Hua Wuyin was towards him, he would not feel much fondness for him at this moment. Listening to Hua Wuyin's words, Ye Wenxuan smiled faintly and said, "As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. So let me see if money can truly resolve this matter. So you mean that if Lu Xiaojie takes the old man as his master, you will provide him with some money?" Hua Wuyin asked incredulously. "That's right, that's exactly what I mean." Ye Wenxuan replied with a faint smile, then turned to Lu Xiaojie, emphasizing, "I want to buy you as a disciple. Whether you sincerely wish to be a disciple or are feigning it, as long as you bow 3 times and knock your head 9 times as a sign of respect, regardless of whether you later betray the sect, I will pay you." Haha. Hearing Ye Wenxuan's words, Lu Xiaojie understood the implication behind them and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a while, he managed to contain his amusement and continued, "You want me to be your disciple. But I'm afraid you can't afford the price. Do you have any money? How much could you possibly have? Without at least 1,000 gold coins, there's no way I would kneel to an old beggar as my master." Just as he finished speaking, Ye Wenxuan waved his hand, and Lu Xiaojie, who was about to continue his taunts, suddenly froze, unable to utter a word, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Suddenly, the sound of coins falling echoed as a large pile of gold coins was scattered across the bare tabletop. Even the usually calm Hua Wuyin was taken aback. With just a wave of his hand, Ye Wenxuan had conjured a large pile of gold coins out of thin air, scattering them across the table. Such celestial methods Hua Wuyin had heard of and witnessed before. A Qinquan bag. This method of conjuring objects from thin air was indeed the legendary Qinquan bag. Could it be that this beggar possesses a Qinquan bag? While Hua Wuyin was shocked about whether Ye Wenxuan had such a bag, Lu Xiaojie was even more astonished at how this beggar could possess such immense wealth. Isn't he just a beggar? How could he have so many gold coins? Could it be that they were stolen? Otherwise, how could a beggar have so many gold coins? Lu Xiaojie was filled with questions. "So how about it? Is this enough for you to become my disciple?" Ye Wenxuan asked calmly. The gold coins scattered on the table had piled into a small mountain, easily numbering over 1,000. 1,000 gold coins, even for a wealthy young lord like Lu Xiaojie, was no small amount. In the mortal world, 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equated to 10 copper coins. For a poor family, 1 copper coin could buy 3 to 5 steamed buns, enough for a meal. A single gold coin equivalent to 100 copper coins could allow a destitute family to make do for an entire quarter. The thousands of gold coins Ye Wenxuan casually tossed could solve the basic needs of countless impoverished families if given away. This was an enormous sum of gold. Even Lu Xiaojie's annual pocket money might not be enough to match this amount. Lu Xiaojie couldn't help but swallow hard as he gazed at the vast fortune scattered before him, the golden glimmer dazzling his eyes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. True, he was wealthy, but he could only be considered a minor rich heir. At least he couldn't match the extravagance of other wealthy young masters who would throw money around freely. Not enough. Then he'll add more. Seeing Lu Xiaojie's greedy expression, Ye Wenxuan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He smiled lightly and waved his hand again. Whoosh, more gold coins fell. This time Ye Wenxuan was even more extravagant, scattering nearly 2,000 gold coins in one go. The small mountain of 3,000 gold coins sparkled incessantly, truly dazzling. In that moment, everyone in Laying Building was captivated. Who is this person? How could he carry so many gold coins with him? Though I don't know who he is, I can't help but think I want to rob him. With your courage that wouldn't even dare to crush an ant, how could you attempt a robbery? Where did he get all those gold? His pockets can't be that big, can they? I know it's said that cultivators have a type of storage tool known as a Qinquan bag, which, despite looking like a small pouch, can hold an entire room's worth of items. Is he a celestial master? It's possible. He might be a celestial master, or perhaps a descendant of one. In any case, this person's background is certainly not simple. In an instant, the customers of the entire Laying Building were abuzz with discussions about Ye Wenxuan. While many were coveting his gold coins, more were filled with awe and reverence for his mysterious background. Could a person who possesses a Qinquan bag be an ordinary individual? However, they, including Hua Wuyin, had no idea that Ye Wenxuan did not possess a Qinquan bag at all. He merely had a system backpack, and his gold coins were taken from the currency bank within it. Ahem. Looking at the pile of gold coins before him, even the unflappable Hua Wuyin's expression changed repeatedly. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his sparkling eyes revealing whether he was harboring some ulterior motives. I said I would not become a disciple. Lu Xiaojie gritted his teeth and said. To be honest, letting go of 3,000 gold coins like this didn't sit well with him. Whoosh. Ye Wenxuan waved his hand again, and another pile of gold coins of the same height formed beside the first 2 mountains of 3,000 gold coins, almost filling the empty space on the table. I have plenty of gold coins. I wonder if this is enough to buy you as a disciple. At that moment, Lu Xiaojie was about to agree without hesitation. It was just becoming a disciple, nothing serious. 6,000 gold coins were enough for him to buy a large mansion and establish his own household. However, when he saw the smug smile on Ye Wenxuan's face, he immediately stopped himself from agreeing. He suddenly recalled that this beggar had a grudge against him. This beggar was willing to spend such a large sum to buy him as a disciple, certainly with ill intentions and a scheme, and the truth was somewhat similar. Ye Wenxuan indeed had a greater motive, but his aim was merely to connect with the old beggar, the beggar celestial, and not the ulterior plot Lu Xiaojia imagined. I refuse. Upon sensing Ye Wenxuan's ulterior motives, Lu Xiaojia resolutely rejected the temptation of gold, the greed on his face vanishing in an instant. He calmly stated, no matter how much you offer, I will not become his disciple. With such a small matter like inviting someone to be a disciple, you can't even manage. Ye Wenxuan smiled lightly and shook his head, saying, it seems the saying money can make the devil push the mill is not entirely true. Since money can't persuade you to become a disciple, then I will have to use other methods. Ye Wenxuan replied with a however, seeing his smiling face and hearing him mention other methods, Lu Xiaojia was suddenly alarmed. Could it be that he intended to use force? He couldn't overpower Ye Wenxuan, and if Ye Wenxuan truly used force against him, he would have no choice but to submit. May I borrow your sword for a moment? Ye Wenxuan said to Hua Wuyin. Hua Wuyin glanced at Lu Xiaojia, then at Ye Wenxuan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of insight, unsure of what he was thinking. Finally, he unhesitatingly drew the treasured sword from his waist and handed it to Ye Wenxuan. This sword was about a foot long, considered a short sword, and quite flexible, very narrow, with the hilt embedded with gems, exquisitely decorated. Ye Wenxuan held the sword in his hand, feeling that it was incredibly soft, and not at all like a weapon intended for killing. It was purely for decoration. Such a foppish character, even the sword he carried was soft. Ye Wenxuan secretly mocked. What? Lu Xiaojia asked in panic. Why does this beggar suddenly want a sword? What does he intend to do? Could he really be unfazed by Lu Xiaojia's nervousness and confusion? Ye Wenxuan plucked a hair from his head and blew it onto the sword's blade. The hair landed on the blade without breaking, naturally falling away. Your sword is not sharp enough. It cannot even achieve the feat of cutting hair, Ye Wenxuan said with a light smile to Hua Wuyin. Hua Wuyin replied, cutting hair is something only divine weapons can accomplish. My sword is merely a small trinket, far inferior to a divine weapon. Although it is merely a small trinket, it is not without the possibility of becoming a divine weapon, Ye Wenxuan said nonchalantly. Become a divine weapon? Hua Wuyin was slightly taken aback. His short sword was just an ordinary blade that had been slightly modified, made from nothing more than common iron. If it were to become a divine weapon, it would be akin to turning stone into gold. Hua Wuyin found it hard to believe that this beggar before him had such capabilities. Ye Wenxuan smiled slightly and took a bone from his backpack. A tier 3 beast bone. Seeing the bone in Ye Wenxuan's hand, Hua Wuyin couldn't help but exclaim. This bone was from a tier 3 demon beast, the 9 infants. The fact that Hua Wuyin recognized it as a tier 3 beast bone showed his extraordinary knowledge. At least among the other guests present, no one could identify the rank of this bone. A tier 3 demon beast had strength comparable to that of a refining Qi realm cultivator. Conversely, using a tier 3 beast bone to forge armor would grant that armor the resilience of the tier 3 demon beast. Just this bone alone is worth a fortune. You are indeed generous, my friend, Hua Wuyin exclaimed. At this point, he no longer referred to Ye Wenxuan as beggar brother. Not only was Ye Wenxuan generous, but he could also casually produce a tier 3 beast bone. To continue calling him a beggar would be a gross insult. Clang! Ye Wenxuan held the short sword and struck down on the 9 infants' bone, producing a crisp sound. Looking at the spot where the bone was struck, it remained as smooth as before, with only a tiny scratch, almost invisible. It was evident that Ye Wenxuan's strike had not inflicted significant damage on the 9 infants' bone. Of course, for the sake of the upcoming show, Ye Wenxuan did not exert much force in that strike. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have easily left a deep mark. He could kill even the 9 infants, let alone leave a mark on its bone. As you can see, your sword is too dull, Ye Wenxuan said with a calm smile. I truly wonder if such a sword could kill anyone. Hua Wuyin's face turned slightly red. The intention behind his sword was never to kill. Although he could be reckless and liked to joke around, he was not a person who enjoyed killing. However, he didn't like killing, yet he loved watching others kill, such as wanting to see Ye Wenxuan kill Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia felt a chill at Ye Wenxuan's words, secretly thinking, could he really want to use this sword to kill me? It's just asking to be a disciple. Is there really such pressure? I'll agree to you, and I can always look for an opportunity to rebel later. Ye Wenxuan was unaware of Lu Xiaojia's thoughts. If he knew that Lu Xiaojia was such a spineless person, he certainly would not have gone to such lengths to perform a post-meal show. Unfortunately, Ye Wenxuan did not know, so he continued with his performance. He swept his right hand over the sword's body, and with a swoosh, a flash of white light flickered. In less than 2 seconds, the white light vanished, and the sword suddenly appeared brilliantly translucent. It was clear to everyone that compared to before, this sword had undergone an inexplicable transformation. Ye Wenxuan once again took a strand of hair and blew it onto the blade as before, but this time the effect was different. As the hair touched the blade, it suddenly snapped into two pieces before falling away. Cutting hair. Previously, this sword could not achieve this feat, but evidently after Ye Wenxuan's touch, this not-so-sharp short sword had become a weapon capable of cutting hair. How? How is this possible? Hua Wuyin exclaimed in disbelief. With just a single stroke, an ordinary weapon transformed into a divine weapon. This was simply astonishing. Not to mention Hua Wuyin and the other guests also gasped, their eyes wide in shock, as if they were witnessing an incredible. The most shocked of all was Lu Xiaojie. He admitted that he had always underestimated Ye Wenxuan. He had thought he was merely a down-and-out beggar, and even when he wore luxurious clothing, it did not change the fact that he was still a beggar. It was only at this moment that Lu Xiaojie suddenly realized that this man, who had once fallen to being a beggar, was a true extraordinary person, someone with remarkable skills, a genuine master who acted with distinction, a true wealthy youth who spent lavishly. Clang! Ye Wenxuan struck the nine infants' bone once more, carving a deep mark into it. The nine infants' bone was several times harder than armor forged from fine steel. The fact that this strike could carve such a deep mark was sufficient proof of the short sword's current sharpness. However, even with such sharpness, Ye Wenxuan appeared somewhat dissatisfied. He shook his head and said, "It seems I need to enhance it a few more times." After saying this, he swept his hand over the blade again. After a flicker of bright light, the short sword, while still looking the same on the outside, was palpably different from before. At this moment, its blade flickered with a cold gleam, as if a small snake was poised to strike, flicking its tongue. Undoubtedly, it was sharper than before. Yet Ye Wenxuan still seemed unsatisfied. He continued to wipe the sword's body repeatedly, until after 5 or 6 times a burst of green light erupted, at which point he finally stopped. It actually emits green light. What could this mean? The sudden eruption of green light from the sword startled everyone. Aside from Ye Wenxuan, no one understood why the sword would suddenly behave this way. "This is a true divine weapon," someone exclaimed. "No way. A common iron sword turned into a divine weapon," someone else said, utterly astonished. "This is indeed the means of the immortals. It's beyond the imagination of us mere mortals," someone marveled. "The legendary turning stone into gold indeed." With a sigh, someone commented. Clang! Ye Wenxuan once again slashed at the nine infants' bone, this time effortlessly splitting it in half. "Not bad, it's been enhanced to the green grade," Ye Wenxuan said with a smile, and then with a pained expression, he returned the enhanced short sword to Hua Wuyin. He had spent over 30,000 gold coins to enhance this short sword, nearly half of his total gold coins, so it was understandable that he felt a pinch. Taking the sword, which now concealed its brilliance, Hua Wuyin found it hard to believe that his short sword could so easily sever a tier 3 beast bone. But the fact was undeniable, and he was momentarily overwhelmed with joy, forgetting even to express his gratitude, as he caressed the sword's body, looking utterly enamored. Though he did not enjoy killing, as someone who loved using swords, no one would disdain a divine weapon. "I see you're also a sword user. If you are willing to take the old man as your master, I would be happy to help enhance your sword." At this moment, Ye Wenxuan said to Lu Xiaojie. This was Ye Wenxuan's goal, to exchange enhancing Lu Xiaojie's equipment for him, to take the old beggar as his master. "Really?" Upon hearing Ye Wenxuan's words, Lu Xiaojie asked in surprise. Clearly, he was very tempted by Ye Wenxuan's offer. For the sake of a treasured sword, for the sake of a divine weapon, he was willing to become a disciple even of that old beggar. "Of course it's true," Ye Wenxuan replied calmly. Lu Xiaojie was overjoyed and was about to agree to become a disciple. However, at that moment, ahem! Suddenly the old beggar coughed and said with a hint of regret, "As the saying goes, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Since the young master is unwilling to become a disciple, then let it be." "What?" Lu Xiaojie's words froze on his lips. "Not accepting disciples anymore. Old man, how could you say you won't take disciples at such a crucial moment?" "I am willing to become a disciple." In fact, the old beggar had no idea what had just happened and did not see Ye Wenxuan's earlier performance. He had just been wandering in a dream. He was only just coming back to his senses. The old beggar had been in his dream world, but unfortunately, no matter how many times he tried or what methods he used, he could not uncover Ye Wenxuan's background. In the end, he had no choice but to exit the dream world. While he actually doesn't want to take a disciple, Ye Wenxuan thought to himself, truly the favor of an NPC at the level of an immortal lord is not so easy to gain. The reason Ye Wenxuan was willing to spend heavily to buy Lu Xiaojie's apprenticeship, even performing a show to entice him, was all to increase the old beggar's favor. If with his help Lu Xiaojie were to become the old beggar's disciple, the old beggar would surely have a greatly increased favor towards him. A supreme figure of the immortal level suddenly appearing by Ye Wenxuan's side was a fortuitous encounter for him. In the game, to get rich, aside from farming dungeons for top-notch equipment or items, fortuitous encounters are the most likely way to become wealthy. If he could seize this fortuitous encounter with the old beggar, Ye Wenxuan believed he would surely gain much. Now that the old beggar was unwilling to accept Lu Xiaojie as a disciple, he could only think of another way to gain his favor. Seeing the stunned expressions on Ye Wenxuan and the others, the old beggar suddenly realized something, but after all, he was a supreme figure of the immortal level. Once he spoke, it was difficult to take back his words, and since he had already said it, he was unwilling to pursue it further. However, his desire to take a disciple remained unchanged. He suddenly looked at Hua Wuyin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed rotten teeth, surveying Hua Wuyin up and down, and grinned, "Little miss. Young master, would you like to become my disciple?" Hua Wuyin's face changed dramatically, especially when being looked at by the old beggar with that smile. He felt as if all his secrets and disguises were laid bare before the old beggar's keen eyes. A body of disguise, how rare such a constitution is, the old beggar exclaimed, his gaze on Hua Wuyin flickered. Ye Wenxuan and Lu Xiaojie suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if Hua Wuyin was being eyed by a lecher. This feeling was absurd. An old man was interested in a young man. No way could this old beggar really be interested. Lu Xiaojie thought to himself, he must have seen my extraordinary handsomeness, and wanted to take me as his disciple. After being rejected by me, he then settled for the next best thing, and took a fancy to Hua Wuyin, who is not nearly as handsome as me. Ye Wenxuan, however, was not as fanciful as Lu Xiaojie. He was thinking, what on earth is this body of disguise? Why is it so desirable to an immortal lord? I do not wish to become a disciple. Hua Wuyin stammered. It's hard to imagine that he, usually graceful and untroubled, would actually be so nervous he could not speak. Once again being rejected, and this time by another person, the old beggar felt the world was very dark. After all, he was a renowned immortal lord of the dream realm, yet he repeatedly faced refusals, and to make matters worse, he was trying to take 2 mortals as disciples. One must know that in the Heavenly Immortal Alliance, countless true immortals wished to become his disciples, but could not. Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. At this moment, Lu Xiaojie suddenly stood up, knelt down, and bowed, bringing great joy to the old beggar. This kid finally changed his mind, and is willing to become my disciple. Disciple quickly. He had not finished speaking when he froze, because Lu Xiaojie was not bowing to him. What in the world? What is happening? Ye Wenxuan was also taken aback. He really wanted to ask Lu Xiaojie, are your eyes deceiving you? You're not supposed to be bowing to me. The old beggar was completely confused. What on earth had happened while he was away? What had this kid Ye Wenxuan done to his yet to be accepted disciple? Hua Wuyin secretly found it amusing, glancing at the old beggar, then at Ye Wenxuan, and then at Lu Xiaojie, pondering, could this be the legendary love triangle? He had forgotten that he was also a candidate for the old beggar's discipleship. This is a complicated, four-sided relationship. Finally, he looked at Ye Wenxuan, his face full of interest, wondering what choice the beggar brother would make. Is it to seize love? Or, hey, did you get it wrong? He is the master you should be bowing to. Ye Wenxuan pointed at the old beggar, saying, only by becoming his disciple can our deal be valid. You must understand, only by becoming his disciple will I give you a large sum of money or enhance your equipment. Oh no, I did not get it wrong. Lu Xiaojie was not embarrassed to kneel and beg someone else. Instead, he said excitedly, I want to become your disciple. You are a hidden master and immortal with countless techniques, and I greatly admire you. I am willing to become your disciple. I do not dare to ask for more, only hoping that my master will teach me a thing or two about enhancing equipment. If you are willing to accept me, I will follow you for life, always by your side, never leaving you. At the end, he even said something about selling himself. But the others who heard his words did not find it shameful at all. Seeking apprenticeship and knowledge was a very normal act. Not to mention Lu Xiaojie, most of the customers present were also eager to learn from Ye Wenxuan and master his technique for enhancing equipment. With just a gentle stroke, one could enhance ordinary iron and turn it into a divine weapon. Mastering this technique could lead to unimaginable wealth. No one was not tempted. Even Hua Wuyin felt tempted, secretly wondering if he should also seek apprenticeship. If I ask, would he be willing to accept me? Want to learn how to enhance equipment? Ye Wenxuan secretly despised Lu Xiaojie's foolish fantasies, for one must know that his ability to enhance equipment relied on the system. Even if he were willing to teach, others would not be able to learn. Thus he resolutely refused, saying, sorry, I will not take you as my disciple. Enhancing equipment is my innate talent. Even if I have the heart to teach, others cannot learn it. Since my elder brother is unwilling to take me as a disciple, then Xiaojie dares not insist. Lu Xiaojie gritted his teeth, feigning a tough abandonment, and then said, however, Xiaojie is willing to serve you as the eldest brother, following you for life, never leaving you. From now on, whatever the elder brother commands, the younger brother will not dare to refuse, and will certainly obey in all matters. Elder brother, please allow me to bow once again. This is really a rhythm of selling himself. Hey kid, I said you can't do this. Before Ye Wenxuan could respond, the old beggar couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, he had no hope of accepting Lu Xiaojie as a disciple, so he became quite rude in his address, no longer calling him young master. Kid, do you know what astonishing talent you possess? Do you know that with your talent you have the potential to become a generation of immortal lord in the future? With your talent as a celestial sovereign, to be under the tutelage of a mere ordinary realm brat is truly to demean your extraordinary gift. With your qualifications, there is no need for you to lower yourself beneath such a child. Do you understand? This ordinary brat is but an ant on the ground compared to the sun in the sky when placed. Hearing this, Ye Wenxuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Even without the old beggar stating it outright, he understood that in the old beggar's eyes he was merely a trivial ant. He had not even officially stepped into the realm of cultivation and dared not compare himself to the lofty celestial sovereign. Moreover, this old man is one of the 10 celestial sovereigns. Since you are more impressive than the eldest, then show us some impressive abilities. Lu Xiaojie cast a sidelong glance at the old beggar, expressing deep disdain, as he said, if you are so impressive, then can you enhance weapons like the eldest with just a swipe, turning an ordinary iron into a divine weapon? Enhancing weapons? The old beggar scoffed and replied, don't even mention enhancing weapons. Turning stone to gold is merely a minor trick to me. Ye Wenxuan fully believed his words. If he could not even perform such minor tricks, he would not deserve the title of one of the 10 celestial sovereigns. However, Lu Xiaojie was unaware of the old beggar's status as one of the 10 celestial sovereigns and immediately stated, you boast so loudly, why not show us what you've got? At that, the old beggar was instantly at a loss for words, as his current cultivation was sealed, rendering him unable to use any of his abilities. This felt like a tiger being bullied by dogs. The old beggar wanted to cry, but had no tears. Ye Wenxuan also felt like crying without tears. He was innocently caught in the crossfire, and the old beggar's favor towards him plummeted. The little goodwill he had was wiped clean and turned into negative. It seemed he was being treated as a rival. Without a doubt, in the old beggar's heart, Ye Wenxuan was the detestable dog that bullied him in the lowlands. First, the inability to deduce Ye Wenxuan's origins made the old beggar feel defeated, and then the promising disciple he wanted to take in turn to Ye Wenxuan, instead leaving the old beggar with a profound sense of failure. The rules for the city selection are being announced. Just as conflicts arose among the four of them, a voice suddenly rang out from outside Lu Ying Tower, startling many customers. What is there to announce about the city selection rules? Isn't it the same every year? Seeing many people getting up to leave, someone asked in confusion. I've heard this year's city selection is different with significant changes. Someone replied. Changes? Now that they say there are 500 slots for the city selection this year. What? 500? Such a big change. We should hurry and check it out. In an instant, the entire Lu Ying Tower was nearly empty, with only a few remaining. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Hua Wuyin immediately expressed his intent to leave. Noticing the look of relief on his face, Ye Wenxuan felt suspicious. After the old beggar mentioned what he was, Hua Wuyan's demeanor had been odd, his expression constantly shifting, and his gaze towards the old beggar was filled with trepidation, as if fearing the old beggar might devour him whole. After Hua Wuyin had walked far away, Ye Wenxuan could not help but ask, Elder, what is an easy disguised body? However, in response to Ye Wenxuan's question, the old beggar shot him a sidelong glance, showing a disinterested demeanor and casually putting on an air of indifference. Ye Wenxuan was utterly speechless. You are a supreme being at the celestial sovereign level, yet you are throwing a temper like a child. It was as if the candy the old beggar wanted was snatched away by Ye Wenxuan, and now he bore a grudge against Ye Wenxuan, no longer wanting to engage with him. Thinking that the old beggar bore a grudge against him because of Lu Xiaojie, Ye Wenxuan felt indignant and shot a glare at Lu Xiaojie, looking quite furious. However, being glared at by Ye Wenxuan, Lu Xiaojie instantly snapped to attention as if receiving an order and glared fiercely at the old beggar, speaking with overwhelming confidence, Old man, if you still wish for me to take you as my master, it is best that you answer the elder's questions honestly. Whatever the elder asks, you must respond. Otherwise, this young master will not care about your background. You should promptly abandon the thought of taking a disciple. Ye Wenxuan was dumbfounded, completely taken aback by his domineering words. I haven't even said I wanted to be your elder, so don't presume anything, okay? Ye Wenxuan truly felt like crying without tears at this point. Who is the old beggar? One of the 10 celestial sovereigns. Now how splendid, he had thoroughly offended the person. However, Ye Wenxuan underestimated the old beggar's magnanimity. Although the old beggar had his little tempers, he also possessed the grace of a supreme being. Instead of resenting Ye Wenxuan for Lu Xiaojie's threatening words, the old beggar appeared pleasantly surprised, as if he had discovered a new continent. He exclaimed, that's right. If you acknowledge this kid as your elder brother, you can also take me as your master. One is the elder brother, one is the teacher, and one as a younger brother and disciple. This was the old beggar's solution to the triangular relationship among the three. A completely non-conflicting solution. The relationship among the three was not complicated, for Ye Wenxuan having one more younger brother posed no disadvantage. Only he never expected that the old beggar would actually agree to let Lu Xiaojie be his younger brother, having just moments ago advised Lu Xiaojie against such a thing. Ye Wenxuan overlooked a factor. The old beggar's earlier advice against Lu Xiaojie becoming his younger brother was under the premise that Lu Xiaojie was unwilling to take him as a master. Hey old man, don't get too carried away, though I haven't said I want to take you as my master. Just as Ye Wenxuan thought the matter could be resolved satisfactorily, Lu Xiaojie said this. Upon hearing this, the old beggar became dissatisfied. Lu Xiaojie was willing to acknowledge Ye Wenxuan as his elder brother, but was unwilling to take him as a master, causing him to feel deep resentment towards Ye Wenxuan once more. Thus the old beggar glared at Ye Wenxuan, his fierce eyes hinting at murderous intent, making Ye Wenxuan break out in a cold sweat. What the heck, with a celestial sovereign as a master, what more could you want? Why must there be repeated troubles? Ye Wenxuan secretly cursed Lu Xiaojie. However, at this moment, he learned his lesson and calmly said to Lu Xiaojie, I understand what you call following me is merely for your own gain. If you want to be my younger brother, it is not impossible. I for one do not mistreat those around me. If you follow me, I can provide you with unimaginable benefits. Even the technique for enhancing equipment, I can consider whether to pass it on. Of course, it's just a consideration, merely a thought. Ye Wenxuan scoffed in his heart. However, to learn my technique for enhancing equipment, you must show sufficient sincerity and loyalty. Ye Wenxuan continued, therefore, I hope you will act according to my wishes from now on. Of course. Lu Xiaojie patted his chest, speaking with utmost sincerity, I am fully prepared to be your younger brother. It was hard to believe that the dignified third young master of the Lu family would voluntarily serve as someone else's younger brother. It's best that you have that resolve. Ye Wenxuan smiled calmly, then my first wish is that you must take the old man as your master. Huh. Lu Xiaojie immediately wilted, twiddling his fingers in circles, pouting as he said, can we change the request? If you can't even fulfill such a small request, then I truly cannot accept you as my younger brother. Well, fine. After hesitating for a while, Lu Xiaojie finally made up his mind, and looked at the old beggar, saying with an air of arrogance, I'll agree to it. But if it weren't for my master's intercession, you wouldn't have the chance to take me as your disciple. Ye Wenxuan secretly sweated, you are the one who gained an advantage. How many ordinary people have the privilege of having an immortal as their master? The old beggar cast a faint glance at Ye Wenxuan, feeling particularly uncomfortable. He truly did not understand what abilities this young man possessed to convince his disciple to become his student. Since you wish to be my disciple, then perform the disciple's ceremony. The old beggar said to Lu Xiaojie with indifference. Although the old beggar appeared calm on the surface, he was thinking that in 4 or 5 days after he lifts a slight restriction on his cultivation, he would surely show you the extraordinary methods of your master. You will witness whether your so-called master is truly formidable, or if I, your master, possess the real skills. Master, I bow to you. Lu Xiaojie respectfully bowed to the old beggar, yet in his heart he thought that everything was worth it for the sake of enhancing his blade techniques. Lu Xiaojie had a grand vision. He anticipated that one day, after mastering the blade enhancement technique, he might be able to reinforce a sword into a legendary celestial sword. Celestial swords, how many people long for such items? He did not know that his master could casually toss him countless such swords. Pour tea and water for your master. After receiving Lu Xiaojie's bow, the old beggar immediately struck a master's pose and commanded indifferently. Since he had already become a disciple, Lu Xiaojie had no complaints and immediately poured tea and water for the old beggar, providing attentive service. Master, please enjoy the tea, Lu Xiaojie respectfully said. The old beggar was quite satisfied with Lu Xiaojie's respectful attitude, feeling a sense of relief as he took out a simple dark jade pendant from his pocket. Although this item was extremely ordinary, with the help of the system, Ye Wenxuan occasionally saw the dragon-shaped jade pendant flickering with orange light. Orange equipment. Ye Wenxuan nearly couldn't contain his exclamation. This dark jade dragon scale pendant is a welcome gift from your master. The old beggar handed the dark dragon-shaped jade pendant to Lu Xiaojie, earnestly instructing, you must wear it day and night to prevent unexpected situations. Lu Xiaojie had seen many fine jade pendants, but this one was dark and looked unappealing. Moreover, it had been hidden in the old beggar's dirty clothes, and he wondered how much filth it had absorbed. However, in front of his master, he couldn't show disrespect, so he pretended to be pleasantly surprised and accepted the pendant, hiding it close to him. Seeing his disciple so obedient, the old beggar felt a sense of satisfaction and suddenly had a much better impression of Ye Wenxuan, who had facilitated their master-disciple relationship. In recognition of your merits, I will gift you this manual. The old beggar took out a manual from his pocket and handed it to Ye Wenxuan. Ding. Congratulations, player. Yu Xuan has obtained the dragon subduing 10 palms. Huh. Dragon subduing 10 palms. Ye Wenxuan's face immediately darkened as he realized the manual's name. What the heck? Where is the legendary dragon subduing 18 palms? 10 palms mean nothing. Ahem, you shouldn't underestimate this manual. It was obtained by this old man in an unlawful place. Although I can't discern its true value since it comes from there, it must be extraordinary. The old beggar's voice weakened as he spoke. Evidently, he himself was not sure how remarkable this manual was. Forget it, even though we have no celestial affinity, you are still the leader of my disciple, so here's another manual for you. Seemingly feeling a bit guilty, the old beggar took out another manual and handed it to Ye Wenxuan, saying, I see you have a stick hanging at your waist, which means you use a stick. This manual might suit you. Ding. Congratulations, player. Yu Xuan has obtained dog-biting stick technique. Ye Wenxuan received the manual and upon hearing the name was instantly overjoyed. Dog-biting stick technique. Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but exclaim. Do you know this manual? The old beggar asked in surprise as he looked at Ye Wenxuan's delighted expression. This dog-biting stick technique was a mundane martial arts manual he had unintentionally acquired recently. Being a supreme immortal, he possessed countless divine abilities, and he looked down upon mundane martial arts or techniques. However, even though he looked down upon mundane martial arts, he had a penchant for collecting them. Regardless of their quality, he would gather both martial arts techniques and divine abilities. His senior brother, the leader of the Tongtian Alliance, once mocked him for this hobby, saying that this collection of worthless items matched his beggar appearance perfectly. He had just received this dog-biting stick technique, and had not yet had the chance to store it away, so it was just right to gift it to Ye Wenxuan. I know a little about it, Ye Wenxuan replied with a faint smile. Seeing that he seemed unwilling to elaborate, the old beggar didn't ask further. After all, how could mundane martial arts be as impressive as divine abilities? I'm giving you these items also in hopes that one day, when I am not around, you can look after my disciple's safety. The old beggar said, "Rest assured, old man, since he is my little brother, I will naturally take care of him." At this point, Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but curiously ask, "I wonder what talent this kid has that makes you, old man, so favor him." A supreme immortal, one of the 10 immortal lords, actually kneeling to accept an ordinary person as a disciple. This is truly astonishing. Do you know what the fundamental basis is for assessing a person's talent in the cultivation world? The old beggar asked him. "Don't mind my ignorance, I've barely stepped into the cultivation world, and I know nothing about everything there. Please enlighten me, old man," Ye Wenxuan said respectfully. "I know," Lu Xiaojia said. "I know what the basis is for judging a person's talent in the cultivation world." "You know?" Ye Wenxuan was surprised, thinking, how could you know when you haven't even stepped into the cultivation world? "It's spiritual roots," Lu Xiaojia said again. "That's right, it's spiritual roots. I didn't expect my disciple to be so clever," the old beggar said with satisfaction. However, facing the old beggar's praise, Lu Xiaojia had a look of disdain. Looking at his master and teacher, he questioned, "This is common knowledge. How could you not know? The first test of the city selection is precisely about the presence, absence, and quality of spiritual roots." Ye Wenxuan. Old beggar. Ahem. After a moment of daze, the old beggar finally regained his senses and continued, "That's right, the talent for cultivation primarily depends on spiritual roots. Could it be that his spiritual root talent is extraordinary? Is it unparalleled?" Ye Wenxuan pointed at Lu Xiaojia and asked. "Ahem, it's not that exaggerated, it's just special." The old beggar's gaze flickered, and his expression seemed somewhat awkward. After a while he continued, "My disciple has a fog spiritual root. Those with fog spiritual roots are most suited for practicing illusion and dream techniques." With the old beggar's expertise in dream techniques, possessing the supreme skill Dream Sutra, and the supreme ability Dream World Divine Ability, finding a successor with a fog spiritual root is simply the most fitting. He actually thought that Lu Xiaojia had some astonishing talent. It turns out he was merely suitable to be your disciple. Ye Wenxuan silently cursed. Thinking back to the old beggar's earlier praises of Lu Xiaojia's talents, he had indeed believed it. Now that he thought about it, the so-called extraordinary talent mentioned by the old beggar was merely extraordinary in relation to the old beggar. What about Hua Wuing? What is his transformation body? Oh, you mean her? The old beggar smiled broadly and said, "The transformation body can be understood as a mimicry body." Mimicry body? Ye Wenxuan asked curiously. Lu Xiaojia looked equally curious, observing their animated discussion, as if it were indeed a genuine matter. He still did not believe it. His master was a highly accomplished individual. Indeed, a mimicry body. As the name suggests, this type of physique, once cultivated to perfection, can mimic others' supernatural abilities, skills, and divine arts. The old beggar explained. He was deliberately misleading Ye Wenxuan, as his explanation did not convey the true meaning of the transformation body, nor was it complete. Ye Wenxuan was unaware that the old beggar was toying with him and exclaimed, "You can actually mimic others' skills. That's too outrageous." "Skills? What do you mean by that?" the old beggar asked curiously. "This kid must have an extraordinary background, otherwise even I couldn't discern his origins. Skills? Well, it's just skills." Answering was akin to not answering at all, which made the old beggar quite irritable, and he felt an urge to pry into his soul, but unfortunately at this moment, he could not use any of his magical abilities. "Third young master, there you are." An elderly man resembling a servant suddenly approached the dining table, where Ye Wenxuan and the others were seated, looking weathered and hurried. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Lu Xiaojia stood up to support the elder and asked with concern. This elder was the old steward of the Lu family, named Yicheng. Third young master, something major has happened," Yicheng said anxiously. "Grandpa, what happened? Why are you so flustered?" Lu Xiaojia inquired hastily. The master has cancelled your city selection quota, third young master." The old steward, Yicheng, stammered. "Cancelled my city selection quota? What quota do I even have?" Lu Xiaojia asked, puzzled. Presumably third young master has heard that this city selection is different from the past, with a total of 500 quotas. Yicheng's breath gradually calmed down, and his speech finally became coherent. Among these 500 quotas, 50 are predetermined. The three major families of Leking occupy 30 of these, while the remaining 20 are taken by other families. Our Lu family has secured 10 predetermined quotas. These predetermined quotas do not require passing the city selection assessment and can directly qualify as one of the final 500 candidates to compete in the imperial city. Logically speaking, third young master should be fully qualified to be assigned one of the predetermined quotas. However, the master said that third young master does not have the capability to participate in the imperial selection, and giving you a predetermined quota would only lead to embarrassment for you. At this point, Ye Wenxuan did not continue as his meaning was already very clear. Had the imperial selection, my father won't even give me a chance to try it. Lu Xiaojie said bitterly. In his eyes, am I not even in the top 10? The imperial selection after passing the competition leads to the opportunity to enter the Wenxuan Dao Academy and step into the realm of immortality. No, third young master, the master is still very concerned about you. He said that as long as third young master can obtain a city selection quota through your own strength, the Lu family will do everything possible to support you in the imperial selection. Ye Wenxuan said, rely on my own strength to compete. Lu Xiaojie shook his head. I am self-aware. Given the drastic changes in this city selection, the number of participants will surely be unprecedented, and there must be many hidden talents among them with experts emerging in droves. With my current strength, it would be extremely difficult to obtain a quota. Indeed, the old steward also feels that the master is making things difficult for third young master. The old steward said indignantly. This time the age limit for the city selection has suddenly been raised to 30 years old, forcing a young lad in his 20s to compete against a bunch of older men in their 30s and 40s. Isn't that deliberately making things difficult? What? The age limit has been raised. And by so much. Lu Xiaojie was completely dumbfounded. If he was somewhat desperate before, at this moment, he was utterly hopeless. Just think about it, how many people in the entire Leking are under 30 and capable of participating in the selection? There must be tens of thousands at the very least. To compete for 1 out of 450 among tens of thousands, he truly had no confidence at all, especially since many among those tens of thousands were seasoned experts nearing 30. TCH. It's just a city selection. Do not worry, my disciple, when I restore my strength, I can take you back to the heavenly immortal domain. As Lu Xiaojie was troubled, the old beggar said dismissively, in the heavenly immortal domain, there are plenty of immortal sects for you to join. Wenxuan Dao Academy, what kind of immortals are they? Who is this? Ye Wenxuan asked respectfully. Unlike Lu Xiaojie, Ye Wenxuan was not a person who looked down on others. He was worldly wise and saw that the old beggar's tone was extraordinary, so he did not despise him due to his unkempt appearance. Dream World Immortal Lord, the old beggar exclaimed astonishingly. He introduced himself to let Lu Xiaojie know, hoping that in the future, when he was no longer by his disciple's side, his disciple could rely on his name to avoid calamities. After all, anyone who knew the name of Dream World Immortal Lord would understand that he was not someone to be trifled with. The old steward, who initially had no prejudice against the old beggar, now wore a face of being choked, looking at Lu Xiaojie with a shaking head, secretly thinking, how did the third young master associate with such a brash and arrogant person? This old fellow is clearly a con man. What kind of person is an immortal lord? That's a deity worshipped by ordinary folks like us. Does this old fellow really think he is some lofty deity by calling himself Dream World Immortal Lord? Third young master, we should hurry back and discuss this with the master. Perhaps he will take into account our blood relations and grant you a predetermined quota. Ye Wenxuan advised, actually hoping to guide Lu Xiaojie to return home quickly and distance himself from the old beggar so as not to be deceived by him. But Lu Xiaojie shook his head and said dejectedly, I understand, my father, but once he makes a decision, no one can persuade him otherwise. Disciple, I did not deceive you. If Wenxuan Dao Academy cannot accommodate you, then you need not enter, the old beggar said. Please stop boasting. Lu Xiaojie said disdainfully, then resolutely declared, no matter what, I must enter Wenxuan Dao Academy. I will not let anyone look down on me. I will definitely enter Wenxuan Dao Academy and show my father that his third son is a capable person. The old beggar said nothing more. He increasingly felt that until he restored his strength, at least until he could use his magical abilities again, everything he said was in vain. In fact, if it weren't for Ye Wenxuan having a system with him, he too would have regarded the old beggar as a typical. Oh, by the way, boss, if you could enhance this sword of mine into a divine weapon, I might be able to sweep through the city selection invincibly. Lu Xiaojie suddenly said, enhance it into a divine weapon. What level do you think I need to enhance your sword for you to sweep through the city selection invincibly? Ye Wenxuan countered, well, at the very least, it needs to be 3 to 5 times stronger than Hua Wine's sword, right? Lu Xiaojie replied uncertainly, Hua Wine's sword is indeed very powerful and sharp, but there are countless experts in the city selection, and there won't be a shortage of formidable weapons among them. It needs to be at least 3 to 5 times stronger than his for it to be reliable. Ye Wenxuan asked calmly, do you know how many gold coins it would take to enhance your sword to that level? It's a principle of equivalent exchange. Every enhancement of the equipment requires the corresponding amount of gold coin. It's a principle of equivalent exchange. Every enhancement of the equipment requires the corresponding amount of gold coins, and the further you go in enhancing, the higher the amount of gold coins required for each enhancement. Do you think I can just casually wipe the sword a couple of times and turn an ordinary iron sword into a divine weapon? Ye Wenxuan shot Lu Xiaojie a sideways glance and said calmly, there are no free lunches in this world. If you want to gain something, you must be willing to pay. After hearing Ye Wenxuan's words, the old beggar was secretly curious. Is there really such a weapon enhancement technique that only requires gold coins? In the old beggar's understanding, the so-called weapon enhancement merely involved applying spiritual formations, symbols, etc. to enhance the weapon's attack and penetration capabilities. But after listening to so much, it seems that the enhancement technique that Ye Wenxuan possesses is not that simple. Lu Xiaojie asked again. Then how many gold coins would it take to enhance it to be 5 times stronger than Hua Wan's sword? If it's 5 times stronger, my most conservative estimate would be at least 1,000,000 gold coins. 1,000,000. Lu Xiaojie gasped. With 1,000,000 gold coins, one could probably buy a city lord to serve. What about 3 times stronger? Lu Xiaojie asked again. For 3 times stronger, around 4 to 500,000 gold coins should suffice. Hiss. And what about 1 time? Around 60 to 70,000 gold coins should be enough. Alas, unfortunately, the most I can come up with right now is about 10,000 gold coins, Lu Xiaojie said, shaking his head and showing signs of frustration. Third young master, we should be leaving, the old steward urged. After listening to Lu Xiaojie and the others' conversation, he was extremely worried. All this talk of gold coins is clearly a scheme to con money. Moreover, it seems they are trying to trick the third young master into giving up all his fortune. The old steward was not usually suspicious or looked down on people, but his concern led to confusion. He was worried that his third young master was inexperienced and might easily fall for a scam. Don't worry, old steward. Since Xiaojie has acknowledged me as his boss, I will naturally take care of him during this city selection, Ye Wenxuan said calmly. You? The old steward looked at him skeptically. May I ask your esteemed name? Where do you hail from? I am Yu Xuan, a beggar who has roamed the world since childhood, making the 4 seas my home. Ye Wenxuan said this openly, not caring to hide his identity as a beggar. Roaming the world as a beggar since childhood. The old steward was taken aback. He had never seen such a cocky beggar before. Even the old beggar was stunned, realizing only now that Ye Wenxuan was in the same line of work. This fellow is impressive. As a beggar, his attire is at least 1,000 times more magnificent than mine. While I have to beg for scraps, he can order a lavish feast all on his own. I am left with nothing while he can spend gold like water, exuding an air of extravagance. Ahem, boss, do you have a way to assist me? Lu Xiaojie, already aware of Ye Wenxuan's background as a beggar, was not surprised. Instead, he was concerned about his own future and asked. Of course I have a method, Ye Wenxuan said. However, I am not familiar with the rules of the city selection, so please tell me about them first. Only with sufficient understanding can I formulate strategies for you. Seeing Ye Wenxuan's calm demeanor, the old steward could not decisively gauge him, so he did not rush Lu Xiaojie. In his heart, he hoped fervently that Ye Wenxuan was indeed an extraordinary person who could help his third young master overcome the current difficulties. I do know the old rules of the city selection, but this time the rules have changed significantly. I haven't seen the announcement yet, so am not clear on the changes made this time. Lu Xiaojie said, Third young master, the new city selection rules I do know, and I can share them with this young master. The old steward said. Lu Xiaojie, alright, please tell me, Grandpa Yi. The old steward, this time the number of selected spots has greatly increased from the previous top 10 to 500 spots. This time the age limit for participants in the city selection has increased from 18 to 30 years old. This time the selection mode is also different. Previously, the assessment model focused on literary tests with martial assessments as a supplement, but this time it has somewhat reversed. What is a literary test? And what is a martial test? Ye Wenxuan inquired. The literary test assesses talent, testing a person's spiritual root qualifications. The martial test naturally involves martial combat, evaluating a person's martial talent and experience, etc. In the past, martial contests were generally only used to establish rankings. Since some people's spiritual root qualifications were evenly matched, martial contests were necessary to determine the rankings. This time the literary test is still the first threshold. In the past, those with false spiritual roots or no spiritual root qualifications were not considered qualified and could not be ranked. However, this time it is different, or as long as one has false spiritual roots or better qualifications, they are considered qualified and can participate in the subsequent martial tests for ranking. This spiritual root qualification is the most basic condition even for members with predetermined spots. If they do not meet the spiritual root requirements, they cannot pass the royal selection even if they go to the imperial city. Although it is unclear why this time the admission criteria for spiritual root qualifications have significantly decreased, increasing the difficulty of martial tests. If one has good spiritual root qualifications, they can bypass the martial test and directly obtain a city selection spot. Boss, can you now share your method? After the old steward explained the city selection rules, Lu Xiaojie couldn't help. The city selection concerns his future, so he has to care about it. My method is simple, it's to enhance your strength. Ye Wenxuan said with a mysterious smile, to significantly boost your strength in the shortest time possible. Significantly boost my strength. Lu Xiaojie immediately smiled bitterly. Boss, martial skills cannot just be improved on a whim. It requires years of cultivation and accumulation. Who said I want to enhance your martial skills? Ye Wenxuan rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaojie and pointed at his chest, saying, The most fundamental element in measuring a person's strength is not their martial skills, not how impressive their fist techniques are, nor how brilliant their sword techniques are, but the power they possess. As the saying goes, a single force can overwhelm 10 skills. As long as your fists are powerful enough, no matter how exquisite the sword techniques are, you can still knock them down with a punch. What I want to enhance is your personal power. Personal power. Lu Xiaojie was taken aback by Ye Wenxuan's words. To significantly boost personal power in a short time seems even harder than improving martial skills. Hey kid, you're not planning to give my disciple some strength-enhancing pill, are you? The old beggar said, his face full of vigilance. The old beggar, after all, was a celestial lord, and he naturally knew that there were many ways to drastically boost one's power in a short time, the most common being the consumption of strength-enhancing pills. However, consuming such strength-enhancing pills usually came with side effects, leaving hidden troubles in the body. Lu Xiaojie, a mortal who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, was most vulnerable to such pills as his physique was not strong and was prone to lingering after-effects. That's right, I do intend to give him a pill, Ye Wenxuan said with a faint smile. Do you know that strength-enhancing pills generally have side effects? The old beggar said coldly. Those are just ordinary pills. My pills are different. They have no side effects, Ye Wenxuan said nonchalantly. Rest assured, Xiaojie is not only your disciple, but also my little brother. I would never harm him. Pills. Lu Xiaojie and the old steward were secretly shocked. Pills were typically reserved for cultivators, and they as mortals had only heard of them, but never seen one. No side effects. How is that possible? Do you think your pill is some flawless divine elixir? The old beggar questioned. Since you're not convinced, take a good look at this pill and see if it has any side effects, Ye Wenxuan said with a faint smile. With that, Ye Wenxuan took a medium-grade cultivation pill the size of a peanut from his backpack and handed it to the old beggar. The old beggar took the pill, sniffing it and examining it carefully. After a few minutes, he suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Incredible! Truly incredible! How can such an astonishing pill exist in this world? No wonder it possesses such astonishing spiritual power. No, this pill contains not only spiritual, so miraculous. This pill, its material seems to be only one thing, spiritual energy. It's actually formed from pure condensed spiritual energy. No wonder it possesses such astonishing spiritual power. No, this pill contains not only spiritual energy, but also the essence of spirit beasts and spiritual herbs and... Incredible! Truly incredible!" The old beggar rambled on incessantly, the great celestial lord among the 10 celestial lords, unable to stop praising that tiny pill. But Ye Wenxuan would not let him have his way. He intercepted the pill just as it was about to enter the old beggar's mouth, and swiftly snatched it back. "Sorry, I only have one such pill. And its process." But Ye Wenxuan would not let him have his way. He intercepted the pill just as it was about to enter the old beggar's mouth, and swiftly snatched it back. "Sorry, I only have one such pill," Ye Wenxuan said calmly. "This is meant for your good disciple, and I can't let you waste it." The old beggar's face flushed slightly, looking rather embarrassed. The old beggar had seen countless divine and immortal pills, and there were very few in this world that could truly... Yet this cultivation pill, which was not some miraculous elixir, but merely a low-grade spiritual pill far inferior to true immortal pills, had caused him to lose his composure. If other celestial lords knew that the renowned Dream World celestial lord had lost his composure over a mere low-grade spiritual pill, they would surely be stunned beyond belief. "What pill is this?" the old beggar asked awkwardly. "A cultivation pill," Ye Wenxuan said. "A pill that enhances one's cultivation." Even without asking, the old beggar knew the pill could enhance cultivation, but what he cared about most was not its function, but the one who refined it. Whoever could refine such a pill must have unfathomable alchemy skills. "May I ask, where did you obtain this pill?" the old beggar pressed on, finally asking what he truly wanted to know. "I stumbled upon this pill in the Qilin Mountains," Ye Wenxuan said. "The Qilin Mountains? I heard there have been zombies causing trouble there recently. Is that true?" Lu Xiaojie asked curiously. "Boss, when did you go to the Qilin Mountains? Did you encounter any zombies?" "Yes, there are indeed zombies." "No way. The Qilin Mountains really have zombies. I almost teamed up with some people to hunt spirit beasts there not long ago. It's probably best to stay away from that place now. By the way, Xiaojie, you're a local of Leking. Do you know why there are zombies in the Qilin Mountains? Have you heard any ancient legends about it?" Ye Wenxuan asked. He had come to Laying Tower not only to gather information about the city selection, but also to learn about the zombie incidents in the Qilin Mountains. "Well, I'm not really sure," Lu Xiaojie said apologetically. "I have heard an ancient legend about the zombies in the Qilin Mountains," the old steward suddenly interjected. The old beggar remained silent, suspecting that the cultivation pill might be connected to the Qilin Mountains, since Ye Wenxuan had claimed to have found it there. Little did he know the cultivation pill was obtained by Ye Wenxuan from slaying a 9-headed beast having nothing to do with the Qilin Mountains. In the future, when Ye Wenxuan hunted monsters, there would always be a chance of obtaining cultivation pills. This ancient legend is known only to a few of us older folks. The old steward paused, then continued. Legend has it that long ago the Qilin Mountains did not exist. In that place there was a demon sect that raised zombies known as the Corpse Burial Valley. The disciples of Corpse Burial Valley to raise their zombies would frequently capture people from Lekking and nearby cities to feed them, causing misery and resentment across hundreds of miles, with the people too afraid to voice their anger. Until one day an immortal known by the Dao named Qilin arrived in Lekking. Immortal Qilin was a healer, and wherever he passed there was no illness or pain, no suffering or sorrow. He was charitable and rescued the people from their misery. Seeing the havoc Corpse Burial Valley wreaked upon the world, he personally went to the valley to admonish them to cease their reckless actions and not disturb the peace of the mortal realm. However, Corpse Burial Valley dismissed Immortal Qilin's words, refusing to change their brutal nature. Unable to stand by, Immortal Qilin engaged them in a cataclysmic battle that shook heaven and earth, darkening the sun and moon. Immortal Qilin single-handedly fought countless disciples and zombies of Corpse Burial Valley, his cultivation prowess astonishing. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Immortal Qilin gained the upper hand, defeating Corpse Burial Valley. Countless zombies and disciples retreated into the valley. After the great battle, Immortal Qilin had no more strength to eradicate the remaining forces of Corpse Burial Valley. Thus he set up a grand formation around the valley, sealing it entirely, so that those inside could only cower within, unable to wreak havoc on the world. It is said that the entire Qilin Mountains are the manifestation of this grand formation. Then what happened to that Immortal Qilin? Did he ever return to eradicate the Corpse Burial Valley? Lu Xiaojie inquired. Was the Corpse Burial Valley destroyed? The old steward shook his head and sighed no. Immortal Qilin later vanished without a trace. Some say he ascended to the Tongtian immortal domain, while others speculate he suffered grievous injuries in that battle and had little time left. Still more claim he was merciful and unwilling to annihilate them entirely. Immortal Qilin never returned, and the scourge of the Corpse Burial Valley was not completely uprooted, merely sealed away. Perhaps one day they will break the formation and wreak havoc upon the world once more. Speaking of this, the old steward paused, then sighed heavily again. The recent frequent sightings of zombies in Qilin Mountain Range are not baseless. Perhaps the day when the Corpse Burial Valley emerges is not far off. The Corpse Burial Valley, having cowered in obscurity for endless ages, is like a starving wolf after countless days of hunger. Its emergence will surely bring devastation and suffering to all living beings. Our Lekking city will undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. Hearing this, Lu Xiaojie's face turned pale. He was also a member of Lekking city and did not wish to see it fall into peril. He asked urgently, "Why don't we inform the Imperial City and have them request aid from the Wenxuan Dao Academy?" Request aid from the Wenxuan Dao Academy. The old steward shook his head. It is said that even the Wenxuan Dao Academy dared not intervene when the Corpse Burial Valley ran rampant. One can only imagine they dare not provoke it. Is the Corpse Burial Valley mightier than the Wenxuan Dao Academy? Lu Xiaojie exclaimed in shock. At this point the old beggar interjected. Perhaps the Wenxuan Dao Academy is merely wary of the power backing the Corpse Burial Valley, which is why they dare not act against it. He is right. It is said that the Wenxuan Dao Academy is not only stronger than the Corpse Burial Valley, but the old steward agreed. Although the Wenxuan Dao Academy is several times more powerful than the Corpse Burial Valley, they never provoke it, as if they hold some fear of it. From this it seems, as he said, the Corpse Burial Valley has backing. What is its backing? Lu Xiaojie asked. The old steward said awkwardly, "I am but a mortal with little knowledge of the cultivation world. These matters are merely passed down through ancient tales, so I only know a fragment." "It is the Heavenly Corpse sect," the old beggar said flatly. "The Heavenly Corpse sect." Ye Wenxuan and the other two looked on with expressions of curiosity. The Heavenly Corpse sect is a major sect in the Tongtian immortal domain, infamous for trading corpses and rape. The old beggar smiled faintly. However, in the Tongtian immortal domain, with the Tongtian immortal alliance in place, the Heavenly Corpse sect dares not let their raised zombies wreak havoc in the mortal world. This Corpse Burial Valley is most likely a secret underhand force cultivated by the Heavenly Corpse sect with the aim of conducting shady dealings behind the Tongtian immortal alliance's back. Underhand forces like the Corpse Burial Valley that have been annihilated by the Tongtian immortal alliance number in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Underhand forces. What kind of force qualifies as an underhand force? Ye Wenxuan asked. He knew the old beggar was a venerable immortal lord whose knowledge spanned the universe's grand scheme. His words would deepen Ye Wenxuan's understanding of this cosmic world. The old beggar said, "The Tongtian Immortal Alliance has clear decrees within the Tongtian Alliance's domain. No sect may disrupt the peace of the mortal world in any form, nor cruelly harm the common people. Violators are considered enemies of the Tongtian Immortal Alliance. Yet some heretical cults or demonic sects cannot resist extending their claws toward ordinary folk. But they dare not do so openly in the Tongtian immortal domain. Thus they secretly cultivate their forces in remote backward star regions, like our star Luo star region here. These forces are what I call underhand forces engaging in covert dealings. The Emperor is far away, and the Tongtian immortal domain encompasses billions of star regions, great and small. Even with its transcendent means, the Tongtian Immortal Alliance cannot govern these remote and backward places. In these remote regions they raise zombies, cultivate blood clans, and breed demonic beasts, every kind of vile deed. The Heavenly Corpse sect is a sect that raises zombies. The best fertilizer for raising zombies is fresh human blood, but within the Tontion Immortal Alliance they dare not commit murder and drain blood wantonly. Yet they must do it as their livelihood depends on trading corpses and selling zombies. So the Heavenly Corpse sect secretly cultivated a corpse burial valley on your planet. Underhand forces like the Corpse Burial Valley, the Heavenly Corpse sect has cultivated countless. Those I have personally destroyed number at least 1,000. Lu Xiaojia had just taken a sip of tea when he was startled into spitting it out by the old beggar's words. A perfectly fine and complete story was ruined by a single sentence. He still refused to believe he had taken a formidable master. Unlike Lu Xiaojia, Ye Wenxuan believed the old beggar's words and understood that the strange tales of Qilin told by the old steward were most likely true. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had not provoked the zombies in that valley. Who knew how many were hidden with? Moreover, the disciples of the Corpse Burial Valley were still trapped inside. Those disciples were cultivators of unfathomable power. With his insignificant strength, provoking the Corpse Burial Valley would be nothing short of suicide. By the way, you said you obtained this pill from the Qilin mountain range. How did you come by it? The old beggar asked Ye Wenxuan. I found it by chance. Found it? The old beggar clearly did not believe him. Yes, I found it in a stone cave, Ye Wenxuan said. He was not afraid of the old beggar investigating further, as there was indeed a stone cave near the deep pool. How did you know this pill is called a cultivation pill? The old beggar suddenly thought of a crucial question. Even he, an immortal lord-level figure, did not recognize the pill, yet this mere mortal cleansing youth named it, without hesitation. I have eaten a few. They increase cultivation, so I gave them that name. Ye Wenxuan replied, his expression unchanged as he continued his lie. Few could lie so brazenly before an immortal lord without flinching. My disciple, this pill indeed has no side effects. You may consume it with confidence to enhance your strength. The old beggar stopped probing the pill's origins and addressed Lu Xiaojia instead. This pill may help you reach the third layer of mortal cleansing. The third layer of mortal cleansing. Lu Xiaojia and the old steward exclaimed in shock. The mortal cleansing realm spans 10 layers from 1 to 10. Only upon reaching the 10th layer can one begin body refinement and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Those in the mortal cleansing realm are not yet considered true cultivators, as they have not truly begun their training. More precisely, they are merely individuals with greater strength than ordinary people. It is difficult to delineate the 9 layers of mortal cleansing, as there is no specific standard of measurement. Some use the strength of an ox as a benchmark. One with the strength of a single ox is at the first layer of mortal cleansing, 2 oxen for the second, and so on up to 9 oxen for the 9th layer. Yet no one can precisely define the power of a single ox. People in the mortal cleansing realm are not rare, there are many in Leking City. Ye Wenxuan, Lu Xiaojia, and the old steward Yicheng all belong to this realm. The old steward was a master of the 5th layer of mortal cleansing, while Lu Xiaojia was at the 2nd layer. In Leking City, the younger generation of experts typically range from the 1st to 3rd layers of mortal cleansing, the middle age from the 3rd to 5th, and the older generation from the 5th to 7th. Those at the 8th or 9th layer are considered supreme masters among mortals. Can this elixir truly enhance strength? The old steward inquired, maintaining a deep vigilance towards Ye Wenxuan. I have consumed 2 of these elixirs, and they are not toxic. Ye Wenxuan replied, moreover, the cave where I obtained the elixir is very likely to have been the healing place of the Qilin immortal. This elixir is highly likely to be left behind by him. Ye Wenxuan did not hesitate to use the name of the Qilin immortal whom he had only just heard of as a shield. It was left behind by the Qilin immortal. The old steward and Lu Xiaojia exclaimed in surprise, believing Ye Wenxuan's words to some extent. The old beggar, however, had a glint of wonder in his eyes, secretly thinking that this elixir might indeed have been concocted by this so-called Qilin immortal. Here the elixir is for you, whether you choose to consume it is your decision. Ye Wenxuan handed the cultivation elixir to Lu Xiaojia, saying, don't worry, I won't charge you a single coin. Consider this your salary for this month. Salary? Do you regard our 3rd young master as a servant? The old steward immediately expressed his discontent. Ye Wenxuan was left speechless. This feudal society was certainly not as open-minded as the Milky Way. In the Milky Way, regardless of one's status in the face of law and morality, everyone is equal. Even a president must fend for himself after retirement. History has seen presidents working for others after their term. In the Milky Way, regardless of one's status in the face of law and morality, everyone is equal. The young master is the young master, and the servant is the servant. Even though the old steward is much stronger than Lu Xiaojia and holds an equal status in the Lu family, he willingly serves Lu Xiaojia without seeking any return. The concept of loyalty to the master has long been ingrained in his very soul. Lu Xiaojia took the elixir from Ye Wenxuan's hand, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and swallowed it whole. Clearly he still had some doubts about Ye Wenxuan, as they had only recently met and did not know each other well. However, as soon as he thought about how dark his life would be if he failed this city selection, he set aside all concerns. 3rd young master, the old steward softly called, ultimately sighing without further obstruction. The cultivation elixir took effect quickly. Just seconds after Lu Xiaojie consumed it, Ye Wenxuan and the others noticed a change in him. He became invigorated and full of energy. Ye Wenxuan and the others felt as though Lu Xiaojie, before consuming the elixir, had been a weary soul exhausted from toil, but after taking it, he suddenly became lively and sprightly. Haha, I feel so much stronger. I feel like I have the strength of 3 bulls. I believe I can easily bring that weakling Hua Wuyin to his knees begging for mercy. Lu Xiaojie exclaimed excitedly. This elixir can actually be completely absorbed by the human body. It's simply unbelievable. The old beggar praised endlessly. What kind of person must the one who concocted this elixir be? I truly wish to witness their alchemical skills. To witness. You will never have that chance. Ye Wenxuan thought to himself. Young Master Yu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please forgive me. The old steward bowed to Ye Wenxuan and sincerely said, Thank you, young Master Yu, for assisting third young master. In the future, if you need my assistance in any endeavor, whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or walking through a sea of flames, I will certainly not refuse. In truth, he had not offended Ye Wenxuan. He merely harbored some doubts about him and had not acted in any way to. However, he still chose to apologize and even referred to himself as an old servant in front of Ye Wenxuan, which speaks volumes about how highly he regarded Lu Xiaojie and his loyalty towards him. You are being too modest. Oh, as long as Xiaojie calls me big brother, his affairs are my affairs. If he is in trouble, how could I not assist him? Ye Wenxuan smiled. Having a big brother like young Master Yu is truly a blessing for third young master. The old steward sighed. Big brother, although I now possess the strength of the 3rd layer of the Transcendence realm, I still feel a bit uncertain about being selected for the city selection. Lu Xiaojie said with a frown. For this city selection, it seems that even experts of the 5th layer of the Transcendence realm will appear. As far as I know, the master of Laying Tower Luing is an expert of the 5th layer of the Transcendence realm. When he was 18, he won first place in that city selection. Unfortunately, even though he took first place in the city selection, he was not selected during the imperial selection and failed to join the Lingchuan Dao Academy. This year Luing is already 27, and I believe he will not miss this opportunity. And there are at least dozens of people like Luing who were not selected in previous years. So even though I have the strength of the 3rd layer of the Transcendence realm, my confidence is insufficient, not strong enough. Ye Wenxuan stroked his chin, a cunning glint flashing across his face as he took out another medium-grade cultivation elixir and handed it to Lu Xiaojie, grinning, then consume another elixir. Another one. Lu Xiaojie exclaimed in delight. Didn't you say you only had one? The old beggar's eyes widened, looking furious. A mere Transcendence brat dared to deceive him like this. It was infuriating. When did I say I only had one? Ye Wenxuan looked up at the sky and said leisurely, I seem to remember only saying that I had one in hand. I did not say anything wrong, did I? Even now I in hand only have one. The old beggar was utterly speechless. He never expected that a person of his caliber, a celestial being, would be deceived by a mere Transcendence brat using such wordplay. Lu Xiaojie took the cultivation elixir from Ye Wenxuan's hand, consumed it again, and his cultivation increased by another 500 points, raising his strength to the 4th layer of the Transcendence realm. This elixir. I actually reached the 4th layer of the Transcendence realm. Feeling his power increase, Lu Xiaojie couldn't help but exclaim, an elixir that increases power by 1 layer is simply outrageous. Even after consuming it a second time, the effects can still be fully absorbed by the human body. This is no less than a divine elixir. The old beggar marveled. Each medium-grade cultivation elixir increases cultivation by 500 points. This is a fixed value. Regardless of how many similar elixirs you have consumed, each time you take one, it only adds 500 points, no more, no less. In the Transcendence realm, the required cultivation points for each layer is the same, which is 500 points. To go from immortal to full transcendence requires 5,000 points, and from full transcendence to physical refinement also requires 5,000 points. In other words, transitioning from immortal to a refined body expert requires 10,000 points of cultivation. Big brother, do you have any more? After swallowing the elixir, Lu Xiaojie looked at Ye Wenxuan eagerly, already addicted to it. I want one too. The old beggar was even more exaggerated, grabbing Ye Wenxuan's arm with a pitiful expression. Even the seasoned old steward looked at him with longing eyes. Sorry, I really don't have any left. Ye Wenxuan replied while secretly adding, I truly have none left. But big brother, there are experts of the 5th layer of transcendence in this city selection, and my strength is still insufficient. Lu Xiaojie said pitifully. No worries, making it into the top 500 should be fine. Even the top 500 I lack confidence. Then you deserve to not be selected. Lu Xiaojie. Boss, this is the one. This Wanbao Shangming is the only shop in Lucheng that buys beast materials. Lu Xiaojie pointed at the massive commercial building in front of them, introducing it. After benefiting from 2 cultivation pills from Ye Wenxuan, Lu Xiaojie's attitude towards him was exceedingly respectful. When Ye Wenxuan mentioned selling some beast materials, he did not hesitate to offer his services, acting as a guide and bringing Ye Wenxuan to the Wanbao Shangming. As for the old beggar having failed to obtain Ye Wenxuan's cultivation pills, he had already gone off to the Chilan mountain range, leaving one to wonder whether he sought news about the pills or was investigating the matter of the corpse hiding valley. The old steward of the Liu family, Ye Cheng, after witnessing the significant advancement in the third young master's cultivation, was no longer concerned about Liu Shaiji's ability to pass the city selection examination and thus returned to the Liu residence. Liu Sanxiao, what a rare guest. As soon as they stepped into the Wanbao Shangming, the old shopkeeper Jia Duobao exclaimed with delight at Liu Xiaojia. Boss Jia, every time I come here, I find it particularly amusing. Do you know why? Liu Xiaojia chuckled. It's simply because of your name, which was given by your parents. There's nothing you can do about it. Jia Duobao forced a smile. Jia Duobao, a name for show, doesn't quite fit with your Wanbao. If I were in charge of Wanbao Shangming, I certainly wouldn't hire you as a shopkeeper. Would I want to appear unlucky? Liu Xiaojia shook his head and laughed. Jia Duobao. Ye Wenxuan secretly criticized, thinking that the person in charge was clearly a smart individual who knew how to employ real talent. What does Liu Sanxiao wish to purchase today? Jia Duobao asked. Ahem, today's star is not me, but rather this gentleman, my boss Yu Xuan. Liu Xiaojia pointed at Ye Wenxuan and said, he wants to sell some beast materials and also buy some items. Jia Duobao was taken aback and hurriedly said, forgive my rudeness. Please come inside. With that, he guided Ye Wenxuan and his companion to a guest table. Wanbao Shangming, to put it simply, is a chain department store. Almost every major city in the Fenglin Kingdom, and even in dozens of countries under the jurisdiction of the Lingchuan Academy, has Wanbao Shangming outlets. It is an exceptionally powerful chain department store. Its outlets are spread across various countries under the jurisdiction of the Lingchuan Academy. To achieve such a scale within the jurisdiction of the Lingchuan Academy, it is undeniable that Wanbao Shangming must have the backing of an immortal sect. Many speculate that the immortal sect behind it is the Lingchuan Academy. Moreover, the ultimate beneficiary of Wanbao Shangming is the Lingchuan Academy. This speculation is not without basis, for this area is under the control of the Lingchuan Academy, which would not allow outsiders to interfere. Wanbao Shangming sells a vast array of goods, weapons, armor, talismans, pills, spiritual herbs, beast materials, rare materials, martial arts manuals, and Taoist scriptures, among others. They do business not only in the mortal realm, but also in the realm of cultivation. Not only do they sell various treasures, but they also purchase all kinds of miscellaneous items, spiritual herbs, beast materials, rare materials, manuals. Anything that Wanbao Shangming finds valuable, they will acquire. In addition, Wanbao Shangming also offers currency exchange services, allowing one to exchange gold coins for the spiritual stones needed by cultivators and vice versa. Exchanging a low-grade spiritual stone requires 10,000 gold coins. A medium-grade spiritual stone requires 100,000 gold coins. A high-grade spiritual stone requires 100 million gold coins. Exchanging gold coins for spiritual stones, one low-grade spiritual stone can only be exchanged for 9,000 gold coins. A medium-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 900,000 gold coins. A high-grade spiritual stone can only be exchanged for 90 million gold coins. Upon seeing the currency exchange rates at Wanbao Shangming, Ye Wenxuan immediately checked the currency bank system in his backpack and found that to exchange for a low-grade spiritual stone, only 1,000 gold coins were needed. A medium-grade spiritual stone requires only 100,000 gold coins. A high-grade spiritual stone requires only 10 million gold coins. Moreover, gold coins and spiritual stones can be freely exchanged without any handling fees. This is truly daylight robbery. Ye Wenxuan secretly cursed, convinced that the system provided a fair valuation, meaning that in this world a low-grade spiritual stone is worth 1,000 gold coins. However, Wanbao Shangming exchanges a single spiritual stone for 10,000 gold coins. This is equivalent to selling it at 10 times the original price. At Wanbao Shangming, exchanging gold coins for spiritual stones incurs no handling fees. 10,000 gold coins can be exchanged for a low-grade spiritual stone, even without fees, still yielding a profit of 9 times. When exchanging spiritual stones for gold coins, a 10% transaction fee applies, meaning a low-grade spiritual stone ultimately can only be exchanged for 9,000 gold coins. With each buy and sell, Wanbao Shangming profits 1,000 gold coins. For every 10 low-grade spiritual stones bought and sold, Wanbao Shangming nets 1 low-grade spiritual stone. Wanbao Shangming's business encompasses currency exchanges across dozens of large and small countries. In a single day, one can only imagine how many spiritual stones are bought and sold, and just from currency exchange alone the profits must be astounding. Hee, since you're so greedy, don't blame me for being greedy in return. Ye Wenxuan chuckled coldly. I wonder if young master Yu has brought the beast materials he wants to sell. After introducing the products of Wanbao Shangming, Jia Duobao asked. Ahem, the beast materials are not urgent, Ye Wenxuan replied. I heard there's an auction tonight. I find myself a bit short on gold coins for it. Coincidentally, I recently acquired some spiritual stones. I would like to exchange these spiritual stones for gold coins to acquire some fine treasures at tonight's auction. With that, he produced a handful of glimmering low-grade spiritual stones, at least 50 of them. These low-grade spiritual stones were all exchanged using gold coins from the currency bank. Gulp. Seeing this handful of spiritual stones, Jia Duobao couldn't help but swallow hard. This was a massive transaction. Every shopkeeper at Wanbao Shangming receives a commission every year, which is drawn from the annual transaction volume. This commission could be 1/10th of the transaction volume, or even 1/1,000th. In any case, the greater the transaction volume, the higher the commission the shopkeeper can earn, provided there are no significant losses at the shop during the year of service. If the shop suffers losses, the shopkeeper must accept the scrutiny of the Wanbao Shangming headquarters, and any commissions will be out of the question. Does young master you want to exchange all these spiritual stones for gold coins? Although suspecting, Jia Duobao couldn't help but ask. Of course. What else would I do with so many spiritual, showing off my wealth? Ye Wenxuan scoffed. Realizing that Wanbao Shangming was a shady business, Ye Wenxuan had no goodwill towards it, and thus did not give a pleasant expression to its shopkeeper. Jia Duobao, unaware of Ye Wenxuan's prejudice against Wanbao Shangming, assumed he was an arrogant young master, and immediately nodded and bowed, saying, "What you say is true, young master you. I will give you an estimate right away." After counting the spiritual stones that Ye Wenxuan placed on the table, he continued, "In total, there are 60 spiritual stones, all low grade, and if exchanged entirely, it would yield 540,000 gold coins." "Well, bring me my gold coins," Ye Wenxuan said with a calm nod. Jia Duobao paused slightly. "Young master, you wants the gold coins now?" His implication was that since Ye Wenxuan still had beast materials to sell and other items to purchase, why not settle the entire account after all transactions were complete? Ye Wenxuan naturally understood his meaning, but his backpack's currency bank was nearly empty. Without the gold coins in hand, how could he exchange for more spirit stones? "Of course I want them now," Ye Wenxuan said calmly. "Very well, I'll fetch them for you at once." With that, Jia Duobao promptly went to the counter to retrieve the gold coins. Ye Wenxuan wondered inwardly how one could fetch gold coins from the counter. Such a small space. How many coins could it possibly hold? Could there be some storage space there? Or perhaps a storage ring or a cosmos pouch was kept at the counter. However, when Jia Duobao handed the gold coins to Ye Wenxuan, the latter was utterly dumbfounded. The so-called 5400 gold coins turned out to be nothing more than 54 slips of paper. As an educated youth from the Milky Way galaxy, Ye Wenxuan knew exactly what these papers represented. They were notes. 54 notes, each with a face value of 10,000 gold coins, each slip representing 10,000 coins. 540,000 gold coins, enough to fill half a room. Carrying such a massive amount of coins would be incredibly inconvenient, and during transactions no one had the leisure to count them one by one. 540,000 coins. How long would that take to count? Hence, using notes was the most convenient and efficient method. All large transactions were settled with notes. Though Ye Wenxuan understood this, he knew even more clearly that he needed cash. He needed actual gold coins. What are these? Even though he had already guessed what the papers represented, Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but ask. Jia Duobao was inwardly puzzled. How could this noble young master not know about the notes of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance? But he dared not inquire further and patiently explained, "These are notes issued by our 10,000 Treasures Alliance called gold notes. These 54 gold notes are each of 10,000 coins denomination, each representing 10,000 gold coins. 54 notes of 10,000 denominations totaling 540,000 gold coins. Sorry, I don't want gold notes. I want gold coins." Ye Wenxuan pushed the notes back to Jia Duobao and refused flatly. "No gold notes, only gold coins." Jia Duobao was stunned. He rarely encountered a customer with such a demand. Even Lu Xiaojia looked baffled. Why refuse notes in favor of heavy chests of gold coins? How inconvenient. And nearly impossible to count. "That's right, only gold coins," Ye Wenxuan affirmed, then asked, "You don't mean to say you can't even produce 540,000 gold coins, do you?" "Of course not," Jia Duobao quickly replied. "However, our alliance has a rule: exchanging gold notes for actual coins incurs a transaction fee." It turned out the 10,000 Treasures Alliance also offered conversion between notes and coins. At the 10,000 Treasures Alliance, exchanging gold notes for coins followed a ratio of 1:9. That is, a note worth 10 gold coins could be exchanged for 9 actual coins, with the missing coin being the so-called transaction fee. A tenth of the transaction amount as a handling fee, truly extortionate. If one exchanged coins for notes, the ratio was 1:1. That is, 10 gold coins could be exchanged for notes worth 11 gold coins. Undoubtedly, this back-and-forth transaction allowed the 10,000 Treasures Alliance to profit handsomely. So, young master, yes, 54,000 gold notes can be redeemed for 486,000 gold coins. After explaining the exchange rules, Jia Duobao calculated the final amount. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Their skill at lying through their teeth was astonishing. Do they think I have no brains? Such an obvious scam. Ye Wenxuan fumed inwardly. He let out a cold laugh. Master Jia truly knows how to do business. "May I ask, how many gold coins did I sell these spirit stones for?" 540,000 gold coins. Jia Duobao replied. "Very well, bring me my 540,000 gold coins. I'll take my coins and be on my way." Ye Wenxuan's laughter was icy. Jia Duobao immediately handed the 54 gold notes to Ye Wenxuan. I asked for 540,000 gold coins, not notes. Ye Wenxuan's tone turned cold. Aren't those 540,000 coins rightfully mine? At this point, even the slow-witted Lu Xiaojia sensed something was amiss. He thought it over carefully. If he took the coins, he'd have 540,000 actual gold coins. If he took the notes, they'd be worth 540,000 gold coins. But exchanging the notes on the spot would yield only 486,000 gold coins. The difference was a staggering 54,000 gold coins. That was the distinction between demanding coins and accepting notes. Holy crap, how underhanded. Lu Xiaojia shuddered, inwardly wondering how many gold coins the 10,000 Treasures Alliance had swindled through such tactics. That's right, our boss wants only gold coins. Hurry up and bring them out. Having grasped the Alliance's shady scheme, Lu Xiaojia fully supported Ye Wenxuan's demand for coins. 54,000 gold coins. Why let them be stolen so easily? Even if counting the coins left one's hands cramping from dawn till dusk, not a single coin should be lost. Very well. Caught in his scheme, Jia Duobao's face showed embarrassment, but as a seasoned fox he regained his composure in an instant. Please follow me, both of you. Ye Wenxuan and his companion followed him into a spacious room where over a dozen bookkeepers were busy at work. It was clearly an accounting chamber. Settle 540,000 gold coins, the steward instructed the head bookkeeper. Yes. The bookkeeper then went to the back storeroom and retrieved 9 pouches, placing them on the table. Among these pouches, 5 larger ones were marked 100, and 4 smaller ones were marked 100. He took the 5 100 pouches and the 4 100 pouches and handed them to Jia Duobao. A total of 540,000 gold coins. Would young master you like to count them? Jia Duobao asked. So quickly done. Lu Xiaojia thought, realizing that the alliance had already pre-counted and pre-packaged large sums of gold coins. The 100 pouch contains 10,000 gold coins, and the 100 pouch holds 100,000 gold coins. As if fearing Ye Wenxuan might not understand, Jia Duobao explained, these pouches are cosmos pouches used by cultivators. These 9 cosmos pouches, I'm afraid, cannot be taken away by young master Yu. Without a storage item like a cosmos pouch, transporting 540,000 gold coins would be extremely difficult. The sheer volume was too great. But this was no challenge for Ye Wenxuan. He untied a 100 pouch and poured its contents onto the table. Clatter. A pile of gleaming gold coins formed a small mountain. I trust the reputation of the 10,000 treasures. Ye Wenxuan smiled calmly, then swept his hand across, and with a clatter he instantly collected all 10,000 gold coins, leaving not a single one behind. This feat made Jia Duobao sigh inwardly. Someone who could produce 60 low-grade spirit stones surely possessed a cosmos pouch of their own. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan, for obtaining 9997 gold coins. What the hell? 3 coins short? Damn, how shameless can they get? Ye Wenxuan's face darkened instantly. Without his system, he would never have uncovered such a shady trick. 10,000 gold coins. Who had the time to count them? Even if someone counted and found the error, the 10,000 Treasures Alliance could claim a subordinate had miscounted before and simply make up the difference to 10,000. No one could ever accuse the Alliance of greed. 9,997 gold coins. Ye Wenxuan said coolly, a hint of mockery in his tone. What a fine business your merchant alliance runs. And here I was claiming I trusted you. Were it anyone else, even upon discovering 3 gold coins missing, they would have swallowed their anger and dared not speak out. After all, the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was a colossal entity, likely backed by the Lingchuan Dao Academy itself. To put it bluntly, the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was probably established by the Lingchuan Dao Academy to serve its interests. Jia Duobao was startled. How did Yu Xuan know the pouch was short? And how had he instantly calculated the exact number of 9997 gold coins? At the same time, a flicker of anger stirred within him. If the pouch truly was missing 3 gold coins, Jia Duobao was almost certain it was the doing of the bookkeeper who had embezzled them. He would never believe that the bookkeeper had simply miscounted by accident. Those who entered the accounts department of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance were all meticulously selected, cautious individuals. Not one of them would make a counting error. They were all extensively trained, capable of reaching into a mountain of gold coins and accurately pulling out exactly 23 or 31 coins in a single handful. If what Yu Xuan said was true, that the pouch just now was short by 3 coins, Jia Duobao's mind raced with implications, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He suddenly recalled receiving a letter that morning from a fellow Merchant Alliance steward in the imperial capital. The higher-ups are auditing the accounts. Let them audit, he thought. The innocent have nothing to fear. Though old Jia was no saint, in all his years as steward, he had never embezzled a single coin from the alliance. He dare not. If caught embezzling, the wrath of the immortal sect backing the Merchant Alliance was not something a mere mortal like him could withstand. Though his conscience was clear, Jia Duobao could not afford to be careless with the impending audit. At dawn, he had ordered his men to scrutinize every single ledger inside and out, finding no discrepancies. Finding no errors, Jia Duobao felt a swell of pride musing that his management skills were indeed commendable. After all, the vast Wanbao Merchant Alliance outlet handled a torrent of daily transactions, over the long months and years mistakes were bound to occur. Yet this audit came nearly 3 years after the last one, and still no errors had surfaced. Did this not prove his judicious hiring and the diligent work of his subordinates? But when Ye Wenxuan pointed out the shortage of 3 coins in the 10,000 pouch, Jia Duobao was jolted awake. Even the most flawless accounts could not possibly go 3 whole years without a single mistake. No mistakes at all. That was the biggest mistake of all. Jia Duobao suddenly understood his subordinates had colluded, conspiring together to fool him. Old Jia. After all, old Jia would never personally count those mountains of gold coins, he merely flipped through the ledgers. Even if a subordinate helped themselves to a few coins from the pile, old Jia would never know. As for the bookkeeper who had just tallied the coins, his face blanched almost imperceptibly when Ye Wenxuan stated the precise figure of 9997. He knew exactly how many coins were in each pouch. To guard against surprise checks from headquarters or old Jia, he and the other bookkeepers had devised a scheme. They placed the shortchanged pouches in locations known only to them. One spot where a single coin was missing, another where 2 were gone. Only the insiders knew. Whenever old Jia conducted a random check, he would invariably ask them to retrieve the coins from the vault. They knew precisely how many coins each pouch contained, ensuring they always produced the untouched ones. Even if headquarters sent an auditor, they had nothing to fear. They had colluded with nearly all the employees who would help fudge the accounts regardless of who was assigned to the task. After all, headquarters usually sent only one person. How could that lone individual possibly audit everything? Yet Ye Wenxuan, merely by pocketing the coins, had instantly discerned the exact count. This skill sent a chill through the bookkeeper's heart. If he were to audit the accounts, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Impossible. Every one of our pouches is measured by counting scales. They can't be short, the bookkeeper declared, refusing to admit fault. Whether it's possible or not is none of my concern, Ye Wenxuan said calmly. I know how many coins are missing. Your people in the Merchant Alliance know. Heaven knows. Earth knows. If you don't want others to know, don't do it. I won't accuse you of anything, nor will I demand the missing coins be returned. In my eyes, the amount is what it is. You can deny it all you like. I've lost but a few gold coins. But your Merchant Alliance has lost its integrity. The bookkeeper's face darkened. You can slander our staff all you want, but slandering our alliance. Are you looking for even if I am looking for trouble, so what? You cheat people out of their money and won't let them speak up. Ye Wenxuan retorted with disdain. Ye Wenxuan was unaware of the internal machinations within the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, not knowing his money had been embezzled by mere employees. He assumed the alliance was a monopolistic shady chain store, and thus held no respect for it, his tone far from polite. Do you realize? The bookkeeper began, but silence. Jia Duobao bellowed, cutting him off. His face was ashen as he addressed the employee word by word. Old Ding, I entrusted the accounts to you because I trusted you. Yet I never imagined you would line your own pockets. I always believed you were an incorruptible man. Only today do I realize how wrong I was. Old Ding's face darkened. Old Jia, can you not trust my character? You would believe the wild accusations of an outsider over me. Seeing the two of them bickering, Ye Wenxuan grew impatient. He emptied the remaining 8 pouches on the table, sweeping the coins into his storage with a wave of his hand. Ding! Congratulations, player Yu Xuan, for obtaining 529992 gold coins. Combined with the 9997 coins from the first pouch, Ye Wenxuan had received a total of 539989 gold coins from this transaction, 11 coins short. Let's go. Ye Wenxuan had no desire to linger with Jia Duobao and the others. He called out to Lu Xiaojia and left. He had no stomach for such a shady establishment. What's the matter? Guilty conscience. Can't bear to stay a moment longer. Old Ding sneered as Ye Wenxuan ignored the taunt and walked away without looking back. To others it seemed as though he truly was feeling guilty. Young master, you please don't leave in such a hurry. Jia Duobao was alarmed. He hadn't expected Yu Xuan to be so decisive, accepting the loss without pursuing it, leaving without a fuss, and ignoring the mockery. Jia Duobao chased after Ye Wenxuan, catching him just outside the main hall. He said with a wry smile, a large enterprise is bound to harbor a few unscrupulous individuals. Please, young master, you don't take it to heart. Tell me exactly how many coins were missing, and I, Jia, will make it up to you. Ye Wenxuan returned to his previous seat at the guest table and said calmly, there's no need to make up for it. If it's missing, then so be it. It's just 11 gold coins I'm not lacking. If you're not lacking, then why mention that amount? Jia muttered to himself, rolling his eyes. You already stated how many gold coins are missing. How could I not compensate you? By the way, who exactly is that old Ding? Why does even the esteemed shopkeeper fear him? Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but ask. Seeing old Ding's face, Ye Wenxuan felt displeased, but he was even more curious about why it seemed that the fellow didn't show much respect to the shopkeeper Jia Duobao. At this moment, Ye Wenxuan could somewhat guess that the missing gold coins in the bag were likely embezzled by that old Ding. Old Ding is the father-in-law of the city lord of Wielding. Jia Duobao said, stating only this, implying much more without saying it. Young master, are you still selling your beast materials? The beast materials can wait. I still have some spirit stones to exchange, Ye Wenxuan replied. More? Jia Duobao was secretly astonished. Young master, you seem to have a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, when he saw Ye Wenxuan take out 5 spirit stones, he was even more shocked, unable to help but exclaim, medium-grade spirit stones. Indeed, Ye Wenxuan took out 5 medium-grade spirit stones. He exchanged these with the gold coins he had just received, costing him 500,000 gold coins. 5 medium-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 4,500,000 gold coins, Jia Duobao said, ultimately unable to resist, asking, young master, do you want to exchange them all for gold coins? First exchange for 4 million gold coins and leave 50,000 for later purchases. Although Ye Wenxuan had no good feelings towards the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, the monopoly business they operated meant that he could currently only purchase various items through them. Alright, Jia Duobao immediately instructed an employee to fetch the gold coins, asking, what does the young master intend to buy? Ye Wenxuan, however, closed his eyes and remained silent. Jia Duobao felt a bit awkward, realizing that young master Yu was indicating he wouldn't proceed with the transaction until he had the gold coins in hand. This attitude clearly showed a lack of trust in the Wanbao Merchant Alliance's credibility. Given his attitude, Jia Duobao had no choice but to accept it. He could only vent his grievances towards old Ding in his heart, thinking to himself that once the master arrived, he would definitely have to settle the score with him. With such a parasite around, even if the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was fine, who knows when I might be harmed by him. Old Ding is the father-in-law of the city lord of Lecheng, who is the top authority in Lecheng. Although Jia Duobao was the shopkeeper of a Wanbao Merchant Alliance outlet, in reality, he was merely a worker serving the Wanbao Merchant Alliance and couldn't rely on it to exert power. However, Old Ding was different. In Lecheng, he could depend on his son-in-law's authority to act with impunity. Therefore, even though Jia Duobao's position in the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was higher than Old Ding's, he did not dare to offend him and had to yield to him. The employee fetching the coins soon returned, handing 4 Qianquan bags to Jia Duobao. Jia Duobao passed them to Ye Wenxuan with a smile, saying, please count them, young master. Knowing that Ye Wenxuan could quickly and accurately confirm the amount of gold coins, he simply handed everything over to him. Ye Wenxuan said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, he instantly collected the 4 Qianquan bags. Ding! Acquired 4 level 1 Qianquan bags, expanding backpack space by 4 slots. Ding! Congratulations to player Yu Xuan for acquiring 4,011 gold coins. Old Jia is quite accommodating, even compensating for the missing 11 gold coins. Ye Wenxuan muttered. After receiving such a substantial amount of gold coins, Ye Wenxuan was overjoyed, especially thrilled that the Qianquan bags could actually expand his backpack slots. If a level 1 Qianquan bag can expand 1 slot, then what about level 2? Level 3? After depositing the acquired gold coins in the currency bank, Ye Wenxuan took out the 4 Qianquan bags, as Old Jia mentioned that these were not complementary items. How many gold coins does a Qianquan bag of this type cost? Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but ask. 1 million gold coins can purchase one, Jia Duobao replied with a smile. 1 million gold coins is equivalent to 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Do you wish to buy, young master? Forget it. Ye Wenxuan shook his head. He didn't care for the level 1 Qianquan bag, and he estimated he wouldn't have enough money for the higher levels. Does the young master have any other needs? Jia Duobao inquired. Do you have maps? Yes. Then please bring me several maps, all sizes. Ye Wenxuan said, then asked, do you have any books on cultural geography or historical records for sale? Yes. Then bring me some classic ones that are quite authoritative. Alright. Do you have books related to Lingchuan Dao Academy, such as the rules for entering Lingchuan? Of course we do. Ye Wenxuan continuously listed his needs, and as expected, the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, renowned for its vast treasures, had almost everything he wanted. The efficiency of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was extremely high, with staff continuously bringing the items. Ye Wenxuan requested, eliminating the need for him to personally select each one. Hey, fourth sister, isn't that Lu Xiaojia? Just as the transaction was reaching its final stages, a familiar female voice rang out. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw 2 women in the Wanbao Merchant Alliance hall, selecting weapons, both of whom Ye Wenxuan recognized these 2 women. They were the daughters of the city lord of Lecheng, Princess Lu Xiaoling and 4th Miss Lu Xiangling. These 2 women either held a grudge or resentment against him. Yesterday, Lu Xiangling had whipped and killed Yu Xuan, allowing Ye Wenxuan to occupy Yu Xuan's body. It was also yesterday that Ye Wenxuan had humiliated Lu Xiangling. Fourth sister, should we go over? In the past, Lu Xiangling would have rushed over to greet Lu Xiaojia with a hello, young master Lu. But now, upon seeing Lu Xiaojia, fourth sister wore a cold expression, making Lu Xiaoling secretly curious. Could it be that they had fallen out and their relationship had soured? A person without principles like him isn't worthy of my attention, Lu Xiangling coldly remarked. Her tone was quite heavy, and Ye Wenxuan and the others heard it clearly. Lu Xiaoji's expression darkened. He understood the meaning behind Lu Zhangling's words. Her reference to him as a person without principles was a disdain for his actions yesterday, when he was defeated by the leader and then knelt in submission. Had it not been for the fact that he had bowed to Ye Wenxuan before acknowledging him as the leader, Lu Xiaojia might have still been brooding over this matter. But at this moment, he realized that a younger brother kneeling before his older brother was quite a common occurrence. He forced himself to feel better. Regarding the emotional conflict between fourth sister and Lu Xiaojia, Lu Xiaoling did not wish to intervene much, so she continued to browse various equipment with fourth sister, trying to ignore Lu Xiaojia and the others. But just then as a voice rang out, Lu Xiaoling suddenly froze. Oh, there are quite a few people today. Hua Wuyin lightly waved a folding fan and entered the Wanbao Merchant Alliance's door with a smile. Oh, beggar brother, you're here too. Not sure if Hua Wuyin had particularly sharp eyes, but he quickly spotted Ye Wenxuan and walked over to greet him. Brother Wuyin, you're here too. Lu Xiaoling exclaimed in surprise, quickly throwing herself into Hua Wuyan's embrace, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. The smile on Hua Wuyan's face instantly froze, his radiant expression disappearing without a trace in that moment. He Xiangning, you're here too. Hua Wuyin forced a smile. Hua Wuyin had a bitter expression, looking even worse than crying. It's you. Lu Xiangling exclaimed in anger, glaring at Ye Wenxuan, her eyes practically sparking with fury. Hua Wuyan's shout of brother beggar once again betrayed Ye Wenxuan, revealing him to Lu Xiangling as that. However, when she saw Lu Xiaojia sitting side by side with Ye Wenxuan, her anger surged even higher, and she shouted, Lu Xiaojia, are you even a man? She pointed at Ye Wenxuan, exclaiming, he is your enemy. How can you sit so casually with him as if nothing is enemy? Without the grudge of killing kin or the hatred of stealing a wife, how can he be considered an enemy? Lu Xiaojia replied speechlessly. You? Lu Xiangling was furious, feeling humiliated by having to kneel, yet he acted as if nothing had happened. However, thinking that their engagement had been annulled last night, Lu Xiangling realized that her feelings for Lu Xiaojia were already indifferent. Since the engagement was broken, she had no need to care whether this man lived or died. With this thought, she felt much better, thinking that Lu Xiaojia had resigned himself to a life of decadence. You'd best. Lu Xiangling no longer wished to deal with Lu Xiaojia, turning coldly to Ye Wenxuan, saying, little sister, let's go. Without waiting for Lu Xiangning's response, she tugged at Lu Xiangning's collar and headed outside. Brother Wuyin, am leaving, Lu Xiangning said sweetly, looking reluctant. She had not recognized Ye Wenxuan as the one she had previously struck down with a whip. In fact, her thoughts had always been on Hua Wuyin, who every breath he took deeply tugged at her heartstrings. Hua Wuyin replied, his face betraying no joy or sorrow, but in his heart, he urged, hurry, and leave my dear lady. Everyone in the city knew that Lu Xiangning liked Hua Wuyin, but Hua Wuyin would never genuinely like or love Lu Xiangning, even though she was the famous beauty of the city. He never would. Brother beggar, I didn't expect to see you so soon. After the Lu sisters left, Hua Wuyin felt a sense of relief, exhaling softly as he approached Ye Wenxuan and his companions, smiling widely, then looking at Lu Xiaojia. Seeing brother Lu like this, I wonder if you've become brother beggar's disciple, or perhaps his little brother. It was unfortunate that he had left early and missed the final outcome of the master-disciple dispute. Hearing Hua Wuyan's words, Lu Xiaoji's ears turned slightly red, as the third young master of the Lu family being called a little brother was not something glorious. However, thinking of the various miraculous methods of the boss, he felt at ease. Not only could he enhance weapons, but the boss could also casually produce 50 or 60 low-grade spirit stones, even middle-grade spirit stones. In the city, even the city lord Lu Dongxing might not possess a single middle-grade spirit stone. Following such a wealthy boss would not disgrace him as the third young master of the Lu family. Boss Lu Xiangling is a calculating person. She left in resentment, surely to gather the city guards. We should hurry and leave. Lu Xiaojia did not respond to Hua Wuyin, but instead spoke to Ye Wenxuan. Even Jia Duobao advised. Young master, what third young master Lu said is correct. In the city, the Lu family is known for their small-mindedness. It's better for you to avoid them. Leave? I'm right here waiting. Ye Wenxuan replied calmly. He had already learned from Lu Xiaojia that the city guards were not very strong, mostly at the first to third levels of the transcendent stage. Even the strongest among them wouldn't exceed the 8th level of the transcendent stage. Now that he had reached the perfection stage of transcendence, there were not many in this city who could threaten him. It was unclear if Lu Xiangling feared that Ye Wenxuan would escape. Her efficiency in gathering reinforcements was quite high. In the short time it took for a few people to share a few words, a group of dozens of city guards had gathered in front of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. You beggar, come out. Lu Xiangling shouted, pointing her long sword at Ye Wenxuan. She did not dare to lead people into the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. With the protection of the immortal sect, the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was not something a commoner like her could offend. Where did this mutt come from, barking so unpleasantly? Ye Wenxuan said leisurely as he slowly walked out of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Lu Xiangling's face turned dark. This beggar actually dared to be so arrogant. She coldly said, considering you're about to die, I'll allow you to say a final word. Final words? I have quite a few. Ye Wenxuan replied indifferently, alas, I'm about to die, and I don't even own a house. Alas, I have never experienced what a woman feels like. It's truly a pity. Alas, will I ever be able to go home? Alas, I'm only level 13. Oh, am I really going to die? Ye Wenxuan mumbled incessantly, then smiled. So how about that? My final words aren't just one right. What kind of death do you desire? Lu Xiangling asked coldly. A death of exhaustion if you could fulfill that for me. Ye Wenxuan replied with a cheeky grin. Shameless. Despicable. Hearing Ye Wenxuan's words, Lu Xiaojie suddenly heard Hua Wuyin next to him muttering lowly. As the battle was about to commence, Ye Wenxuan appeared completely unconcerned. He removed the remaining power from his ear, and with a thought stowed the Ant-Man battle suit into his system backpack. Once the Ant-Man battle suit was taken away, Yue immediately reverted to his normal size. Bro Xian, I haven't, Yue said with dissatisfaction. Ye Wenxuan ignored his complaints, taking off the golden snake clothing and pants he wore, revealing the beggar outfit underneath. Hurry and put on the clothes. Ye Wenxuan tossed the removed golden snake clothing and pants to Yue. Only then did Yue realize he was only wearing white underwear. Seeing so many people looking at him, his face turned red, and he hurriedly put on the golden snake clothing and pants. Ye Wenxuan took out the Ant-Man battle suit, put it on himself, and said to Yue, "You better watch closely, see how I use this battle suit in combat." Seeing Ye Wenxuan summon a half-naked boy out of thin air, the people around were astonished. Such a method was truly astonishing. Lu Xiaojie felt a surge of joy. The boss was indeed the boss, and his miraculous methods were unimaginable. Jia Duobao was shocked. He knew that a Qianquan bag could retrieve objects from thin air, but he had never heard of summoning a living person. Lu Wenxuan could collect millions of gold coins in one go. He speculated that Ye Wenxuan possessed a storage item. He initially thought it was a Qianquan bag, but now he suddenly realized that what Ye Wenxuan had might be something even more advanced. However, Jia Duobao did not know that Yue was not summoned from Ye Wenxuan's storage space. Rather, Ye Wenxuan had stripped Yue of the Ant-Man battle suit, causing Yue to revert to his normal size. Witnessing Yue transform from the size of an ant back to normal aside from Ye Wenxuan, there was one other person present. Hua Wuyin. For some reason, his eyesight was incredibly sharp. Even when Ye Wenxuan changed his outfit, he could recognize the non-beggar attire of Ye Wenxuan at once. This was an effect brought about by his innate talent. He was a shapeshifter, and seeing through disguises was his gift bestowed by his shapeshifter nature. Interesting, this battle suit actually has the ability to change size. Witnessing the transformation of the residual energy from small to large, Hua Wuyin muttered to himself. What did you say? Lu Xiaojie, hearing Hua Wuyin muttering, couldn't catch what was said, and thus inquired. I didn't say anything. Hua Wuyin shook his head and smiled. Lu Xiaojie showed a suspicious expression. Although Hua Wuyin said he said nothing, Lu Xiaojie felt increasingly that Hua Wuyin had ulterior motives. Are you all going to attack together, or one at a time? Ye Wenxuan, having donned the Ant-Man battle suit, approached the dozens of city guards. Fourth Miss, let me teach this kid a lesson. A city guard volunteered. Great, with Brother Yuan Kuei taking action, we will surely capture the little thief. Lu Xiangling said joyfully. Yuan Kuei was a middle-aged man and the captain of this squad of city guards, possessing the strength of the fifth layer of transcendence. Lu Xiangling speculated that even if Ye Wenxuan, this beggar, could defeat Lu Xiaojie, he would at most be at the third or fourth layer of transcendence, and might not be able to match Yuan Kuei. Kid, you'd better surrender obediently. If Yuan makes a move, you won't escape without some injuries. Yuan Kuei advised with a friendly demeanor, but it was clear to everyone that he held Ye Wenxuan in contempt. Can young master Yuan? Yuan Kuei is a master of the fifth layer of transcendence. Although he understood that Ye Wenxuan had an unpredictable background and might possess extraordinary strength, Jia Duobao couldn't help but ask. Alright, I surrender. To Jia Duobao and Lu Xiaojie's surprise, Ye Wenxuan actually followed Yuan Kuei's words, clasped his hands. Alright, I surrender. To Jia Duobao and Lu Xiaojie's surprise, Ye Wenxuan actually followed Yuan Kuei's words, clasped his hands behind his head, squatted down, and assumed a posture of surrender. What's going on? Lu Xiaojie and Jia Duobao exchanged glances. Even Lu Xiangling felt that the plot had shifted too quickly. Wasn't there supposed to be a fierce battle before defeating this arrogant little thief? Yuan Kuei was also momentarily stunned, but he misunderstood Ye Wenxuan's arrogance, thinking that Ye Wenxuan was afraid of the city guards, afraid of him. Yuan Kuei. He immediately said, surrendering is good. Don't worry, since you understand the gravity of the situation, I'm willing to plead on your behalf in front of the fourth miss. With that, he reached out to grab Ye Wenxuan. At the same time, he was cautious, fearing that Ye Wenxuan was pretending to surrender and might try to sneak attack, so he gripped his spear tightly, ready to strike. However, he quickly realized he was overthinking. His left hand easily caught Ye Wenxuan, who offered no resistance. What's happening? He surrendered just like that. Wasn't he just arrogantly provoking fourth Miss Lu a moment ago? Rope! Yuan Kuei shouted to his subordinates. Immediately, one of them tossed a rope over. Yuan Kuei took the rope and securely bound Ye Wenxuan 5 or 6 times before he was convinced he had truly subdued the little thief, and brought him before Lu Xiangling. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? What's the matter? Why can't you be arrogant now? Seeing the little thief captured so easily, Lu Xiangling was surprised, but didn't think too much of it, and taunted. Now that I've surrendered, how will you deal with me? Ye Wenxuan showed no signs of panic, calmly smiling. Seeing Ye Wenxuan still so nonchalant, Lu Xiaojie, who had been worried about the boss, suddenly felt much more at ease, thinking to himself, boss, if you have any tricks, hurry up and use them. This dragging on is making people anxious. Knowing the functions of the Ant-Man battlesuit, Yu Wei and Hua Wuyin were completely unconcerned about what would happen to the bound Ye Wenxuan. I will strip your skin and pull your tendons, making you endure the greatest suffering in the world, allowing you to die slowly. Lu Xiangling gritted her teeth. Fourth sister, who is he? Why do you hate him so much? Lu Xiangling's companion, Lu Xiangling, curiously asked. Before Lu Xiangling could answer, Ye Wenxuan coldly mocked, little princess, you truly have a short memory. Yesterday I had a brother who was whipped to death by you, and you have no recollection of it. Didn't you notice? I look exactly like the person you killed yesterday. It's you. Lu Xiangling was taken aback, finally recalling the image of the beggar she had killed yesterday, who looked exactly like the person before her. Wrong, it's not me. You recognized the wrong person. Oh, I'm not the one you killed. The person you killed was my younger brother. Ye Wenxuan said coldly. The person you killed is called Yu Xuan. Oh, I am his elder brother, Yu Wenxuan. Yuga really knows how to deceive people. Aren't you just Yu Xuan? Yu Wei secretly found it amusing. Lu Xiaojia, although he knew his boss called himself Yu Xuan, was unaware of the intricacies here and didn't know whether his boss' real name was Yu Xuan or Ye Wenxuan. However, it didn't matter what his boss' real name was. After all, he always called him boss. Even if he didn't call him boss, he could just call him Xian Gu, like that little brother Yu Wei. I didn't mean it. Lu Xiangling said apologetically. I only whipped him once, who I didn't expect. I didn't expect him to be so fragile. Do you think saying you didn't mean it will settle it? Ye Wenxuan said coldly. Just a lowly beggar. Killing him is just killing him. Oh, what can you do? Lu Xiangling sneered. Little sister, you don't need to think too much. It's not a pity to kill such a lowly ant. Not a pity to kill however many. Ye Wenxuan's voice was extremely cold. Hearing his icy tone, everyone knew he was angry. Was a fight? Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but hold his breath, thinking, is the moment of witnessing a miracle upon us. However, in the next moment, Ye Wenxuan's actions surprised him. He suddenly looked up at the sky, exclaiming in astonishment, oh, what the hell is that? What ghost is in the sky? Lu Xiaojia instinctively looked up. What ghost is in the sky? Everyone subconsciously looked up, genuinely shocked by Ye Wenxuan's exaggerated twist. However, what could possibly be in the sky? Only a few crows flew silently by. The little thief is gone. Yuan Kuei was the first to react, noticing that Ye Wenxuan had vanished without a trace, and immediately exclaimed. When everyone regained their senses and looked at the spot where Ye Wenxuan had stood, he had already disappeared, and the rope that bound him lay on the ground. Everyone saw clearly that Ye Wenxuan had been tightly bound by Yuan Kuei. Oh, without anyone to untie him, how could he have freed himself? Everyone looked up to the sky and regained their senses, realizing that Ye Wenxuan had vanished in just a second or two. But in such a short time, this little thief had managed to free himself and disappeared without a trace. In such a short time, the little thief's companions couldn't possibly have had time to help him untie. Moreover, this street in front of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was so wide. Even if the little thief had freed himself, how far could he escape in 1 or 2 seconds? It was truly like seeing a ghost. All the city guards felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of foreboding creeping. Suddenly a scream rang out as a city guard was sent flying, crashing heavily against a mud wall and sustaining. There was no doubt that this city guard had been attacked. Everyone looked towards the place where this city guard had stood, but there was no one around. The city guards were even more frightened, wondering if the assailant could be invisible. Why couldn't they see the attacker? Even without needing to think, they knew that the one who had attacked was the little thief, who had Another scream echoed as a city guard was sent flying, crashing far away, spitting out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. The crowd collectively gasped. The assailant struck with tremendous force, landing a perfect blow that left the victim gravely injured and unconscious, evoking sheer terror. The most frightening aspect was that the attacker was invisible to them. No one knew who would be the next target. Even Lu Xiangling felt a surge of panic. If that little thief targeted her. Boom. Another city guard was struck down, this one not even having the time to scream. This city guard, merely at the first level of Foundation establishment, was hit by Ye Wenxuan's punch and was sent flying, as if struck by 5 bulls, hurtling over 20 meters with blood trailing behind him. Ye Wenxuan was currently at the peak of the 10th level of Foundation establishment. His realm alone crushed countless others, not to mention the over 10,000 combat power bestowed by the dragon's subduing divine art. The city guard, with only the strength of the first level of Foundation establishment, could not withstand Ye Wenxuan's punch. He collapsed to the ground, his bones twisted, his head tilted, and he perished. Ding. Congratulations, player, for killing a common city guard, earning 500 experience points. He had killed someone. Ye Wenxuan felt a chill. He had taken a life. This was his first kill, and Ye Wenxuan was completely stunned to the point where he forgot to press the shrinking button on the Ant-Man battlesuit. He's over there. Quick, kill him. Lu Xiangling shrieked. Although she witnessed the death of the city guard, she felt no concern at all. Puff, puff, puff. More than 10 spears simultaneously lunged at Ye Wenxuan, who astonishingly did not evade at all, standing frozen, as if his soul had left his body. His body was instantly punctured with numerous wounds. Ye Wenxuan surprisingly did not fight back, enduring the attacks from the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Xiangu. Seeing Ye Wenxuan in this state, Yu Wei could not help but cry out in sorrow. It was unclear whether it was the pain that reawakened him or Yu Wei's shout, but Ye Wenxuan finally snapped out of his. Seeing himself drenched in blood, the blood gushing uncontrollably, and pain surging throughout his body, Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Xiaowei, don't worry, Xiangu is fine. Ye Wenxuan calmly smiled at Yu Wei. His voice was strong and full of vitality, indeed not sounding like someone who was in trouble. It was simply unbelievable. How could he be fine after sustaining so many wounds? If it were an ordinary person, they would have perished by now. It was worth noting that some of the wounds nearly pierced through Ye Wenxuan's entire chest. The crowd was utterly shocked. How could someone so severely injured be unscathed? Ye Wenxuan truly was fine, for his health points exceeded tens of thousands. His health was comparable to that of a peak third-tier demon beast. His health was terrifyingly thick. With the system in place, as long as his health points did not reach zero, even if his head was severed or his heart destroyed, he would not die. Although Ye Wenxuan was fine, his health points were rapidly depleting, dropping by 1,000 health points per second. At this rate, in about a minute his health would hit zero. However, just after the first 5 or 6 seconds of losing health at a rate of 1,000 points per second, his health loss suddenly sharply decreased. 1,000, 950, 900, 850, 800. Ye Wenxuan clearly observed the data on his health loss and noticed the rate of his bleeding was decreasing. He instantly realized that his powerful regeneration ability was taking effect and his injuries were healing rapidly. The smaller wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. Although Ye Wenxuan was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, the power granted to him by the first layer of the dragon subduing divine art was comparable to a third-tier demon beast. Not only did he possess the vitality of a third-tier demon beast, but he also had their healing abilities. Watching Ye Wenxuan's wounds heal rapidly, the crowd could hardly find their voices. He truly was unscathed. Not only were Ye Wenxuan's wounds healing quickly, but the punctures in the Ant-Man battlesuit were also mending. It was unclear what material the Ant-Man battlesuit was made of, as its defensive capabilities were weak, but its self-repairing ability was astonishingly strong. What kind of monster are you? Lu Xiangling trembled in fear. She had never encountered such a bizarre person as Ye Wenxuan before. Not only could he become invisible, but it also seemed he possessed an immortal body. Even if Lu Xiangling was brainless, she understood that she had provoked an unapproachable individual. Ye Wenxuan cast a calm glance at her, then surveyed the city guards around him. Those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, feeling as if they were dwarfed before him, too afraid to make eye contact. After scanning the crowd, Ye Wenxuan's gaze returned to Lu Xiangling as he coldly said, "Scram. While I still don't want to unleash a killing spree, get as far away from me as possible." This was his first time killing someone. Even though it was in another world, Ye Wenxuan felt terrible. Extremely. Lu Xiangling had never been told to scram before. Even though she felt some fear toward Ye Wenxuan, now her temper as a young lady remained unchanged as she pointed at him ready to curse. However, at that moment, scram, Ye Wenxuan suddenly shouted loudly, and then the crowd seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar. Roar, roar, roar. A dragon-shaped sound wave swept over Lu Xiangling and the others, the overwhelming roar shaking their eardrums, causing them to tremble all over, feeling weak, with some even fainting on the spot. To deal with Lu Xiangling and the others, Ye Wenxuan unleashed the dragon roar. In the Qilin Mountains, Ye Wenxuan had tested the dragon roar multiple times. Perhaps due to the low skill level or the nature of area attacks, its damage capability was not high, but its ability to intimidate demon beasts was quite strong. At this moment, as he used it against Lu Xiangling and the others, aside from intimidation, the main reason was that he did not want to harm anyone, not wanting to kill someone with a single punch as he had done before. He had deeply realized that although he had only entered this world for 2 days, his strength had already surpassed that of. Although he could freely control his immense power, he was unsure how much strength to use against a first or second level foundation establishment human to only injure them rather than kill them. Ugh. The dragon roar lasted only a second, but Lu Xiangling felt that seconds stretched on for eternity. She felt dizzy as if she could hear countless dragons roaring at her. Finally, she could not hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of white foam. After spitting out the foam, she felt a bit better and came to her senses, noticing that Lu Xiangling was in a similar state, foaming at the mouth and unable to stop, even worse off than her. As for the city guards, perhaps due to years of training, aside from 3 who had fainted, not a single one was foaming at them. The one in the best condition was Yuan Kuei. Aside from his face being somewhat flushed, he appeared to be largely unaffected. Scram. While I still have no intention of going on a killing spree, hurry up and get as far away as possible. After using the dragon roar to intimidate them, Ye Wenxuan coldly stated once more. Lu Xiangling remained defiant, proclaiming, "My father is the lord of Leking City." Though acutely aware of Ye Wenxuan's unfathomable depths, she could not fathom why she feared this beggar to death, yet stubbornly refused to yield face, and dared to spar a few words with him. Lu Xiangling had intended to utter a few harsh words to hold her ground, at least to uphold the prestige of the city lord's mansion, but suddenly she froze, unable to utter a single word. With a crisp crack, Ye Wenxuan stomped his foot onto the ground, causing the surface to fracture, fissures radiating outward for 4 or 5 meters. The ground was paved with rock harder than steel, Yet Ye Wenxuan had shattered it, with a single stomp the length of the cracks, speaking volumes about his formidable strength. Fourth sister Yuan Kuei and the others have all left, Lu Xiangling warned. Startled, Lu Xiangling snapped back to reality and looked around, noticing that except for the city guards who were unconscious, severely wounded, or dead, the rest had fled far away. The fastest to escape was Yuan Kuei, the one in the best mental state. At this moment, what could she possibly say? Not a single tough word escaped her lips. She hastily helped Lu Xiangling, the two sisters supporting each other, retreating shamefully, without looking back. Regret filled Lu Xiangling's heart. Had she known from the start that Ye Wenxuan was such a monstrous being, no matter how bold she would never have provoked him. The three unconscious city guards had also awakened. Seeing their comrades had all fled, they dared not linger and vanished instantly, even abandoning their own companions. Ye Wenxuan inwardly despised this. The two city guards whom he had grievously wounded still lay on the ground unattended, while the one who had died was utterly ignored. Old Jia, please take some of the remaining gold coins I had from shopping just now to treat the two wounded soldiers. As for the rest, give it all to the family of the deceased. Upon entering the Wanbao Merchants Alliance, Ye Wenxuan first spoke to Jia Duobao. Taking a life without cause is my fault. The city guard he had killed had died because of the conflict between him and Lu Xiangling, and even more so, because Ye Wenxuan misapplied his strength. They had no personal grudge, yet the man perished by Ye Wenxuan's hand, leaving Ye Wenxuan with a profound sense of guilt. Naturally, I will handle it for you, young master. Jia Duobao replied respectfully. Ye Wenxuan did not promise any reward for these tasks, yet Jia Duobao accepted without hesitation, recognizing that a master like Ye Wenxuan was worth befriending. Moreover, the more transactions Ye Wenxuan completed here, the greater the benefit to him. Brother Yu, your prowess is truly a feast for the eyes. At this moment, Hua Wuyin applauded enthusiastically. His words were sincere. He was still ogling incessantly at the Ant-Man battle suit adorning Ye Wenxuan. Being stared at so intently, Ye Wenxuan seriously suspected Hua Wuyin might be homosexual. After a while, he remembered he was still wearing the Ant-Man battle suit. Hua Wuyin's lust was not for his looks, but for the suit. With a thought, Ye Wenxuan withdrew the suit into his system backpack. After the Ant-Man suit vanished, Ye Wenxuan's beggar's garb reappeared, and his heroic demeanor instantly disappeared, revealing his true identity as a mere beggar. Boss, you really are. Lu Xiaojie had wanted to lavish praise on Ye Wenxuan and flatter him, but upon seeing Ye Wenxuan's true appearance, he swallowed the words he had on the tip of his tongue, and finally managed to utter with great difficulty, handsome and dashing. Handsome and dashing bore no relation to Ye Wenxuan, clad in tattered beggar's clothes. It would be a marvel if he appeared handsome. Even Hua Wuyin, a man of extraordinary elegance, would hardly look dashing dressed in such ragged attire. Old Jia, do you have clothes for sale here? Ignoring the compliments from Hua Wuyin and Lu Xiaojie, Ye Wenxuan asked again, intending to buy some outfits for Yu Wei and himself. Ye Wenxuan asked casually, not expecting the Wanbao Merchants Alliance to sell everything. Known as Wanbao, meaning myriad treasures, they primarily dealt in precious items. Ordinary clothing might not be available here. Jia Duobao smiled upon hearing Ye Wenxuan's request, and said, Young master, we do not sell mundane clothes here. If not, it's fine. Ye Wenxuan replied indifferently. If unavailable, he would visit a clothing store later. Young master, though we do not sell worldly garments, we do offer clothes worn by cultivators. Jia Duobao hastily explained upon noticing Ye Wenxuan's misunderstanding. Clothes worn by cultivators. Ye Wenxuan instantly grew interested and asked, how do they differ from ordinary clothing? At this question, Jia Duobao realized that young master Yu, rich in spirit stones, was likely still immortal. Despite his extraordinary means, he had not entered the immortal path. If not a wanderer cultivator, then a genuine mortal. Cultivator clothes are imbued by immortal masters with various mystical effects, Jia Duobao explained. For instance, a garment blessed with the dust avoidance technique remains perpetually spotless. Dust avoidance enchanted clothes are the most common. Some more precious ones carry the immortal master's protective power, warding off evil and misfortune. Some are even reinforced with defensive arrays capable of resisting external attacks. More extraordinarily, certain garments bear special runes that can reflect attacks back upon the assailant. Jia Duobao elaborated, endlessly praising the cultivator's attire. In essence, they are armor with unique attributes or functions. Ye Wenxuan rolled his eyes inwardly and thought to himself, ahem. Ye Wenxuan coughed to stop Jia Duobao's incessant chatter and asked, what is the approximate price for a set of clothes, top and trousers, blessed with the dust avoidance technique? Based on Jia Duobao's description, Ye Wenxuan guessed that clothes only blessed with dust avoidance, but lacking defensive enchantments, would be the cheapest option. If he could not afford even this set, there was no point considering others. A set costs around 30 to 40,000 gold coins. Of course, some styles are pricier, Jia Duobao said. Merely possessing the permanent cleanliness feature with no defense capabilities and not necessarily more attractive than mundane clothes, it still demanded 30 to 40,000 gold coins per set. Except for cultivators, even a city lord might not easily afford such expense. Given our 3 sizes, prepare 5 sets each with as much style variety as possible. Ye Wenxuan instructed, pointing at Yu Wei and Lu Xiaojia. Very well. Jia Duobao immediately ordered his subordinates to handle it. I want some 2-by-me-3 sets. Hua Wuyin blinked innocently like a child craving candy. If Lu Xiaojia could have some, why not her? Fine, as long as you respect me as the boss like Xiaojia, I'll buy them for you. Ye Wenxuan responded generously. In his understanding, someone as graceful and refined as Hua Wuyin would never recognize him as boss. To put it bluntly, a high and mighty, universally adored and admired gentleman like Hua Wuyin would have no reason to acknowledge someone like Ye Wenxuan as their leader. Therefore, Ye Wenxuan held no expectations for Hua Wuyin's recognition. He was merely joking. Boss, then buy me 5 sets too, Hua Wuyin said with a grin, directly addressing Ye Wenxuan as boss. Clearly he had agreed to Ye Wenxuan's terms, willing to acknowledge him as the leader, and the price for this was that the original request for 3 sets of clothing had increased to 5. Oh, by the way, 2 of them should be women's clothing. I'm giving them to my sister. Without waiting for Ye Wenxuan's approval, Hua Wuyin directly instructed Jia Duobao, as if the gold coins in Ye Wenxuan's pocket were his own. Young master, this. Jia Duobao looked at Ye Wenxuan, seeking his opinion. Although Hua Wuyin had stated his demands on his own, the gold coins ultimately belonged to Ye Wenxuan, not Hua Wuyin, so it was natural to ask for Ye Wenxuan's consent. Do as he says, Ye Wenxuan said calmly. Though his face wore a composed expression, inwardly he was ecstatic. Another wealthy and handsome man had knelt before him. He had gained another underling, making it much easier to form a party for future dungeon raids. Moreover, Hua Wuyin's talent had also caught the eye of Dreamworld Immortal Lord. With talent recognized by one of the top 10 immortal lords, how could his aptitude be poor? A sister? I didn't know you had a sister. Lu Xiaojia suddenly asked suspiciously. Hua Wuyin said calmly. She's a distant cousin who just arrived at my home a few days ago. Our Hua family has 10 reserved slots, and she occupies one of them. If you manage to advance in the imperial selection, you might get a chance to meet her. Has she? Beautiful? Lu Xiaojia asked with a hint of shyness. Damn, you dare to have designs on my cousin. Believe me, he'll flay you alive. Hua Wuyin suddenly cursed. Don't think just because the boss is backing you I want dare to hit you. Oomph. You don't know yet, do you? I've already reached the 4th layer of transcending mundane. You're just at the 3rd layer. You might not be a match for me. Lu Xiaojia sneered. Impossible. In such a short time, you've jumped 2 layers to reach the 4th layer. Hua Wuyin clearly didn't believe it, but then he shrugged it off. Whether you're at the 4th layer or not, you're no match for me. Because I'm already at the 5th layer. Lu Xiaojia was completely deflated, then asked suspiciously, how could you possibly advance to the 5th layer so fast? The same way you did. Hua Wuyin said with a faint smile. Impossible. You don't have the cultivation pill the boss gave. However, before he could finish, Lu Xiaojia realized something was wrong and abruptly stopped himself. But clearly it was too late. Hua Wuyin had successfully extracted the information he needed. Boss, you're so why does Lu Xiaojia get those cultivation pills to boost his power when he becomes your underling while I get nothing? Hua Wuyin whined to Ye Wenxuan, pouting like a spoiled little woman. Watching such a handsome man throw a tantrum before him, Ye Wenxuan felt a shiver of disgust, wondering if this new underling might have inclinations towards same-sex relationships. Ahem, take this. Consider it a welcome gift. Ye Wenxuan produced a medium-grade cultivation pill and tossed it to Hua Wuyin. Boss, didn't you say there were none left? Lu Xiaojia asked with eager eyes, hinting that he wanted more pills. Well, it seems there are still 3. Ye Wenxuan wore a helpless expression as he took out 3 more medium-grade cultivation pills. Gulp. Seeing Ye Wenxuan produce 3 more pills, Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Though cultivation pills weren't exquisite delicacies, they were divine elixirs that could instantly and permanently boost one's power and strength. Their temptation surpassed even the finest cuisine. Producing 3 at once. Was this all meant for me? Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but fantasize. Xiao Wei, take these 3 cultivation pills and consume them. Ye Wenxuan said to Yu Wei. Swallowing these will greatly enhance your strength, giving you a better chance to secure a rank in the upcoming city selection. What? They weren't for me. In that moment, Lu Xiaoji's heart shattered. Especially as he watched Yu Wei down all 3 pills in one gulp, his heart crumbled into pieces. Turning his gaze to Hua Wuyin, he saw that the latter had already taken his pill and was reveling in the joy of his new. Lu Xiaojia sneered inwardly, getting excited over just 1 pill. If you knew I'd taken 2, wouldn't you be? This just shows that in the boss' eyes I'm ranked 2nd, and you can only be 3rd. As for 1st place, Lu Xiaojia knew better than to even think about it. That spot belonged to Yu Wei, the younger brother who had grown up alongside the boss. From the boss giving 3 pills at once, Lu Xiaojia realized that Yu Wei's position in the boss heart was unshakable. Hey Xiango, my toad venom art has reached the 15th layer. Shortly after consuming the 3 pills, Yu Wei suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them, his face brimming with surprise. Ye Wenxuan had already studied Yu Wei's toad venom art and knew that every 2 layers of the art corresponded to 1 cultivation realm. That is, layers 1 or 2 of the toad venom art corresponded to the 1st layer of transcending mundane, layers 3 or 4 to the 2nd layer, and so on, up to layers 19 and 20, which meant transcending mundane perfection. Since Yue had reached the 15th layer, he now possessed the strength of the early 8th layer of transcending mundane purely from the art's attribute bonuses. However, Yue's power was not limited to the toad venom art. He had consumed the essence, blood, and flesh of the nine-headed infant, both of which granted him combat prowess on par with the art. Unfortunately, Yue's combat awareness was poor and his grasp of power utilization was half-baked, otherwise he would have been able to unleash combat strength equal to Ye Wenxuan's current level. This cultivation pill can actually elevate a person by an entire realm. Truly a divine elixir. By now Hua Wuyin had snapped out of his exhilaration and couldn't help but praise. Only someone as peculiar as Ye Wenxuan could produce such cultivation pills. Boss Lu Shaoji's strength jumped by 2 layers. He must have taken 2 pills, right? Hua Wuyin suddenly remarked. Lu Shaoji's heart skipped a beat as he silently cursed Hua Wuyin. Do you have to be so perceptive? Hua Wuyin had been at the 3rd layer of transcending mundane, and after taking 1 pill, he had reached the 4th layer like Lu Shaojia. If he got another pill, he would surpass him. That's right, he did take 2, Ye Wenxuan said calmly. But his second one was earned through his diligent efforts, and so if you want a second pill, it depends on your future performance. Lu Shaojia silently breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't really worked hard or made any contributions yet. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud, knowing it was the boss' excuse to curb Hua Wuyin's greedy demands. He felt deeply the boss' profound affection for him, how he defended him so fiercely. It moved him greatly. He couldn't help but fall deeply in love with the boss. If Ye Wenxuan knew of these thoughts, his heart would surely tilt toward Hua Wuyin, tilting further and further. The efficiency of the Wanbao Merchants Alliance employees was quite impressive. Within a short time, several staff members arrived with measuring tools to measure the heights, waists, and chests of Ye Wenxuan and his companions. After the measurements were completed, Jia Duobao asked Hua Wuyin, "Young master, Hua, could you tell me your cousin's height? Can she come here for a measurement?" "There's no need for her to come here. My cousin is about the same height as I am," Hua Wuyin replied. "Then do you know her chest width?" Jia Duobao inquired again. As the garments cost around 30 to 40,000 gold coins a set, he needed to ensure the customer was completely satisfied, so every measurement had to be thoroughly investigated. Chest width is the same as chest circumference, and Hua Wuyin was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while he said, "My cousin's chest width is just a little bigger than mine, just a tiny bit." "Is your cousin flat-chested?" Lu Shaojia asked in surprise. "You're the one who's flat-chested." Hua Wuyin suddenly became angry, and then said to Jia Duobao, "According to my physique, just select 2 sets for her. There's no need to fuss over the details of certain measurements." With Hua Wuyin saying this, Jia Duobao had nothing more to add. His questions were merely to ensure the utmost satisfaction for the customer. He immediately instructed his employees, "All right, proceed according to young master Hua's request. Our alliance also offers custom-made clothing. For custom-made clothing, we will sketch the required designs for the customer and transmit these designs to headquarters using special methods. Then the celestial artisans at headquarters will stitch suitable clothing based on the designs. Once completed, the garments will be sent back to the store using the same special method," Jia Duobao explained to Ye Wenxuan. "The entire process from start to finish takes at most a day and a night. If the young master likes clothing personally tailored by celestial artisans, he might consider custom orders. However, custom-made clothing is more expensive, generally 4 to 5 times the price. Let's skip the custom orders." Ye Wenxuan said, pointing at himself nonchalantly, "Look at my outfit. I'm as poor as can be. Just having something to wear is good enough, so why pursue high-end custom?" "You're poor. If you're considered poor, then everyone on the street must be a beggar," Jia Duobao secretly sneered. He simply couldn't understand why this young master, you clearly wealthy beyond imagination, was dressed like a beggar. What puzzled him even more was why this young master, you had such short hair. Did he just come out of a temple where he hadn't had a chance to grow it out? Not only Jia Duobao was curious, but even Lu Shaojia and Hua Wuyin were intrigued. Staying next to their leader, they always found many things about him that sparked their curiosity. Once the measurements were taken, 4 employees from the alliance quickly brought over more than 10 sets of clothing, each approaching the 4 of them, to let them choose 5 sets. Ye Wenxuan quickly selected 5 sets and waved his hand to store them in his system backpack. However, the system backpack showed no response and did not accept the clothing. Ye Wenxuan had already tested the backpack storage functionality numerous times and knew well that many items such as ordinary dirt, leaves, and bricks were not accepted. Items that cannot be stored are essentially mundane objects. Ye Wenxuan had concluded 2 main points about the items that could be stored. First, they must have attributes or special functions like equipment properties or the storage function of a chincoin bag. Second, they must be special tools or materials like black-framed glasses or the bones of a 9-infants creature. Now these 5 sets of clothing were surprisingly not being accepted by the backpack. Ye Wenxuan instantly deduced the reason. Although these clothes had been imbued with a dust-repelling technique, they were essentially just ordinary garments that cultivators had used the technique on. In essence, they had not changed at all, and were still typical clothing worn by commoners. How terribly unfair! Ye Wenxuan gritted his teeth in frustration. These garments enhanced with a dust-repelling technique by cultivators were worth less than a single gold coin, but were being sold for an outrageous price of 30 to 40,000 gold coins due to that technique. Moreover, these clothes did not appear more extravagant or splendid due to the dust-repelling technique. They looked just like regular clothing worn by ordinary folks. Ye Wenxuan suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. He began to think that the clothing he had bought, rather than being enhanced with a dust-repelling technique, felt more like garments spat on by cultivators. It was precisely because they had been spat on by celestial artisans that they were valued at a fortune. Spending over 700,000 gold coins on 20 sets of clothing was indeed a terrible deal. However, thinking that he had made a pure profit of over 4 million, he felt balanced again. No matter how unfair this was, he was still making a profit, not a loss. Old Jia, give me 2 more of those Chinquan bags you had earlier. Since the system backpack couldn't store just anything, he needed to prepare a Chinquan bag for himself, and the other one was of course for Yu Wei. He decided to buy 2 first-level Chinquan bags as a backup, intending to purchase more advanced ones later that could expand the number of storage slots further. Jia Duobao quickly fetched 2 first-level Chinquan bags and handed them to Ye Wenxuan. Ye Wenxuan immediately took out over 270,000 gold coins for payment. The 2 Chinquan bags totaled 200,000 gold coins, and the 20 sets of clothing came to over 70,000 gold coins. For such a large sum of gold coins, others would typically pay with gold notes, but who was this payer? Ye Wenxuan had no gold notes. Fortunately, Jia Duobao had complete trust in Ye Wenxuan and did not count the coins, directly telling his subordinates to store them in the warehouse. After making the payment, Ye Wenxuan waved his hand to store his 5 sets of clothing in the Chinquan bag, and then he also stored several books on human geography and other miscellaneous items that could not be absorbed by the backpack. He had already checked this first-level Chinquan bag. Inside, it was a 3-dimensional space measuring 1.5 meters long, capable of holding many items. Next, Ye Wenxuan tried to store the Chinquan bag in the system backpack. As he expected, even though the Chinquan bag contained items that could not be directly stored, it was still accepted by the backpack. This was incredibly satisfying, meaning that as long as he had enough Chinquan bags, carrying an entire lake of fresh water would not be a problem. Let's go. After gathering his things, Ye Wenxuan called to Yu Wei and the others, saying, Old Jia, farewell. Jia Duobao did not try to hold him back. When Ye Wenxuan decided to pay and check out, he knew Ye Wenxuan was leaving. He didn't even ask why Ye Wenxuan was not planning to sell beast materials here. He simply said, I hope the young master will visit again. In fact, Ye Wenxuan had a decent impression of Jia Duobao. Although he did not consider him a nice guy, Jia Duobao gave him a feeling of being seasoned and understanding, which made him think well of him. Even though he thought Jia Duobao was a decent person, he had a strong disdain for the Wanbao Merchants Alliance. Such a monopolistic conglomerate spanning dozens of countries was the greatest bane to the development of ordinary people's livelihoods. Although Ye Wenxuan himself did not care about how the common people's livelihood was developing as a part of that populace, he did not mind throwing a little tantrum about it. Boss, where are we heading now? Lu Xiaojie couldn't help but ask as they exited the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Xiao Wei and I want to find an inn to stay in. You two can lead us to one. For inns, the best would be the Laying Tower. Let's go there. Lu Xiaojie suggested. I've already inquired at the Laying Tower. It's fully booked. Oh, I see. With the city selection imminent, who knows how many outsiders have arrived. By now, not only the Laying Tower, but even second or third-rate taverns and goose houses are likely all occupied. This city selection is unprecedented. Who can count the number of people from towns and cities hundreds of miles around Leking? All the inns here probably can't accommodate them all. I wonder how many will have to sleep on the streets tonight. As for other inns, they're probably out of vacancies too. Boss, if you don't mind, why not come with me to the Hua residence and stay there? In truth, Lu Xiaojie also wished to invite Ye Wenxuan to stay at his home. But he dreaded the thought of his father discovering that Ye Wenxuan was the beggar who had once bullied his son, and now his son revered this beggar as his boss. He would surely be skinned alive. Thus Lu Xiaojie dared not even think of bringing his boss home. He could only swallow his pride and let Hua Wuyin earn another cultivation pill for this merit. Lu Xiaojie brooded enviously. The boss often claimed he had no more cultivation pills, but who knew if he still had hundreds or thousands stashed away. All right, I'll stay with you for now. Ye Wenxuan nodded, then turned to Lu Xiaojie. Xiaojie, you can head back now. Meet us at the Hua residence tomorrow morning, and we'll go to the city selection together. Fine, Lu Xiaojie replied reluctantly, not wanting to follow them to the Hua mansion. Meanwhile, as Ye Wenxuan and his group made their way to the Hua residence, a mysterious figure in a black robe arrived at the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Though concealed within the black robe, her figure suggested she was a woman, and one with an exquisite physique. Entering the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, the black-robed woman directly approached Jia Duobao and presented a. Upon seeing the token, Jia Duobao's expression shifted dramatically. He bowed to her, ready to perform a grand salute, but she stopped him. Find a place where we can talk, the black-robed woman instructed. Jia Duobao understood immediately this superior wish to avoid unnecessary attention and keep her arrival discreet. Without another word, he led her into a private chamber. I failed to welcome you properly, my lord. Please forgive my negligence. As soon as they entered the chamber, Jia Duobao knelt in obeisance. Have forgiveness. The black-robed woman sat regally on a chair, her tone cold. Forgiveness is indeed in order. But if you cannot name your transgression, your head will be forfeit. Jia Duobao's heart tightened. My transgression. He would never believe that failing to greet her was a capital offense. He reflected on his years managing the Lekking branch, diligent and without major faults. His only mistake was failing to detect that subordinates like Old Ding had been embezzling gold coins from the treasury behind his back. With this in mind, Jia Duobao bowed deeply to confess, I neglected my oversight allowing petty men to steal from the treasury. I beg your forgiveness. He had a feeling that Old Ding's embezzlement could not be hidden from headquarters. This feeling seemed absurd. Headquarters was tens of thousands of miles away. Could they really know about Old Ding's theft from such a distance? Hey, you're quite clever. You may keep your post as steward, the black-robed woman said, her expression softening into a smile, as if his answer was correct. Jia Duobao's heart skipped a beat, confirming his suspicion headquarters could monitor every move at their sales points from thousands of miles away. It seems you've guessed something, the woman smiled. Yes, every sales point in our alliance is equipped with monitoring arrays. Your every action is under headquarters surveillance. If anyone steps out of line, a thorough review of the records will reveal all. Her words made Jia Duobao break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had been frugal and honest all these years, never tempted to embezzle. Otherwise, he dared not imagine his fate. You may have been remiss in overseeing your subordinates, but you've been diligent and thrifty, the woman said. Over the years, even without great achievements, you've toiled faithfully. Pausing, she studied Jia Duobao, pleased to see his composed and respectful demeanor despite the praise. For your years of hard work, headquarters has decided to grant you a longevity pill, adding 20 years to your lifespan. With that, a pill appeared in her hand, and she handed it to Jia Duobao. He accepted it, beaming with joy. Thank you for your patronage, my lord, and for the alliance's generosity. Jia Duobao was nearly 60, already showing signs of age with perhaps only 20 years left. This pill could grant him a century of life. No need to thank me, you've earned it, the woman said calmly. My visit here is not only to audit the accounts and root out corrupt elements, but also to oversee the city selection proceedings. You are here to monitor the city selection? Jia Duobao asked in surprise. Rumors had long circulated that the Wanbao Merchant Alliance was an enterprise of the Lingchuan Dao Academy. As the steward of a sales point, Jia Duobao knew this was no rumor, but fact. The alliance was established by the Lingchuan Dao Academy and served its interests. The supreme interest of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance aligned with that of the Lingchuan Dao Academy. The city and royal selections across the nations under the Academy's domain were meant to recruit cultivation talents. In the past, the Lingchuan Dao Academy never sent immortals to interfere with city selections. Only during royal selections did they dispatch masters to oversee the examinations. Jia Duobao realized that the woman before him was surely sent by the Lingchuan Dao Academy. Yet he was puzzled. Why monitor a small city like Lekking instead of the royal capital? Indeed, I am not alone, and my fellow disciples are monitoring other cities as well, the woman said calmly. From her words, Jia Duobao grasped the significance. This city selection would undergo a major transformation, with the most profound change being here. The Lingchuan Dao Academy was directly intervening in the city selection. The Academy's domain encompassed dozens of nations, each with scores of cities like Lekking. That meant thousands of such cities in total. If personnel were dispatched to monitor the selection in every city, it would require mobilizing thousands of disciples. Though Jia Duobao didn't know the exact number of Lingchuan Dao Academy's disciples, the scale of this mobilization was staggering. Young master, you have finally returned. Ye Wenxuan and Yu Wei followed Hua Wuyin to the Hua residence. Before they even reached the gate, an elderly maidservant waiting at the doorstep rushed over with an expression of having finally found what she had been longing for day and night. She spoke to Hua Wuyin. The master instructed me to tell you to see him as soon as you return. Is it about the city selection? Hua Wuyin asked. Yes. Very well, I will go see father immediately, Hua Wuyin said, then pointed to Ye Wenxuan and the other, speaking earnestly. They are my friends. Find 2 fine guest rooms for them to stay in. Remember, they are my dearest friends. Do not dare to show them the slightest disrespect. Yes. The elderly maidservant felt a chill in her heart. She knew that friends the young master valued so highly held an extraordinary place in his heart. She dared not show any negligence, even because of Ye Wenxuan's beggarly appearance. Anyone held in such high regard by the young master could not be an ordinary person. Please, this way, young masters. The elderly maidservant led the way while Hua Wuyin went to find his father. Night had fallen, and Ye Wenxuan was now sitting in meditation in the guest room assigned to him. Indeed, Ye Wenxuan was meditating using the system's meditation function. This was his first time meditating. In the strange forest mountain range, he had spent his days hunting and killing demon beasts, collapsing from exhaustion and falling asleep in a small stone cave, leaving no time for extended meditation. Perhaps due to his low level, he only gained 10 cultivation points for every 60 seconds of meditation. In other words, meditating for 1 minute yielded 10 cultivation points, an hour yielded 600 points, and a full 24 hours yielded 14400 points. 7 days of meditation would yield 1,000 cultivation points, enough to upgrade the dragon subduing divine art to the 2nd level. Yet this was merely an ideal state. In reality, it was nearly impossible to achieve. During meditation, Ye Wenxuan had to be free of all distracting thoughts, maintaining a state of pure selflessness. No thoughts, no reflections, forgetting himself, and everything around him detached from all external and internal distractions. Was this about becoming a dead man? Ye Wenxuan grumbled inwardly. He could barely maintain a state of no thoughts for even a minute, let alone an hour or an entire day. Moreover, whenever he entered this state of no thoughts, he would soon be overwhelmed by a flood of fantasies. His parents from another universe would appear in his mind, asking why he hadn't returned. The city guards he had killed would surface before his eyes, lamenting their tragic deaths. Countless beautiful women would flaunt themselves, inviting him to bathe together. He was no saint. Achieving a state devoid of joy, sorrow, and pleasure was incredibly difficult. He had meditated for an hour and a half, yet had only gained 40 cultivation points. That meant that out of 90 minutes, only 4 of those minutes had been spent in a complete state of focus. Having spent so long with such meager results, Ye Wenxuan felt a wave of discouragement. He might as well toss useless items into the furnace to smelt them for cultivation points. It was more efficient and faster. After his personal experiment with meditation for cultivation points, Ye Wenxuan had abandoned all illusions. Better to just grind monsters and take down bosses and see if I can get any cultivation pills. Ye Wenxuan thought to himself, if I could even run a dungeon, that would be even better. In truth, he already had a dungeon in mind, but with his current strength, he dared not enter. Corpse Hiding Valley. Without a doubt, it was an ideal dungeon, but Ye Wenxuan's power was limited, and he dared not provoke a sinister sect that even the Lingxuan Academy feared. Brother Xian, the Wanbao Trade Alliance auction is about to start. Would you like to come and take a look? Hua Wan's voice came from outside asking. This time Hua Wan did not call him Big Brother or Beggar Brother, but instead like Yue addressed him as Brother Xian. The title Big Brother was hardly suitable for someone as refined as him. An auction. Ye Wenxuan stopped his meditation, opened the door, and stepped out. Ye Wenxuan had now changed into a set of clothes bought from the Wanbao Trade Alliance, no longer appearing as a beggar. He had also bathed and now looked far more handsome than before. However, his long robe did not match his inch-long short hair. If the robe had been a monk's cassock, it would have been a perfect. I never imagined Brother Xian could look so good. Hua Wuyin chuckled lightly. I thought you were a lofty monk who cared not for appearances, but it turns out you are just like us mortals, unable to escape worldly tastes. Of course I can't escape worldly tastes. Ye Wenxuan cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the luck function attached to the beggar's outfit, no one in their right mind would wear it. Even ghosts wouldn't want to wear it. I have nothing to do now, so I'll go with you to check out this auction, Ye Wenxuan said, unconcerned by Hua Wan's. So the two of them went to the adjacent room to call Yue, and the three set off together for the Wanbao Trade Alliance. Haha, Brother Xian, you're finally here. Just as they reached the entrance of the Wanbao Trade Alliance, they were stopped by Lu Xiaojia, who jumped out from the side. I knew you would come. Lu Xiaojia also no longer called him Big Brother, but followed Yu Wei's lead and addressed him as Brother Xian. What if we hadn't come? Would you not have gone in? Ye Wenxuan said with a faint smile. Ahem, if Brother Xian hadn't come, how could I have the nerve to go in first? Lu Xiaojia replied with a counter-question. Who knows if you'd have the nerve? Ye Wenxuan muttered. Saying no more, Ye Wenxuan led the three toward the gates of the Wanbao Trade Alliance. The entry fee is 100 gold coins per person. As the four of them reached the entrance, they were stopped by 2 Trade Alliance employees. 100 gold coins. So expensive, Yue thought to himself. For an ordinary family, even 1 gold coin was a considerable sum. A household with 100 gold coins could be considered well off. Ye Wenxuan casually took out 400 gold coins and handed them to one of the employees. After collecting the coins, the 2 employees handed 4 entry tickets to Ye Wenxuan and let them pass. The auction hall is through the left entrance. Go up the stairs all the way to the 5th floor and you'll find it, one of the employees reminded them. Ye Wenxuan nodded and led the 3 toward the left. Soon the 4 of them arrived at the auction hall on the 5th floor. The entire auction hall was extremely spacious, arranged like a cinema with low seats in the front and higher ones in the back, but it was 2 or 3 times larger than any cinema Ye Wenxuan knew, with over 1,000 seats. More than half of the 1,000 seats were already occupied. Although many people were passing through the city, not many had the 100 gold coins to enter the auction hall or the means to bid. The next item up for auction is a flawed low-grade magical artifact, the Sun Moon Golden Wheel. Jia Duobao stood on the auction stage, describing it with great enthusiasm. Ye Wenxuan and the others had arrived a bit late. The auction was already underway. Ye Wenxuan didn't mind, as the auction wouldn't end soon and the best items were usually saved for later. I can't believe they're selling a magical artifact, someone in the front exclaimed loudly as the 4 of them just sat down in the back row. Bah, what's there to get excited about? They said it's a flawed piece, someone else said dismissively. Even a flawed piece is crafted by a master immortal with extraordinary power. What a shoddy low-grade magical artifact, what is this thing? Lu Xiaojia looked at Ye Wenxuan and asked. In his understanding, the boss possesses various miraculous means. Even if he is not a cultivator, he is probably half a cultivator, which is why he would ask Ye Wenxuan. However, he was unaware that Ye Wenxuan also had no idea about this shoddy low-grade magical artifact. He had only arrived in this world 2 days ago. and knew even less than Lu Xiaojie. Before Ye Wenxuan could respond, Jia Duobao answered for him from the auction stage, saying perhaps some people here do not know what a defective magical artifact is, so let me explain. As everyone knows, we usually respectfully call cultivators xianshi, and the weapons used by xianshi are referred to. However, in the world of cultivators, they do not use such terminology. The weapons they use are categorized into different levels, including treasure artifacts, magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, Dao artifacts, and Xian artifacts, among others. They also have grades such as low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and supreme grade. The swords and sabers we commonly refer to are considered treasure artifacts. However, the swords and sabers used by us mortals are mostly mid to low grade treasure artifacts, not even qualifying as high grade, let alone magical artifacts. Magical artifacts are mostly weapons forged by beginner cultivators and are used by low-level cultivators. Defective magical artifacts are generally unfinished products resulting from failed forging attempts by xianshi. However, even as unfinished products, even a defective low-grade magical artifact is not much inferior to a supreme-grade treasure artifact. The item being auctioned now, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, although a half-finished product, is not less powerful than an ordinary supreme-grade treasure artifact. Moreover, this is the Sun and Moon Dual Wheel, which can be separated into one for attack and one for defense. One weapon can serve as two, making it most suitable for friends who wield weapons with both hands. The auction for the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel begins now, with a starting price of 100 gold coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 gold coins. After vividly describing the benefits of the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, Jia Duobao announced the commencement of the auction. 105,000 gold coins. Immediately someone called out a bid. 110,000 gold coins. 120,000. Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. Xiangu, I am the one who wields weapons with both hands. Lu Xiaojie said eagerly, boss, please help me buy it. No money. Ye Wenxuan cast him a sidelong glance, completely unmoved. Lu Xiaojie. Soon the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was purchased by someone for a high price of 3,000 gold coins. Next we will auction a piece of soft armor called the Red Cloud Gold Silk Armor. Jia Duobao pointed to a red soft armor displayed on the auction stage and introduced this Red Cloud Gold Silk Armor is a top-grade treasure artifact with excellent defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from supreme-grade swords without damage. Then the auction for the Red Cloud Gold Silk Armor begins. The starting price is 8,000 gold coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000 gold coins. 85,000, 90,000, 95,000. Xiangu, I really like this Red Cloud Gold Silk Armor. Please help me buy it. Hua Wuyin said eagerly, her tone almost like a little girl acting cute. It was hard to imagine that someone as elegant and handsome as him would also have the side of acting cute like a little girl. Ye Wenxuan did not agree to buy it. He just looked at Hua Wuyin with a strange expression. Lu Xiaojie also looked at Hua Wuyin equally with a strange expression. Even Yue looked at Hua Wuyin with a similarly peculiar look. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Hua Wuyin felt a wave of discomfort being stared at by the three of them with strange eyes. However, the three did not respond, continuing to look at her with odd expressions. Although the three were looking at her with strange gazes, Hua Wuyin could still discern the colors in their eyes. The boss Ye Wenxuan's showed a faint hint of wariness similar to the guarded look she had when facing Lu Xiaoning. Lu Xiaojie's eyes reflected disdain. Xiao Wei's gaze contained pure confusion and curiosity. Xiangu, can we consider the gold coins I borrow from you as a loan? Please help me buy it first. Although she did not understand why the three had such strange expressions, Hua Wuyin expressed her intentions again. Even if it meant borrowing money, she wanted to buy that soft armor. The odd expressions in Ye Wenxuan's trio's eyes intensified. Yue tilted his head and curiously asked Wuyin, Go, that is a piece of women's clothing. Are you sure you want to buy it? Hua Wuyin was momentarily taken aback. After a while he awkwardly said, oh really? I thought it was men's clothing. However, even if it is women's clothing, I can still buy it. I can buy it for my cousin to wear. What the heck? What kind of vision does this kid Hua Wuyin have? He couldn't even recognize such an obvious piece of women's clothing. Ye Wenxuan and Lu Xiaojie exchanged glances, both feeling that Hua Wuyan's aesthetic sense was problematic. At the same time, Ye Wenxuan felt secretly frustrated, wondering what kind of little brothers he had gathered. Why did they always come to ask him, the boss, for this and that? You little brothers haven't even shown any filial piety to me, your boss. You haven't done a single practical thing for me. Next we have a pill for sale called the Explosive Body Pill. The Explosive Body Pill is called so not because consuming it will cause one to explode and die, but because after taking it your strength will surge dramatically, giving a sense of fullness in the body. The Explosive Body Pill can temporarily enhance a person's strength, but it has tremendous side effects. Once the effect wears off, the body will fall into a state of extreme weakness. If one consumes the Explosive Body Pill and still cannot kill the enemy, then what awaits is their own demise. Therefore the consumer must be cautious. The starting price for the Explosive Body Pill is 5,000 gold coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 1,000 gold coins. 8,000 gold coins. Immediately someone placed a bid, and they increased the price by 300 gold coins at once, showing that this person was determined to have it. 100,000 gold coins. Just as this person quoted the price, someone undercut him. 105,000, 120,000, 200,000. One after another people placed bids, showing how attractive the explosive body pill was. The next item up for auction is a storage ring. Jia Duobao's voice suddenly rose in pitch as he introduced, while some may not know what a storage ring is, I believe few in this audience are unfamiliar with the Qinquan bag, right? Although the Qinquan bag is merely a small pouch, it can hold a vast amount of items, even objects many times larger than itself. The storage ring, however, is a much more powerful storage tool than the Qinquan bag, offering greater convenience. The method of using a storage ring differs from that of the low-grade Qinquan bag, as it requires a blood oath for ownership, whereas the low-grade Qinquan bag does not. In comparison to the low-grade Qinquan bag, the storage ring provides a much higher level of security. Once you have made a blood oath, this storage ring will forever belong to you. Even if someone tries to hide, they cannot access your storage ring. The woman in the black robe hiding behind the screen, an inspector from the Wanbao Merchants Alliance, smirked upon hearing Jia Duobao's description of the storage ring. No storage ring ever truly belongs to just one person unless that person possesses sufficient strength to be invincible. The Qinquan bag available to mortals is the most basic type, which can be used directly without a blood oath. When this type of Qinquan bag is crafted, a special wind array is added. Once the bag's mouth is opened, it can use the wind array to absorb items. However, if the items are too heavy, they cannot be absorbed. This lowest grade Qinquan bag can be used by anyone since it does not require a blood oath. If someone steals it, the contents within become theirs, leaving no security whatsoever. In contrast, the storage ring requires a blood oath. After making the oath, the storage ring becomes intrinsically linked to the owner's flesh and spirit. Without the owner's will, it is difficult for outsiders to open the storage ring. Thus, the storage ring provides significantly more security than this lowest grade Qinquan bag. However, this is not an absolute guarantee. Some powerful cultivators can easily break through blood-based identification. This means that if you encounter a cultivator stronger than yourself, your storage ring offers no protection. Hence, the black-robed woman revealed a slight smirk, mocking the ignorance of mortals. Old Jia, just say it plainly, what is the starting bid for this storage ring? A person impatiently asked, clearly, ahem. Jia Duobao cleared his throat and apologized. Everyone, I must clarify that the owner of this storage ring wishes to trade it for items, not gold. Trade for items. That's right, trade for items. Jia Duobao smiled and continued to be honest. The seller of this storage ring is actually a celestial master. As everyone knows, celestial masters disdain gold coins from the mortal realm. What they seek are spirit stones or rare materials beneficial to their cultivation. If they truly don't want gold coins, why would the Wanbao Merchants Alliance engage in business with us mortals? Someone thought. Therefore, to acquire this storage ring, one must present rare materials that can capture the interest of this celestial master, Jia Duobao stated. In my Wang family, we possess a jade purifying vase, which was left behind by our ancestor. Our ancestor was a powerful celestial master, and what he left behind must be extraordinary. May I exchange it for this storage ring? My Li family has a legendary ancestral stone, which radiates golden light by day and silver light by night. It is truly miraculous. May I exchange it for this storage ring? My Zhang family possesses an ancient zither said to be a celestial artifact. May I exchange it for this storage ring? My Zhao family has. Stop. Jia Duobao hurriedly interrupted the crowd's chaotic offerings, saying the celestial master selling the storage ring is not interested in your family's ancient or miraculous items. What he desires are grade 3 or above spirit herbs, beast materials, or spirit ores. Grade 3 materials. What a pity, oh, I've hardly seen many such precious materials in my lifetime, many lamented. While mortals may know little about the affairs of the cultivation world, they are quite familiar with various spirit herbs, beast materials, and spirit ores, as one of the key functions of the Wanbao Merchants Alliance is to collect materials needed by cultivators. With a large mortal population, their gathering ability even surpasses that of cultivators. Thus, the Wanbao Merchants Alliance provides a special materials catalog at a low price to help mortals identify and gather materials. Some mortals specialize in collecting materials, selling what they gather to the Wanbao Merchants Alliance in exchange for substantial gold coins. Those who work in this line of business are typically very knowledgeable about the properties of materials, often more so than most cultivators. Grade 3 materials are considered rare for mortals and represent the upper limit of what they can access. Grade 3 beasts such as the 9 infants can still be hunted by mortals using intelligence, teamwork, and other factors to obtain their bones. However, attempting to hunt grade 4 beasts like acquiring 4 grade beast bones with mortal strength would be akin to seeking death. Is grade 3 material sufficient? A man's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the black-robed woman hiding behind the screen frowned slightly. This voice was so indistinct that even she could not discern its source. A cultivator. The black-robed woman was startled. This man must be a cultivator. She had brought out this storage ring for auction to test whether cultivators from other sects had arrived in the city. Now it seems that cultivators from other sects have indeed come. Ahem, this trade for items is based on mutual agreement. The seller has stated that any grade 3 materials he finds appealing will suffice. Jia Duobao said, to be frank, the seller is right here with us. Feel free to present your materials, and if the seller nods, the trade can proceed. Let's hope so. A woman's voice chimed in, equally untraceable in direction. I have a snow lotus pill here. I wonder if the celestial master would find it appealing. Her voice was languid and intoxicating, captivating to the core. Many men who heard it exhibited a dazed expression of infatuation. Even Ye Wenxuan and Lu Xiaojie were no exception, seeming entranced, their bodies slightly trembling. Xiangu, it's one thing for Lu Xiaojie to lack composure, but I didn't expect you to be so weak too. Hua Wuyin scoffed, you haven't even seen her face yet, and you're already smitten. Who knows, she might not even be attractive. However, just as Hua Wuyin finished speaking, he felt a jolt of icy, killing intent lock onto him, seeking death. The woman's voice rang out again, but this time it was cold and piercing. Whoosh. Following her words, a mysterious light burst forth, flying towards Hua Wuyin. A flying sword. Hua Wuyin was horrified as a small flying sword was hurtling toward him. A celestial master. Hua Wuyin immediately realized that he had inadvertently offended a reclusive cultivator. My life is over. Hua Wuyin's face turned pale, frightened to the point of forgetting to dodge. With a clang, the small flying sword struck, only to be blocked by a weapon. Hua Wuyin stared blankly at the four-blade axe-shaped weapon that stood in front of him. Its large surface could easily cover his entire chest. Boss. Hua Wuyin finally regained his senses upon realizing that it was his leader who had saved him with the axe. He felt immense gratitude towards Ye Wenxuan. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have perished just now. Friend killing is not the way to settle things. My brother did not intend to harm. How could he resort to such a despicable sneak attack? Ye Wenxuan coldly remarked, looking in the direction from which the flying sword had come. Had he not reacted swiftly and summoned the greed nine-headed serpent using the broad surface of the divine axe to block the flying sword, Hua Wuyin would surely have been in the underworld by now. So it turns out we are fellow practitioners. A woman in a yellow dress stood up from among the crowd, smiling. I apologize for my earlier actions. She was a woman in a yellow dress, her face obscured by a white silk scarf, making it impossible to discern her features. Although Ye Wenxuan couldn't see the woman's face clearly, he knew from Hua Wuyin's comment about her potential lack of beauty and her sudden emotional shift that her appearance might be a sensitive subject for her. Additionally, he could vaguely see some swelling on her face through the semi-transparent silk scarf. Even though the woman in yellow may not be beautiful, her figure was quite appealing and her voice was incredibly enchanting. Any man who heard it would undoubtedly fall into reverie. The woman in yellow recalled her flying sword. She immediately recognized Ye Wenxuan's transcendent realm of completion. Seeing him easily block her flying sword, and hearing him address her as friend, she assumed he was a practitioner like herself of equal strength, perhaps only pretending to be at the stage of completion, so she refrained from acting rashly. Moreover, this was not her sect's territory, but that of the Lingxuan Academy. Although it was the outskirts under their jurisdiction, it was not a place where a mere chi-refining practitioner like her could act recklessly. But she was incredibly angry. How dare a mere mortal claim she was ugly? She shot a fierce glare at Hua Wuyin, but upon doing so her previously angry expression vanished. But she was incredibly angry. How dare a mere mortal claim she was ugly? She shot a fierce glare at Hua Wuyin, but upon doing so her previously angry expression vanished, replaced by a coy smile. She threw Hua Wuyin a flirtatious glance, and sweetly said, My dear sir, I did not mean it earlier. I hope, what on earth is happening here? Just a moment ago she wanted to kill him. Now she seems completely smitten. Ye Wenxuan and Lu Xiaojie exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of schadenfreude in the other's eyes. This guy Hua Wuyin is always attracting attention. Now he's caught the eye of a big wasp. Yue looked up at Hua Wuyin with a 180-degree gaze, thinking to himself that indeed, compared to Xiangu and Jiagu, he and Hua Wuyin had far less luck with women. He had never seen a woman actively show interest in either of them. If Ye Wenxuan and Lu Xiaojie knew what Yue was thinking, they would surely not feel schadenfreude, but rather envy and jealousy. Hua Wuyin's expression was extremely stiff at that moment. It being noticed by a female immortal was the last thing although he usually acted flirtatiously with women, nothing ever happened between him and any of them. Others always joked that young Master Hua was a playboy, but in reality he had no such intentions. If this female immortal persisted in pursuing him, he would surely reveal his true self. It's fine, I'm not hurt. Hua Wuyin stammered, but before he could finish. The disciple of Dongsher Palace certainly has some nerve, daring to harm people on the territory of my Lingxuan Academy, said the woman in black sitting behind the screen coldly. No one saw the strange expression that flickered across her face when she first laid eyes on Hua Wuyin. Harm someone? Where do you get that from? The woman in yellow turned to the black-clad woman, smiling lightly. Who has been hurt by me? If you intended to commit murder in plain sight, how can you deny it? The woman in black snorted coldly. If it weren't for this fellow practitioner rescuing him, that young man, merely a mortal, would not have been able to evade your flying sword. She regarded Ye Wenxuan as a fellow practitioner as well. This was entirely due to Ye Wenxuan's casual use of the term friend, which led these practitioners to assume he was one of them, and given how easily he blocked the flying sword's attack, they further acknowledged his strength, believing it was on par with theirs, all being in the qi refining stage. Ye Wenxuan's display of completion was naturally interpreted by them as him employing some method to conceal his true cultivation level. Had Ye Wenxuan known their thoughts, he would surely exclaim this act was far too successful. He had merely called out friend in accordance with the storyline, never imagining it would yield such results. You are trying to pin a crime on me without justification. The woman in yellow smiled calmly. Since I haven't harmed anyone, then there is no case of me attempting to commit murder, yet you insist on pursuing it. I want to commit murder. If even thoughts can be considered a crime, then what about my thought of wanting to destroy your Lingchuan Academy? Is that a crime? Many desire to destroy your Lingchuan Academy, and it is not just me. Yet I see no sign that your academy can do anything about it. The black-clad woman was infuriated, as she was not skilled in verbal dueling and could not contend with the woman in yellow. Very well, since you wish to destroy our Lingchuan Academy, I shall see how capable you truly are to dare to harbor such thoughts, said the black-clad woman with a cold snort. I have some capability. The woman in yellow also smiled coldly, then suddenly beamed brightly. However, if a fight is to happen, it should be tomorrow or the day after. What do you think? The reason for tomorrow or the day after was because those 2 days were when the city selection would take place, also the days for competing over talented practitioners. The task of the black-clad woman was to guard the local practitioners while the woman in yellow aimed to seize them. If any exceptionally talented practitioners appeared during the assessment over the next 2 days, and neither side was willing to back down, a fierce battle was inevitable. The black-clad woman wanted to start a battle, now hoping to drive away the external predators before the assessment began. The woman in yellow, however, did not wish to start a fight. If she inadvertently injured or killed the black-clad woman, the Lingchuan Academy would undoubtedly send even stronger practitioners to intervene, and then escaping from their jurisdiction would be a problem. The weather is perfect today, quite suitable for a spar. The black-clad woman insisted on starting a fight, now stepping out from behind the screen, her gaze fixed intensely on the woman in yellow, her long sword already drawn, exuding a high spirit of battle. Heh. So the maidens of Lingchuan Dao Academy have declared war. What do you all think? Humph. The slender man with the colossal sword strapped across his back did not reply, only uttered a cold snort. It was not directed at the black-robed woman, but at the yellow-robed one, having his sex identity so brazenly exposed rankled him deeply, and worse still, she sought to use him as a shield. What irked him most was her utter lack of grace, preening and posturing despite possessing no beauty whatsoever, truly revolting. Dongsher Palace was renowned throughout the realm as a convent, yet one that never produced beauties. Its disciples were either born with grotesque features or deliberately disfigured upon initiation. Put plainly, Dongsher Palace was nothing more than a gathering place for the unlovely. The black-robed woman's breath quickened slightly as she fixed her gaze upon the sword-bearer, her voice turning icy. Xinjian's sect has long prided itself on righteousness. Shall it now stoop to the ways of thieves and plunderers? Heh, how shallow your little sister. Before the sword-bearer could respond, the yellow-robed woman laughed lightly. The law of the Tao is clear. Strength devours weakness. Only the strong seize and subjugate the weak. Only the weak slander the strong as bandits. If Lingchuan Dao Academy suffers plunder, it merely proves its own weakness, not that others act unjustly. The cultivation world has always been thus. Ye Wenxuan and the other mortals stood aghast. These were immortal cultivators, each representing a mighty sect. Already stunned, they now grew even more uneasy upon hearing the yellow-robed woman's words. Was Lingchuan Dao Academy truly so feeble, so vulnerable to predation and humiliation? If so, they, or their descendants, would need to weigh carefully whether to join Lingchuan Dao Academy at all. To enter Xinjian sect or Dongsher Palace, 2 formidable sects, would surely be far wiser. Humph, sophistry. The black-robed woman sneered. Were Lingchuan Dao Academy truly weak, it would have long since been carved up among your sects. We have merely stepped down from the throne of the first sect of Doshing Star, for now. Before long we shall ascend. So that was it. The crowd murmured inwardly. Lingchuan Dao Academy had once reigned supreme over Doshing Star, yet for unknown reasons its power had waned, relinquishing its title. Even without the crown, Lingchuan Dao Academy remained transcendent, beyond the reach of casual manipulation by lesser sects. Yet though untouchable, it could still be suppressed, collectively restrained by all major sects lest it reclaim its. So Lingchuan Dao Academy was still formidable. Though no longer first among sects, it remained a mighty force in the cultivation world. Heh. It seems Lingchuan Dao Academy still clings to the throne of first sect. The yellow-robed woman chuckled, then turned toward a corner to the right, her gaze settling upon a burly man. With playful irony she asked, Senior brother of Baddie sect, what is your view? Lingchuan Dao Academy covets the throne. Will Baddie sect stand idly by and surrender it? Could Baddie sect now be the foremost sect of Doshing Star? Ye Wenxuan and the others wondered silently. Meanwhile, the black-robed woman's heart clenched. She hadn't expected Baddie sect's presence. Who among us does not covet the throne? The burly man scoffed darkly. Does Dongshi Palace harbor no such ambition? We of Dongshi Palace are but frail women. How dare we aspire to such glory? The yellow-robed woman replied, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh. Frail women. More like deranged fanatical ones. The burly man cursed inwardly, but said nothing. The more one spoke, now the more one risked becoming a target. Ugly hag of Dongshi Palace. Even if you summon every sect under heaven, our duel cannot be avoided. The black-robed woman leveled her sword at the yellow-robed woman, voice glacial. When it came to abducting talent, no sect surpassed Dongshi Palace in audacity. Its reputation was abysmal. Few willingly joined, given its disciples' universally unlovely appearances. Thus Dongshi Palace recruited almost exclusively through coercion or outright abduction. Ugliness alone might suffice. But should a beauty catch their eye, they would inevitably scar her face before dragging her into the sect. Such practices earned Dongshi Palace universal loathing. Yet no sect dared act, for the sect was led by a monstrously powerful, utterly unhinged matriarch. Who are you calling an ugly hag? The yellow-robed woman flared with rage, then instantly softened her expression, smiling sweetly. I am no coarse woman. Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation is simply not my way. Should you insist on battle, we have ample time. Tomorrow or the day after. Even after the city selection, I shall accept your challenge. If you wish to fight, I shall fight. Ye Wenxuan sneered inwardly. Had she not just struck without warning moments earlier? Had he not reacted swiftly, Hua Wuyin would already lie headless. His disdain for the yellow-robed woman deepened. That she lacked beauty, yet insisted on flaunting herself, was tolerable. But her affected, cloying speech stirred not the faintest trace of goodwill. Heh. If the junior sister of Lingchuan Dao Academy challenges you, why delay? Accept now? At that moment a scholar-clad man rose gracefully, smiling faintly. I Dantai you offer myself as impartial arbiter, overseeing the life-or-death duel between these two junior sisters. Dantai you. Both the black and yellow-robed women paled, even the sword-bearer and the burly man stiffened visibly, their expressions tightening with wary respect as they looked upon the scholarly figure. So even Doshing Shuyuan must wade into this murky affair, the black-robed woman sneered contemptuously. True scholars belong in lecture halls, not parading themselves before vulgar crowds. Though she knew Dantai Yu well, and knew he ranked among Doshing Shuyuan's top 10 qi condensation masters, she showed him no courtesy amid this sectarian clash. Dantai Yu remained unperturbed. He smiled faintly. Fewer cultivators pursue scholarship each year. What else can— Our enrollment dwindles yearly. At this rate, Doshing Shuyuan may soon vanish entirely. To behold senior brother Dantai's countenance here in this humble mortal city, I Huang Yuan am truly blessed thrice over. She bowed formally, her smile radiant. You are Huang Yuan. Dantai Yu's expression froze, then hardened. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Huang Yuan's smile faltered. In her most saccharine tone she asked, Pray tell me, where have I offended senior brother Dantai? No, you have offended me in no way, Dantai Yu replied coolly. I merely heard of a notorious harridan from Dongshi Palace, her face ravaged by scars hideous beyond measure. Yet she possesses not a shred of self-awareness, believing herself peerless in beauty, forever striking poses and fluttering eyelashes. That perhaps is forgivable. A love of beauty is natural. But when she beholds a lovely woman, she devises every means to mar her face. When she sees a handsome man, she forces him into union. And when she tires of him, she kills him without mercy. Such a monster makes my flesh crawl. I cannot eat for 3 days upon hearing her name. Her name, too, is Huang Yuan. Tell me, is that truly you? Dantai Yu's laughter held no warmth, only icy disdain. Oh, so that's how it is. The crowd collectively felt a sense of realization, looking at Huang Yuan with either trepidation or contempt. Several men who considered themselves rather handsome tightened their bodies, thinking this ugly woman can't possibly have her eyes on me, right? Even some women who believed themselves to be celestial beauties hurriedly covered their faces, thinking, I hope she didn't see my unparalleled beauty. You. Huang Yuan was both embarrassed and furious as her deeds were revealed by Dantai Yu, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light, wishing to eliminate everyone present. Very well, very well. Huang Yuan gritted her teeth, turned, and left, feeling she could no longer stay at this auction where she was being mocked. However, as she passed by the last row where Ye Wenxuan and others were seated, she couldn't help but glance at Hua Wu. Upon this glance, her eyes lit up, having stood a distance away before she found this handsome man to be exceptionally charming, and now closer, he seemed even more stunning. This was the first time she had encountered such a handsome man. However, Hua Wuyin felt a chill in his heart under her gaze, thinking, oh no, my exquisite beauty is about to be ruined by this ugly woman. Ye Wenxuan took out the greed 9-headed serpent again, shifting slightly to shield Hua Wuyin, looking like a hen protecting her chick. Hua Wuyin was at least his subordinate. He could not let him be forcibly taken away by this wicked woman. If he knew that Hua Wuyin was only worried about his looks, he wouldn't be so protective of him. You are not bad looking either. Suddenly Huang Yuan fixed her gaze on Ye Wenxuan, speaking with a charming smile, tsk tisk, and still a youthful lad full of vitality. Ye Wenxuan inexplicably shivered, instinctively shifting to let Hua Wuyin step out from behind him, clearly indicating, you should go to him, don't come to me. However, Huang Yuan continued to stare at him, looking at the greed nine-headed serpent in Ye Wenxuan's hand. Curious, this weapon is truly unique, a four-blade axe shape. This is the first time I've encountered such a weapon. Would you allow me to see it? Not only was Huang Yuan curious about the greed nine-headed serpent, but even the other cultivators from various factions, including Dan Taiyu, felt intrigued, and even the three standing beside Ye Wenxuan, Hua Wuyin, and others were curious. The axe face of the greed nine-headed serpent flickered with a blood-red cold light now, and then giving an extremely dangerous feeling. Ye Wenxuan said nothing and directly stored the greed nine-headed serpent in the divine gear system, canceling its manifestation. His actions clearly indicated he was unwilling to lend the weapon to Huang Yuan for her inspection. Friend, that weapon of yours is truly beautiful. I, Gan Han, am quite interested. Name your price. How many spirit stones are you willing to offer? The burly man from the Ba Di sect suddenly spoke with an attitude that brooked no refusal. Gan Han. The black-clad woman and Dan Taiyu felt a chill looking at the burly man with apprehension. Gan Han was not only among the top 10 full chi refiners of the Ba Di sect, but also one of the contemporary top 10 geniuses. It is said that he has already cultivated his Ba Di divine skill to a certain level, giving him strength that could rival Foundation establishment. Not for sale. Ye Wenxuan firmly refused. That would be absurd. The greed nine-headed serpent is divine equipment. How could he easily sell it? This is a monster hunting tool. Who knows when he might have another chance to acquire such divine gear. Very well, Gan Han said coldly, turning his head away and no longer speaking. But anyone familiar with him would know that Ye Wenxuan had already made it onto his blacklist, and death was not far away. Cough cough, let us continue the auction. Jia Duobao cleared his throat and awkwardly began to speak. With so many immortal masters present, it was truly commendable for him to have the courage to speak. Huang Yuan glanced deeply at Ye Wenxuan, then threw a flirtatious glance at Hua Wuyin, and finally swayed her fragrant hips, slowly departing. Hua Wuyin inexplicably shivered, feeling nauseous, but unable to vomit. It was truly uncomfortable. Is there anyone else willing to bid on this storage ring? Jia Duobao inquired. For a long time no one spoke. With so many immortal masters present, the mortals dared not act recklessly, let alone compete with the immortals for the same item. The immortal masters understood that this ring was not being auctioned off, but rather used to test them. So they did not place any bids. After all, they could not buy it, and bidding was futile. Since no one is bidding, then this storage ring will go unsold. Jia Duobao said. Wait. At that moment, Ye Wenxuan spoke up, taking out a piece of 9 infants beast bone, saying, I have a piece of third-tier beast bone. May I trade it for that storage ring? A piece of third-tier beast bone. Not a whole one. To think a piece of third-tier beast bone could be exchanged for a storage ring is a bit too fanciful. Gan Han expressed his grievances about Ye Wenxuan's unwillingness to part with the greed nine-headed serpent and immediately mocked him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the black-clad woman interjected, it can be yours. This storage ring is now yours. With her permission, Jia Duobao immediately ran down from the auction stage, personally bringing the storage ring to Ye Wenxuan and placing it in his hands. Ye Wenxuan took the storage ring and handed over half of the 9 infants juvenile beast bone to Jia Duobao. The 9 infants bone. As Jia Duobao passed by Gan Han with the 9 infants bone, Gan Han immediately recognized that this was indeed the 9 infants bone. Even if it was only half a piece, it could easily be worth the low-tier storage ring owned by the black-clad woman. Rare items are valuable. The 9 infants are an extremely rare beast in the world, and it is said that in millions of years a single 9 infants might be born. Even a single hair from a 9 infants is incredibly precious, let alone a piece of its bone. Gan Han felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped. Just earlier, he had mocked Ye Wenxuan, saying that his half-piece of third-tier beast bone for the storage ring was fanciful, yet the beast bone he presented was more precious than most fourth-tier beast bones. This junior sister, I want that piece of beast bone and name your price. Gan Han suddenly addressed the black-clad woman, unwilling to give up such a valuable item. However, he either didn't know how to speak or was used to being arrogant. His tone always carried an aggressive force. Not for sale. The black-clad woman firmly refused, partly dissatisfied with Gan Han's aggressive demeanor, and partly because she truly did not want to part with the 9 infants bone. Gan Han snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Now let the auction continue. Returning to the auction stage, Jia Duobao began. Next, we will auction a body refining pill. This pill is beneficial for transcending the mundane and refining one's physique, increasing cultivation. Ye Wenxuan had already lost interest in the items being auctioned next. He bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the storage ring. After a moment, he felt a sense of flesh and blood connection with this ring. With a thought, an inner space of the storage ring appeared before his eyes. It was a cube-shaped space 4 meters wide, capable of storing an immense number of items, far superior to that level of Chinquan bag. Senior brother, Xian bone refining pills. They fortify the human skeleton and enhance physical strength. Shall we not purchase them? Yu Wei and the other two gazed longingly at Ye Wenxuan, each silently urging him to act. Ye Wenxuan's heart fluttered wildly. These 3 aren't disciples. They're prodigal young masters who spend money. I have no funds. This flimsy excuse, though hardly one at all, was all Ye Wenxuan could muster. He refused to indulge their habit of buying everything. Yu Wei and his companions instantly slumped in dejection. It wasn't their senior brother's fault. They had only themselves to blame for their poverty. As the auction droned on, Ye Wenxuan gradually lost interest. Truly worthy items were exceedingly rare. Before long, boredom overtook him. He entered meditation, closing his eyes and settling into stillness. A sudden chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations, player Ye Wenxuan. You have attained sudden enlightenment, earning 100 cultivation points. The unexpected boon jolted him back from deep meditation. Excluding cultivation pills, his total cultivation points barely surpassed 200. Thus 100 points represented a substantial gain. After all, 100 cultivation points, if bestowed upon any one of Yu Wei's trio, would elevate their mortal transcendence realm by 2 full tiers. Ahem. Jia Duobao cleared his throat, steadied his composure, then gestured toward an item upon the auction dais. This is an iron spade. According to our appraiser, it may be a magical artifact. A magical artifact? Aside from the handful of cultivators present, the ordinary mortals gasped, eyes wide and breath ragged. Ahem. Initially we believed it to be a weapon, Jia Duobao admitted with evident embarrassment. Yet further examination revealed it is no weapon at all. This iron spade possesses not a trace of martial power, nor any capacity for harm. Without destructive force, what kind of weapon is it? Someone scoffed immediately. Precisely. A weapon without lethality. Can't even slaughter a chicken. Calling it a magical artifact. I wonder how they conducted that appraisal. Murmurs swelled as discontent rippled through the crowd. Jia Duobao raised both palms, gently silencing them before continuing. This iron spade was unearthed by its seller in the Qilin Mountains. He claims it may be a relic left behind by the immortal Qilin Shangxian. If not for dire financial need, he would never part with it. A common iron spade, and they call it Qilin Shangxian's legacy. I could spin such tales myself. With so many immortal masters present, why not invite them to appraise it? A voice murmured softly, yet many heard. Yes, let the immortals appraise it. Others quickly echoed the suggestion. Jia Duobao offered an awkward smile. Then let us seek the master's insight. He turned toward Ganhan Dantaiyu and several other cultivators awaiting their verdict. Bring it here. I shall examine it, Ganhan replied, calm and detached. Jia Duobao hastened forward, presenting the spade reverently. Yet Ganhan inspected it meticulously, inside and out, dozens of times detecting nothing extraordinary. He even infused spiritual energy into it. But with no spiritual formation, the energy dissipated instantly. It was quite simply an ordinary iron spade. Ganhan shook his head, handed the spade back to Jia Duobao, and closed his eyes. Offering no verdict, his aloof demeanor unmistakable. His gesture alone sufficed, all understood. The spade held no mystery, at least not in Ganhan's discerning eye. Let me inspect it as well, Dantaiyu said. Jia Duobao dared not inquire about Ganhan's conclusion. Instead, he approached Dantaiyu and proffered the spade. Dantaiyu weighed it in his hands, turning it over, repeatedly studying it intently for half a quarter hour. Then sighed in disappointment. It is merely an ordinary iron spade. Though its material is unusual, even fine swords lack such durability. May I examine it too? After Dantaiyu relinquished it, the black-robed woman requested the spade. Moments later, she too wore a look of disappointment and gave a faint dismissive shake of her head. No further words were needed. The crowd now knew this spade bore no illustrious origin, certainly no status as a magical artifact. We now open bidding for this iron spade. Jia Duobao resumed his position upon the dais. For the seller's stipulation, the starting price is 800,000 gold coins, with minimum increments of 20,000. Protests erupted instantly. Heavens, so exorbitant. Has he gone mad for coin? Even a flawed magical artifact wouldn't command 80,000. It doesn't merely fall short of flawed artifacts. It pales beside even inferior grade treasure weapons. Didn't you see the masters shaking their heads just now? Starting bid 800,000 gold coins. Any bids? Jia Duobao asked. Who'd pay such a sum? Only under duress. Or death, someone mocked. Ahem. Truly no one wishes to bid. Jia Duobao pressed again. He called out repeatedly, waited several minutes. Yet not a single bid came forth. An ordinary spade. Only a fool would covet it. Then this spade is withdrawn from auction. Seeing no takers, Jia Duobao had no choice but to declare it. Wait. May I negotiate directly with the seller? 10,000 gold coins. Will he part with it for that? Ye Wenxuan spoke at last. All eyes turned to him, mildly astonished. Some even mused at 10,000 gold it wouldn't be a bad bargain. The immortal master Dantaiyu himself noted its exceptional material. Ahem. To be frank, young master, Ye the seller is absent. He instructed us to collect proceeds tomorrow. Jia Duobao replied, flustered. I see. Ye Wenxuan's face fell. Then after a long pause he clenched his teeth as if sealing a momentous decision. Very well. I'll place 80,000 gold coins as earnest payment. I'll take the spade now, and tomorrow when the seller arrives we'll discuss whether he'll accept 10,000 gold. I see. Very well. After brief reflection, Jia Duobao agreed. If Ye Wenxuan vanished with the spade, he could still report it sold for 80,000, satisfying the seller. Thus amid utter silence the iron spade passed into Ye Wenxuan's possession. As for renegotiating tomorrow, that was mere fiction. He'd spoken only to deter potential rivals. If his intuition proved correct, this spade was linked to the peculiar flora deep within the Chilan Mountains. Without an iron spade, how could one wage war against zombies? Ye Wenxuan mused inwardly. If his hunch held true, this was precisely the spade used to uproot plants in the legendary battle between flora and the undead. The day of the city selection has finally arrived. Early in the morning, countless figures surged from all directions, converging upon the central square of Lecting. At this moment, the central square had been requisitioned by the city lord's mansion, with a vast circular platform erected standing 1 meter high over a large area of land spanning 1,000 meters. Surrounding the platform, a squad of city guards stood vigilant, while the invigilators on the platform were already prepared. Lucheng's city lord Lu Dongxing seemed to have been waiting on the platform for quite some time. As he saw more and more people arriving, he immediately shouted, "Dear elders and fellow villagers, this much-anticipated day has finally arrived once again." He continued to speak without stopping until the blazing sun hung high in the sky, and he felt parched, prompting him to pause and laugh. Now the city selection assessment begins. Those who meet the assessment criteria should enter from the left-hand side entrance to first test their bone age. Then, they would sit cross-legged in the 3 spiritual testing arrays in the middle to test their spiritual roots. Those achieving pseudo-spiritual roots would go to the right side to register and wait for the rankings of the martial arts competition tomorrow, while those who do not meet the criteria should leave voluntarily. And so the long-awaited city selection conference commenced. At this time, Ye Wenxuan was still sound asleep in the room arranged for him at the Hua family mansion. Since returning from the Wanbao auction last night, he had been contemplating meditative practices. At the Wanbao auction, he had unintentionally entered a meditative state that lasted for half an hour, during which he had an epiphany and experienced a surge in his cultivation. This meditation taught him that meditating is not about being entirely thoughtless, but rather about being free from distractions. Complete thoughtlessness is a state only the dead can attain. Having realized this, he calmed himself down to meditate after returning from the auction, putting aside the memory of it. Unexpectedly, he had an excellent meditative state that night, meditating for over 4 hours. The results were remarkable, leading to multiple insights, with one insight granting a significant explosion of 3,000 points in cultivation. After a night of meditation, he had gained nearly 13,000 points in cultivation. "Xiangu, it's time to get up." At this moment, Yu Wei and Hua Wuyin were already calling from outside. However, after calling for a long time, there was still no response from inside, nor any sound. "Xiangu, it's time to get up." Yu Wei called out again, yet still received no reply. Yu Wei and Hua Wuyin exchanged glances, silently wondering if Xiangu was not inside. "Cough, my legs are numb." At that moment, Ye Wenxuan's embarrassed voice came from within, and only then did they realize that Xiangu was indeed still there. Then, thunk. They seemed to hear a sound of someone falling to the ground, followed by a limping sound approaching. Thunk. Another sound of a fall. What on earth had Xiangu done last night to be in such a state? He couldn't even walk properly. Yu Wei and Hua Wuyin exchanged puzzled looks. After waiting for several minutes, they finally saw Ye Wenxuan limping to the door to open it. The door swung open, and Yu Wei and Hua Wuyin finally saw Xiangu, who had been called for so many times. "Xiangu, what did you do last night?" Seeing Xiangu walking with his hands on his legs, Yu Wei couldn't help but ask. "Cough, I meditated for too long last night." Ye Wenxuan replied awkwardly. Indeed, he had sat too long, causing his legs to go numb, and they were extremely numb to the point of nearly losing. Sigh meditation also requires practice. Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but sigh. "Has the city selection begun? You two help me over there," Ye Wenxuan instructed. After all, he was the leader. This request was not unreasonable. So Yu Wei and Hua Wuyin came to Ye Wenxuan's side, one on the left and one on the right, supporting him as they walked out. "Wow, it smells so good." As Hua Wuyin brushed up against him, Ye Wenxuan suddenly caught a waft of a fragrant aroma coming from Hua Wuyin, which made him feel somewhat intoxicated. What troubled him the most was that as he smelled this fragrance, his male hormones surged dramatically, causing an unexpected and pronounced reaction below, feeling unprecedentedly high and inflated. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Ye Wenxuan could only bend his waist again to avoid being discovered. "Xiangu, what's wrong?" Seeing Ye Wenxuan suddenly hunched over, Hua Wuyin couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. Nothing." Ye Wenxuan's face turned slightly red as he awkwardly replied. Oh no. I actually had such a reaction to a man. My lifelong reputation is doomed." Ye Wenxuan felt an immense internal struggle, feeling extremely resentful towards Hua Wuyin, thinking, how could a man like you smell so fragrant like a woman? Sigh, a lifetime of reputation. Thankfully no one discovered it. Otherwise, Ye Wenxuan sighed deeply. "Huh, Xiangu, why are you so bulging down there?" Hua Wuyin exclaimed in surprise, having already noticed Ye Wenxuan's abnormality and had also spotted the bulging tent below. Ye Wenxuan felt like crying without tears. Of being discovered was one thing, but having it pointed out directly was just too embarrassing. Fortunately, Yu Wei and Hua Wuyin did not pursue the matter further, helping the hunched Ye Wenxuan out of the Hua family courtyard. "Hey, what's wrong with you, boss?" After leaving the Hua family courtyard and walking through several streets the three encountered Lu Xiaojia, who had apparently been waiting there for a long time. Xian Gu said his legs were numb. Yue explained. How could his legs be numb? Lu Xiaojia asked again. Xian Gu said he meditated too long. Yue replied again. Meditation. Lu Xiaoji's eyes lit up. He admired his boss, Xian Gu, even more. Meditation was said to be a daily essential practice for immortals. In other words, the boss is truly an immortal. Following an immortal is nothing to be ashamed of. Lu Xiaojia felt even more that following Ye Wenxuan was a wise choice. Damn, I didn't expect us to be late. So many people have already arrived. When Ye Wenxuan and the others reached the central square, they found they couldn't even squeeze into the outskirts of the square. Looking at the dense crowd ahead, Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but lament. So many people, how long do we have to wait for our turn? Yue also lamented. Everyone participating in the city selection, please queue on the left. At that moment, the four heard the words of a city guard captain ahead, and immediately understood that the longest 3 lines to the left were the lines for the city selection. Looking at these 3 lines extending into the unknown distance, Ye Wenxuan and the others were instantly dumbfounded. How long will we have to wait for this? Hua Wuyin said with a hint of emotion. There was no choice, no matter how long the lines were they had to queue. The literary selection was today, and the martial selection was tomorrow. Missing today's literary selection would mean losing the qualification for this year's city selection. However, as the four continued walking down the line for over half an hour without seeing the end, they felt an urge to. After walking for nearly another half hour, Ye Wenxuan and the others finally reached the end. We're almost at the city gate, Yue exclaimed. Although the queue was shockingly long, the pace of progress was surprisingly swift, moving forward almost a step. With Ye Wenxuan and his companions chose the fastest moving queue and obediently followed at the end of it. Xiangui, we really don't need to be at the back like this. Having waited for less than an hour, Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but speak up. Once he opened his mouth, Ye Wenxuan understood his intention. It was nothing less than wanting to cut in line. I am a law-abiding citizen, and I would never cut in line, Ye Wenxuan said solemnly, though inside he desperately wanted to jump ahead, feeling that doing so would be particularly awkward. Having lived a lawful life in the Milky Way, he had always been a good-natured homebody who respected rules. Even now, in a different world, he subconsciously remained that same person who valued peace, equality, and helping the elderly cross the street. Ye Wenxuan liked to follow the rules, but there were those who did not. As the central square came into view, 5 or 6 tall men approached the 4 of them. The leader, a burly man standing 2 meters tall, stepped in front of Yue, flexing his solid muscles and showing off his brutish face. Seeing Yue's astonishment, he seemed slightly pleased and menacingly threatened. Kid, I am Zhang Xiaohu, the 3rd leader of the Feihu Mountain Feihu village. These are my brothers, wise up and give me some space. If you don't wise up, don't blame me for bullying you. Yue, frightened, looked to Ye Wenxuan for help. Handle it yourself. Ye Wenxuan replied nonchalantly, thinking they were merely a few low-level mountain thieves. Yue was fully capable of handling it himself, but he had become overly reliant on Ye Wenxuan, always looking to him first when trouble arose. Yue was taken aback, wondering if Xiange no longer cared about his safety. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zhang Xiaohu, seeing Yue not budging, grew furious and grabbed him by the arm, attempting to pull him out of the queue. However, he found that Yue was as immovable as a tree stump, no matter how hard he pulled. Moi. Yue was momentarily stunned. Was this giant's strength really that weak? After a while, he finally realized that he too was quite capable. Thus he reached out and grabbed Zhang Zaihe's arm, pushing him with force. With a loud crash, Zhang Xiaohu was sent flying and crashed into a wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was robust and had the strength of a 2nd-level cultivator. Aside from breaking a couple of ribs, he wasn't seriously injured. However, when he looked back at Yue, he was already filled with dread, having an infinite fear of this mere 12 or 13. Get lost. Yue imitated Ye Wenxuan, impatiently waving his little hand, looking quite annoyed. My goodness, a freak. A little monster. Zhang Xiaohu dared not linger, calling his underlings and fleeing. All right. Nearby spectators clapped and cheered for Yue. Many had been frustrated by Zhang Zaihe's line-cutting behavior, but had been too afraid to speak up. Now that Yue had taught him a lesson, they naturally didn't hold back their applause. Yue was extremely happy. This was the first time in his life he had experienced such recognition, and Lu Xiaojia looked at Yue astonished and filled with envy. This little brat truly had a side to him that was utterly unexpected. This must be because the boss spoils him too much. Sigh. Another high-quality spiritual root. That's already the 3rd high-quality spiritual root. The 2nd high-quality spiritual root was forcibly taken by a master from the Badi sect. I wonder if this high-quality spiritual root will be taken by another sect's master. Wow. It was really taken by force. I heard the master was from the Doing Academy. At this point, Ye Wenxuan and his companions had made it to the outskirts of the central square. Though they were unaware of the situation inside, they could occasionally hear the discussions of those ahead. A high-quality spiritual root, all the major sects are vying for it. A young man about 10 meters ahead of Ye Wenxuan's side. If only I had a high-quality spiritual root, I wouldn't even need to participate in tomorrow's martial competition. Another young man nearby lamented. I'm just a scholar without the strength to even tie up a chicken. How can I compete in the martial competition? A frail scholar said nervously, if I don't achieve a high-quality spiritual root, and the martial competition isn't cancelled, doesn't that mean I'll be forever separated from the sect? Don't worry, I've heard that as long as you achieve a middle-quality spiritual root, you can be exempt from the martial competition ranking and be directly admitted by the Lingchuan Academy's masters. However, if it's a high-quality or above spiritual root, it will be contested by other sects outside of Lingchuan. A man said, pausing for a moment before continuing. The city selection has been held for so many years, yet this is the first time that masters from the sects have directly intervened in the selection of candidates. Moreover, multiple sects masters are involved at once. This selection is truly unprecedented. A middle-quality spiritual root, the chances are still slim. The scholar said with a troubled expression. TCH, who really has greater hope? Someone scoffed. A middle-quality spiritual root 1 in 100, a low-quality spiritual root only has 1 in 10. Having a low-quality spiritual root is already considered good. Oh, at least there's a glimmer of hope for cultivation. Even if I can't join a sect now, who knows what opportunities may arise in the future. Sigh. The scholar sighed, saying nothing more, appearing resigned to fate. Seeing the scholar's demeanor, Ye Wenxuan shook his head. How could one expect to cultivate properly with such a defeatist attitude even before the test had begun? Time passed quickly, and over 20 minutes went by. Look, the two princesses of the city lord's mansion, Lu Xiangling and Lu Xiangning. Suddenly someone exclaimed. At this moment, Ye Wenxuan and his companions were not far from the platform and could see the activity occurring on it. To the left of the platform, there were three meter-wide formations resembling a bagua array, clearly for testing spiritual roots. Currently, the two sisters Lu Xiangling and Lu Xiangning were seated on two of the arrays meditating. I wonder what kind of spiritual roots the two princesses of the city lord's mansion possess. Oh, how strange. Didn't the city lord's mansion have 10 reserved spots? Why didn't the city lord allocate 2 of them to his precious daughters? Wow. The light soars to a height of 5 zhang. What kind of spiritual root is this? Someone suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Ye Wenxuan looked toward the platform and saw a white-robed youth standing to the left of Lu Xiangning within the spiritisting array. 2 beams of light, one red and one white, emanated from him. The white light reached merely 1 zhang, while the red light soared to a full 5 zhang. That superior-grade spiritual root earlier only reached 3 zhang. Could this 5 zhang radiance be an extreme-grade spiritual root? An extreme-grade spiritual root. For a superior-grade root, the immortal masters nearly came to blows. Now that an extreme-grade root has appeared, won't they fight until the heavens themselves are overturned? Who knows? An extreme-grade spiritual root. I've heard my old man mention it. In all the centuries of Luching, it has appeared only once or twice. Extreme-grade fire spiritual root. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, a startling voice rang out. Though not loud, it was heard by nearly everyone in the central square. Ye Wenxuan recognized the voice. It belonged to Ganhan, a disciple of the Overlord sect with whom he had a minor grievance. Somehow Ganhan had already appeared beside the white-robed youth. He spoke in an overbearing tone. Come with me. A spiritual root like yours belongs only in the Overlord sect. Are you not being too domineering? Having snatched 1 superior-grade root, is it still not enough? Before the white-robed youth could answer, the black-robed woman from Lingchuan Academy materialized at his other side. Not enough, Ganhan said coldly. If you wish to take him, you'll have to answer to my sword. The black-robed woman's expression also turned icy as she drew her long sword. You, Ganhan sneered, his face full of contempt, as if mocking the woman's overestimation of herself. Junior sister Shilan alone is indeed insufficient. Then what about adding me? A male voice sounded, and a young man dressed like a scholar walked over slowly. Tantaiyu. Ganhan frowned, slightly displeased that Tantaiyu was aiding Lingchuan Academy. Do you also wish to seize the extreme-grade spiritual root? However, the black-robed woman Luo Shilan showed no joy at Tantaiyu's assistance. Instead, she asked in a grave tone. Ahem, junior sister Shilan, you can't blame me. If I don't make an effort when encountering an extreme-grade spiritual root, the old men of the academy will surely punish me when they find out. Tantaiyu wore a bitter smile. Giggle. Huang Yuan swayed her fragrant hips as she approached, saying with a laugh, Senior brother Tantai speaks truly. If I didn't strive for an extreme-grade root, the elders in our palace would scold me too. When did your Donshire palace start recruiting male disciples? Tantaiyu asked disdainfully. Ahem, our Donshire palace has never accepted male disciples. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Pausing, Huang Yuan looked at the white-robed youth who had tested as an extreme-grade root, her voice dripping with sweetness. However, we have recently developed a secret art that can turn men into women. Men into women. Even the usually composed Tantaiyu couldn't help but shudder. No wonder Donshire Palace was known as the most twisted sect in doing. Countless ugly women were bad enough, but now even transsexuals. Were they trying to create a nation of half-humans? Turning men into women. Such a terrifying spell exists. Lu Xiaojie also shuddered involuntarily. The thought of being captured by that woman Huang Yuan and forcibly transformed filled his face with growing dread. Yu Wei's eyes widened in amazement, as if he couldn't comprehend how a man could become a woman. Among the crowd, Ye Wenxuan merely curled his lips upon hearing Huang Yuan's words. Sex change technology had long been mastered in the Milky Way. Hua Yuan's eyes darted about, a peculiar expression on his face, as if lost in some unknown thought. Senior brother Tantai, the elders of our Dongshi Palace think highly of you. If you were to join us, I believe the palace elders would gladly perform the transformation secret art on you. Huang Yuan said with a sweet smile, savoring the revenge for the humiliation Tantai you had inflicted on her the previous night. Once you come to our Dongshi Palace and undergo the transformation, if you junior sister Tantai still harbor great ambitions, our palace is filled with beauties. A mere mid-stage chi refining cultivator dares to provoke me now. Have you found some backer today? Tantai Ye's face showed a hint of anger as he sneered. At last night's 10,000 treasures auction, Huang Yuan had not dared to utter a single complaint against his insults. Yet now she dared to mock him. Tantai, you guessed two possibilities. Either Huang Yuan's cultivation had surged to rival his own, or she had found a powerful ally capable of opposing him. Backer. Huang Yuan still wore a sweet smile, but her steps moved closer to Ganhan, looking at his wooden face. Does senior brother Ganhan count as my backer? Are you two working together? Luo Shilan frowned and asked. Tantai Yu also frowned. Though he and Ganhan were both at the 10th layer of chi refining perfection, Ganhan could contend with foundation establishment cultivators, a feat Tantai Yu could not match. Yet he couldn't believe that a cold, heartless, and arrogant man like Ganhan would cooperate with Huang Yuan, a mere early-stage, chi-refining ugly woman. How could they cooperate when their strength was so unequal? Tantai Yu glanced at Ganhan only to find him looking back coldly, neither confirming nor denying Huang Yuan's words. A flash of bloodlight gleamed deep in his eyes, and a crooked smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth, mocking, or perhaps a sinister grin. Tantai Ye's heart trembled, as if he had glimpsed a ravenous beast ready to devour its prey. What was this? A chill of foreboding crept over him. Something terrible seemed about to happen. He, junior sister Luo, is joking, Huang Yuan said with a laugh, then turned to Ganhan. How could I be worthy of cooperating with senior brother Ganhan? I am merely a thug under senior brother Ganhan's command. No, to be precise, am not even worthy of being a thug. I am just a servant. What? A servant? Luo Shilan and Tantai Yu were shocked. Huang Yuan was after all a disciple of a major sect, and at the same chi refining stage as Ganhan. Yet she had become his servant. Had she no dignity as a cultivator? No regard for her sect's reputation? Clang. As Luo Shilan and Tantai Yu stood stunned, a massive sword descended from the sky, embedding itself in the ground before them, snapping them back to reality. The extreme grade fire's spiritual root, the divine sword sect, also desires it. A thin man standing on the sword's hilt looked at Ganhan and said calmly. Even facing Ganhan, who could rival a foundation establishment cultivator, he showed no sign of compromise or retreat. He stepped forward boldly, aligning himself with Luo Shilan and Tantai Yu. Who are you? Ganhan asked calmly. Divine Sword Sect Inxiu, the thin man replied. Inxiu. Luo Shilan and Tantai Yu were secretly overjoyed. Inxiu was a renowned genius of the Divine Sword Sect with strength no less than Tantai Yu's. With his support, the three of them against Ganhan and Huang Yuan gave them a significant advantage. However, in response to Inxiu's arrival, Ganhan remained indifferent and said lightly, 3 people are not enough. Luo Shilan and the others felt a flicker of anger. Was this a sign of disrespect towards them? 3 chi refining cultivators can't even defeat 2. Moreover, both of them are at the peak of chi refinement. Amitbach. Benefactor, I can see that you possess great wisdom and are a rare talent in Buddhist practice. Why not follow me up the mountain and partake in vegetarian meals and recite the sutras? Just as tensions rose among Ganhan and the others, a young monk in his early 20s appeared by the side of the white-clad youth, smiling as he spoke to him. I don't want to be a monk, the youth stammered. Originally overjoyed to discover his exceptional spiritual root, he began to feel inexplicably fearful as more and more immortal masters appeared, as if something ominous were about to happen to him. The burly man who arrived first had an expressionless demeanor that instinctively frightened him. The masked woman in yellow terrified him even more, as she intended to capture him for some gender transformation secret technique to turn him from male to female. As for the last young monk to appear, despite looking refined and appearing like a sincere monk, the sight of the necklace made from human skulls hanging around his neck left him utterly speechless. If he had to choose who he feared the most among the immortal masters present, it would undoubtedly be this young monk. Not only did this monk wear a skull necklace around his neck, but he also had a skeletal belt around his waist, skull bracelets on both wrists, and ankle rings on his feet, all while holding a crescent shovel with skulls hanging from both ends. Young man, do not be alarmed. Seemingly sensing the youth's fear, the monk hurriedly reassured with a smile. Despite how these skulls appear unsightly, they are indeed alive. As he finished speaking, all the skulls on his body opened their mouths in unison, letting out an eerie laughter that was truly terrifying. Ghost Monk Tu Sanzhong. Huang Yuan gasped in horror, her gaze towards the monk filled with trepidation, even a hint of fear in her pupils. Among the cultivators present, her cultivation was the lowest, merely at the early stage of qi refinement, while the others apart from Luo Shalan, who was at the late stage, were all at the peak of qi refinement, the talents of various sects. With Ganhan as her support, she could be fearless in front of Dan Taiyu or Yin Xiu, but she was terrified of the ghost monk. Tu Sanzhong, although he entered the Buddhist path and studied Buddhist teachings, practiced the heart of the angry Buddha. Once he became enraged, it was his time to unleash a massacre. It was said that each skull on him sealed at least one ghost. These ghosts were the souls of those who met a tragic end under his crescent shovel. In other words, the lives he had slain had their souls captured and sealed within the skulls, unable to be reborn. However, the individuals that Tu Sanzhong killed were all heinous villains, and Huang Yuan knew she was not a good person. At this moment, seeing the ghost monk, her guilty conscience made her feel fear. Boom. At this moment, a white light shot up into the sky, reaching a height of 6 zhang. Everyone turned to look at the spiritisting array where the white light rose, and there stood the little daughter of the city lord of Liqing, Lu Xiangning. Exceptional golden spiritual root. Yin Xiu exclaimed with delight. For sword cultivators, the best spiritual root was the golden spiritual root, since it enhanced the sharpness and power of their attacks. If the Shun Sword sect could produce a genius sword cultivator with an exceptional golden spiritual root, it wouldn't be impossible for them to become the foremost sect in doing in the future. However, someone was even more excited than Yin Xiu. Huang Yuan could clearly feel her so-called master Ganhan's heavy breathing, his gaze flickering towards Lu Xiangning, already unable to contain his excitement. I want that girl, Ganhan said imperiously, extending his claw towards Lu Xiangning, completely disregarding whether the other cultivators agreed or not, seizing her first. At this moment, Lu Xiangning had just awakened and saw a burly man reaching for her, her expression instantly turning horrified, especially when she glimpsed the madness in his eyes reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Oh no! She couldn't help but scream. Clang! Just as Ganhan's hand was about to grab Lu Xiangning, a crescent shovel blocked his claw as Tu Sanzhong made his move. Ganhan halted, looking at Tu Sanzhong, and coldly said, "Do you dare to obstruct me? Are you not afraid of the extermination of Sha Luo Temple?" Whether Sha Luo Temple will be exterminated, this monk does not know. But I do know, if I do not eliminate this foul creature reeking of corpse energy today, you will surely become a great calamity for all beings and doing in the future. Tu Sanzhong declared with solemnity. It seems you know quite a bit. Ganhan coldly replied. It makes sense. Your cultivation method inherently restrains me, so it is only natural you can sense it. Indeed, were it not for my practice of the angry Buddha slaughtering demons, how would I know that one of the top 10 Qi refinement disciples of the overbearing sect actually practices corpse techniques? Tu Sanzhong said with a serious expression. What? Corpse techniques? Luo Shalan and the others exclaimed, looking at Ganhan, not just with wariness, but with terror. If I guessed correctly, your eagerness to capture this female benefactor is to refine her into a golden corpse, right? Tu Sanzhong pointed at Lu Xiangning, making a shocking statement. Refining golden corpse. Luo Shalan and the others were horrified. A golden corpse was comparable to the level of a golden core cultivator. Zombies, if classified by strength, can be divided into green corpse, copper corpse, iron corpse, silver corpse, and golden corpse, among others. Zombie bodies are inherently sturdy, and a zombie refined from a golden spiritual root would be even more robust and could reach the level of a golden corpse in a very short time. If it were an exceptional golden spiritual root, this time would be further shortened. Luo Shalan did not expect Ganhan to actually practice the despised corpse techniques, nor did she expect him to dare to use an exceptional golden spiritual root to refine a golden corpse. To refine a golden corpse with an exceptional golden spiritual root, such an extravagant act, did he not fear being scolded by the sect? Did he not fear being reviled by the world? Exceptional spiritual roots symbolize a being with the potential for great ascendance. They represent the hope for a sect to dominate doing, and even the entire Xing Luo star domain in the future. However, Ganhan actually contemplated using an exceptional spiritual root to refine a golden corpse with merely golden core strength. Such a thought is truly terrifying. Or rather, such a thought is incredibly selfish to an appalling degree. So what if that is the case? Ganhan replied indifferently, seemingly unconcerned by Luo's silent shock, nor did he care that Tu Sanzhong exposed his scheme. You actually dare to commit such a heinous act against conscience? Luo Shalan pointed at Ganhan and scolded. Conscience? What is that worthless thing? Ganhan questioned apathetically. Luo Shalan was furious, having not expected Ganhan to be so cold and heartless, uttering such indifferent words. Let's go. Ganhan no longer paid attention to Luo Shalan calling out to Huang Yuan, as he left, seemingly no longer interested in contesting the exceptional spiritual root. Master, are we not taking the exceptional golden spiritual root? Huang Yuan couldn't help but ask through voice transmission as she followed Ganhan. The time is not yet right. Ganhan replied calmly. Do not worry, as long as they remain in Liqing today, regardless of what kind of spiritual root it is, whether exceptional or heavenly, they will all be mine. Even those clowns like Tu Sanzhong who dare to oppose me will not escape death. Tonight, Liqing will fall. Lady Benefactor, the scoundrel has been chased away by me, so you need not worry anymore. Seeing Ganhan run away with his tail between his legs, Tu Sanzhong did not hinder him, but instead smiled at Li Xiangning and said, if the lady is worried that scoundrel might return to trouble you, why not follow this humble monk back to Shaluo Temple? I can assure you Shaluo Temple will definitely be the best refuge for you. That person just now, will he come back? Hearing his words, Li Xiangning couldn't help but ask in shock. Naturally, Tu Sanzhong replied with a smile, his demeanor entirely amiable, completely unlike his fearsome reputation as a ghostly monk with a body covered in skulls. The person earlier was named Ganhan, a talented disciple of the Badi sect. This person is ruthless, killing without hesitation, and is utterly unrepentant. He never willingly gives up on what he desires, always resorting to various means to obtain it. Since he has set his eyes on you, he will try to capture you and turn you into something akin to a zombie. Therefore, for your safety, it is better for you to stay in Shaluo Temple. Why go to Shaluo Temple? My Lingchuan Dao Academy can guarantee her safety. At this moment, Luo Xilan interjected. She couldn't just watch Tu Sanzhong coax away the local top-tier spiritual root. Luo Xilan was already quite frustrated. Losing upper-grade spiritual roots was one thing, but now with top-grade ones appearing one after another, she was about to lose them too, and she did not have the ability to protect them, which was extremely vexing. Miss, you should come to my Divine Sword sect. Your main spiritual root is a golden spiritual root, most suitable for practicing sword techniques. Coming to my Divine Sword sect would be the best choice. In Xiu quickly added. Miss, don't listen to his nonsense. There is no such thing as the most suitable technique for practicing based on spiritual roots. Dantai, you hurriedly interjected, inclusiveness is the true path. Come to my Doing Academy. The magic and techniques we collect are the most comprehensive and diverse among all major sects of doing. Various kinds of immortal techniques are available for you to learn. Benefactor, going to their sects still does not guarantee safety. Only our Shaluo Temple is most suitable for you. Tu Sanzhong added. Monk, is it appropriate to invite a lady to your monk temple? Inshio couldn't help but sneer. Cough, cough. Precisely because it is a monk temple, it is the safest place, and no one will have impure thoughts about the lady benefactor. Tu Sanzhong said earnestly, the male disciples of your Divine Sword sect Lingchuan Dao Academy and Doing Academy do not need to observe the rules of chastity. Who knows when one of them might use the technique of yin-yang balance on the lady benefactor. Rogue, shameless, lowly. Luo Xilan suddenly berated Tu Sanzhong. With such filthy words, I see that your Shaluo Temple is not above committing lewd acts either. At this time, the test results for Li Xiangling had already come out, revealing only 3 beams of light, none of which exceeded 2 zhang in height. Clearly her qualifications were not that good, leading the 4 immortal masters to completely overlook her. She envied her younger sister, who was being fought over by the immortal masters while she was left without attention. Damn it, are we not allowed to continue testing? Watching the 4 argue continuously with the sunset approaching and darkness descending, Ye Wenxuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. With Luo Xilan and the 4 cultivators standing by the spirit testing array, those behind did not dare to approach for fear of offending the immortal masters. As they watched the long queue come to a standstill, many began to complain. How long will the immortal masters argue? Who knows? 2 top-grade spiritual roots have appeared, but who knows how long they will keep arguing. 2 top-grade spiritual roots, it is said that they rarely appear in previous royal selections. Even if top-grade spiritual roots are good and precious, they shouldn't delay those of us who haven't been tested yet. Not only were the common people anxious, but even the city lord Lu Dongsheng was worried. He was delighted and gratified that his youngest daughter had tested as a top-grade spiritual root, but at the same time, he had some subtle concerns. After many years in the officialdom, Lu Dongsheng understood a truth: being overly prominent is not necessarily a good thing. And now his youngest daughter was in a state of being overly prominent. Although he knew little about the cultivation world, he was aware that it was far more perilous than the mortal realm. Especially after hearing that Ganhan actually wanted to capture his daughter to turn her into a zombie. Just this fact alone was enough to chill him to the bone. Turning living beings into zombies, such a thing was unheard of. Now that his daughter's top-grade spiritual root was known, if he did not hurry to join a sect for protection, he feared there might be more immortal masters like Ganhan who wished to target his daughter. Thus at this moment, Lu Dongsheng was extremely anxious, hoping that the 4 immortal masters would quickly reach a conclusion and not dilly-dally. However, several more minutes passed. Night was about to fall, and the central square began to illuminate with lanterns while the 4 immortal masters still refused to yield to one another, failing to reach a conclusion. Watching the complaints from the crowd rise and fall, Lu Dongsheng could no longer hold back and mustered the courage to approach the 4 immortal masters respectfully, saying, "Esteemed immortal masters, others are still waiting to be tested. If you cannot reach a perfect conclusion, why not let the testers choose their sects themselves, eh?" As he said this, he was already sweating profusely. He was unsure if the immortal masters would mind a mortal interjecting, but he felt compelled to speak up. If his daughter's destination was not settled soon, he even feared that the immortal masters might end up fighting. When immortals clash, it is mortals who suffer. If they were to fight, it would surely not bode well for Lu Cheng. Fortunately, Luo Xilan and the others were not unreasonable people. Hearing his words, they immediately realized they were standing right at the spirit testing array. With them standing there, how could the common people dare to come forward to test their spiritual roots? It was our oversight, Dantai Yu said apologetically, looking at the other three, and suggested, there are still so many people who haven't been tested. Why don't we wait until everyone has completed their tests before discussing the allocation? That works. Inshio readily agreed. Tu Sanzhong naturally had no objections. However, Luo Xilan was displeased. The people testing their spiritual roots were all locals under the jurisdiction of Lingchuan Dao Academy. Logically, these talents should all belong to Lingchuan Dao Academy. Even if she was unhappy, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. After all, her cultivation was low. In fact, she had thought about seeking help from her sect, but waiting for the sect's experts to arrive in this remote Lucheng without even a teleportation array would mean the opportunity would be lost. Moreover, she believed that there were certainly many similar situations in various cities or countries under the jurisdiction of Lingchuan Dao Academy, with many fellow disciples seeking help from the sect. If she sought help from the sect, not only would she not receive assistance, but it would also make the elders of the sect feel that she was not doing her job properly. She could only let out a frustrated scoff, agreeing to Dantai Yu's suggestion, and then walked directly to the front row of the VIP seats on the right side of the platform and found an empty seat to sit down. Dantai Yu and the others welcomed Lu Xiangming and the young man in white, and together they went to the VIP seats to continue watching the upcoming spiritual root tests. With the destination of his youngest daughter still unsettled, Lu Dongsheng felt a twinge of frustration, but dared not say much. Looking at the vast crowd, the spiritual root testing continues. The last sliver of sunset vanished and night descended in full solemnity. At that moment, the line for spiritual root testing finally reached Ye Wenxuan and his three companions. You three go ahead and take the test, Ye Wenxuan said with a smile to Hua Wuyin. Hua Wuyin and the other two had originally stood ahead of Ye Wenxuan in the queue. Now at long last their turn had come. Thrill and trepidation warring within their hearts. Ye Wenxuan felt no anxiety whatsoever. With the system embedded within him, his spiritual root's quality held little consequence. His path remained unshaken. Hua Wuyin and the other two each stepped onto a spirit testing formation and sat cross-legged in meditation. This formation possessed an extraordinary function. As the test subject breathed and meditated upon it, the formation sensed subtle fluctuations in surrounding spiritual energy molecules and responded accordingly. For instance, if a fire-aligned cultivator sat upon the formation, fire attribute spiritual molecules would flow more vigorously around them with each breath. This heightened activity would be detected by the formation and translated into a luminous pillar whose intensity reflected the degree of resonance. The higher the spiritual roots grade, the taller the luminous pillar rose. As Hua Wuyin and the others underwent testing, three figures stood atop a building overlooking the central plaza, Ganhan and Huang Yuan, along with a pale, emaciated young man. Ganhan tilted his head upward, gazing into the ink-black expanse of night sky. After a long silence, he lowered his gaze toward the dense sea of silhouettes filling the plaza below, then shifted his eyes to Tu Sanzhong and the others seated in the VIP pavilion. A sneer curled across his lips as he declared coldly, "Darkness shall descend. The harvest has begun." Huang Yuan and the emaciated youth both trembled. Huang Yuan suddenly dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Master, might you intercede with the sect and spare Dongshi Palace?" The emaciated youth likewise prostrated himself, weeping, "Lu Ying begs you, master, spare my younger sister." This frail youth was none other than Lu Ying, the eldest son of Lu Dongxing, lord of Leking City. Yuan matters within the sect lie beyond the authority of one merely at the Qi refinement realm, Ganhan replied calmly, then turned his gaze to Lu Ying. "Ying, I confess I never imagined your younger sister would possess a supreme-grade metal spiritual root. Very well. In recognition of your years spent bridging our inner and outer valleys, though you may lack merit, you have borne great toil. I shall permit your sister to join our Tianshi sect branch temple. A supreme-grade metal spiritual root. Even at the sect's central temple, such a talent would shine brilliantly." "Thank you, master." Lu Ying hurriedly bowed again. Yet as he raised his head, astonishment froze upon his face. Not only his but Ganhan's and Huang Yuan's as well. All three stared speechless with awe at the blinding white radiance soaring over 30 meters high. 30 meters, celestial threshold. Ganhan murmured softly, "Supreme-grade celestial spiritual root." Huang Yuan gasped, disbelief etched across her features. "Damn it, what does the Tianshi sect intend? Are they planning planetary annihilation?" On a solitary desolate street, the old beggar Meng, Shi Xianjun, strode forward, cursing aloud. These fiends have truly lost all moral compass, slaughtering billions of sentient beings across an entire world just to nourish their corpse cultivation arts. They've grown utterly lawless. How infuriating. Yet precisely now my cultivation has been stripped away. Otherwise I'd exterminate every last one of these wretches. Midrant, he abruptly halted, and lifted his gaze toward the dazzling 30-meter white pillar blazing in the plaza's night sky. A supreme-grade celestial spiritual root. Impressive indeed, rivaling even my own disciple. The old beggar nodded approvingly. No sooner had the words left his lips than another pillar of light erupted skyward, equally towering, exceeding 30 meters. Yet this one shimmered, shifting between crimson, ivory, azure, ochre, and utter translucence. An uncanny, ever-changing spectacle. That must be the girl's spiritual root, body of shifting disguise. Such an exceedingly rare constitution appearing here, in this remote Xinghua stellar domain. The old beggar stroked his chin, admiration deepening in his voice. Scarcely had he finished speaking when yet another radiant pillar ascended, taller still by 1 or 2 meters than the previous two. Its hue was a faint, delicate black, so subtle against the night that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive it. Only the old beggar's extraordinary vision discerned its presence. Ah, excellent. This is my disciple's spiritual root. Stroking his chin, the old beggar's face blossomed with delight. The mist spiritual root, a rarest variant among supreme-grade celestial roots. In all my travels across countless stellar domains over countless eons, I have never before beheld such a treasure. Young friend, this monk perceives your refined bone structure. You are a prodigy destined for immortality cultivation. Why not ascend the mountain with me to begin your training? Tu Sanzhong leered at Yu Wei, his smile oily and insistent. He genuinely adored this boy, barely past adolescence with hair cropped short to fingertip length. He believed the lad harbored innate Buddhist devotion. Why else would he wear such a tonsure? No, I don't want to become a monk. Yu Wei shook his head, frantically, terror flashing across his face. Sir, your bearing is noble, your demeanor elegant. You seem a scholar. My Doing Academy stands as the largest and finest seat of learning in all. Sir, your bearing is noble, your demeanor elegant. You seem a scholar. My Doing Academy stands as the largest and finest seat of learning in all doing. Come study with us. Tan Taiyu spoke without pause to Hua Wuyin, his words flowing like a river. Astronomy, geography, ethics, 10,000 years of doing history. Every question you seek answers to awaits within our halls. He coveted this strikingly handsome youth fiercely. He had never before encountered a celestial spiritual root capable of chromatic transformation. Such shifting hues defied all precedent, unheard of, unseen in any annals. I don't like studying. Hua Wuyin stammered, unnerved by Tan Taiyu's ravenous gaze. So the immortal masters truly possess divine sight. Has he pierced through my disguise? He wondered inwardly. Tan Taiyu paused, stunned, then recovered after a long moment. Disliking study poses no obstacle. We house countless manuals of Taoist arts and arcane techniques. Brother Tan Tai, since he resists study, do not press him further. In Xiu stepped forward, eyes gleaming with equal hunger as he regarded Hua Wuyin. This gentleman possesses the grace of a jade tree, truly born to wield the sword. Join me at the Divine Sword sect where... Enough, you're all shameless. Luo Shilan strode forth, fury blazing in her eyes as she pointed at Hua Wuyin and Yu Wei. They are native residents of Lingchuan Dao Academy, and thus are disciples by right. None of you may claim them. Let me make this clear. I've already dispatched a transmission to our sect. Senior elders will arrive shortly. Leave now, if you value your lives. A celestial spiritual root has emerged. I am certain our sect will dispatch a void refining elder. From our main sect headquarters, such a cultivator could reach us in half an hour. If you cherish your lives, depart immediately. Upon hearing this, Tu Sanzhong, Tan Taiyu, and In Xiu paled. They did not doubt Luo Shilan's claim. 2 celestial spiritual roots, especially one exhibiting chromatic mutation, constituted an event of monumental significance. Not only had Luo Shilan secretly alerted her sect, but each of the 3 had likewise informed their own respective orders. Yet Lingchuan Dao Academy's headquarters lay closest. Its elder would inevitably arrive first. By then they'd be left with nothing but scraps. Even if they overpowered Luo Shilan and forcibly seized the 2 celestial roots, escape from a void-refining elder's pursuit would be impossible. He, junior sister Luo, is still daydreaming. At this moment Huang Yuan let out a light laugh, stepping onto her flying sword, and arriving at the platform, saying with a strange smile, the Lingchuan Dao Academy is struggling to protect itself. How could an ancestor of the refining void level possibly come here? In front of her, Ganhan wore an indifferent expression, his face emotionless, yet a cold light flickered in his gaze when he looked at Hua Wuyin, Yu Wei, and Lu Xiaojia. He had already reached the threshold of foundation establishment. His perception was far superior to that of Tu Sanzhong and the others. While others could not discern the faint black light emanating from Lu Xiaoji's spiritual array, he could see it clearly. 3 heavenly spiritual roots. Ganhan's heart was extremely shaken. Even a single heavenly spiritual root could make the entire doing tremble, and with 3, even the whole Xinghua star domain would shudder. To Ganhan's right rear, Lu Ying wore a complicated expression. She glanced at her father and then at her 2 sisters in the VIP seats, observing their astonished expressions and questioning gazes. She shook her head and said nothing. You? What did you say? Hearing Huang Yuan's words, Luo Shilan exclaimed loudly, her face filled with disbelief. I said, the Lingchuan Dao Academy is about to be exterminated. Huang Yuan said with a beaming smile, then turned to the 3 from the Dantai family. Not just the Lingchuan Dao Academy, Doing Academy, Divine Sword Sect, and Shaluo Temple are also on the verge of extermination. What? Dantai Yes' face showed an expression of disbelief, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Impossible. In Xiu shouted in disbelief. Amitba. Tu Sanjong recited a Buddhist chant, maintaining his calm demeanor, equally unconvinced. However, at this moment, boom 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 boom. Continuous booming sounds erupted from various directions, and the ground opened up with holes as blue-green monstrous hands reached up from below. Odd. One scream after another echoed as citizens were grabbed by the monstrous hands that emerged from the ground and dragged into the holes. What is happening? Countless citizens exclaimed, unsure of what was occurring. Oh, zombies. Suddenly someone screamed in terror. Then more and more zombies crawled out from the holes in the ground. These zombies were covered in green fur, classified as the lowest tier of zombie, yet even the weakest among them possessed strength comparable to that of an ox, making them a formidable challenge for ordinary citizens. Many blue-green zombies held digging tools, clearly having entered the city through underground tunnels. How could there be so many? At this moment the city was in chaos. Not only the central square, but even the streets and alleys were crawling with zombies emerging from the ground. These zombies pounced on anyone they saw, biting fiercely. In just a few seconds, countless citizens lost their lives. Report. Report to the city lord. Many zombies have been spotted at the north gate advancing towards our city. Report. Report to the city lord. Many zombies have been spotted at the east gate advancing towards our city. Report. Report to the city lord. Many zombies have been spotted at the west gate advancing towards our city. Report. Report to the city lord. Many zombies have been spotted at the south gate advancing towards our city. 4 city guards rushed up to Lu Dongsheng to report. However, even without their reports, Lu Dongsheng already knew the current situation was undoubtedly zombies besieging the city. Long ago the city had experienced a zombie siege. It had been thought to be just a legend, yet it turned out to be true. He dared not speculate further and hurried to Ganhan and the others, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, esteemed immortals, the city is under siege by zombies. The situation is dire. I hope you can lend your aid to save our citizens from peril. Ha ha ha. However, upon hearing Lu Dongsheng's words, Ganhan suddenly burst into belly laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world, laughing uncontrollably. Lu Dongsheng was drenched in cold sweat, unsure of what he had said wrong, but he did not dare to ask, maintaining his bowing and respectful demeanor. Tu Sanjong, Dantai, Yu Wenxuan, and Luo Shalan frowned, especially Luo Shalan. Looking at the increasing number of blue-green zombies around, she couldn't help but shout, Ganhan, you summoned these zombies, didn't you? Ha ha ha. Me? Summon them. Ganhan continued to laugh uncontrollably, and when he finally calmed down, he coldly remarked, you have no idea what kind of situation you are facing. It's not just the city, the entire doing is facing such a situation. For tonight our Tian Corps sect has mobilized over 100 billion corpse soldiers to seek food. Tian Corps sect. Dantai Yes expression turned horrified. You are actually from the Tian Corps sect. Tian Corps sect. Why have I never heard of such a sect? Yin Xiao inquired. Not only him, but even Luo Xilan and Tu Sanjong were secretly puzzled, having never heard of the Tian Corps sect before. You must have heard of the Tongtian Immortal Realm. Dantai stated. The Tongtian Immortal Realm. I certainly know about that. Yin Xiao replied. The entire universe is controlled by 3 major powers: the Heavenly Court, the Demon Abyss, and the Tongtian Immortal Realm. The Xinglua Star domain we reside in is one of countless lower realms under the jurisdiction of the Tongtian Immortal Realm. When our cultivators reach the Great Ascension stage, we can ascend, and the place we ascend to is the Tongtian Immortal Realm. These are common knowledge that all cultivators should know. But what does this have to do with the Tian Corps sect? This is the difference between the illiterate and the learned. Dantai, you said with a hint of pride, then gravely continued, the Tian Corps sect is a renowned sect in the Tongtian Immortal Realm. What? Yin Xiao was utterly shocked. Tu Sanjong and Luo Shalan also exclaimed in surprise. A sect from the Tongtian Immortal Realm was truly a genuine immortal sect, bound to have countless true immortal level experts within. Any true immortal descending to a place like the Xinglua Star domain would be an invincible existence, and the Tian Corps sect is actually a well-known sect in the Tongtian Immortal Realm. One can imagine how terrifying it is. How many true immortals are there in that sect? How many experts are above the true immortal level? Are there any legendary immortal lords? Are there any legendary immortal sovereigns? How could members of the Tian Corps sect appear in our doing? Luo Xilan asked, frowning. You should know that within your Lingchuan Dao Academy there was once a sect called the Tsangshi Valley. That sect is one of the countless branches where the Tian Corps sect raises zombies in the lower realms. Dantai, you explained. 3,000 years ago, Tsangshi Valley wreaked havoc upon the world, and a pharmacist named Qi Lin defeated them, sealing them away. Now that so many zombies have appeared, it is likely that the seal on Tsangshi Valley has long been broken. They have only been lying in wait. And now with the change in the heavens, they couldn't help but emerge to wreak havoc again. Who would have thought you knew quite a lot? Ganhan sneered. That guy Qi Lin was indeed formidable, using the grass and wood soldiers' array to surround our Tsangshi Valley. Unfortunately, no matter how unparalleled his grass and wood soldiers' array was, it was difficult to guard against what lay. Long ago, 2,000 years ago, we had already broken his great array and sent many disciples out of the valley, hiding within various major sects, while secretly developing our power. Apart from secretly developing our influence, we also researched new methods of raising zombies. Until 1,000 years ago, we indeed found a new method of raising zombies, which is infection. 1,000 years ago, an ancestor in our valley dedicated to alchemy developed a potion that could accelerate the growth. However, we later discovered that this potion not only had the effect of hastening zombie maturation, but also possessed a strong infectious quality. Once a zombie absorbs this potion, anyone bitten by it will be infected by its corpse poison, causing their bodies to gradually stiffen and transform into a zombie in less than a day, or even half a day. The infected zombies can continue to bite and infect others. At this point, Ganhan's face was filled with a sinister smile, saying, "With this continuously infectious potion, our zombie hiding valley has lain in wait for nearly 1,000 years, cultivating batch after batch of zombies. Now in this doing, our zombie hiding valley alone has over 100 billion green zombies." Hiss! Dan Tai Yu and the others gasped, their faces full of disbelief. The total population of Doing is only about 100 billion, which means the number of green zombies in the zombie hiding valley exceeds the total population of Doing. And this is just the green zombies. We have no idea how many more there are among the copper, iron, silver, and golden zombies. Among the 100 billion people in Doing, cultivators account for only a mere 3 or 4 tenthasants, amounting to merely 3 or 4 million. It would be a struggle for just these 3 or 4 million cultivators to eliminate over 100 billion green zombies, let alone the countless copper, iron, silver, and golden zombies. The 4 of them appeared horrified, but their eyes still reflected skepticism. Clearly, they considered Ganhan to be alarmed. However, they also harbored concerns. If what Ganhan said were true and the zombies from the zombie hiding valley could infect the populace, and thus grow their ranks, then nearly 100 billion defenseless citizens would gradually become zombies. In the end, perhaps only those few million cultivators capable of self-defense would remain in the entire Doing. Moreover, if the infection ability of the corpse poison were strong enough to affect even the cultivators, it would be even more terrifying. At that point, even the cultivators would not be spared. If that were truly the case, wouldn't the entire Doing become a realm of zombies? Upon thinking of this, Dan Tai Yu and the others couldn't help but shudder, hoping that what Ganhan said was not true. If it is true, it would be too horrifying. Regardless of whether what you say is true or not, we cannot avoid today's battle. Since it's come to this, let's not waste words and start the fight. Dan Tai Yu looked at Ganhan and said coldly. He hailed from the Doing Academy and had perused countless historical texts, knowing many secrets. He understood that what Ganhan said was likely true. It was precisely because of his extensive knowledge that his mood grew heavier at this moment, needing to release it through battle. Amitabha, slaying demons and eliminating evil is my mission. I shall lend you my strength. Tu Sanzhong stood beside Dan Tai Yu, confronting Ganhan. Luo Shilan and In Xiu also joined them, signaling their stance. Very well. It has been a long time since I had a thrilling battle. Facing the 4's tense standoff, Ganhan was not at all nervous. Instead, he exuded an astonishing aura, eager for the fight. Cough, cough. Just as they were on the verge of confrontation, Ye Wenxuan arrived beside Yu Wei and whispered, "What are you dawdling about? We must hurry and leave. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If you don't want to be caught in the crossfire, let's go now." After saying this, Ye Wenxuan pulled Yu Wei away while Hua Wuyin and Lu Xiaojia naturally followed behind. "Hehe, where are you all going?" Huang Yuan swayed her figure and appeared in front of Ye Wenxuan, blocking their path. Ye Wenxuan turned around and found that their rear exit was also blocked, the person blocking them being Luing. You are Brother Luing." Looking at Luing, Lu Xiaojia suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Luing, I heard you haven't been home for 3 years. What? Why are you with them? You must be Xiaojia. I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just 3 years." Luing smiled gently. However, to Lu Xiaojia, his smile seemed too grim. He felt that Brother Luing had changed greatly. Not only had he become much thinner, but his complexion was also pale, without a hint of blood. His smile, no matter how gentle paired with his pale face, gave an eerie and terrifying impression. Luing seemed to sense Lu Xiaojia's suspicions, but did not mind. He did not answer his question, but instead turned to Hua Wuyin, his tone suddenly harsh. "Hua Wuyin, is he your brother? Why do you look so much like him?" Hua Wuyin. Ye Wenxuan, Lu Xiaojia, and Yu Wei were secretly astonished. "Isn't this person Hua Wuyin?" "Why should I tell you?" Hua Wuyin pouted, seemingly sulking. "You're on the zombie side now, aren't you? You belong to the bad guys, and we are incompatible. Oh, don't think you can pry any information from me." "Hehe, I have no expectation of obtaining any information about Hua Wuyin from you." Lu Ying replied coldly with a smile, "Because perhaps I know more about his current situation than you do." "Do you know where my brother is?" Hua Wuyin suddenly asked with surprise. "It seems that since the city selection 9 years ago, Hua Wuyin has not returned home." Lu Ying said coldly, seemingly harboring great prejudice against Hua Wuyin's brother. Also, since he has been wanted by the Ba Di sect, he wouldn't even dare return to the Lingchuan Academy, let alone his own home. Lu Ying continued, "If the Ba Di sect knew that he as a cultivator still had affection for his family, not just your Hua family, but the entire Licheng would likely be destroyed." "Brother?" Hua Wuyin's eyes glimmered with tears. There was no need for Lu Ying to elaborate. He had already guessed what had happened to his brother and why he had not returned home for 9 years. His brother Hua Wuyin had actually offended the Ba Di sect, the foremost immortal sect, in doing. When a mortal enters an immortal sect, some will bring their mundane friends and family along for a rise in status, while others prefer not to interact extensively with their mundane acquaintances, either becoming estranged or forgotten. His brother's reluctance to return home clearly belonged to the latter category. However, his brother's distancing from the family was to protect them, preventing the Ba Di sect from threatening him through his family. For in the eyes of the Ba Di sect, Hua Wuyin's indifference and estrangement from friends and family meant that threatening him through family would surely be ineffective. Oomph. Lu Ying suddenly snorted coldly, full of resentment. If it weren't for Hua Wuyin defeating me in the final battle of the Immortal Selection Conference 9 years ago, I wouldn't have become what I am today. Had it not been for Hua Wuyin defeating me, I would likewise be a prodigy of the Ling Chuan Academy now. However, without his grace, I would not have achieved what I have today. After saying this, his face twisted with malice, turning even more pale and terrifying. Strangely, his lips revealed 2 long sharp fangs which could not be concealed even when his mouth was closed. At the same time, the black nails on his 10 fingers suddenly elongated, reaching half a foot in length. The shimmering cold light on the nails made it clear that they were sharper than swords and more sinister. Since you are Hua Wuyin's brother, killing you should cause him great pain, right? Lu Ying extended his tongue to lick the glimmering cold nails, speaking ominously. His blood-red tongue was surprisingly twice as long as an average person's. His blood-red eyes now sparkled with a frenzied hue, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour.